The hunter reminded the idiot not to forget to turn on the camera, and as soon as filming began, he greeted his dear subscribers. B-class hunter Kang Do greeted viewers on their channel AniRaid. We will raid everything we can. He then explained that today's video would be about hunting a C+ rank monster, the Arachnid. Kang Do told viewers that arachnids live in groups, like ants, and that they are arthropods. However, arachnids are completely different from spiders on Earth. For example, instead of attacking their prey, they first spit web at it. Suddenly, the spiders screeched and attacked the group members. The cameraman reminded them that arachnids don't actually spit web, but shoot it at their enemies. Kang Do shouted that everything had gone completely wrong and that they would have to cut it out during editing, immediately after which the arachnid attacked him with its sharp limb. Watching this, Mong Shu, who was responsible for filming and editing the AniRaid channel, said that this simply couldn't be. Arachnid's original fighting style is not a direct attack, but hunting, which is why they first spit webs at their victims to entangle them. Only then do they inject poison into the immobilized target, causing it to die slowly. For this reason, they would never rush forward. Angered by what had happened, Kang Do deflected the spider's paw and shouted to Mong Shu that they would talk about it after the fight. Mong Shu tried to respond to Kang Do, but he had already launched his attack. After that, Kang Do began to quickly destroy the arachnids that attacked him, until he had dealt with all the arthropods in the area. Wiping the spider's blood from his face, Kang Do asked the operator what the hell had just happened. After all, he had just said that the arachnids spit out their webs first. In fact, rushing directly at their prey like this would be a last resort for the arachnids. But what if the arachnids were already in a desperate situation where they had nothing to lose? Kang Do called out to his cameraman again, pulling him out of his thoughts. Kang Do grabbed Mong Shu by the collar and dragged him over, asking if he was really going to continue acting as if he were innocent. Mong Shu apologized for his mistake, but before he could finish, Kang Do hit him and asked if a simple apology could solve everything. After all, he almost died because of the cameraman's stupidity. While Mong Shu was trying to catch his breath after Kang Do-chul's blow, Kang Do-chul demanded that this moron gather better information about monsters next time. As he left, Kang Do-chul reminded him that this was precisely why people without character like Mong Shu were completely useless. Traits, in fact, he is awakened, but the ability he gained after his awakening has no traits. It is completely useless in the work of hunters, as he really can't do anything. That is why, in order to survive, he chose this method of hunting, analyzing monsters. He must analyze monsters and teach hunters how to attack them correctly. Kang Do-chul was angry at this freak because he almost died because of his carelessness. After that, he reminded his companions that if it weren't for him, they could all have died here. But for some reason, his companions were not as carefree as he was now. They turned to Do-chul in fear and pointed behind him. Only then did Kang Do-chul feel that something was wrong. Immediately after that, the whole group rushed to escape because an elite monster had appeared before them. The group tried with all their might to escape from the elite Arachnid, but it was faster. Kang Do-chul tried to reach for his sword to try to wound the monster while running away, but accidentally dropped it. Kang Do-chul wondered if he was going to die here. If he wasn't going to die here, he had only one option. He needed bait, and the bastard who had set him up, Mong Shu, would be perfect for the role. Turning abruptly, Kang Do-chul kicked Mong Shu in the face. Kang Do-chul explained that all this happened because of unreliable information from Mong Shu, which meant that he had to take full responsibility. Standing up, Mong Shu complained to the son of a bitch about his betrayal. But now he had another problem. The elite monster had already caught up with him and let out a loud squeal. No matter how hard Mong Shu tried, he couldn't move his body to dodge. And looking at the approaching spider's mouth, Mong Shu wondered, was he really going to die here? His mother called her son by name and told him that he must protect Soa. Remembering his mother's words, Mong Shu told himself that he couldn't die here. Grabbing Kang Do-chul's sword, he said that he had to survive, at least for the sake of his younger sister, Soa. Telling himself that he had to survive, Mong Shu got to his feet and aimed his blade at the elite monster. Mong Shu shouted that he would survive against all odds and rushed into the attack. But before he could strike, something knocked him off his feet and severed the elite Arachnid's limb. Before Mong Shu could understand what was happening, he suddenly saw an unknown man in front of him. Looking at the guy exuding a powerful aura, he wondered who it was. Suddenly, a purple explosion lit up the cave. Immediately after that, another stranger burst in. The guy, exuding dark energy, asked where that bastard was hiding. Spotting his target, he rushed to attack, shouting at the arrogant bastard that he could no longer escape. The two strangers suddenly attacked each other, and Mong Shu was less and less able to understand what was happening. Why were these two fighting? When they collided, the two released a huge amount of energy, creating an explosion. Meng Shu was amazed to see such power and asked what was going on here. Those who make even Arachnid and elite monsters tremble with fear. They were indefinable creatures. At a speed barely discernible to the eye, the two continued to fight, rushing around the cave and causing it to shake. With a kick, the guy with dark energy slammed the other one into the wall. After that, the other flashed and disappeared in a flash. The guy radiating dark energy ordered him to finally stop hiding because he was tired of his antics. To which the other replied that this was not the case because they still had a long way to go before it was all over. Raising his hand, the blonde began to focus his energy into a ball. The gray-haired guy smiled and also began to focus his energy, asking the blonde guy if he was really ready to go all the way. Then they shot each other with their focused energy. The gray-haired guy reminded the blonde guy that if things continued like this, he wouldn't be able to get out of the fight unscathed, to which he replied that he didn't care. Turning to Meng Shu, he added that he had left this option open. The blonde man apologized to Meng Shu for dragging him into all this. Realizing what he was thinking, the gray-haired man asked him not to say that he... At that moment, the collision of their energies reached a critical mass. Because of this, the energy mass exploded, covering the two unknown guys. Meng Shu raised his hands to somehow protect himself from the explosion. But the blonde man said he would leave that to him, and a barrier rose around Meng Shu. The fight between the two ended, leaving only traces of destruction behind. After seeing this, Meng Shu asked himself again, what the hell just happened? Meng Shu stumbled backward but accidentally stepped on a phone. Meng Shu picked up the unfamiliar smartphone and wondered where it had come from. Suddenly, a request to confirm a new manager appeared on the screen. After a brief connection check, the manager change was complete. Things were getting weirder, and now this weird smartphone. A bunch of divine silhouettes flashed through Meng Shu's mind. After authorization, GodTube launched on the smartphone, welcoming its new manager. Sometime later, at the entrance to the Seabush Rank dungeon, where filming had recently taken place, Kang Do and his companions barely escaped from the dungeon and tried to catch their breath after their escape. Unhappy with what had happened, Kang Do wondered how unlucky he really was. After all, how unlucky did you have to be for an elite monster to appear in a C+ rank dungeon? His minions began to praise their boss, because it was only thanks to him that they were still alive. They thought it was a great idea to use that idiot as bait for the elite monster, an idea that only an experienced hunter like their boss, Kang Do could have come up with. Kang Do reminded his minions that their channel's slogan was, "We will raid everything we can for a reason." Of course, he was prepared for such an outcome. Suddenly, Kang Do heard a scream. Then Meng Shu ran out of the cave and shouted the name of that son of a bitch again. Kang Do did not expect Meng Shu to survive after encountering an elite monster. Shocked, Kang Do turned around and asked Meng Shu how he managed to, when suddenly he saw a fist in front of his face. Reacting instantly, Kang Do blocked Meng Shu's punch by deflecting his arm with his elbow. Immediately after that, Kang Do punched him in the face and asked if he had forgotten that he was worthless with his F rank. Kang Do said he had no idea how he survived, then admitted that he was very lucky. Looking down at Meng Shu, Kang Do explained that he would be too lazy to look for a new editor if he died. Meng Shu asked if he was serious. Did Kang Do really think he would continue working for the guy who tried to kill him? Kang Do leaned on his cameraman's shoulder and reminded him that it was he who tearfully begged to be hired so he could earn money for his sister's treatment. And of course, he generously helped Meng Shu, so he couldn't do that to him. He had to repay him for his kindness. In his own words, Kang Do tried to hint that Meng Shu should know his place, but Meng Shu was not going to put up with it. Meng Shu knocked Kang Do hand off his shoulder. Meng Shu picked up the camera and said, "If you can't accept it, then don't miss a thing." That's his habit, and it's all because he was too rude to him. As he raised the camera, Shu admitted that he didn't even know if it would help him. That video where Do left him alone as bait, Shu asked if he could imagine how many views it would get if he posted it online. Kang Do smiled and sighed as if it were an empty threat, and asked Meng Shu if he understood that the elite monster wasn't the only one who could take his life here. Meng Shu interrupted Do Chul, saying that he knew he could die here. But at that moment, Kang Do Chul would go to prison and lose the channel he had worked so hard to build. Mong Shu suggested killing him, since Kang Do Chul wanted it so badly. With a grim smile, Kang Do Chul turned to Mong Shu and asked him not to think that his sister would be safe if this video appeared on the internet. After that, Kang Do Chul said that they would find a new editor, and turning abruptly, asked the guys what they were still doing there. He ordered them to grab their things. Meng Shu rubbed his bruise with his fist and said that if anyone tried to hurt his sister, Kang Do Chul had no idea what he would do to them. Back home, Mong Shu began to study the smartphone he had received. He tried to understand what GodTube was and what the channels of the gods were. As he entered the site, Meng Shu thought about a site he had known for a long time. YouTube is a free platform where anyone can upload their videos. Of the many channels on YouTube, the most popular are the Hunters channels. However, at Holy, who bought a holy sword from Hephaestus, was going to try it out on Lucifer. Thor was surprised when he suddenly saw the world serpent and decided to set himself the challenge of subduing it in 12 minutes. Or how a veteran player speeds through this boss. Mythological gods and historical figures. Heroes and legendary personalities. Mong Shu wondered, do they really control all of this? And if so, who was that guy in the cave, and why did he give him that phone? It was all too confusing, but if it turned out to be true, if they really controlled channels like on YouTube, Mong Shu assumed that in that case, they would start with 1 million subscribers. In that case, it didn't seem so bad. So Mong Shu decided to give it a try. Without thinking twice, Mong Shu opened Zhu Guiliang's video. The reason he left his family for the demons? And subscribed to it. Suddenly, the system notified him that in order to become a member, he could watch and study lectures on S+ rank insight traits. Before Meng Shu could understand anything, he had used up one of his 3 subscriptions and obtained S+ rank insight. Meng Shu was stunned to see the S+ rank, because S+ only exists as a classification. It wasn't a real rank. The individuals who fought against the Demon Lord, the 13 heroes. People assumed that they had S+ rank traits. And now he had obtained an S+ rank trait just by subscribing to some channel? But that was simply impossible. Looking at his palm, Meng Shu thought that if it were true, he would feel something, but he didn't feel any changes. Then Meng Shu wondered if it could be that insight improves his observation and intelligence. Because if that's the case, it wouldn't be so easy to notice the difference. Scrolling through his feed a little, Meng Shu found a video from user at Hercules, an event in honor of 10,000 subscribers, a free personal training session on how to lift the house of Zeus. Meng Shu assumed that after something like this, he would definitely feel at least some difference. So he subscribed to Hercules using up 2 of his 3 subscriptions. Immediately after that, he gained superhuman SS rank strength. Seeing the rank, Meng Shu couldn't help but cry out in shock, even hitting the table. After the blow, Meng Shu suddenly realized that he had destroyed his laptop. But after what happened, he could at least understand that the features of GodTube were working. The system notified Shu that he had used superhuman strength and that his skill had increased slightly, reaching 0.1%. Meng Shu still found it hard to believe that he had gained SS rank strength just by subscribing to the channel. Realizing that he didn't understand a thing, Shu grabbed his head and started screaming that he just didn't know and he didn't understand. What is this GodTube? Thanks to his diligent thinking, his insight skill also increased to 0.1%. Li Jun was surprised to see the skill and assumed that once he reached 100%, he would be able to fully master this ability. Meng Shu finally launched the video with Hercules' personal training. The people of Greece were shocked by what they saw before them. Right before their eyes, the temple of Zeus, along with all its columns, was pulled out of the ground. Lifting this colossus, Hercules shouted that it was simply amazing. After all, this stimulation of the legs from lifting the temple, rising from his knees, Hercules lifted the temple right in front of him and shouted that it was too good to be true. Not only the people of Greece, but Meng Shu himself was shocked by what he saw. Meng Shu wondered how he could even watch something like this. Pressing the unsubscribe button, he admitted that now he understood why Hercules had only 1 subscriber. He would never be able to do something like this. Unexpectedly, the system responded that unsubscribing was not possible. Meng Shu could almost see Hercules laughing at him and pointing his finger, saying that he could come whenever he wanted. but he couldn't leave. No matter how many times Mong Shu pressed the unsubscribe button, the result was the same. Unsubscribing was impossible. And most importantly, 2 out of 3 possible subscriptions were taken. Hercules said goodbye to the viewers and told them they would see each other again tomorrow. Suddenly, Mong Shu received a call. It was that jerk. Meng Shu grimaced and wondered why this jerk had suddenly decided to call him. Picking up the phone, Shu asked Do Chol what he wanted. Kang Do Chol was surprised that Mong Shu picked up the phone and admitted that he thought he would block him. Kang Do Chol asked again what he wanted. Kang Do Chol asked him if he had nowhere else to go. Mong Shu asked if he had called just to mock him, to which he replied that he had called to discuss business. Meng Shu was not eager to participate in anything with this individual. Kang Do Chol asked Shiwu not to be so rude and reminded him that they had worked together not long ago. Meng Shu asked Kang Do Chol to get straight to the point, as he had no time for small talk. This behavior began to annoy Do Chol. After calming down a little, Kang Do Chol said that the group SH had offered them to stream together and asked if he wanted to join. Meng Shu was amazed to hear about the SH group, as it is the #1 financial company in Korea. Not long ago, the granddaughter of the group's head had awakened 2 traits of a hunter in herself. Lee Jun suggested that they were also hunting monsters. Kang Do Chol suggested that the SH group was expanding its business, so they decided to see what it was like. Kang Do Chol grinned and asked Shawu what his answer would be, but he suddenly replied, no. Kang Do Chol asked if he was serious, since he was going to pay Shawu 50,000 for the video. Mong Shu was surprised to hear about the 50,000. Kang Do Chol asked if he wanted to join after hearing about his salary. Mong Shu replied with a smirk that he still wasn't going to. This began to get on Kang Do Chol's nerves again. Kang Do Chol reminded Shu that 50,000 was 10 times more than he usually paid him, and that it was beneficial for both of them. So he asked how much Shu wanted. Without hesitation, Mong Shu replied, 50 million. Kang Do Chol gasped when he heard the amount and asked if he had lost his mind. Or did Shiwu really think it was worth that much? Kang Do Chol suggested that Shiwu might have guessed that the SH group would pay him a large sum. His insight skill was increased to 0.2%. Mong Shu suggested guessing the reason why the SH group was trying to work with Do Chol specifically, rather than with hunters of other ranks. Trying not to smash the phone in anger, Kang Do Chol asked what he would say. Meng Shu said that the case obviously involves the granddaughter of the head of the SH group. After all, she recently awakened 2 S-rank traits. Therefore, the chairman of the SH group, Han Cherin, is not going to sit idly by. He wants his granddaughter to learn the basics of hunting first. But what are the basics for hunters? It's hunting monsters. That's exactly why their channel has managed to gain 2 to 10,000 subscribers and make money. All this is thanks to his unique strategies. This means that the reason Chairman Han turned to Kang Do Chol is not because of him, but because of his knowledge of monsters. Kang Do Chol admitted that even in this case, 50 million is too much. Interrupting Do Chol, Mong Shu asked if he really didn't want to work. Unable to refuse Shu, Kang Do Chol simply gritted his teeth. Meng Shu threw the phone on the table and told Do Chol that if he couldn't get a loan or credit, then he could just find someone else. The next day, Meng Shu and Kang Do Chol met in the B-rank dungeon after all. Meng Shu asked Do Chol when he was going to transfer the rest of the agreed amount to him. Kang Do Chol picked up his phone and, muttering something to himself, replied that he had already said he would send the money as soon as everything was over, after which he wondered when Han Cherin would arrive. Immediately after that, they heard someone approaching and turned around. It was Han Cherin. She said she was the Han Cherin who had joined their group and suggested they head inside the dungeon. Meng Shu was speechless when he saw Han Cherin because she was very beautiful. However, it would be very difficult for him to get close to someone like her. Meng Shu decided that since he was getting paid, he would just continue doing his job. Going deeper into the B-rank dungeon, the group stumbled upon a huge humanoid monster that exuded an aura of danger. Upon seeing it, Han Cherin recognized it as a black troll. Kang Do Chol told Han Cherin that she was absolutely right and explained that this monster was classified as a B+ rank monster, but it was more dangerous than other similar monsters because it had regenerative abilities close to immortality. Hunters who are unaware of the dangers of trolls may lose their lives without knowing the weaknesses of such monsters. Kang Do Chol told her everything just as Mong Shu had told him earlier. In their case, they need a strategy that all hunters know, which is to tear apart the black troll's body. After that, it is necessary to destroy its heart and cut off its head. After that, it will not be able to regenerate its wounds. Before Kang Do could finish speaking, Han Cherin drew her blade and rushed into the attack. Han Cherin jumped up and immediately plunged her blade into the black troll's heart. Immediately after that, she decapitated the troll with a sharp movement, finally taking its life. Both Mong Shu and Kang Do were simply speechless after what they had seen. Han Cherin admitted that it had been easy. Kang Do laughed and admitted that he had not even thought that she would catch the black troll so flawlessly, with minimal knowledge as expected of an S-rank hunter. Wiping the troll's blood from her blade, Han Cherin told Do that he was flattering her. At that moment, Han Cherin's sword caught the attention of Mong Shu. Pointing at the sword, Mong Shu suggested that it was the very sword Aureliana that he had heard so much about. After that, he asked how much such a weapon cost. Looking at her blade, Han Cherin guessed that it was worth about 20 billion. Kang Do was shocked to hear the price of the sword, while stars flashed in Shuwu's eyes. Han Cherin said that they shouldn't stop at just the black troll and suggested moving on. 1 hour later, Han Cherin said that after killing so many monsters, she had figured things out a little. She also suggested that there were no more trolls in this dungeon and proposed to end the quest. Kang Do took Han Cherin by the hand and bowed, saying that she had done a good job while trying to hide his smirk. Cherin agreed with him and said she was leaving. Earlier, Kang Do thought this would be a great opportunity to get acquainted with the Hunters Guild, but he hadn't been able to do anything all this time, and now they were going to take 50 million from him, all because of that bastard Meng Shu. Meng Shu guessed that this was what Kang Do was thinking and even mentally praised him. Suddenly, Meng Shu's intuition sounded the alarm. The dungeon suddenly shook and loud footsteps could be heard. Han Cherin asked what was going on. Meanwhile, Kang Do was happy to have a chance to fix everything. Not knowing what to say, Kang Do guessed that, judging by its size, it was not an elite monster. Kang Do instinctively trembled, as this monster could not possibly be an elite monster. It was something much worse. It was a boss monster. Discovering humans in its domain, the boss raised its enormous hand. Reacting quickly, Han Cherin drew her blade and blocked the boss troll's attack. Realizing that Han Cherin was barely coping with this monster, Kang Do suddenly began to feel nervous. Without wasting any time, Kang Do ordered his men to run away and took off himself. At that moment, the boss overpowered Han Cherin's defense and knocked her off her feet, immediately following up with another punch. He swung his arm and struck the rock, causing cobblestones to break off and hit Kang Do men. Even after his friends were behind him, Kang Do continued to run without slowing down. Right now, he didn't care if Han Cherin was from SH or somewhere else, because right now he just had to get away from this place. Kang Do mentally shouted to himself that he had to keep running. He was running because he couldn't die here. He had to get away from here as quickly as possible. When suddenly an ominous shadow loomed over Kang Do, the decaying boss suddenly overtook Do and was about to deal with the fleeing enemy. Kang Do stopped and, suppressing his trembling, looked up at the boss. Kang Do quietly said that he was dead. The boss struck, but at the last moment, Han Cherin arrived and blocked the boss's attack. But this time, the boss sent Han Cherin flying almost instantly. She then crashed through a wall at the other end of the cave. Running up to Han Cherin, the boss delivered the final blow to deal with his main problem. Noticing the boss's fist approaching, Han Cherin told herself that she had to dodge. Jumping up sharply, Han Cherin bounced off the wall and ran along the boss's arm toward his head. Approaching the boss's head, Han Cherin took a stance. She quickly landed several blows to the troll boss's neck and head, but her attacks had no effect, and the boss, on the contrary, got an excellent moment to strike Han Cherin. With a powerful blow, the boss knocked Han Cherin off his shoulder and pinned her to the ground. But Han Cherin managed to block the boss's attack and tried to hold on with her last ounce of strength. Watching this, Mong Shu realized that they would not be able to defeat this giant. Even if it was Han Cherin, it didn't matter that she had 2 S-rank traits, because she was just a novice who lacked experience. They couldn't defeat this boss. There was a choice he had to make right now: leave Han Cherin to fight the boss and run away. Otherwise, he would simply perish here. Or he could believe in the SS rank superpower he got from GodTube. But what he doesn't know is how much he has already mastered this power. Suddenly, Kang Do rushed past, nearly knocking Shu off his feet. After Han Cherin saved him, he came to his senses and rushed toward the exit again. Kang Do decided to save himself, leaving Han Cherin to be eaten by the boss. Watching this, Mong Shu suddenly realized, it's all because of your shitty information. So you have to take full responsibility. Meng Shu knew that even together they couldn't defeat this monster. His gut was screaming at him that he should run away from here while he still had a chance of survival. And Meng Shu ran. He had to run, otherwise he would simply die here. Then Meng Shu shouted at the top of his lungs to get his boss's attention. Money and prestige? All of that is useless when you're dying. But if he left Han Cherin here and ran away, putting all his strength into his fist, Meng Shu shouted. If he ran away, he would be no different from that bastard, Kang Do, who abandoned him and ran away. Meng Shu's fist collided with the boss's bony troll hand. To everyone's surprise, Meng Shu's punch managed to block the boss's attack. Seeing this, Han Cherin wondered if it was just her imagination, or if he had really managed to block the blow. And who was this guy who stayed here with her? Meng Shu took a few steps forward toward the boss. After blocking the boss's attack, Meng Shu finally felt the power he had received from Hercules. The boss's fist stuck in the ceiling, and he made an effort to pull it out. With a sharp movement, the boss freed his hand, immediately after which he struck Meng Shu. But at the last moment, Meng Shu managed to block the boss's attack and didn't even move, holding the boss back. Shu shouted, "Now!" Immediately after that, Han Cherin jumped on the immobilized boss and plunged her blade straight into his heart. Immediately after that, Han Cherin bounced off the boss's chest and landed straight on his shoulder. With her next strike, Han Cherin decapitated the troll boss in the blink of an eye. Han Cherin landed near Meng Shu, and together they stared at the dying monster. Meng Shu wondered if it was really over, but his S+ rank insight told him that something was wrong. Boss types are varieties that undergo double transformation, so physical transformation will occur naturally. Suddenly, the boss troll's head began to regenerate, growing back onto its body. Noticing this, Meng Shu shouted to Han Cherin about the danger. But in the next moment, the boss grabbed her and clenched his fist. Han Cherin screamed from the crushing pain. Meng Shu couldn't let this continue because if Han Cherin died, it would all be over and he wouldn't be able to do anything. If all the traits he had received from GodTube were real, then even if they were weak now, they were his strength. The boss looked at Meng Shu in confusion. Meng Shu grabbed his finger and, pushing off with his other hand, tried to free Han Cherin from captivity. Shu understood that at least this way he would be able to buy some time. Shaking with pain, Han Cherin asked Meng Shu to just run away while he still could. But Meng Shu did not back down, and finally, pushing his boss's finger away, he shouted at Cherin to aim for her boss's heart. Hearing this, Han Cherin mustered all her remaining strength to break free from her boss's grip. After that, she finally managed to break free and collapsed to the ground. Getting up, Han Cherin took a breath and said that she understood. Immediately after that, Han Cherin rushed toward the boss again. Meng Shu shouted at her to just trust him and attack. Then Meng Shu grabbed two of the boss troll's fingers and pulled them toward him. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Cherin jumped onto the boss's arm and, slashing it with her blade, began to climb up. Then Han Cherin jumped down and struck the boss's heart again. At that moment, Meng Shu could hold on for another 0.5 seconds, but no more, and he had no time to explain how to attack the boss. So all he could do was shout that the ogre had 2 hearts. Han Cherin was surprised to hear about the 2 hearts, and Meng Shu hoped that she would be able to figure everything out with her 6th sense. Immediately after Han Cherin pierced one of its hearts, the boss waved its arm to knock her down, but Han Cherin managed to jump out of the way. Immediately after that, she rushed back to the boss and swung her blade. Meng Shu was sure that Han Cherin would understand. Catching up with the boss, Han Cherin pierced his 2nd heart, located on the opposite side of his chest. At that moment, Meng Shu yelled at the boss to finally stop and die, then jumped. At that moment, Meng Shu's skill increased slightly. The boss only saw a person quickly approaching him, and in the next moment, Meng Shu knocked his head off with a blow. After the last blow, Han Cherin was sure that they had finally won. Han Cherin turned to Meng Shu, but he silently took a few steps forward. Then Meng Shu collapsed to the ground. Han Cherin wondered who the hell this guy was. Sometime later, suddenly waking up, Meng Shu realized that he was in the hospital. Seeing that Meng Shu had regained consciousness, Han Cherin apologized to him. Surprised, Meng Shu cried out. Then he asked what she was doing there. Han Cherin pointed to the IV and explained that she had brought him to the hospital because he was seriously injured. All his muscles were torn and his bones were broken. Han Cherin asked how he was feeling. But Mong Shu was feeling a little uncomfortable because Han Cherin was sitting too close to him. Suddenly, Han Cherin reached out and touched Shuwu's forehead. Meng Shuwu was very embarrassed by what he saw, while Han Cherin thought he had a fever. Han Cherin suddenly remembered that they hadn't really introduced themselves, so she asked him his name. Mang Shiwu, who was embarrassed, immediately introduced himself to her. After that, he wondered if she should have known his name. After all, she should have found out his personal information when she put him in this hospital room. Han Cherin admitted that she wanted to hear it from him, which puzzled Meng Shuwu. Meng Shuwu wondered if Han Cherin was capable of reading minds. He had, of course, heard that her S-class trait was a sixth sense. But if that was its effect, then this trait was not unique for no reason. Han Cherin suggested that Meng Shuwu must be out of it since he had just woken up, but she still said that she wanted to make him an offer. Han Cherin asked if he would like to join her team. Meng Shu was surprised to hear this and asked if it was because he had fought the giant. After all, it was. Hearing the doubt in Shuwu's voice, Han Cherin asked, what did he think of an annual salary of 1 billion Mo-won? She instantly impressed him. Han Cherin continued, saying that in addition to their salaries, they would split the loot from monsters equally. Meng Shuwu trembled with excitement, but he couldn't hold back his grin. It was truly insane. 1 billion won a year and half of the loot from monsters. Han Cherin said that she had also heard that his younger sister was suffering from a blood disease. She then asked if his sister was in their hospital. If so, they would be willing to cover all the expenses and Meng Shuwu would no longer have to pay. After hearing all this, Meng Shuwu suddenly became serious. Meng Shuwu asked what he had done to deserve such a price. Han Cherin asked Meng Shuwu to develop a strategy for all the monsters she would hunt in the future. That night in Meng Shuwu's hospital room, Meng Shuwu kept wondering if he should have really turned down such an offer. After listening to Han Cherin's proposal, he still decided to refuse. Han Cherin said that she accepted his decision and asked him to let her know if he changed his mind. She then reminded him that she still owed him for saving her life, and therefore she would repay her debt by paying for his sister's medical bills. Meng Shuwu didn't want to think that he had refused in vain. Instead, he wanted to believe in the possibilities of God too. The S+ rank insight and SS rank superhuman strength he had gained. GodTube was real, a channel of the gods that easily turned S-class hunters into mere extras. Meng Shuwu decided that he should not hold back this opportunity and immediately accepted the offer. But then there was Soei's incurable disease. At any cost, he had to find a cure. Long ago, she found herself in the middle of a sudden dungeon breakthrough. And since then, she has been suffering from a blood disease, a terrible fate for which there is no cure in the modern world. All they can do is alleviate the symptoms. But with the help of GodTube, if he can get their traits, he will surely be able to cure Soei. The only thing is, the medicinal ingredients used for treatment are very expensive. And since it is a very rare disease, Meng Shuwu said that he would need a lot of money for this. After that, Meng Shuwu took out his miraculously working laptop and added that he now had to finish editing a video worth 50 million won. While Meng Shuwu was reviewing the video footage, something caught his attention, namely Han Cherin's assumption that her sword was worth about 20 billion won. Meng Shuwu wondered what would happen if he created equipment and sold it. In no time, he would be able to collect billions of won, but he only had one subscription left. Well, if he wanted an additional subscription, he would have to register to become a member, and that would cost 1 million. Meng Shuwu had only one answer to that. The only way was to make weapons and study metallurgy. And Hephaestus applied for the subscription with a video titled 99 Mjolnirs for Hephaestus, Mjolnir stolen from Thor, an attempt to upgrade it to plus 99. Without hesitation, Meng Shuwu subscribed to Hephaestus. But when he saw the notification, Meng Shuwu's mouth fell open in shock. Subscribing to Hephaestus gave him the SS rank god's metallurgy skill. Hitting Mjolnir with a hammer, Hephaestus said that when improving weapons, one should not be afraid of failure. Bastards have no courage in their time, and they should be prepared for their weapons to be destroyed. Meng Shuwu felt uneasy about Hephaestus' words. Why should he be prepared for the destruction of his weapons? And why do the gods behave this way? As soon as Meng Shuwu asked himself this question, the system notified him that he had corrected his incorrect knowledge of metallurgy, thanks to which the god's metallurgy skill had increased slightly, reaching 0.1%. Sometime later, at the playground near the infirmary, hiding one of his hands behind his back, Mong Shu was doing pull-ups on the horizontal bar. Watching him, one of the nurses wondered if Mong Shu's body had gotten much better. The second nurse admitted that she didn't know. Meng Shu wondered if his body was really that good. The nurse said that according to the doctor, his recovery was incredibly fast, even by hunter standards. Therefore, their patient would be able to be discharged tomorrow. Meng Shu was surprised to hear this, as he was being discharged much sooner than he had expected. He would have to train a lot before he could be discharged. The system notified Meng Shu that his superhuman strength had increased to 1.01. If he used his super strength too often, his muscle fibers would be destroyed like last time, which meant he couldn't slack off in his training. Suddenly, Meng Shu heard his younger sister calling him from behind. Soe said that she had already heard the news that he would be discharged tomorrow. Not knowing how to respond, Meng Shu said that it was something like that. Soe said that when he came to the hospital, then she took a breath and admitted that she was very worried because he was in very serious condition. Soe asked her brother if the doctors hadn't said earlier that he would have to stay in the hospital for at least a month, and for some reason he was being discharged after only a week. Meng Shu guessed what this silly girl was thinking. She was disappointed that he was being discharged first. Meng Shu stroked his sister's hair and asked her not to neglect her treatment just because he wasn't there. Then he told her that she shouldn't worry about money, at least not here. Soe said that she already knew that she was receiving free treatment thanks to Cherin Ani. Meng Shu was completely confused when he heard Cherin and Ani in the same sentence. Soa said that it was Cherin Ani who asked her to call her Ani. Cherin Ani said that she didn't have any younger sisters or brothers, but she was like one of them. Meng Shu was surprised that his sister had managed to talk to Han Cherin. Meng Shu asked if she had met Han Cherin before. Soa replied that of course they had, because she sometimes came to visit her. Meng Shu was surprised by this and asked how it was that they had never crossed paths. Soa replied that Cherin Ani came when he was busy training and asked if everything was okay before leaving. Meng Shu wondered if this was true, that someone who must be very busy with her hunting activities would come to visit him. Could it be that Han Cherin still wanted to recruit him? Soa giggled and asked if it could be that Cherin Ani was doing this because she liked him. Meng Shu replied that he didn't think so, but Soe said that wasn't true because her appa was popular. Even the nurses and nannies always talked about him. Meng Shu asked Soe to forget about it. Then he asked her to stop talking about it and asked her to go back inside because he had to go somewhere. Soe asked where he was going. Meng Shu replied with a smirk that he was going to earn money. Upon entering the dungeon, Meng Shu felt out of place and looking around assumed it was because it was his first time hunting monsters alone. Meng Shu told himself that he needed to calm down, and immediately after that he heard footsteps. An F-rank dungeon, the lair of goblins. Noticing the man, the goblins immediately rushed to attack, forcing Meng Shu to dodge. Although he knew that goblins acted in groups, even so, there were too many of them. One of the goblins struck with a mace, but Meng Shu ducked, dodging the blow. Immediately after that, he tore the goblin to pieces with a single blow. Unexpectedly, after the blow, Meng Shu was splattered with blood. He did not expect that his blow would be enough to tear a whole goblin apart. So does that mean he might be stronger than he thought? Seeing their kin torn apart, the goblins suddenly trembled and began to slowly retreat. Meng Shu, in turn, began to slowly approach his frightened targets. Meng Shu cracked his neck. Smiling, he invited the goblins to attack him. Sometime later, at the So family's smithy, Meng Shu threw the goblins he had captured on the ground and asked the blacksmith how much he could make from this booty. The angry blacksmith asked, "Make what?" After all, he had asked Shu to bring him ingredients, not some scraps. In any case, he would now teach him how to smelt, so the owner of the smithy, So Palguan, asked Meng Shu to follow him. Hitting the hammer, So Palguan shouted at Meng Shu to watch carefully because the hammer is not just about strength. So Palguan devoted most of his youth to studying metallurgy, and now, 20 years later, when he was already over 40, So Palguan said that even if you have good materials, it doesn't mean you can easily get A-rank or S-rank equipment. Now he is a talented and passionate awakened with A-rank skill. So Palguan showed how to work with a blacksmith's hammer and handed the hammer to Meng Shu to see how he would work with it. Earlier, the young man told him that his name was Meng Shu, and what was unusual was that he asked him not to make equipment, but to take him as a disciple. He didn't even ask him to join his guild in exchange for rent. He was the first to ask him to lend him the workshop. Out of curiosity, he allowed Meng Shu to use the forge in order to find out what his intentions were. So Palguan asked only to watch this guy with a hammer. Nowadays, people think that metallurgy is an easy skill, like in some kind of game, but it took him 20 years to reach his current level. What's more, this kid had been staring at his phone the whole time. So Palguan assumed that Meng Shu had watched some videos on YouTube and thought that metallurgy was easy. But he was wrong. After a moment's thought, So Palguan opened his eyes and was surprised by what the kid had done. Sometime later, at the So family's smithy, Kim So-yeon, a representative of the So-yeon company, suddenly burst into the So family's smithy and told Mr. Smithy that she had arrived. So Palguan was not particularly surprised that Kim So-yeon had come to see him. Kim So-yeon asked with a smirk which of the girls other than her would come to a smithy that stank of sweat. So Palguan reminded her that she could have just asked someone else to do it, but instead she came herself every time. Kim So-yeon reminded him that she was actually dealing with the best blacksmith in Korea, So Palguan, so of course she had to come to him in person. So Palguan noted that Kim So-yeon had already learned to flatter, as befits a businesswoman. Kim So-yeon asked what flattery he was talking about. After all, she was Kim So-yeon, a representative of the So-yeon company, which dealt only in the best products. After that, Kim So-yeon reached into her backpack and said that, in any case, she had brought the ingredients they had discussed. As for the price, Kim So-yeon said that it was wrapped in cloth. The blade was sharp, so he asked her to check it more carefully. Throughout their conversation, the sound of hammers echoed throughout the smithy, which was already beginning to annoy Kim So-yeon. Kim So-yeon said that they had decided to supply, this time it would be equipment for the SH group. The rumble of the blows grew louder and So-yeon's patience reached its limit. Unable to take it anymore, Kim So-yeon shouted, then apologized for interfering and asked the guy to be quieter as she was trying to talk. Mong Shu lazily agreed with Kim So-yeon. Kim So-yeon was angry at this idiot because she had lost her temper because of him, when suddenly she became curious about what he was doing here. Kim So-yeon picked up one of the blades he had forged and after examining it, asked what it was. How dare he call this a weapon? So Palguan asked Kim So-yeon what she thought of the boy's work. So-yeon replied that the blade was blunt and the shape was rough. Then she asked how anyone could even use something like this. So Palguan asked if that was really the case. Then he asked what she would say if she found out that the weapon was made from the skeletons of goblins and kobolds. Kim So-yeon was surprised by what she heard and asked what he meant. So Palguan added that the material for the weapon was in poor condition and that it had been made by a man who had picked up a hammer for the first time that day. Kim So-yeon asked So Palguan if it was possible that he had taken on an apprentice. So Palguan admitted that he had tried to make that assumption himself, but even the way he worked was too incredible to say that he was doing it for the first time. The way he held the hammer while working with metal. In any case, he had never seen anyone make weapons from such material before. And yet this guy refused the offer to take him on as an apprentice. Kim So-yeon was amazed to hear this. After that, she looked again at Meng Shu working and thought, Meng Shu finally finished his next blade. His god's metallurgy skill increased by 0.4% to 0.7%. Meng Shu was simply speechless after reading all these messages. This equipment was like something found in the trash. Although he had finally managed to make a weapon, how could he sell it? Suddenly, the girl asked if he was thinking of selling this sword. She then introduced herself as Kim So-yeon, a representative of So-yeon Company, and extended her hand to him. Meng Shu had heard of So-yeon before. It's a company that specializes in the hunting business and considers trust and reliability to be its core values. As a result, this group is quite well known in the hunting industry. Kim So-yeon said that they only work with the best products in Korea, and if he was thinking of selling, she would like to buy it. Realizing that he could make some money, Meng Shu unconsciously smiled. He asked Kim So-yeon how much she could pay for such a blade. Kim So-yeon asked permission to look at his latest work and, after examining the blade, offered Meng Shu 1 million won. After making such a profitable deal, Meng Shu began killing monsters for materials and making weapons at a frantic pace. Sometime later, in the So family smithy, suddenly a loud cry was heard in the smithy. Dancing with joy, Kim So-yeon said it was just wonderful. Kim So-yeon then announced that So-yeon had officially signed a contract with the group SH. Meng Shu assumed that he had done a good job. Kim So-yeon suddenly beamed and shouted that he had done more than just a good job. From meeting delivery deadlines to ensuring the impeccable quality of the equipment. If it weren't for him, they would have had big problems. Kim So-yeon grabbed Mong Shu's hands and said that it was all thanks to him, and if he ever needed anything, he should just ask. She would do whatever it took to get it for him. Kim So-yeon suddenly remembered something and took out her phone and asked Mong Shu to check his account. Mong Shu was surprised by Kim So-yeon's suggestion, but decided to check his account anyway. A deposit of 28,424,201 had been made by the So-yeon company. Looking at the number, Mong Shu counted 10, 100, 2,801. It was less than he expected. Kim So-yeon apologized and asked what 28,424,201 he was talking about. She then asked him to check everything again. Mong Shu counted the money again. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million. After counting the zeros, Mong Shu shouted, "A million!" and grinned, drooling. Mong Shu, 23 years old. At that moment, he was reborn as a full-fledged money slave. Even after Kim So-yeon left, Mong Shu continued to stare at his phone screen. He counted the number 242,001 over and over again. With that kind of money, he could subscribe to GodTube to treat So-a. He had 3 channels to choose from: Hwa-tuo, the legendary doctor, the divine healer; Hippocrates, the legendary ancient healer known as the father of medicine; and Ho-jung, the best doctor who created the concept of Eastern medicine and is considered the root of Eastern medicine. Subscribing to all 3 channels would cost him 300 million won a month, but in the current situation, he could only choose one of the 3 options. Mong Shu folded his arms and thought about which doctor to choose. But the choice was not so easy, and Mong Shu trembled with tension. Unwilling to endure it any longer, he decided to choose at random, whatever it might be. A short time later, So Palguan's voice could be heard outside the smithy door. So Palguan explained to Mong Shu that in this case, there was nothing he could do because fragile materials are not easy to polish, so he suggested simply minimizing the polishing. Mong Shu was a little puzzled by what he heard, but So Palguan continued, even though precision polishing could be done in their situation, despite the high fragility, but this process requires absolute precision. At that moment, the door to the smithy opened, and Kim So-yeon said she was here. The dissatisfied blacksmith asked So-yeon why she kept coming here. Kim So-yeon replied that she kept coming here because of Master Mong Shu. Seeing her, Mong Shu told Miss So-yeon that he had been waiting for her. Kim So-yeon was embarrassed by such sudden words and asked if he had really been waiting for her. Mong Shu reminded her that last time she said she could get everything he needed and handed her a piece of paper, asking if she could get it. Kim So-yeon remembered that this was indeed the case and, giggling awkwardly, agreed to take a look. But after reading the list, she suddenly felt embarrassed. The list included mountain incense, sylph, saxifrage, 100-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old rune flower, soapwort. Noticing the change in Kim So-yeon's expression, Mong Shu asked if it would be difficult to get all of these things. She replied that she could get them, but it would be expensive. Mong Shu asked how expensive it would be. After Kim So-yeon answered, Mong Shu was horrified by what he heard. Because it would cost about 300 million won. Fortunately, Kim So-yeon offered him a discount of 20 million won. Mong Shu needed these herbs to improve his mastery of the divine medical art he had acquired through his membership. He signed up for Hwa-tuo's S+ rank Divine Medical Art. It is difficult to improve his skill level on his own, and since these are medicinal herbs that he doesn't know how to obtain and doesn't know if they are even sold, if it weren't for Miss So-yeon, he probably would never have gotten them. Kim So-yeon asked if she should buy all of this. With a heavy heart, Mong Shu answered yes. As a result, he received 284 million won from So-yeon, but at the same time, he gave her 280 million won, and at the end of the month, he would lose his current balance of 4 million won. The subscription to Hwa-tuo costs 100 million won. Considering the subscription he has to pay at the end of the month, he needs to earn more money right now. But even if he earns more by making equipment, how can he earn hundreds of millions of won? Suddenly, Mong Shu had a flash of inspiration about how he could do it. He just needed to post videos on YouTube. Sometime later, on the subway, scrolling through his YouTube feed, the guy complained that he had nothing to watch. Suddenly, he came across a video from someone called Conqueror of the World, a man who conquers everything. From the cover of the video, it was clear that this man, who had decided to show his strategy on hippos, was quite strange. The video took place near a small pond filled with water, and somewhere among the hippos, the author of the video was hiding in a very strange disguise. Mong Shu took off his mask and asked the viewer if he knew that hippos were not aquatic horses. The guy was amazed by what he saw and wondered what was wrong with the author of this channel. And why did he dress up as a hippopotamus? Mong Shu explained to viewers that the monsters they were seeing were called hippodons in Korea, or hippopotamuses in other countries. And as viewers may have already noticed, these monsters are very similar to hippos. Usually the Chinese character for horse is used to refer to hippos, but hippos do not belong to the horse family. Upon hearing that the Chinese character for horse is used to refer to hippopotamuses, the young man paused to reflect on this new information. Showing 2 fingers to the camera, Mong Shu said that they actually belong to the hippopotamus family. To be precise, they belong to the order Sirenia. If he went into more detail, the viewer would get a headache, so he decided to leave it at that. Mong Shu took out a red cloth and offered to show the viewer how to tame a hippopotamus. First, the hippopotamus should be provoked with the red cloth. Cows are not nervous about the color red. The main thing is to excite them. The viewer was simply speechless. He was completely baffled. Mong Shu began waving the red cloth and shouting at the hippos to come to him in order to attract their attention. The hippos lazily turned to look at the strange man. But as soon as they saw the red cloth, their gaze suddenly changed completely. Immediately after that, the entire herd of hippos rushed towards Mong Shu. Not backing down, Mong Shu continued to lure the hippos. And as soon as they got close enough, he said how to defeat a hippopotamus. The second was to simply beat them and catch them. The video became stranger and stranger, and the viewer wondered, was this really his tactic, to lure the hippos and start beating them? Throwing down the red cloth, Mong Shu rushed straight into the herd of hippos. Then he collided with them. A short time later, Mong Shu successfully killed all the hippos. Mong Shu gave the camera a thumbs up and asked the viewers what they thought about it. Was it really that easy? Although Mong Shu had finished beating the hippos, moments of their collision still floated in the young man's memory. Rice noodles, Mong Shu shouted as he hit the first hippopotamus. Buckwheat noodles, he shouted as he hit the second. The guy watched with admiration as the conqueror of the world fought the herd of hippos. And so it continued until he had beaten them all. Mong Shu told the viewers that if they found the strategy useful, they should like and subscribe to the channel, and also turn on notifications. Uchiha Chutachi laughed at how crazy this son of a bitch was. A man who came to the English department, Kubin, without knowing English, laughed at how hilarious it was to see the conqueror of the world fighting hippos with his bare fists. A huge number of viewers appreciated the video shot by Mong Shu. The video about hunting hippos quickly gained 3,028 views, and 243 people had already subscribed to the World Conqueror's YouTube channel. Mong Shu grinned as he looked at the result of his work, because it was exactly the result he had planned to see. In a very short time, 1,243 users subscribed to the Conqueror of the World channel, and the video about hunting hippos had 127,544 views. Quickly scrolling through the feed, Mong Shu saw many comments in which people laughed at his video. From what he saw, Mong Shu realized that viewers really liked the concept of his previous video. But this time he was only lucky because of the YouTube algorithm, which meant he couldn't keep hanging around low-level monsters forever. And since it had come to that, Mong Shu decided he would strike while the iron was hot. As we know, due to their high adaptability, stimulation requires ever-increasing intensity to maintain strong interest. This is his specialty. Ultimately, analyzing monsters and developing strategies is his job. 1 million subscribers is not just a dream. There was just one problem. Suddenly, Mong Shu noticed that his nose was bleeding. After that, he suddenly felt much more tired. Trying not to collapse from exhaustion, Mong Shu told himself that he had to edit the video. Raiding dungeons and delivering, it's too much. In the end, Mong Shu couldn't take it anymore and staggered backward, falling to the floor, then hitting his head on the table. Immediately after that, he fell painfully with his head against the chair. In the end, Mong Shu collapsed on the floor. He had been working too hard lately. Sometime later, Mong Shu finally regained consciousness. The first thing he wondered was where he was. Then he realized it was the ceiling of his room. Mong Shu got up on the bed and, trying to understand what had happened, realized that he had passed out for a while, and his head hurt a lot. In any case, thanks to Hercules' super strength, it all ended with him simply fainting. Meng Shu pinched his nose and said he had to quickly edit the video. Then he took out his phone to see how long he had been unconscious. To his surprise, it was already 4:31 a.m. To his surprise, he had been unconscious for a whole day. Meng Shu realized that if things continued like this, he would die of exhaustion before he could earn any money. Meng Shu decided he needed to hire an editor. Sometime later, at Cafe Eden, Meng Shu was selecting suitable candidates while sipping a cold drink. When he wrote the ad, he never imagined there would be so many applicants. Was it because of the high salary? This application was as hot as an audition for an idol. The base salary was 3 million yuan, plus additional incentives depending on the number of views. As expected, money was the best incentive. And that's why he has to choose the person who will bring him the most money. Watching the video of one of the candidates, Meng Shu gave him a good rating. The sound effects in the video were appropriate and humorous, and his editing skills were much better than his. But it was already 1:03 a.m. Meng Shu was already losing patience. Why hadn't this guy shown up yet? All he knew was that the guy's name was Park Dok-gu. Earlier, he had suggested that the 14th candidate meet him at a cafe at 1 o'clock p.m., and the guy had agreed. The meeting was scheduled for 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Meng Shu already imagined a middle-aged man coming up to him and apologizing for being late. Not only his name, but also his manner of speech gave him away as an Hercules. But that was even better, because it meant he might be experienced. Meng Shu asked Park Dok-gu where he was, but he never read his message. Meng Shu assumed it was because Park Dok-gu was rushing here. Therefore, Meng Shu decided to wait for him here a little longer. But very soon his patience finally ran out. Meng Shu slammed his fist on the table and asked where the bastard was. At that moment, the door to the cafe opened and Meng Shu apologized for being late. The girl awkwardly asked if he was Meng Shu. It was Park Dok-gu, an aspiring editor on YouTube. Meng Shu apologized in case he had misunderstood something and asked the girl if her name was Park Dok-gu. He was surprised to see a girl in front of him, as he had expected Park Dok-gu to be some kind of a Jossie. Park Dok-gu apologized to Shu again. Meng Shu asked why she was late. Moreover, she hadn't even read his message. Park Dok-gu admitted that she had been editing a video late into the night and had forgotten to pack her younger brother's picnic lunchbox, and she hadn't been able to read the message because she was in a hurry and had rushed here. Park Dok-gu apologized again for everything. Meng Shu apologized and asked what she meant by editing a video. Park Dok-gu replied that it was the video attached to her application. Meng Shu asked if that meant she edited the video he provided in just 1 day. Park Dok-gu corrected him, saying that she edited the video not in 1 day, but in about 3 hours. Meng Shu was disheartened to hear that the video had been edited in 3 hours. Seeing his reaction, Park Dok-gu wondered what was wrong with him. Meng Shu turned to Park Dok-gu. Afraid of being scolded by Meng Shu, she closed her eyes and responded. After that, Meng Shu asked when she could start working. Park Dok-gu apologized, as she clearly misunderstood everything, and suggested that she was ready right now. It usually takes him about 8 hours to edit, but 3 hours? If each video takes 3 hours, how much will it cost? Meng Shu said that as he had indicated in the ad, 2 videos per week was the standard, but sometimes he uploads 3 videos, and of course he will pay her extra for that. Meng Shu reached out to Park Dok-gu, who was almost in tears, and said that from now on, he would be under her supervision, and smiled at her. Suddenly, Park Dok-gu shouted that she would work hard, when suddenly everything around them shook, causing Park Dok-gu to hit her head on the table. Immediately after that, panicked people ran past them, shouting about a nearby underground breach. A warning was issued about the underground breach. It was determined to be a C-rank breach, so residents of nearby houses were advised to evacuate as soon as possible. A frightened Park Dok-gu shouted to her boss that they should also evacuate as soon as possible, but he smirked and asked Park Dok-gu if she was the one who said she could start working right away. Park Dok-gu apologized, as she did not understand her boss's train of thought. Meng Shu blew a tampon out of his nostril and turned to Park Dok-gu with a smirk. Then he handed her the phone and asked her to follow him. Park Dok-gu asked her boss where they were going. Meng Shu asked what she thought. Of course, they were going to make money. Park Dok-gu gasped in shock when she realized where they were going, but she still ran after Meng Shu. Meng Shu shouted to Park Dok-gu about the video, reminding her to turn on the camera. Immediately after that, orcs began to emerge from the gates of the dungeon. Running up to the orcs, Meng Shu shouted, Rice noodles, large portion. Immediately after that, Meng Shu tore apart a C-rank orc with one blow. Turning to the camera, Meng Shu reminded viewers not to forget to like and subscribe, and also not to forget about notifications. Wiping the orc's blood from his face, Meng Shu wondered if he could now earn real money. A group of hunters quickly arrived at the site of the dungeon breach and immediately began helping people nearby with the evacuation. Suddenly, they heard someone scream, and an orc's head flew right over their heads. The hunters were stunned by what they saw and wondered what it was. Right in front of them, a guy was beating up orcs with his bare hands while shouting the names of noodles. Soon, Meng Shu defeated all the orcs that had come out of their dungeon, then climbed onto a mountain of bodies and raised his fist in the air. Meng Shu turned to the camera and told viewers that if they liked it, they should like and subscribe and turn on notifications. Back home, Park Dog-gu started editing a new video for her boss. She wondered, what the hell? And why was he so popular? Commenters laughed at the reactions of those around him, while at the same time marveling at how the conqueror of the world beat C-rank monsters with his bare hands. They also praised how neatly the video was edited. Even after she edited his video, she still didn't understand what was going on. But one thing she could say for sure was that her boss was a real nutcase on YouTube. Covering her face with her hands, Park Dog-gu wondered if she would be able to succeed. Meanwhile, behind Park Dog-gu, her younger siblings tried the chicken and told their sister that it was very tasty. And of course, they left some for their nun. The younger siblings invited her to eat with them. Immediately after that, her younger sister grabbed a chicken leg and said it was hers. Her brother reminded her that she had already eaten one, so they should leave it for their sister Dog-gu. Watching her younger siblings, Park Dog-gu smiled, realizing what she had to do. She had to work hard, at least for the sake of her younger brother and sister. The So family's smithy. Having finished editing the video, Meng Shu continued to forge weapons. And after some effort, he finally managed to forge a decent sword. It was equipment he made from orc parts obtained in the dungeon. Unlike previous swords, this one was made from C-class materials, which meant he could count on it. His divine metallurgy skill was increased by 1.4%, reaching 4.43%. The system commented that he had created equipment of decent quality to give away for free. Meng Shu was not happy with this comment, but he was still very pleased. After all, his metallurgy skill had increased by as much as 1.4%, and considering the speed at which it was increasing, this was simply an incredible number. Kim So-yeon was surprised to see such a blade in Meng Shu-woo's hands and praised him because the quality of his weapons was getting better and better. So Palguan, in turn, could not understand how this could have happened. After all, how could a person who started practicing metallurgy less than a month ago achieve such a result? Meng Shu chuckled and said that he still had a long way to go, which was true because he had not yet mastered even a tenth of Hephaestus' skills. Kim So-yeon turned to Shu-woo and suggested that he was planning to sell the blade. Shi-woo replied that she was right and that she surely knew how to sell it, didn't she? Kim So-yeon asked him to just give it all to her and reach for the blade. So Palguan watched silently, not particularly liking what he saw. Kim So-yeon noticed that Shu-woo looked much older today, and Meng Shu asked if that was true. Kim So-yeon smiled and said that lately his bags under his eyes had almost reached his nose. Meng Shu chuckled awkwardly when he heard this, after which Kim So-yeon said that she was even confused whether he was a human or a zombie, but now he looked like a human again. In fact, it was all true. Since Doku started editing his videos, he had much more time to sleep, although he was still very busy. Although he had paid extra for the danger that time, he had little money left for expenses and staff. Still, helping with video shooting was not the job of an editor, so he really should have paid her more. Kang Do Chol, who was in charge of all this, was a piece of trash. Shi-woo had no complaints about Park Dog-gu's editing skills, since she was trying so hard, and he was very grateful to her. Suddenly, Meng Shu remembered that he had forgotten something and asked Miss So-yeon how things were going with the medicinal herbs he had ordered from her that time. Kim So-yeon clapped her hands, having forgotten about it. Immediately after that, she took out a bag and said that she had gotten everything he had asked for. After all, this was Shu-woo's first request. Meng Shu-woo was amazed at how quickly So-yeon had gotten everything and admitted that it was incredible. Kim So-yeon reminded him that So-yeon's company only sells the best products from Korea. Meng Shu wondered what she meant by that. Meng Shu asked how much it would all cost. Kim So-yeon checked everything on her phone and replied that the total amount was 212.4 million won. A bunch of zeros and ones flashed through Mong Shu's mind. 212 million is a really huge amount. Kim So-yeon said that since it was Shiwoo-see's request, she would give him a discount and set the price at 200 million won, but there would be no discount next time. Shiwoo thanked Kim So-yeon for her help. After that, Kim So-yeon asked where he was going to put so many medicinal herbs. Meng Shu awkwardly replied that it was for clinical trials. Sometime later, Hwa-to explained that herbal medicine refers to purified natural medicines obtained from animal, plant, or mineral sources. Its forms are mainly divided into decoctions, powders, tablets, and creams, which are the most common forms. Hwa-to said that in this video they would talk about herbs. Herbs are natural substances that have medicinal effects, including the roots, stems, bark, fruits, and seeds of plants. Although they are small in quantity, they play an important role as a type of compound preparation. Therefore, when used, specific forms of certain types of can also be called herbs. Therefore, it is incorrect to refer to one fixed form exclusively as herbs. Meng Shu wondered what Hwa-to was talking about. If things continued this way, he would not be able to improve his mastery of the divine art of medicine. The system notified Meng Shu that he had gained high-level knowledge, and his insight skill had increased by 1.4% to 8.7%. After watching this video, even that skill had increased. Suddenly, Meng Shu had a revelation. To simplify Hwa-to's words, all of this refers to the study of medicinal herbs used to treat diseases, as well as the study and acquisition of knowledge about their effects. The system notified Meng Shu that he had understood the definition of herbal medicine, and that his skill level in the divine art of medicine had reached 0.4%. Meng Shu was confused by the fact that he had managed to understand everything correctly. After that, he wondered why Hwa-to had to complicate everything so much. Having reached 0.4% mastery in the divine art of medicine, Meng Shu began to prepare medicine and even managed to prepare a decoction that, according to the system, could be beneficial for his body. His mastery of the divine art of medicine increased by 0.5% to 0.9%. Looking at the decoction he had made, Meng Shu wondered if it was really edible. And if it was said to be beneficial to his body, did that mean it could also be harmful? Be that as it may, Meng Shu still decided to drink the decoction, quickly lifting the bowl and emptying its contents. It was just a decoction prepared with the divine art of medicine. It couldn't kill him. Meng Shu fell to the floor with a crash, spilling all the decoction he had prepared. The worst thing for Meng Shu now was how much money he had spent on all this. The price of the herbs was truly enormous. Meng Shu suddenly heard notifications and reached for his phone. After drinking the decoction that was good for his body, his superpower increased by 0.01%. This surprised Meng Shu. And what was most surprising was that it had been less than 3 seconds since he drank the decoction. Meng Shu even wondered if he should lick the remains of the decoction. Sometime later, in the E-rank dungeon, vampire bats are E+ rank monsters from the bat family. There are several reasons why he came here today. First, he came here to shoot a video on the topic, Are Bats Rats? Second, he needs to obtain vampire bat loot to create equipment. And finally, he needs to study the diseases of vampire bats. Since they live in small groups of at least several dozen, or even hundreds of individuals, all kinds of diseases thrive among them. But the most interesting thing is that vampire bats are not susceptible to disease. If bats carry diseases possibly related to blood disorders, then finding out why they are also resistant to them may give him a clue to treating Soei's blood disorder. It won't be easy, but with the divine art of medicine, it is possible. Suddenly, Meng Shu sensed something, and it wasn't bats. It was the sound of someone's footsteps. Meng Shu jumped higher and hid behind a rock, thinking it would be better to avoid them just in case. But when he saw the source of the footsteps, Meng Shu was surprised, because they were Kang Do-chul's servants. But how did they get here? As long as the dungeon was assigned to him by the Hunter Management Bureau, other hunters were not allowed to enter. Of course, sometimes there were coincidences, but could he have accidentally stumbled upon Kang Do-chul's servants? These guys must be around C-class hunters. So why did they enter an E+ rank dungeon? Meng Shu assumed that they had come specifically for him. A dungeon is an isolated space without internet or communication networks. This meant that no one would even know if someone died here or not. What should he do now? Meng Shu wondered why he should even think about all this. After all, he could just find out everything after he took care of these guys. Jivu asked one of the servants if he was sure that bastard Meng Shu had entered the dungeon. Doing replied that he was sure of it. After all, he had seen Shu climb inside himself. Then Ji Minchul added that he had also seen him enter. Kim Jivu turned around and asked them why he couldn't see Shu. Ji Minchul suggested that he might have already died here. Kim Jiwoo recalled that this bastard was actually a completely useless awakened one, even worse than the F-class ones. How could he have decided to go into the dungeon alone with such confidence? Be that as it may, it made their task much easier. Spreading his arms wide, Ji Minchul admitted that he didn't know how Shu was with everything else, but at least he was smart, and that meant he had to have come up with a strategy to deal with the vampire bats. Kim Ji-woo asked what else such a talentless guy could do. Do-won noted that after watching that video, he couldn't say that Mong Shu trusted only his own strategy. Ji Minchul asked if he really believed that. After all, anyone could say that it was either manipulation or computer graphics editing, and that was very ridiculous. Ji Minchul looked around and said that even this place could be a set, not a dungeon. Kim Ji-woo agreed that anything was possible. Suddenly, Do-chul's servants heard a loud "so," immediately followed by something rushing past them. Mang Shi-woo ran behind Kim Ji-woo and asked where Kang Do-chul was now. Kim Ji-woo was terrified because he hadn't even felt Shi-woo's movements. Meng Shi-woo admitted that he hadn't even thought that they would tell him everything like that. Most importantly, he hoped they wouldn't answer him. Taking advantage of the fact that Shi-woo was standing still, Kim Ji-woo jumped aside. Ji Minchul asked where he came from. Do-yoon asked if he had decided to fight them. Kim Ji-woo asked Shi-woo what a useless idiot like him could possibly do. He rushed to attack in order to finish off this fool. But before he could get close, Meng Shu-woo waved his hand, knocking the sword out of Ji-woo's hand. He then delivered another blow, sending Kim Ji-woo flying. Trying to get up, Kim Ji-woo let out a painful sob. Meng Shu-woo asked himself what he was going to do. He was going to do something like this. Meng Shu-woo kicked Kim Ji-woo in the head while he was lying on the ground. After finishing with Kim Ji-woo, Shu-woo said that he had knocked out and kicked his defeated opponent. Do-yoon and Ji Minchul were embarrassed by what they had just seen. Ji Minchul even called Meng Shu-woo a bastard for what he was doing. But in the next moment, Ji Minchul found himself pinned to the cave wall. Stunned, Do-ying turned to Ji Myung-chul, realizing that things were not looking good for them. Do-ying asked Shu-woo to wait and throw away his sword, promising to tell him everything he wanted to know. But even after hearing this, Meng Shu-woo did not stop and continued to walk towards Do-ying. Do-ying said again that he would tell him everything. But Meng Shu-woo said that he was inclined not to trust the words of a man with intact limbs. After finishing the beating, Meng Shu-woo asked Do-ying if it was Kang Do-chul who ordered them to teach him a lesson, to which Do-ying quietly replied yes. Meng Shu-woo asked if he wanted to be awarded honorary marks. Do-ying lifted his swollen face and asked Shu-woo not to do so because he was telling the truth. Meng Shu asked why Do-chul had done this and why Kang Do-chul was so interested in him. Do-ying admitted that he did not know. Unhappy with what he heard, Shu-woo clenched his fist, and when Do-ying saw this, he shouted that he really didn't know. Meng Shu-woo then asked if he knew where Do-chul was now. Before Do-ying could answer, Shu-woo asked him to forget about it. After all, he should pick up his friends and get out of there. Do-ying was surprised by what he heard and asked if Shu-woo hadn't killed them with his blows. Meng Shu-woo replied that he hadn't killed them. Then Meng Shu-woo ordered Do-ying to tell Do-chul something. Next time it will be the same with you. Meng Shu grabbed Do-ying by the face and asked if it would be difficult for him to say that. Then he taught that lackey Kang Do-chul a lesson. Sometime later, the crippled Do-yoon, Ji Minchul, and Kim Ji-woo gathered in front of Do-chul, who was speechless at what he saw. Meng Shu suddenly appeared between Do-yoon and Ji Minchul and told Do-chul that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, about a month. Then he asked if he was eating well. Kim Ji-woo shouted to his boss that it was all a misunderstanding. Ji Minchul added that Meng Shu had ordered them to do it and that it was unfair to them. Meng Shu hugged Do-ying in a friendly manner and praised him for his plan to lure Kang Do-chul. Do-ying raised his hands in surrender and said that he had been set up. Meng Shu told Do-ying that he would grant his request to kill that jerk, Kang Do-chul. Do-ying suddenly broke free from Meng Shu's embrace and started to run away. Immediately after that, Ji Minchul and Kim Ji-woo followed him, apologizing to their boss along the way. Meng Shu asked Do-chul if it was true that he was now completely alone. Meng Shu explained that this was precisely why he should have treated his lackeys well. After all, how badly must he have treated them if they decided to order his death? Kang Do asked Shiwu how. How could he? How could an E-rank hunter like him possess such power? Meng Shu replied that he wasn't sure himself, but he spoke just in time. Meng Shu asked Do to answer one question. Why was he treating him this way? Kang Do asked if there was a reason he should tell him. Meng Shu replied that of course there wasn't. Immediately after that, Meng Shu jumped toward Do and swung his fist to strike. But Kang Do managed to react in time and quickly swung his sword. With the movement of his blade, Kang Do managed to block Meng Shu's punch. Meng Shu said that he did not trust the words of a man with intact limbs. After confronting Kang Do, Meng Shu already understood that he was different, because he had to take into account the fact that Kang Do was a B-class hunter. Kang Do swung his blade and delivered a horizontal blow to Shu, but Shu managed to duck, dodging the blow for which Do could not help but praise him. Immediately after dodging, Meng Shu jumped back and hurried to put some distance between them. Shu admitted that Kang Do reaction time was much better than he had expected. Meng Shu said that Kang Do and his cruelty, thinking about it all, he even became frightened. Even a decent blow could break a sword, but apparently he still lacked the skill to block a B-rank hunter's sword. Kang Do pushed off with his foot and quickly rushed towards Meng Shu. Kang Do attacks were very fast but at the same time simple, which meant they could be dodged. Meng Shu crouched down, dodging Do attack, and attacked Kang Do in the stomach. At that moment, for some reason, he remembered his past when he worked as an editor for Do. All this time, he had been treated like a slave in a dungeon and beaten for any little thing. Countless times, he captured Do fighting monsters on camera. He watched it hundreds of times. All this time, while he was editing his videos, he constantly analyzed his habits, inclinations, and behavior. Meng Shu's insight skill increased by 0.5% to 9.2%. At the last moment, Kang Do managed to block Meng Shu's fist. Time after time, Do and Shiwu clashed, but neither of them could inflict damage on the other. Kang Do delivered a vertical strike from top to bottom, but Meng Shu dodged again, as if he already knew what he was going to do. After so many coincidences, Kang Do wondered if Shiwu could read his mind, but he immediately refused to believe it because he was a B-rank hunter, while Shiwu was only an E-plus rank hunter. How could he have something that only an S-rank hunter could have? Taking advantage of the opportunity, Meng Shu finally struck Do in the face. Flying back from the blow, Kang Do instantly stuck his blade into the ground and grabbed it tightly to keep himself from falling. But even so, he was pushed back. Kang Do trembled, unable to believe what was happening. It was simply impossible. He had studied Meng Shu's power through videos on YouTube, but even so, he couldn't believe it. Kang Do suddenly released his energy, his face changed, and he shouted at Shu that he would kill him today. And to do so, Kang Do used his sword, Or. Meng Shu, retreating, raised his hand and shouted that he didn't need to go so hard. That bastard Kang Do suddenly started going all out. And that meant that now, when it came to this, he had no other choice, except to also go all out. Meng Shu felt his muscles begin to tear again. Fighting at full strength, he wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Meng Shu told himself that he would give it his all and pushed off the ground, flying toward Kang Do like lightning. All Kang Do managed to notice was how Meng Shu's figure appeared right in front of him in the blink of an eye. Immediately after that, Kang Do struck with his fist in midair. This caused a powerful explosion on the site where they were fighting. A short time later, at the destroyed construction site, the inspection bureau arrived at the scene. The commander ordered her subordinates to cordon off the area and check if anyone was inside. After that, several members stepped forward. One of them shouted that they were from the inspection bureau, and then the second asked if anyone was there. After the dust settled a little, everyone could see a guy with a sword in his hand. The commander asked if his name was Meng Shu. Without getting off the defeated Kang Do, Shiwu replied that it was him. The commander then showed her ID and introduced herself as Li Minjung, commander of the 4th Guard Unit of the Inspection Bureau. She then asked Meng Shu to accompany them to the bureau. Once at the bureau, Li Minjung asked if she understood correctly that a hunter named Kang Do had tried to kill him. He replied that this was indeed the case and that he had already provided video evidence. Li Minjung said that she had approved the video And although it wasn't something that could be easily overlooked, but Hunter Meng Shu is listed as awakened without features. The guards are the police who protect the hunters. But in other words, they hunt criminal hunters who are murderers of people. Meng Shu had previously heard that squad leaders are appointed from hunters of at least A class, and the aura of the woman sitting in front of him really did resemble that of a killer. Meng Shu asked if the rank of the trait was related to the rank of the hunter. Li Mingzhong replied that she already knew that the hunter Meng Shu also belonged to the E+ rank. Meng Shu confirmed that this was true, and before Li Mingzhong could say anything, Meng Shu asked if there was a reason why he should answer this question. After all, he was the victim here. Li Mingzhong apologized to Shu and explained that because of her job, she had a habit of suspecting people. Since that was the case, based on the video recordings from the Arachnid dungeon and the abandoned construction site that he had sent, they would deal with everything as appropriate. Li Mingzhong said that Kang Do would never see the light of day again, and then suggested that they end the investigation there. Li Mingzhong thanked Meng Shu for his cooperation. Meng Shu opened the door and said that in that case, he would leave everything in her hands. As soon as Meng Shu left the inspection bureau, the door to the room opened again. The guard was surprised that the squad leader was still there and said that the hunter Meng Shu had just left, so she thought she wouldn't be there. Li Mingzhong admitted that it was strange. Joan Sua apologized, as she did not understand what the commander meant. Li Mingzhong asked Sua what her rank was. Joan Sua was surprised by the question and replied that she had recently been promoted to B rank, when suddenly the room seemed to grow heavy. Li Mingzhong smiled, and Chung Sua, unable to withstand the pressure, collapsed to the floor. Not understanding what was happening, Chung Sua turned to the squad leader. Li Mingzhong said that, as expected, Sua couldn't handle it. Jun Sua asked, wasn't that obvious? After all, the squad leader was no ordinary guard. There were even rumors that her human butcher would be promoted to S. With a puzzled expression, Li Mingzhong said that Hunter Meng Shu didn't feel anything. Young Sue was shocked by what she heard and asked if he wasn't an E+ rank hunter. Li Mingzhong agreed that it was indeed strange. Zhang Sue asked why she simply sent him away if that was the case. After all, hunters who hide their rank. Li Mingzhong interrupted her subordinate, saying that it was because he wasn't strange and had a human scent. Left alone, Young Sue wondered what kind of nonsense that was. Meanwhile, Meng Shu was walking home. He was pleased with how everything had turned out, but at the same time he couldn't imagine when something like this might happen again. If his new tube channel became more popular, he might even become a target for some criminal organization. At his current level, even Kang Do was difficult to deal with. And if it weren't for the synergy of knowledge about Kang Do behavior patterns, habits, and S+ insight, and also S+ insight, he would have died much earlier. And when thinking about the difficulties ahead, the most important of his traits is his SS superpower. But it doesn't increase. Meng Shu wondered why his superpower was still at 1 per. Earlier, the system congratulated him on winning an individual training session with Hercules. It was a free training session in honor of reaching 1 subscriber, which Meng Shu considered simply insane. Looking at Hercules' channel, Meng Shu was surprised that he still only had 1 subscriber. And that was, the prize definitely had to be worth it. Hercules was very surprised by what he had just learned. Looking at his only subscriber, he assumed that he was a human being. But how could there be a human being on his channel? Meng Shu asked Hercules if that meant nothing would work. Hercules replied that it wasn't quite like that. But if things continued this way, he wouldn't be able to give him a personal training session. Meng Shu asked if that meant he wouldn't be able to accept. Hercules said that wasn't the case. As he had already said, he couldn't go where Shu was, so he wouldn't be able to conduct a face-to-face personal training session. Meng Shu hadn't thought about it before, but how did he connect to GodTube? The blonde guy who left him the smartphone and the white-haired guy he fought. Hercules inserted a loud "but." He said that even if he couldn't fix his posture himself, he could at least teach him, so Hercules asked Meng Shu not to worry about it. Since Hercules didn't want to lose his only subscriber, he suggested starting right now, for example, by pulling and tearing off the Minotaur's horns in 1 fell swoop. He suggested that his subscriber do it right now. Through the camera, Hercules could see Meng Shu's body, and at that moment, his body balance was perfectly fine, especially his back muscles. Meng Shu asked if he meant his back when he said back muscles. Hercules sighed deeply and explained that by back muscles, he meant the muscles on the back of the body, and the back muscles he mentioned were only one part of them. Hercules shouted that they were armor. The back part was the trapezius muscles, the triceps, the brachioradialis. Meng Shu was amazed to hear about so many muscles from Hercules. Having learned about the perfect muscles, Meng Shu managed to slightly increase his super strength skill, finally reaching 1.02%. Hercules said that, as he already understood, there are different types of back muscles. And as the subscribers should have already understood, since they are all located on the back, he cannot see them, which often leads to forgetting their importance. Hercules raised his leg and said that these muscles are very, very important. Then he lowered his leg, kicked the ground, and said that they are important for the overall balance of the body when you need to make bold movements. Meng Shu was simply amazed by what he saw and asked what that was. Hercules asked if he had just done that. He then explained that it was called divine martial arts and that he had created it. Meng Shu was confused when he heard this. Hercules explained that it was nothing special, but that he had combined all his fighting techniques into one and systematized them. This blow was the one with which he crushed the Hydra. He struck it in the middle of its head, killing it instantly. Be that as it may, the muscles of the back are also important in these techniques, and the lower body is the pillar that supports everything. Hercules turned to his subscriber and asked what would happen if the pillars fell during the construction of a building. Meng Shu replied that of course the buildings would collapse. Immediately after that, Hercules shouted that the same thing would happen to the body and then kick the ground again. Meng Shu understood that the same thing would happen when his lower body collapsed. The system notified Meng Shu that he had learned the physical science of super strength, thanks to which he increased his super strength by 0.1%. Hercules said that he would talk about an exercise method that would suit his subscriber, and therefore advised him to watch him and repeat the movements. A little while later, Hercules explained to Shu that the basics of breathing are to exhale when you lift off the ground. Meng Shu mentally acknowledged that this point was much more normal than he had thought. Then Hercules shouted that he didn't care about breathing and other things, but just exhaled. Exhausted by all this, Meng Shu asked why. Hercules advised him to look at himself before speaking. After all, it was important for a small fry like him to just do it without asking questions. During his training with Hercules, Meng Shu received numerous notifications that he had done a superpower exercise, thanks to which he increased his superpower skill to 1.47%. Meng Shu sent a message to the editor that this video would be posted on YouTube. The concept for today's video is Speedrun. He leaves the editing to her. The Pak Doku thought her boss was a good person, but a little unusual. Giggling, she wondered what strategy he had come up with this time. Then she turned on the video where her boss was standing near the dungeon. Meng Shu, dressed in a bat costume, said, "Aloha," to all the subscribers of Conqueror of the World and greeted them once again. He then explained that the person they were seeing on camera was a man who conquered everything in the world. The Conqueror of the World. In the cave that viewers can see behind him, Vampire Bats Live. Knowing that he would be asked, Meng Shu asked why he was here. It was all to show new content for the Conqueror of the World channel. This is nothing more than a speedrun raid. Park Doku decided to choose this spot for editing, adding sound and effects. But she couldn't help wondering why he needed to film vampire bats. After all, vampire bats are numerous and live in harsh conditions with poor visibility, which makes speedrun filming difficult. But then again, this way he would be able to attract attention to himself again. Meng Shu picked up the phone and said that after investigating, he found out that the current clearing record of 58 seconds was set by S-rank Hunter Yu Hanoi from the Firewitch channel. And today he will try to break that record. A speedrun raid by the Conqueror of the World on vampire bats. He would start right now. Park Doku decided to edit the timer for this part. Suddenly, something caught her attention. Looking at the pose the boss was standing in, Park Doku wondered if he had started doing gymnastics. Meng Shu shouted "Banquet Challenge" loudly and immediately lowered his leg. As soon as he touched the ground, Meng Shu caused a loud rumble and raised a large cloud of dust. Park Doku was stunned by what she had just seen and could hardly believe her eyes. After that, Park Doku wondered if it was even possible to collapse the dungeon. Meng Shu slapped himself on the head, reminding himself that he had to collect the ingredients. In any case, the raid was already over. Park Doku wondered in fear what the hell she had just seen. But still, since he was a good person, After checking his phone, Mong Shu was delighted with such wonderful statistics. His channel already had 1.4 million views and 6,810 subscribers, and those numbers were growing. Interestingly, even Yu Hana from the Fire Witch channel, with 41 million subscribers, left a comment under the video. Looking at the comment, where a surprised Yu Han apologized, Mong Shu grinned. He could clearly see that she had rushed over in a panic as soon as she heard the news that she had been stripped of her first place. The fact that the Fire Witch herself left a comment already had such an effect, but if they ever collaborated, 1 million viewers would be guaranteed. Meng Shu decided to pull himself together because he needed to calm down. At times like this, he had to make even more provocative videos. Meng Shu checked his stats, and his current superpower level was 2.01%. After receiving individual training from Hercules, the skill that had never increased even exceeded 2%. With some 2%, he was already capable of destroying a dungeon with vampire bats. And if his skill grew even more, divine martial arts? He wouldn't mind asking Hercules to teach him that later. Hercules flatly refused Meng Shu. Shu said that if he would teach him during individual training, but Hercules refused him again. Meng Shu reminded him that he had won, but Hercules said that these were completely different things. Meng Shu asked what he meant by different, and Hercules explained that individual training was one thing, and divine martial arts were quite another. They even had different names. Moreover, for a weakling like him, building muscle was the only problem. Because divine martial arts were a method he had created to match his strength, without the superpowers he used, Shiwu would not be able to use divine martial arts. Meng Shiwu said that he was using his superpowers, which greatly surprised Hercules. Hercules' projection suddenly grew in size, and he asked Meng Shiwu if he was using his power. Meng Shiwu replied that he was, and that Hercules was even giving him personal training. Hercules explained that personal training simply meant individual lessons, and that it was not for the purpose of teaching anyone his superpowers. Meng Shu was surprised to hear this and reminded him that he had indeed studied his superpowers. Hercules replied that this was simply not possible. Meng Shu wondered if it was normal to study the traits of gods on GodTube, or was what he had studied not actually Hercules' superpower? Meng Shu asked Hercules to wait a second. Immediately after that, he used his superpower to create a projection of Hercules. Stunned by what he saw, Hercules grabbed Meng Shu by the shoulders and asked how he did it. Hercules asked if that meant he had learned his superpower simply by subscribing to his channel, and did the same apply to the channels of other gods on GodTube? Meng Shu admitted that this was indeed the case. He then asked Hercules if this wasn't ridiculous. Hercules shouted that of course it was ridiculous. After all, he was gaining the powers of real gods simply by subscribing to their channels. This was complete nonsense. Meng Shu noted that it worked for him. Hercules asked Meng Shu to be quiet for a moment and pointed out that there was something strange. Namely, how did Meng Shu manage to connect to GodTube? After all, he was definitely an ordinary person without divinity. A person without divinity? It's more that he discovered this opportunity. After listening to Shiwu's story, Hercules thought about the two guys he had met. Thinking about it, it seemed to him that they were indeed from GodTube. Meng Shu asked if those from GodTube could come to their world. After all, Hercules had said earlier that he couldn't come here. Hercules said that their dimensions couldn't interfere with each other, and moreover, his account on GodTube. Hercules asked if he remembered correctly that Meng Shu's account was a manager's account. After all, in that case, one of the guys he met was definitely a manager. Meng Shu asked if he knew who the managers on GodTube were. Hercules admitted that he only knew a few. But even so, Shu shouldn't have gotten the powers of the gods just because he signed up with a manager's account. Meng Shu asked if that was really the case. Hercules replied that if that were possible, managers would have no problem becoming gods of the universe. Nevertheless, he was sure that Meng Shu had managed to obtain his superpowers. Meng Shu smiled tensely and asked Hercules to take him as his disciple. But Hercules refused Shu again. Meng Shu asked why he continued to refuse, to which he replied that it was too much trouble. Meng Shu reminded him that he had already mastered superpowers, but Hercules countered that these were two different things. Moreover, even giving individual training was already very troublesome, and he wanted to add divine martial arts to that? No. Since he was so adamant in his refusal, Meng Shu decided to ask Hercules one question. What exactly do subscribers on GodTube mean? Hercules was puzzled by this question, and after a brief pause, he said that Shu could understand it as an element of divinity. Mong Shu wondered if that meant that the more subscribers you had, the higher your divine status would be. He didn't really understand what that meant, but in general, the more subscribers, the better. Meng Shu assumed that this was the reason why Hercules continued to give him individual training, even though it was very annoying. In other words, subscribers were the only thing that interested Hercules besides muscles. Since that was the case, Meng Shu asked what he thought about what if he helped him gain 100 subscribers. If he managed to help him gain 100 subscribers, Hercules would have to teach him divine martial arts. Hercules asked how Shu could do that. After all, he couldn't even get to him. Leaning over Hercules' small figure, Meng Shu asked why Hercules wouldn't trust him, and he gave him a thumbs up. A short time later, Hercules' channel already had 34,241 views and 127 subscribers. Hercules reappeared before Meng Shu and bowed, calling him master. Then he said that from today, Hercules would become his loyal servant. Meng Shu promised that in the future he would tell him about interesting ideas for video content, which strengthened Hercules' resolve. Meng Shu reminded him that in return he must teach him divine martial arts. Kneeling, Hercules asked if he dared refuse. Meng Shu asked what the number of subscribers actually meant. Hercules replied that it could be called a form of trust. Their divine status is formed thanks to the trust of others, so the more people know about them, the stronger they become. And blah, blah, blah. Explanations. All Meng Shu understood from Hercules' words was that it was very complicated. Divine status grows as the number of subscribers increases. But even so, Meng Shu was not sure that he understood everything correctly. Meng Shu said that, in any case, he would teach him divine martial arts, after which they bumped fists. Hercules promised the master that he would teach him immediately. Meng Shu asked that before doing so, Hercules start speaking calmly again, as before. Hercules agreed and, smiling, suggested doing so right away. And the first thing Shu had to do to learn the divine martial arts, well, to be more precise, the muscles he needed to train first. These were none other than the muscles of the brain. In any case, it would be better if he demonstrated it rather than explaining it. Suddenly, Meng Shu's head began to ache as if it were splitting, and it was simply the effect of Hercules striking the air. Meng Shu tried to understand what the hell was going on. And what about Hercules' movements? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see it in any frame. What was this inexplicable feeling of pressure? The system notified Meng Shu that he had mastered Hercules' divine martial arts. His superpower skill had increased significantly, rising by 1.1% to reach 3.61%. Meng Shu was amazed by what had happened, because the skill that had recently increased by a mere 0.1% had now increased by 1.1%. And what's more, it was already SSS ranked. Hercules said that as Shu could already understand, he couldn't handle it, and he said this with caution. But maybe he should tell him that Meng Shu's soul level was still insufficient. If he used divine martial arts in this state, his mind would be overloaded in the first place. So he had to develop his brain muscles first. If you think about Hercules' words, he means that brain muscles are the level of the soul, and if we speak more intuitively, it is mental strength. This means that he needs a strong psyche to master divine martial arts. Meng Shu asked Hercules if he could have told him about this from the beginning. Hercules said apologetically that since he doesn't talk much. Meng Shu interrupted Hercules and asked if he would still be able to learn this. Hercules admitted that normally it would be impossible, but since he was facing Shu, Meng Shu asked if that was really true. Hercules replied that in his situation, it should be possible. Meng Shu asked what he meant. Hercules then reminded Shu that he could obtain their power. At that moment, Meng Shu understood what Hercules was talking about. If he could obtain the power of gods specializing in mental strength, which could support Hercules' extraordinary strength. Jesus, Buddha, or Confucius? Hercules said that he could recommend Master Confu's channel to Shu. Meng Shu asked if he meant Confucius. Hercules replied that this was indeed the case. This meant that he had to subscribe to the channel and pay this crazy guy a monthly fee. Looking at his balance, Meng Shu sighed, because he only had 153 million won. Subscribing to Huatuo's channel cost him 100 million, but 1 billion a month? Damn it, at this rate, it's absurd and not profitable. So should he do it? Is it really the right decision? Meng Shu was not in the mood right now. Kim So-yeon entered the forge and raised her hand to say she was back. After that, Soyeon handed Shu the tendons he wanted so badly. Mong Shu asked, "How much?" She had previously said that it would cost 1 million won. Kim Soyeon replied that it would cost 113 million won. After parting with another 113 million won, Meng Shu thanked Soyeon with tears in his eyes. Kim Soyeon thanked him for using Soyeon's products. Meng Shu's current account balance was 40,450,000 won. Kim Soyeon asked Shiwoo where he was going to use the ogre tendons. He replied that this time he was going to make equipment. The ogre was an A+ rank monster, which meant he couldn't hunt it alone yet. Still, if he wanted to learn divine martial arts, he would need 1 billion won. This meant that he had to use good materials to make good equipment and sell it. He would also be able to practice so that he could make equipment for himself in the future. Meng Shu cried again, thinking about when he would be able to create equipment for himself. Money is his eternal enemy. Be that as it may, Meng Shu decided to get started. Returning to the forge, So Palguan felt intense heat and heard the sound of a hammer striking. Approaching Kim Soyeon, So Palguan asked what had brought her there. But Kim Soyeon, shocked by what she saw, did not respond. So Palguan then looked at Meng Shu and opened his mouth in shock. Meng Shu had finally finished creating the equipment and smiled as he looked at its shine. The system notified Meng Shu that he had made a disposable product, thanks to which his metallurgy skill had increased significantly by +5%, reaching 10.43%. Even though he had given it his all, he had only managed to make a disposable product, which did not please Meng Shu. As soon as Shu finished, So Palguan and Kim Soyeon ran up to him and, amazed by his work, asked him how he did it. Meng Shu asked Miss Soyeon how much he could sell it for, which greatly puzzled Kim Soyeon. Kim Soyeon asked if he really wanted to sell it. How much could such equipment be worth? Kim Soyeon admitted that it was far beyond her means, and moreover, none of their customers could afford to buy equipment of this caliber. Meng Shu was saddened by this news because there was no point in making this glove if he couldn't even sell it. If he subscribed to Confucius, paid for a subscription to Huatuo, and paid for Soei's medicine, Meng Shu asked Kim Soyeon not to worry and just sell the gloves for him because they were disposable items anyway. Kim Soyeon was surprised to hear these gloves being called disposable items. But since Shiwoo had entrusted them to her, she promised to do her best. Kim Soyeon told Shiwoo that he could leave everything to her, after which she turned to Mr. So and asked for permission to use his name. Kim Soyeon explained that she was thinking of putting the gloves up for auction. Sometime later, in the auction hall, the auctioneer called for the next lot. And the next lot was equipment that even Master So Palguan couldn't help but admire. Hearing this, the surprised guests began whispering among themselves, because everyone knew that So Palguan was a blacksmith recognized by Aurelian. The auctioneer pulled back the cloth and announced that the next lot was a pair of high-quality gloves. The auctioneer explained that these gloves were made from ogre tendons, which made them extremely durable. This meant that there was no need to worry about them accidentally breaking during combat. The auctioneer asked the guests not to be surprised by this, as it was probably due to the fact that they were made from the tendons of an A-rank monster. The appraisal results showed that these gloves can strengthen their owner. As soon as the auctioneer mentioned this, a murmur rose in the hall. Many believed that these gloves were enchanted equipment, but only the master Aurelian could make enchanted equipment. The auctioneer smiled awkwardly and explained that, unfortunately, this was not enchanted equipment. They say that these gloves can only slightly strengthen their owner, by about 5%. Even if that's the case, these gloves are still equipment with a special effect. And what's more, they are just as effective as auxiliary equipment. The auctioneer told the audience that, judging by their reaction, they would beat her to death if she continued to drag it out, so she suggested starting the bidding. The starting price was 10 million won, with subsequent increases of 5 million won. Immediately, one of the guests shouted 10 million, followed by 15 million, 20 million, and even 25 million. But the guests were not going to give up, and after a few seconds, they raised the price to 50 million won. The auctioneer announced that from that moment on, the price per bid would increase to 10 million won. And as if it were nothing, the price quickly rose to 60, 70, 80, 90, and so on, up to 100 million. Immediately after that, the price per bid was increased by 50 million won. But even that did not stop the guests, and the price quickly reached 250 million won. A few seconds later, the price of the gloves reached 350 million won, after which everyone suddenly paused. Looking at the guests in the hall, the auctioneer asked if there were any higher bids. Suddenly, one of the guests shouted out a price of 2 billion won. Those present turned around and were surprised to see none other than Han Cherin. The auctioneer was horrified at how sharply the price of these gloves had risen. Repeating the bid price of 2 billion won, she asked if there were any higher bids. Immediately after that, a bid of 2.1 billion won was made. The guests were stunned to see who it was because it was Lee Min-jung. Noticing her, people began whispering among themselves, discussing the butcher Lee Min-jung. Han Cherin raised the number again and named a price of 3 billion. Gritting her teeth, Lee Min-jung raised the number again and named a price of 3.1 billion won. As if waiting for this, Han Cherin named a price of 4 billion won. The auctioneer repeated the last bid of 4 billion won and asked if there were any higher bids. 4 billion times, 4 billion too, and finally sold. The gloves were sold for 4 billion won. Having gotten what she wanted, Han Cherin was very pleased. Sometime later, at the So family's blacksmith shop, Meng Shu was trembling with shock, and Kim So-yeon, stunned by what had happened, admitted that she had never even thought that these gloves would sell for so much. For the gloves sold at auction, Meng Shu received 3,600 million won, which was simply insane. The winning bid was 4 billion won, but even after deducting the 5% auction commission and So-yeon's service fee, he still had 3.6 billion won in his account. Unable to contain himself, Meng Shu hugged Kim So-yeon tightly and shouted that he loved her. But Kim So-yeon apologized and asked Shu to stop because he was squeezing her too hard. With difficulty, Kim So-yeon told Mr. Shi-woo that she couldn't breathe. Coming to his senses, Meng Shu let go of Kim So-yeon, and while she was trying to catch her breath, he explained that he was probably too excited, but now he was happy to give her something for her troubles. Kim So-yeon refused because Shi-woo had already repaid her for her services. And above all, it was thanks to him that their company So-yeon had become a VIP at the auction house, which was more than enough for her. In that case, Meng Shu offered to help So Pagwan, but he refused, saying that he didn't mind because it was Shi-woo who did everything anyway. He didn't do anything. Meng Shu decided that he would teach So Pagwan to play the allegro rhythm, which he had recently learned from a video by Hephaestus. He also had a 4-beat rhythm, which should suit him anyway. And most importantly, Meng Shu picked up his phone and paid for a subscription to Confucius' channel, losing 1 billion won. He had to subscribe to it because he wanted to learn divine martial arts. He couldn't be stingy. But it was still a huge amount of money, and Meng Shu could barely hold back his tears as he looked at his new subscription. Sometime later, So-ae asked her brother if this place was too expensive. Then she said that she didn't have to eat here. Meng Shu explained that they were here because they had to try something like this at least once in their lives. 600,000 won per person? Who cares? After all, he still had 2.6 billion won in his account. Now with his subscriptions to the Huatuo and Confucius channels, he was spending 1.1 billion won on subscriptions. Meng Shu decided to have a drink to take his mind off his monthly expenses for a while. Meng Shu decided to just watch GodTube until their food arrived. Meanwhile, Meng So-ae looked around with interest, as it was her first time in such a place. Meng Shu went to the @Confucius channel, where he immediately saw the description. Although he is slow and unable to speak, he is quick in action, as well as 34,566 subscribers. Meng Shu assumed that 34,566 subscribers was a lot and wondered if all of his students had subscribed to the channel. After all, that meant that school networks existed on GodTube too. Earlier, Hercules said that studying divine martial arts requires brain power, so he thought it would be SSS rank. Considering that it is not combat work, SSS rank means that it is a higher rank than divine martial arts. And since he needs to improve his skill level, he needs to watch the video and understand it as best he can to start with. Meng Shu played the first video on the main page, The Dignity of a Gentleman. In the video, Confucius, relaxing in a garden pavilion, said that a gentleman is a person who cares for and looks after those around him. At that moment, Meng Shu felt it. He felt extremely bored watching this video, but he still mastered the basics of Confucianism, and the level of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom of an SSS-ranked gentleman was slightly increased, reaching 0.01%. Hercules asked Meng Shu if he meant that even though he had acquired the brain power of Master Confucius, he had not done so completely. Shuwu replied that this was true and that he needed to improve his level of mastery. Hercules noted that, as he had said earlier, divine martial arts were not something that could be used at Shiwu's level. To put it more simply, it was similar to changing the laws of the world. It was not just a matter of using some kind of superpower. After all, Shuwu would draw on mana by concentrating on veins and pressure points. And mana is the source of existence, and in order to use it more actively, he needed an amplifying organ. An organ that projected his intention and facilitated his influence on mana. Eastern gods call it the center of Qi. Looking at Mong Shu's expression, Hercules assumed that he found it boring and even wondered, what the hell is he talking about? Suddenly, a flash came from the phone screen, shocking Mong Shu and causing him to cover himself. Hercules then poked him in the head and said that he just wanted to learn divine martial arts. He wanted to gain that power, but he didn't want to study all those complicated concepts. Hercules asked Shu if he was wrong. Even if Shu wanted to say no, he didn't think he could. Mong Shu admitted that Hercules was absolutely right. Hercules said that this was exactly what he had expected, and that he had already come up with a way to help him master the divine martial arts more easily. The answer lies in the muscles. Not understanding how it all came down to this, Mong Shu asked, "What?" Hercules explained that if the body is in poor shape, the mind will suffer. Mong Shu asked if it wasn't the other way around. Hercules said that Shu would grasp complex concepts on his own as he built up his muscles. Hercules flexed his muscles and advised Mong Shu to leave his headache-inducing knowledge to his muscles. Mong Shu was simply speechless. Best Group headquarters. Mr. Han told his granddaughter that he had heard she had bought herself some equipment. Han Cherin replied that this was true and that she was very pleased about it. Mr. Han said that he had also heard that the equipment cost 4 billion won. Han Cherin admitted that although this equipment could not be compared to Master Aurelian's sword, but it was still excellent auxiliary equipment. She felt that her skills had risen to a new level just by wearing one piece of equipment. Han Taeshan admitted that he was glad to hear that. After that, he asked Han Cherin to just tell him if she needed anything. Han Cherin thanked her grandfather and bowed to him. Han Cherin then said that she thought they could begin. Hearing this, Han Taeshan suddenly became serious. After all, his granddaughter, Han Cherin, was talking about a raid on an S-rank dungeon. Sometime later, exhausted, Mong Shu lay on the ground, unable to even keep up with Heracles' movements. Shu understood that he still had a lot to learn about divine martial arts. Mong Shu picked up his phone and looked sadly at the statistics. The worst part was that he couldn't improve his level. Would he ever be able to? A dignitary asked Confucius if there was a way to not lose a fight that could never be won. Confucius replied that there was. To do this, you must never end the fight. Hercules was once a man. He is a hero who surpassed a god in human form. So wouldn't Hercules have made an effort to do so? Didn't he fight? Wouldn't he have been disappointed? Divine martial arts are a force that makes one doubt that a person is capable of achieving it at all. It is not just the art of fighting. Mong Shu understood that he was not talented at all, which meant that all he needed now was endless effort. Standing in a fighting stance, Mong Shu began to punch forward, repeating the movements of Hercules, which even managed to raise a strong wind. An unyielding will permeated his body. The gentleman's level of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom increased by 0.5%, reaching 0.51%. Opening his eyes, Mong Shu was amazed by what he saw. With his final blow, he managed to master Heracles' divine martial art, destroying the park in the process. His SSS-ranked divine martial arts skill increased by 0.03%. Mong Shu chuckled awkwardly because apparently he would have to find himself a private training center. Park Dok-gu sighed when she received a letter from her boss. Judging by the description, what he sent was the same video with vampire bats as last time. The Fire Witch broke the record on her channel and took first place again. It was an incredible record, 11 seconds. Her attack ended as quickly as it began. And yet, the fact that he shot a video with the same concept, the file upload was complete, and Park Dok-gu opened the video he received. Meng Shu, this time dressed in a witch costume, greeted the dear viewers of Conqueror of the World. He reminded them that he was a man who conquered everything in the world, the Conqueror of the World. Looking at the smartphone screen, he said that he had heard that a new record had been set on the Fire Witch's channel not long ago. 11 seconds, a truly incredible record. Therefore, today, He will attempt to defeat the Fire Witch, Yu Han, and now he will demonstrate how it is done. Each time, what was happening in the boss's video shocked Park Dok-gu more and more, and now he was back to his old ways. Meng Shu suggested that viewers might be wondering why he suddenly set his sights on Miss Yu Han. If he really tries to target her, he will most likely get roasted. This means that he cannot do it unprepared, is he right? That's why he's going to reveal his strategy today. How to beat Miss Yu Han, who took first place. Now it's time to stop the silly talk and finally get started. Meng Shu sharply raised his leg and kicked the ground with all his might. Immediately after that, the lens cracked and the video cut off. Park Dok-gu was very surprised at how abruptly everything ended. She decided to check everything again and noticed that her boss had sent her 2 videos. But when she saw the content, Park Dok-gu was shocked again. At the moment when Meng Shu kicked the ground, the gate behind him suddenly warped and the camera fell to the ground. Cracks appeared in the ground where he had kicked, leading to the complete destruction of the dungeon. Meng Shu said that now that he thought about it, he could have trained in the dungeons. Park Dok-gu was simply speechless. She wondered what she was looking at. Then she suddenly trembled at the thought that she had visited it and decided to check the length of the video again. And she was shocked to find that the video was only 4 seconds long. A little while later, Meng Shu's new video had already racked up 342,075 views, and his subscriber count had grown to 11,160. Thanks to the divine martial art, the number of comments and views had skyrocketed, and at this rate, earning hundreds of millions might no longer be just a dream for Meng Shu. Meng Shu was scrolling through the comments under the video when something strange caught his attention. User at Why Are You Crying asked, "Isn't that enough to attack the dungeon where Han Cherin failed?" Meng Shu was surprised to hear this news. Opening the comment thread, Meng Shu saw people who were surprised by this asking questions on the topic. But Why Are You Crying replied that she didn't know either, as she had heard it somewhere. Meng Shu assumed that these were just rumors. The user Go to the sauna and fight wrote that he had checked everything and it seemed to be true, as there were already articles about it online. What a strange nickname, was surprised by this and asked for a link. Meng Shu was surprised by what he saw, because if there really are articles about it, what is the future of the SH group after they failed the S-rank dungeon raid? At around 1:00 p.m. today, it became known that the chairwoman of the SH Hunters Guild, Han Cherin, failed the S-rank dungeon raid. Fortunately, there were no casualties, but many were disappointed by her failure. In particular, the SH group is in a negative mood, as they recently invested heavily in the hunting industry and dreamed of entering the market. But this incident put an end to that dream. In addition, their stock prices plummeted. Meng Shu searched for information, but nowhere did it say exactly how Han Cherin had failed. After that, Meng Shu wondered how this related to him. He threw his phone on the bed. He didn't have time to worry about her because he was busy with his own affairs. Han Cherin could figure it out herself. SH Group, headquarters, top floor. As soon as Han Cherin arrived, Mrs. Han suggested that they just see who had decided to visit them. Han Cherin greeted the director of SH, Han Mina. Han Mina told her niece that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and asked how she was doing. Han Mina smiled and asked Han Cherin to look at her. Then she asked if she was returning after meeting with the chairman. Han Cherin replied that she had indeed been with him and asked her aunt if she had also come to see him. Han Mina said that the chairman had called a meeting of executives. At the moment, SH was in complete chaos. Not only had the stock price fallen sharply, but their investments were also being withdrawn. And it's not just Cherin's fault. In fact, they are to blame for expecting too much from her. As she left, Han Mina told Han Cherin that she could leave. Otherwise, she would have to face her brothers. After that, Han Cherin remained alone in the hallway, lost in her thoughts. Sometime later, after Soo drank Meng Shu's new decoction, Shu suggested with an awkward smile that the decoction was bitter for her. Meng Soo suggested that this was what punishment felt like. Meng Shu was pleased that his S-rank divine medical arts skills were constantly improving and had already reached 20.47%. After all, this time the decoction was much more palatable than last time. After studying the gentleman's mind, all his characteristics began to improve more quickly. Not only divine martial arts, but also super strength, insight, and even divine metallurgy began to come more easily to him. Insight improved the most among them, reaching 24.8%, as it is related to all his other characteristics. Thinking about this, Mong Shu realized that the gentleman's mind did not have an SSS rank for no reason. After Soe drank the decoction, he could already see her complexion starting to improve. This meant that his treatment was truly effective, which made Shu very happy. If he continued to improve his divine art of medicine, he was confident that he would be able to cure Soe's illness. The only problem was money, with a minimum subscription fee of 1.1 billion won weighing heavily on his shoulders. The 1.7 billion they won in his account was far from enough to pay for the monthly subscription to Huatuo and Confucius. Meng Shu looked at his improved decoction and thought it would be great if he could sell it, but medical preparations cannot be sold indiscriminately without special medical certification. Meng Shu decided that he would ask Kim So-yeon about it later. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Not expecting any guests, Meng Shu wondered who it could be. The person knocking on the door apologized for the disturbance and asked if this was Mr. Meng Shu's residence. The man then introduced himself as Kang Min-jae, the personal secretary of Mrs. Han Cherin. After Meng Shu welcomed the guest, Kang Min-jae explained that the young lady wanted to return to prison. Since Ms. Han Cherin wanted to return to prison, Meng Shu assumed that she needed his help. Meng Shu decided to clarify whether the lady wanted him to come up with a strategy for her. Kang Min-jae confirmed this. Meng Shu then asked what had happened during the first attempt to clear the dungeon. Kang Min-jae apologized to Shiwu as he himself did not know any details. The lady only told him that Meng Shu's help was absolutely necessary. Kang Min-jae said that the young lady actually wanted to come in person, but since many people were watching her, Kang Min-jae bowed and apologized to Shiwu and asked if he could talk to the lady. Meng Shu could already smell it. It was the sweet smell of NewTube, the joint raid of the World Conqueror and Han Cherin in the S-rank dungeon, which would quickly garner millions of views on NewTube. SH Group headquarters, gym. Upon arriving Han Cherin, Meng Shu saw her practicing with a sword, and she was wearing the disposable gloves he had created. During her training, Han Cherin didn't even notice someone entering the gym and continued to practice. Kang Min-jae told Shiwu that he would call the lady, but Shiwu stopped him and suggested waiting. Meng Shu understood that Han Cherin had reached a trance-like state during her training. Training with that level of concentration can be very beneficial, and he could say that because he had recently had the same experience. Kang Min-jae tried to argue with Shiwu, but Shiwu said that although he might have to wait a little, this was a rare opportunity for Miss Cherin. Han Cherin continued her training, oblivious to her surroundings. Watching this, Meng Shu noticed that her movements were definitely not systematic. Meng Shu speculated that this was because his understanding had improved after studying S+ Insight in Divine Martial Arts. He could clearly see that what Han Cherin was doing was nothing more than random swings of her arms. Moreover, he had heard that she had not learned proper sword technique. One of Han Cherin's traits is her S-rank sword talent, but her talent with the sword is overshadowed by her roughness. It's as if Cherin can use SS-rank superpowers like him, but she hasn't studied divine martial arts to systematically use that power. In the end, fencing skills based on brute force will show their limitations. If Han Cherin can learn proper martial arts, she will be able to grow significantly. The only way for Han Cherin to develop is to join the sect as a disciple. But why would Han Cherin need to do that? Moreover, the SH group would not even allow her to do so. Meng Shu smiled awkwardly as he looked at the secretary. If Han Cherin became a disciple of the sect, she would no longer be a member of the SH group. This is a case where a good past is not always useful to a person. Looking at Han Cherin's level, Meng Shu assumed that she would be able to maintain the martial arts she had learned on GodTube. Among the contenders is King Arthur, the legendary knight of the Round Table from the video Excalibur or Queen Guinevere. The owner of the divine sword Balmung, Siegfried, the first dragon slayer, now gives advice on how to kill dragons. And Zhang Yu, an invader with tens of thousands of men, who caught Liu Bang in a video and forced him to sing a song of the Han Dynasty. Although these people's videos were a little crazy, what if Han Cherin could learn their martial arts? But Han Cherin can't watch GodTube, which means she won't be able to learn the art of fencing. Suddenly, Meng Shu had an idea. Couldn't he just watch the videos himself and then teach Han Cherin? Although he would have to pay for a subscription to the channel, he could get the money from Han Cherin. It doesn't matter if it's 1 billion or 10 billion, because it doesn't matter to the granddaughter of the SH group. Maybe he could even get a more decent fee for teaching her. 10 billion should definitely be enough. Mong Shu has already started drooling at the thought of all the money he could make. After all, this is definitely a great deal involving Han Cherin's financial power. There is only one problem. Will Han Cherin, an S-rank hunter, take lessons from him, a D-rank hunter? Moreover, he could only teach her what he had already learned himself. Therefore, Meng Shu asked himself an important question. Is it possible to teach someone divine martial arts by learning it yourself? And yet, if he decides to give up today, it will all be in vain. Meanwhile, Han Cherin finished her training and approached the secretary, saying that he should have warned her that Shu was here. Kang Minjae apologized to the young lady and explained that he had not disturbed her because Mr. Shiwu did not want to interrupt her training. Han Cherin was a little surprised to hear this. Meng Shu stared at Han Cherin and blushed with embarrassment, which made him unable to say a word. Han Cherin said that she would go wash up first and left. Meng Shu was forced to admit that Han Cherin was very beautiful. Alone in a more pleasant setting, Han Cherin suggested that Shu had to wait a long time for her. Shu replied that it wasn't that long and that he had heard that she needed his help. Meng Shu asked what had happened during her raid in the dungeon. Bending over, Han Cherin said that there were no monsters inside the dungeon. Meng Shu was surprised to hear this and asked what she was talking about. Han Cherin explained that when she entered the dungeon, there were no monsters there, but they did encounter one monster. Based on Han Cherin's words, Meng Shu assumed that there was one monster there after all. Recalling that predatory gaze, Han Cherin said that although the monster resembled a wolf, it was difficult to call it a monster. Moreover, she had never seen anything like it before. A wolf monster. Monsters of the wolf family are very diverse. However, as far as Meng Shu knew, wolf monsters had not been encountered in S-rank dungeons before. As she talked about it, Han Cherin began to tremble. She admitted that she couldn't do anything against this monster. Even though it was an S-rank dungeon, with Han Cherin's A+ rank strength, she shouldn't be saying such things. Meng Shu asked if she couldn't handle it. Han Cherin immediately confirmed this. Meng Shu remembered that Han Cherin wasn't alone on this raid. She was accompanied by talented team members with incredible equipment, but even so they failed. Moreover, it wasn't just a failure, it was something more than they could handle. Meng Shu decided to sum up the situation. There was only one monster in the dungeon, and that monster was so strong that even Miss Cherin couldn't fight it. There was only one monster in the dungeon, and it was so strong that even an A-rank hunter couldn't handle it. The rank of a dungeon is determined based on the total amount of mana in the dungeon. That's why there were almost never cases where a dungeon was determined by a single monster. However, there were rare cases where dungeons were determined by a single monster, and this was called a mutation. To be more precise, it was a concept slightly different from a mutation. A capo monster, a monster that possessed all the mana in the dungeon. If Cherin's group encountered such a monster, it was understandable why Han Cherin said she couldn't handle it. A capo monster is already incredibly dangerous, but the worst part is that it is S-ranked. Meng Shu told Cherin that he believed they had encountered a capo monster. Han Cherin was surprised to hear this and admitted that it was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Meng Shu said that he thought it would be better to give up on this dungeon and asked if she had any reason to go through it again. After all, it wasn't that important if she could die. But Han Cherin said she had to do it. Meng Shu asked if she could tell him why it was so important. Han Cherin replied that she wasn't the only one with problems. Meng Shu understood the problem. Because of Han Cherin's failed raid, the SH group had suffered heavy losses. He had already heard that hundreds of billions of won had evaporated in just a few minutes after the first articles about it were published. And in order to prevent an even greater drop in stock prices, Han Cherin said she had to fix everything. Han Cherin had to succeed in her dungeon raid as soon as possible. Of course, it was dangerous, but trillions of won were worth risking her life for. The S-class monster boss, a new monster that did not exist before, would definitely be very difficult to defeat. Meng Shu said he understood everything, but in return, he had one condition. Meng Shu held out his hand and smiled, asking for permission to take a video for YouTube. Han Cherin was surprised to hear such a request, after which Meng Shu asked for 10 billion on top. With a business-like smirk, Meng Shu explained that he couldn't go any lower than that. A short time later, Meng Shu received an advance payment of 1 billion. Looking at the deposit, Meng Shu counted himself lucky, because he should have asked for more. but no one would have dared to think that she would agree so easily. Meng Shu decided to forget about it and told himself that he shouldn't be too greedy because 10 billion was already a huge amount of money. Now he should think about the monster that no one had ever seen before, the S-Class Capo monster. But Shu wasn't even sure he could come up with a strategy. If he asked for too much, it would be burdensome. However, his insight had already reached 24%. So couldn't he just analyze the S-Class monster? Meng Shu told himself that he could do it no matter what. The next day in the S-rank dungeon, Han Cherin told Shu that she would lead him. She allowed him to enter the S-rank dungeon on the condition that she would accompany him. Meng Shu understood that it would be very dangerous, and he didn't want to go there alone, but he needed to know what was inside in order to develop a strategy against it. Moreover, since he had superpowers and divine martial arts, even if he wasn't sure he could defeat the Capo monster, he was confident that he could survive. Meng Shu looked around, and as expected of an S-rank dungeon, its atmosphere was definitely different from lower-ranked dungeons. Han Cherin said that they needed to move on, then led Meng Shu in a certain direction. A short time later, still in the same S-rank dungeon, Han Cherin suddenly raised her hand and began to adjust her glove. Meng Shu asked if the gloves didn't fit her. Han Cherin admitted that they didn't quite fit. Hearing this, Meng Shu asked her permission to adjust them a little. Han Cherin asked what he meant. Meng Shu explained that he didn't know who would be using the gloves, so he made them to fit his own hands. Even though they weren't going to shrink, Shu assumed that they must be very uncomfortable. Meng Shu touched the gloves to adjust them to fit Cherin. Right before Han Cherin's eyes, the gloves began to change, adjusting to fit Han Cherin's hand. Meng Shu gave a thumbs up and asked Cherin to consider it a normal favor. Han Cherin asked how he even knew that this function existed. Meng Shu replied awkwardly that it was because he had created them. Han Cherin was surprised to hear this and asked if that meant that the person recognized by Master So Palguan himself. Meng Shu said that he didn't know about that and that he just worked in the same workshop as him. While Meng Shu and Han Cherin were discussing the gloves, a sinister energy began to spread throughout the dungeon. Suddenly, Meng Shu and Han Cherin felt a strong pressure trying to pin them to the ground. Turning around, they saw a predator in front of them, radiating incredible danger. The energy of this creature was completely different. This energy was on a completely different level. Han Cherin jumped in front of Shu and asked him to step back. At that moment, they encountered an incredibly dangerous monster that they could not even imagine, an S-Class Capo monster. The huge monster, a wolf Capo monster that was the sole master of this dungeon, loomed over Shu and Cherin. Meng Shu immediately wondered if Han Cherin could defeat this monster, and could she do it if he joined her in battle? But Shu immediately rejected this idea because they were clearly not ready for such a thing. Meng Shu reminded himself that they had come here only to check what kind of monster it was. Meng Shu told himself that they should not fight, and immediately after that, he used Hercules' superpower. Meng Shu raised his legs sharply and struck the ground with all his might to blind the monster with a flash. Immediately after that, Shu touched Han Cherin's shoulder and shouted that they had to run. As if their lives depended on it, Meng Shu and Han Cherin ran as fast as they could toward the exit. Miraculously escaping pursuit, the two of them managed to get out. Trying to catch his breath after what he had experienced, Meng Shu attempted to comprehend what had happened. Although he wasn't entirely sure because of the shock, and because he hadn't even attempted to fight the monster, he couldn't accurately assess its strength. But at the very least, it would take the combined efforts of 5 S-Class hunters to kill this wolf, and only then would they be able to damage it. After catching her breath, Han Cherin asked Mr. Shiwu what kind of power he had shown before they started running away. Meng Shu asked how she had managed to return alive that time, and with her teammates too. Han Cherin replied that they were just lucky, after which Shu asked if she was where she wanted to attack the monster boss again. Han Cherin replied, yes, she definitely had to do it. Han Cherin said that if Meng Shu developed a strategy, their team would do whatever was necessary. Meng Shu considered Han Cherin's proposal, looking her in the eyes. Then he turned around and said he would contact her later, as soon as he analyzed this monster. Back home, Meng Shu began reviewing the footage shot in the dungeon. Meng Shu tried to understand what kind of monster it was. A capo is a species that is a modified version of a normal monster, which means that there must be an original species from which this monster originated. Reports published by the association or the monster encyclopedia, no matter how much he searched for information on the internet, he couldn't find it anywhere. Even after using his S+ rank insight, he still couldn't find a single clue. So what was it? Finding nothing, Mong Shu decided to take a short break from his analysis. A little while later, after an exhausting workout, Shu managed to increase his superpower skill by 0.4% to 5.88%, while his divine martial arts increased by only 0.1% to 0.06%. Seeing this, Hercules asked if such a light workout was enough to knock him off his feet. But Mong Shu ignored Hercules and continued to look at his smartphone. Hercules became curious about what his first subscriber was looking at and approached him, at which point Shu noticed Hercules. He stood up and replied that it was a monster he had recently analyzed. Hercules was surprised by what he heard, and Meng Shu said that today was already the third day, and he still couldn't understand what it was. Hercules did not believe what he heard and asked Shu to show him the monster. But as soon as he saw the jet black wolf, Hercules froze. Meng Shu asked Hercules if he knew what kind of creature it was. But Hercules asked Shu to wait a second and asked, "This creature, isn't it Fenrir?" Meng Shu was so shocked by what he heard that he involuntarily cried out, "Who?" Fenrir is a mythical beast that appears in Norse mythology. His other well-known names are the demonic wolf and the wolf of divine slaughter. The reason why this wolf is called that is actually quite simple, because it is the creature that actually brought about the end of the world, Ragnarok. It was all Fenrir, with his upper jaw reaching the edges of the sky and his lower jaw touching the edges of the earth. Fenrir devours everything between them, and in the end, Fenrir, having swallowed the whole world, bites and kills Odin, the most powerful god in Norse mythology. Meng Shu asked Hercules what Fenrir was doing here, or more precisely, how did he get here? Hercules asked how he could possibly know that. After all, this was not his world. And then Meng Shu realized that the unknown guy who gave him the smartphone contained GodTube and even Fenrir. Meng Shu suggested that, given the circumstances, Hercules was probably the only one here who didn't know how to get here. Meng Shu decided to clarify whether it was really Fenrir. Hercules replied that it seemed to be him. He had already fought him once, and of course he had won. Meng Shu was surprised to hear this and asked what would happen if he himself tried to fight Fenrir. Hercules did not believe what he heard and decided to ask again. He wants to fight Fenrir? Shu wanted to hear the answer. Hercules admitted that he wasn't sure about the exact time, but it would probably take at least 1 second, right? Meng Shu was surprised to hear about 1 second. Suddenly, Hercules laughed and said that it was 1 second before Fenrir tore him to pieces. Shu was simply speechless at Hercules' joke. But now, looking at him, he could say with certainty. The recording showed that Fenrir had become very weak. His physique had also changed, becoming similar to that of a wolf cub. Meng Shu was surprised to hear about the wolf cub because even so, Fenrir was the size of a small hill. But considering Fenrir's physiology, it was undoubtedly. Hercules noticed that, among other things, Fenrir had an ornament on him that he had never seen before. Shu did not understand what he was talking about. Then Hercules pointed to the strange object and asked him to take a closer look. Hercules suggested that this very thing was suppressing Fenrir's power. Looking closely, Mong Shu said that they were handcuffs, when suddenly he realized what was going on. In fact, these chains were Gleipnir. They say that it can never be destroyed by anything that exists in this world. Upon learning this new detail, Hercules said that with Fenrir like this, it would take less than a minute. Meng Shu decided to ask what exactly he meant. Hercules replied that it would take Fenrir less than a minute to tear him to pieces, then laughed again. Continuing to stare at Fenrir, Meng Shu wondered how Fenrir got here and why. And if this wolf really was Fenrir, then they had practically no way. Hercules suddenly interrupted Shu's thoughts, suggesting that he at least tell him about Fenrir's weaknesses. After that, Hercules wondered if he should tell him about it. Looking at the smug Hercules, Meng Shu said that if he told him everything, he would share with him an idea for video content for 200 subscribers. At that moment, Hercules promised his master that he would organize the materials right away and return, after which he disappeared. The office building next to the waiting area in the dungeon. The paparazzi asked Han Cherin, who was walking towards the gate, why she wouldn't give up on this dungeon, and how determined she was to return and start raiding the dungeon again, where she had been defeated. Upon entering the building, Han Cherin noticed that everyone had already gathered, so she suggested they leave as soon as possible. Suddenly, the members of the squad heard someone on the side start talking to the camera. The hunter asked who it was. The gray-haired man replied that it was a YouTuber, and his channel was called Conqueror of the World, if he remembered correctly. The scarred hunter was surprised to hear such a name and assumed that he had never heard of it before. The hunter asked what this lunatic was doing here. The gray-haired hunter said that he had heard that this guy had come up with a strategy for their second foray into the dungeon. Hearing this, the scarred hunter jumped up and exclaimed, "Strategy for this, wolf? That's completely absurd." The gray-haired hunter said that they didn't know for sure and that he had only just heard about it himself. The scarred hunter saw the unusual conditions of support for the team members, as well as the fact that their employers had brought a pathetic new tube here. Based on this, he concluded that their team leader, Han Cherin, was desperate. The gray-haired hunter interrupted Sunbynam's thoughts and asked him what he was going to do after everything was over. For him personally, when everything was over, the scarred hunter interrupted his comrade, asking him not to say such things and advising him to just prepare for the dungeon raid. A short time later, inside the S-rank dungeon, Han Cherin and the group returned to the dungeon and were already hunting for the wolf's soul. Meanwhile, the most frivolous of them, the Conqueror of the World, was telling his subscribers that they were in the S-rank dungeon. He asked his subscribers if they could feel it. After all, this enormous energy, the scarred hunter was infuriated by this YouTuber's behavior. He had already heard that this awakened one was named Mong Shu, and now this man had decided to film a video at such an important moment. What would happen if the Black Wolf discovered their group because of the shouts of this stupid YouTuber? Suddenly, an ominous shadow loomed over the hunter, causing him to look up in fear. Their group once again encountered a huge black wolf in the S-rank dungeon. Seeing the wolf again, Han Cherin wondered if it was the right decision to conquer this dungeon again. Was she really going to lead her people to their deaths like this? Shouldn't she have turned to an S-rank hunter? Han Cherin pushed the unnecessary thoughts aside because she should not accept help from S-rank hunters. After all, this raid was not easy. It was the SH Group's first foray into the hunting industry, and that was precisely why they had to do it entirely on their own. Everyone should know that the power of the SH Group inspires fear. Han Cherin grabbed her blade and released her energy, preparing for battle. Suddenly, Meng Shu walked calmly past her, telling the audience that the monster before them was the legendary mythical beast, Fenrir, also known as the demon wolf, or the beast that appears in Norse mythology. Meng Shu anticipated the audience's question about whether this beast was indeed Fenrir. He smiled. After that, Meng Shu replied that he himself had no idea. But he knew for sure that they would have to fight it to find out. Meng Shu asked, "Isn't he the one who conquers the world? Isn't he the conqueror of the world? And even if he was facing Fenrir himself, the wolf who would devour the whole world, he would be no problem for him." Shiwu asked Han Cherin if she was ready. Then Meng Shu shouted that the first point of his strategy was to attack Fenrir. At that moment, Meng Shu rushed forward and instantly disappeared. Immediately after that, he appeared right in front of Fenrir. None of those present even had time to understand how he got there. But in the next moment, Fenrir swung his paw sharply. Han Cherin shouted at Shu to dodge, but it was all in vain, and the black wolf seemed to have hit its target. Only there was no one there anymore. Meng Shu instantly appeared right next to Fenrir's ear. Immediately after that, he delivered a powerful blow to its cheek. Shocked by what was happening, the scarred hunter asked what was going on, but his gray-haired companion also had no answer to this question. After receiving the blow, Fenrir did not even move, and at the same time, the ominous energy emanating from him only grew stronger. Meng Shu realized that things were clearly not going well for him because it was a direct hit, but the wolf was still in perfect order. Meng Shu simply couldn't help but wonder what he should do now. Earlier, Hercules had told him that it should work, but in reality, Fenrir struck with his paw, knocking down several trees in the process, but still couldn't deal with Shu. After that, Fenrir continued his attempts to hit him, destroying everything around them. Dodging Fenrir's numerous attacks, Meng Shu was already beginning to tire. Han Cherin turned to her people and said that it was time for them to act as well. Immediately after that, she was the first of the group to rush into an attack on Fenrir. Meanwhile, Meng Shu barely managed to dodge another attack from Fenrir. Things were really bad for him. Earlier, he had wondered if this was really the same wolf, but now he could only say that this Fenrir was definitely the real thing. Earlier, Hercules had said that with Fenrir so weakened, their fight should take at least a minute before Fenrir tore him apart, but as practice showed, Shu would hardly be able to hold out against him for even 10 seconds. Hercules' strategy turned out to be completely pointless, and in his case, it could only work because he was Hercules. But even if that was the case, Gleipnir, as long as these indestructible chains continue to hold Fenrir back, they still have a chance. It's not so bad if he can't win, but it will be bad if he can't even attack. And most importantly, an arc flashed through the air, and in the next instant, Han Cherin slashed Fenrir's jaw, protecting Mong Shu from the attack. After being hit, Fenrir momentarily distracted from Mong Shu and turned to his new opponent, Han Cherin. Suddenly, Fenrir felt something burning his fur forming directly above him. The most important thing was that Shu was not alone now. Fenrir looked up and saw a huge ball of fire above him. Even Mong Shu was surprised to see this, but thanks to this, he realized that there was a hunter with magic among them. The hunter shouted at Shu and Han Cherin to be careful, and immediately after that, they launched their attack. Transforming into a powerful beam of fire, the flames rained down on Fenrir. From the intense heat, Fenrir roared loudly to dispel the magic. But the magicians did not stop and struck Fenrir again with their magic. Suddenly, Fenrir raised his muzzle to the new sphere of flame and simply began to devour it. The mages were amazed that this wolf had actually swallowed their sphere. He simply took it and ate it. At that moment, all the hunters could see that Fenrir was invulnerable to their attacks. The gray-haired hunter shouted to the members of the squad not to retreat, after which the scarred hunter ordered them to prepare for battle. Meng Shu told Han Cherin that if they looked closely, they could see the shackles holding Fenrir back. Then he asked if Cherin already knew this fact. If these shackles could hold Fenrir, then they could attack him. Han Cherin nodded, showing that she understood what he was talking about. Immediately after that, she rushed towards the Black Wolf, and together with the members of the squad, began to restrain Fenrir with attacks. Meng Shu took a deep breath and exhaled, trying to concentrate his energy. He told himself that he needed to calm his emotions and focus all his senses. Focusing, Meng Shu jumped towards Fenrir's head and swung his fist. But Fenrir managed to react to Meng Shu's attack and quickly turned around and knocked him down with his paw. However, Meng Shu was faster than Fenrir could have imagined, and by anticipating Fenrir's attack, he managed to create an opportunity to strike. Meng Shu used his SS rank superpower, utilizing the portion of Hercules' power available to him. Immediately after that, he flew straight into Fenrir's side with his most powerful blow. Fenrir staggered for the first time in the fight from Meng Shu's attack, which meant that his superpower was working. This meant that he simply had to continue pressuring Fenrir with relentless attacks. Suddenly, Meng Shu sensed danger, and at that moment he missed an attack so fast that he couldn't react in time. As a result, Meng Shu was wounded and thrown aside by the attack. Looking at the wound on his chest, Meng Shu realized that it was indeed dangerous. If he had noticed this attack even a little later, he would not have had time to move and would have been torn to pieces. Suddenly, Meng Shu realized that something was wrong here, and although he wasn't completely sure about it, but before Fenrir hit his body, he seemed to hesitate for a moment. Han Cherin slashed at the distracted Fenrir, saving Meng Shu. Meng Shu understood that with his last attack, Fenrir could definitely have killed him, but why? Fenrir howled loudly. Blood began to flow from the wound inflicted by Han Cherin's blade. Meng Shu told himself that he had to pull himself together. He had to seize this opportunity. Meng Shu got up and rushed toward the Black Wolf. Immediately after that, he struck it with all his might, managing to stagger the wolf. Fenrir raised his huge paw and was about to crush Meng Shu, but that was the moment Shu had been waiting for. Seizing the chance, Meng Shu grabbed the chains binding him Fenrir. Then he pulled the Black Wolf toward him with all his might. With considerable effort, Meng Shu managed to pull Fenrir up, immediately after which he swung, throwing the wolf into the air with the chain. At that moment, Meng Shu had already begun preparing his next strike, while Han Cherin ran up to strike the wolf alongside him. With their joint attack, Meng Shu and Han Cherin finally struck Fenrir. The hunters were stunned by what they saw, for it was pure madness. The joint strike on Fenrir created a huge crater. Meng Shu shouted that he had survived. He did it. Han Cherin leaned on her sword, catching her breath. Suddenly, there was a loud crack, and in the next instant, Meng Shu was thrown back. The hunters were horrified by what they saw, because something like this simply couldn't be. Fenrir growled loudly, and a more concentrated black energy began to emanate from him. The hunter with the scar was forced to admit that they had interfered in a battle they could not possibly win. All the hunters could see now was a huge, shapeless mouth, And even though the wolf was bound by chains, they were powerless to do anything to him. Struck by Fenrir's blow, Mong Shu hit the ground and asked himself, why, just why? Why did this happen? Fenrir was clearly limited by Gleipnir, but regardless, Fenrir was still a huge demonic wolf that had brought the world to ruin. A wolf of divine slaughter that had swallowed the god himself. Fenrir was Fenrir, even if he was greatly weakened and his current abilities made attacking him simply useless. But there is something strange, and no matter how he thinks about it, it's all very strange. Han Cherin shouted to the hunters to run away from here, to move as quickly as possible to the exit and take Mr. Shiwu with them. It was the same situation as with the Black Troll. Perhaps Han Cherin had saved the team members in the same way during the previous attempt to clear the area. No matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to defeat Fenrir. But then, why did everything turn out this way? Suddenly, Mong Shu had a revelation, and he finally understood what had happened. Realizing all this, he found it hard to believe that he had only figured it out now. Mong Shu admitted that he had been foolish from the start, and that it made no sense. The hunter asked Mong Shu if he could move. Suddenly, Shu broke free from the hunter's grasp and ran towards Fenrir. The gray-haired hunter asked what he was doing, but he simply headed towards the demonic wolf, which Han Cherin was trying her best to restrain. Han Cherin was trying to hold back the wolf so that the others could evacuate, when suddenly Shu appeared in front of her, which surprised her greatly. Seeing him, Fenrir growled loudly and aimed his jaws at Mong Shu, and, as Mong Shu expected, the wolf did not attack him first. Instead, he just stared at him. Han Cherin asked Shu what he was doing. Had he gone mad? Han Cherin ordered Shu to return to the retreating group immediately. Mong Shu approached the growling demonic mouth and said that it didn't make any sense from the beginning. He didn't know how things stood with the S-rank hunters, but with their current group, attacking him was a stupid idea from the start. Fighting him was simply useless. And that's why it was so strange. Mong Shu asked why he hadn't died. And how did they all manage to come back alive? How was it that none of them had died yet? Han Cherin asked what he meant. Shu asked if she still didn't understand. Pointing at the demonic mouth, he explained that if Fenrir wanted to kill them, he would have simply killed them all. If he had been serious, none of them would have made it back. Only then did everyone understand what Shu was talking about. The hunter with the scar asked how they had returned alive. Mong Shu replied that Fenrir had let them go. He understood the reason why Han Cherin and her group had managed to return alive, and why he hadn't killed a single person. Fenrir tells them to run away because he doesn't want to hurt them. Of course, even he found that hard to believe, but if he had thought about it earlier, Fenrir never attacked first. Mong Shu said that if Fenrir were an ordinary monster, it wouldn't make sense. At one point, Fenrir destroyed Asgard. As soon as he was born, he was abandoned. From birth, he struggled with hunger and loneliness, but he persevered, did not give up, and managed to survive. Did rumors spread that Fenrir was alive? The gods of Asgard came to find Fenrir. The god crouched down in front of the wolf and told him what he had heard about his strength, then asked if he could untie this rope. Fenrir did not even resist the unexpected proposal of the gods and allowed himself to be tied up. After all, for a lonely puppy like him, it seemed like an invitation to play together. It seemed to him that he finally had friends. Fenrir managed to break the rope, which greatly surprised the gods because even Thor was not capable of such a feat. Fenrir was happy, thinking that he had managed to befriend the gods. However, the gods thought otherwise. The gods were afraid of a power that could lead to destruction, so they created Gleipnir to bind the wolf forever and came to him again. Looking at the chain, Fenrir thought that something was wrong here. The god of war, Tyr, told Fenrir that if he could not free himself and the gods refused to release him, he could bite off his hand. The god Tyr came to him in person and swore an oath, and Fenrir believed Tyr. After all, Tyr was the only god who came to him, while the others turned a blind eye to him. Tyr was the one who gave Fenrir food in the barren land, where there was no food because he was his friend. So Fenrir ended up bound by Gleipnir, after which he was unable to free himself. As expected, the gods did not free Fenrir, and even Tyr turned a blind eye to him. As Tyr had promised, he still put his hand in Fenrir's mouth. Tyr admitted to the wolf that he had deceived him, but even after that, Fenrir did not bite him. Fenrir did not want to bite Tyr's hand. Nevertheless, the gods, fearing Fenrir's strength, even thrust a sword into his mouth, ensuring that the wolf could no longer close his jaws. Thus, Fenrir was to remain chained until Ragnarok. just as lonely as before, in endless pain. After Ragnarok began, the madness of Ragnarok overwhelmed Fenrir, and he devoured the entire world and tore the gods to pieces. But even so, Fenrir was unable to kill Tyr. Even when Fenrir's mind was consumed by madness, Fenrir did not forget Tyr. After all, he was his only friend who returned to his abandoned essence, a friend who gave food to a starving creature. Even at that moment, Fenrir considered Tyr his friend. Perhaps it was naive and foolish of him. In mythology, Fenrir was definitely not a wolf worthy of being called a demonic wolf. Mong Shu said that Fenrir did not want to harm them. The hunters were shocked by what they heard from Mong Shu and asked if he really wanted them to believe it. After that, Han Cherin reminded Shu that they still had to deal with Fenrir. After all, if they neglected the S-rank dungeon and it broke through, there would be no turning back. And even if the dungeon wasn't destroyed, Fenrir could escape during the breach, and then there would be no guarantee that Fenrir wouldn't start harming people. Returning the blade to its sheath, Han Cherin said that they would retreat, then report everything to the association and get help from S-rank hunters. Han Cherin said that she would refuse to clear this dungeon. As much as Mong Shu didn't want to, he had to admit that Han Cherin was right. To prevent a possible disaster in the future, they had to kill Fenrir. Although he didn't know why Fenrir was here, Mong Shu wondered if Fenrir had been abandoned again. In mythology, the end of the world is called Ragnarok, and Gleipnir was cut off, allowing Fenrir to escape. But for some unknown reason, he found himself tied to Gleipnir again. Could it be that Fenrir had been abandoned here again? What if this dungeon was used as a barrier to lure Fenrir into a trap so that he couldn't escape to another place? As in the myth, he was abandoned as soon as he was born so that he could die here a lonely death. This also explains why the dungeon's rank was measured as S rank. Only the mana of the dungeon in which Fenrir is imprisoned was measured, not Fenrir himself. The power capable of replacing the weakened Fenrir in the trap was measured as S rank. Han Cherin told Mong Shu that it was time for them to return, but he only bowed his head gloomily. Meng Shu understood that there was nothing he could do about it, and that with his current powers, he could do nothing for Fenrir. As he began to leave with everyone else, Mong Shu thought that if they left like this, it would all be over. Fenrir had no intention of hurting people, and even if he killed himself by the time they returned, he would not pursue them, because it would be foolish, just like in the myth. Everything would end as soon as they left the dungeon. Meng Shu gritted his teeth. Even if he was Fenrir, in such a weakened state, he would not be able to resist a squad of S-rank hunters. All they had to do was gather the S-ranks and clear out the dungeon. And if Fenrir was weakened and bound like he was now, they could definitely attack him. That would be enough. He can't put people in danger, can he? All they need to do is get rid of Fenrir. And even if they leave like this, there won't be any problems. All they need to do is live as before, return to their daily lives. He would make equipment again and shoot videos on YouTube to earn money. He would study GodTube so that he could cure So-A. That's all. That's all he can do. But even so, why can't he back down even one step? Surprised that Shu had turned around, Han Cherin turned to him. Suddenly, Mong Shu sped up and ran towards Fenrir. Han Cherin asked in surprise what he was going to do. As soon as Mong Shu approached, the wolf stood up on its paws and howled. Meng Shu then noticed that Fenrir was slowly bleeding from the wounds they had inflicted. Fenrir was an abandoned wolf. Fenrir had never harmed anyone. He didn't dare to hurt anyone, even when he himself could have been hurt. But in the end, he is a monster in the dungeon and a demonic beast that threatens people, and therefore they must get rid of him. They cannot let him live, and unfortunately, there is no other way. The legends of GodTube never give up under any circumstances. They did not lose even those battles that were impossible to win. They did not give up even if the fight never ended, because they overcame the impossible and ultimately became heroes. And if they have no way out, they would create one. Meng Shu told Han Cherin with a smirk that he would destroy this dungeon. Han Cherin couldn't believe what she had heard, so she asked Shu what he... Suddenly, a powerful energy began to emanate from Shu. Ultimately, the whole problem lies in this dungeon. After all, it is a barrier that restrains Fenrir. The dungeon must be destroyed, because if he destroys the dungeon itself... Han Cherin explained that this was impossible, because destroying the dungeon meant destroying space, and only a god was capable of that. It was simply impossible. Summoning such a level of power was still extremely dangerous for Mong Shu's body, but he cannot stop. He cannot do it. A river does not drink its own water. Trees do not eat their own fruit. The sun does not shine for itself, and flowers do not smell good on their own. Meng Shu said that gentlemen do not think only of themselves, and he really speaks like a scholar. Meng Shu can only laugh because no one recognizes this, and he can't even make money from it. But still, if you don't get angry even when others don't recognize you, aren't you a gentleman? A gentleman does not get angry, even when the world does not recognize him. Meng Shu is not sure how things are with gentlemen, but in the modern world, it is enough that you are not called an idiot. But for some reason, he just wants to be a decent person. Not someone who is good in and of himself, but someone who treats the people around him well. Meng Shu couldn't understand why, but this thought came into his head so suddenly. After watching the video of Confucius, after looking at the wounded Fenrir, such a thought came into his head, and so Meng Shu smiled sincerely. After that, he used Hercules' divine martial arts, suddenly feeling the energy in front of him, as if from that person, Fenrir began to tremble. Earlier, Hercules said that divine martial arts are not only used for combat, it is like changing the laws of the world, and it is not just the use of superpowers. And space is the most important law by which the world is arranged. Meng Shu raised his right leg using the first technique of Hercules' divine martial arts. The technique was called the descending dragon kick. Meng Shu kicked the ground, releasing the accumulated energy. In the next moment, the entire space seemed to be swept away by almighty divine energy. After that, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky of the S-rank dungeon. In a matter of moments, the starry night sky of the dungeon crumbled, revealing the world outside. Han Cherin was shocked by what she saw because it was simply impossible. She couldn't understand what it was. Suddenly, Han Cherin heard a thud and looked down to see Meng Shu, who had fallen from exhaustion and suffered from the use of Hercules' divine martial arts. Han Cherin rushed to Meng Shu and immediately checked his condition. To her relief, Shu was still alive. The space around them continued to crackle, revealing more and more colors to their eyes. Meanwhile, Fenrir stared at the man who had destroyed the dungeon. Lifting Meng Shu, Han Cherin thought for a moment. She knew, of course, that Shu was an unusual awakened one, without features even when he was fighting the troll. Han Cherin wanted to know what kind of terrifying power had destroyed the entire dungeon. However, now was not the time to be surprised. Han Cherin lifted Shu and carried him. Then they finally headed for the exit of the dungeon, because they had to get out of there before the dungeon was completely destroyed. Sometime later, Meng Shu suddenly woke up after what seemed like the dungeon they were in was about to collapse. Stunned, Meng Shu wondered if he had managed to survive after everything that had happened. Looking around, Meng Shu guessed that he was now in the VIP ward of the SH Group Hospital, which meant seeing Shu suddenly get up, Han Cherin, who was sitting on the next bed, asked if he was okay. Surprised to see Han Cherin there, Shu asked why she was there. Han Cherin raised her hand with the IV drip and said that, as he could see, she was also a patient. Then Cherin asked if he felt uncomfortable. Meng Shu smiled awkwardly. Of course he felt uncomfortable. Shu wondered if she would feel uncomfortable in his place. And who wouldn't like being around a beautiful woman? Although that's not the case, as Confucius said. Men and women do not sleep together after 7 years. Men and women cannot be in the same space after 7 years. Shu wondered why. Then he wondered what he was thinking about. As Shu remained silent, Han Cherin asked if he didn't want to ask about what had happened. Meng Shu suggested that before the dungeon was completely destroyed, Miss Cherin pulled him out after he lost consciousness, and after various procedures, he woke up. Shu asked if he understood correctly. Hearing all this from Shu, Han Cherin froze, as she had nothing to say. Meng Shu wondered if Cherin didn't like it when people got straight to the point. Han Cherin confirmed that, as he had said, the dungeon had been destroyed. As a result, the S-rank dungeon was declared cleared. Meng Shu admitted that this was good news. Suddenly, he remembered the main thing and asked what had happened to Fenrir. Han Cherin admitted that she wasn't entirely sure, but if he meant the monster wolf, she saw it leave at the very end. Since the dungeon that served as Fenrir's prison had been destroyed, Meng Shu hoped that Fenrir would be able to return safely to the realm of the gods. Han Cherin said that for now she would not reveal what had happened during the clearing of the dungeon. She also asked her comrades to keep their mouths shut. It had been announced that they were the ones who had cleared the dungeon. However, if Mr. Shu wished, they could change that. Meng Shu decided to clarify whether that meant they could say that he had actually cleared the dungeon. Han Cherin replied that that was indeed the case. Meng Shu suggested telling everyone that Han Cherin had cleared the dungeon, which surprised her. After a short pause, Han Cherin asked if there was a reason why he was hiding his power. Meng Shu asked what she meant by hiding his power. Who? Him? That was nonsense. And if that were really the case, he wouldn't even have created a channel on YouTube. Han Cherin was speechless because of her mistake. Meng Shu said that although he had no intention of hiding his power, given the situation, right now it was necessary for them to have SH recognized as the group that cleared the S-rank dungeon. So they would simply say that Han Cherin was the one who conquered the dungeon. Han Cherin inserted a but and hesitated to continue. Meng Shu assumed that Han Cherin was doubting her abilities and wondering if it was really possible to announce this, even though she didn't have the skills to clear an S-rank dungeon. Meng Shu reminded Cherin that this dungeon was special and told Miss Cherin that she was quite capable of clearing S-rank dungeons. Han Cherin asked if he was trying to comfort her. Shu replied that he was simply stating the facts. There was a brief silence between Han Cherin and Shu. Then Han Cherin smiled and thanked Shu. Meng Shu suggested putting this conversation aside and asked if that was all she wanted to say. Han Cherin replied that it wasn't all and said she wanted to ask something else. Han Cherin asked if he would like to work with her sometime later. Meng Shu admitted that this was pure madness. Even seeing it all on his smartphone, Meng Shu could hardly believe it. After all, after the destruction of that dungeon, all of his attributes had increased significantly. His insight attribute increased by 11.7% to 36.5%. His super strength increased by 13.1% to 18.98%. His divine martial arts increased by 9.3% to 9.38%. And his gentlemanly wisdom increased by 3.1% to 3.61%. Not to mention 1.3%, his super strength only increases by 0.4% every day. And yet, after what happened, his super strength increased by as much as 13%, which was surprising. And most strikingly, his martial arts skill, which had only increased by 0.01% in a week, increased by as much as 9.3%. Moreover, his insight and gentlemanly wisdom increased by several years. Meng Shu wondered if this could be due to the dragon's downward strike. Until now, in his videos on YouTube, he had only shown how he cleared dungeons. But this time, he destroyed the space and dimension of the dungeon. And so the dungeon itself was destroyed, and then he ended up in this state. Just like the time he encountered the Dark Troll, he lost consciousness as soon as he used his power. Even so, compared to his past, the ability to use divine martial arts was already a huge improvement. Meng Shu wondered when he would be able to make it his own completely. Still, he wanted to try it at least once. And who would have thought that Cherin would agree right away? After being discharged from the hospital, Han Cherin asked Kang Min-jae to take her to her grandfather. Kang Min-jae thanked Ms. Cherin for her hard work on this raid. He said that the chairman was also pleased with it. Han Cherin said that she was glad to hear that. Then Kang Min-jae asked what Mr. Shiwu had said, which confused Han Cherin. Seeing Ms. Cherin's reaction, Kang Min-jae asked if he had refused again. Han Cherin quietly replied, yes. Kang Min-jae asked what he said this time. Han Cherin repeated Shiwu's words, gentlemen get along only with people, not with groups. On the other hand, insignificant people form gangs but do not get along with each other. Kang Min-jae apologized for not understanding the essence of the matter. Han Cherin said that was precisely why, instead of being teammates, he said he liked working together sometimes. Based on this, he asked if she would like to learn fencing. Kang Min-jae was surprised to hear this. Then he asked if that meant Mr. Shiwu would teach her fencing. Kang Min-jae certainly recognized that Shiwu had exceptional abilities, but wasn't he just an ordinary awakened D class? And yet, he decided to teach the young lady Cherin, an awakened S class. Han Cherin continued. She replied to Shiwu that she would like to try to learn. Kang Min-jae asked why they were going to the chairman then. Han Cherin replied that she felt she needed to pay Shiwu for his teaching. Sometime later, on the grounds near the hospital, leafing through GodTube, Meng Shu tried to choose which of these would be better. The heaven-shattering divine sword of King Shangyu, the Dragon Slayer, Siegfried's sword technique for killing dragons, or the founder of the Wudang sect, Taichi Zheng Sanfeng's sword. Meng Shu thought that these three techniques would be perfect for Han Cherin. Among these three techniques, there must be one that Han Cherin will definitely like. Shiwu decided to simply show her all three techniques, after which he would let her choose the one she liked best. Although he would have to pay for the subscription, It didn't matter because, in addition to the 10 million won, he would also receive a monthly training fee. Mong Shu opened the subscription page to check how much these subscriptions would cost him. After glancing at their prices, Mong Shu told himself that he needed 200 million. But then he realized that something was wrong. Meng Shu decided to take a closer look and was stunned when he saw the price tag of 2 billion for a single subscription. Meng Shu tried to understand why it wasn't 200 million, and why were the subscriptions so expensive. Quickly scrolling through his smartphone, Meng Shu thought about how Confucius's channel was worth 1 billion. But these three were even more expensive, which just couldn't be. Meng Shu quickly found Hippocrates and Ho-Chong, and to his horror, they also cost 2 billion each. But the last time he checked, these two cost 100 billion each. So why did their cost increase to 2 billion? Guessing what was going on, Meng Shu asked himself a frightening question. Did this mean that the subscription cost increased with the number of channels he subscribed to? But that meant it would be 3 billion next and then 4 billion. Or 5, or even more. Suddenly, Meng Shu realized that if the subscription price continued to rise like this, there was no reason for him to choose all three. Meng Shu was very disappointed to learn about the increase in subscription prices. Even if the subscription price increased by only 1 billion, the total fee alone would be 9 billion. He could subscribe once and then cancel, but could he do that after signing up? What if he couldn't cancel the subscription? Does that mean he would be forced to pay 9 billion every month? No, if he didn't pay, the subscription would be automatically canceled. And even if he chose only one sword technique to teach Han Cherin, what if the subscription to the next channel he chooses also increases? This is because the channels he subscribes to are added up. No matter how much money he makes, there is no end in sight. Suddenly, Meng Shu sensed something strange nearby. This energy and presence clearly did not belong to a human being. Getting up from the bench and peeking behind a tree, Meng Shu was surprised to see a simple dog there. Suddenly, he realized what kind of dog it was. Surprised, Meng Shu asked himself, Then Meng Shu crouched down and addressed Fenrir. He wanted to know where it had come from. Looking at the body, Meng Shu asked himself again, was it really Fenrir? After all, since their last meeting, he had become much smaller. Suddenly, Fenrir quickly turned around and spat out a mouse. Meng Shu wondered what he was doing. Then he asked Fenrir if he wanted him to eat the mouse. Just as Meng Shu reached for the mouse, it suddenly jumped up and trembled. This meant that the mouse was still alive. Before Meng Shu could turn to Fenrir, he ran away again. But after Fenrir's latest gift, Shu couldn't help but wonder what the hell was going on. Angered by what he heard, Hercules asked Shu why. Hadn't he taught him how to defeat Fenrir? Meng Shu explained that he was asking specifically because he didn't know. Hercules reminded him that he had already taught Shu how to defeat Fenrir. Meng Shu reminded him that, according to Hercules, Fenrir's weak spot was his sides, and that Fenrir would not be able to use his full power if he grabbed his tail. However, none of the advice he had been given worked in battle. Pointing his finger at Shu, Hercules explained that it was all because he was weak. Meng Shu said that he could have said that from the beginning, but no. He could have at least warned him, because he almost died. Hercules asked who could have thought that Shu would turn out to be so weak. Meng Shu turned away and said that it didn't matter now. He asked Hercules to tell him a strategy that would suit his level, rather than teaching him his methods of combat. Hercules burst into tears and said that it was unfair, and that he couldn't accept it. After that, Hercules flexed his muscles and asked Shu to look at them because even they say it's unfair. It's a great relief that everything worked out in the end. It's hard to believe, but he really could have died, but more importantly, his video, the one he filmed in the dungeon, was simply erased, and it featured not only Fenrir, but also Han Cherin, and such a video would have had at least 1 million views. It could have been so beneficial to him, but now that video is gone forever. Meng Shu sighed, thinking about the sad situation. Suddenly, a sound was heard nearby, leading Meng Shu to assume that he had returned. Before reaching Shu's bed, Fenrir suddenly stopped and began to tremble, which surprised Meng Shu. Meanwhile, Hercules kept repeating to himself that it was unfair. It wasn't fair. Suddenly, Hercules felt that someone had approached them, and he turned around. But before he could see the stranger, Fenrir ran away. Meng Shu understood what was going on. Since they had fought before, Fenrir must have remembered Hercules. Looking down, Mong Shu saw a pigeon lying on its side and wondered what it meant. Could Fenrir have brought it? Meng Shu touched the pigeon and ordered it to stand up. As soon as Shu removed his hand, the pigeon jumped up and froze. Then it began to look around quickly to understand what had happened. This continued until the pigeon's gaze met that of Meng Shu. The pigeon was frightened by Meng Shu and quickly flew out the window. Hercules asked where Fenrir had come from and what kind of pigeon it was. Meng Shu admitted that he wasn't sure himself, but that Fenrir had probably brought it to him to eat. Perhaps Hercules asked if he had brought this pigeon. But Fenrir isn't even a cat, so why? Shu replied that he didn't know himself. Be that as it may, if Fenrir brings something to Meng Shu, doesn't that mean that these animals are his prey? Meng Shu suggested that Fenrir did not want to hurt others. Hercules asked if that was really the case. Then why does Fenrir bring them to him? Is he asking him to kill them? Shu replied that he wasn't sure. Then Hercules asked the main question. Where did Fenrir come from in the first place? And why does he bring him animals? Meng Shu told Hercules how he understood what Fenrir wanted to convey to them and how he destroyed the S-rank dungeon. Thanks to this, Hercules roughly understood what was happening. But even so, there was something he couldn't understand, namely, why did Fenrir appear in his dimension? And how could he even exist here? Meng Shu admitted that he was also interested in this, and then asked if Hercules was the only one who didn't know how to get here. Hercules snapped that this was complete nonsense. After all, their dimensions simply could not intersect with each other. Shu asked where Fenrir could have come from then. Hercules was unable to answer. Meng Shu came to the conclusion that it was true that Hercules was the only one who didn't know this. Hercules burst into tears and said that it wasn't true, then asked Shu to believe him and began to complain about how unfair it all was. Hercules flexed his muscles again and asked Meng Shu to look at them because even they agreed that it was unfair. In order to deal with this issue as quickly as possible, Meng Shu reluctantly agreed with Hercules. Be that as it may, Hercules wondered if this meant that Meng Shu had managed to survive after using the dragon's downward strike. And most importantly, how did he manage to use it? Not knowing how to respond, Meng Shu replied that he had simply been lucky. But Hercules couldn't agree with that, because his dragon's descending blow couldn't be used by simply relying on some kind of luck. Since they had mentioned it, Meng Shu asked Hercules why he didn't teach him the next technique. Hercules replied that it wasn't really that difficult, but shouldn't Meng Shu give him something in return? Shu replied that he understood what he meant and promised to give him the content for the next video for Hercules' channel on GodTube. Hercules shouted that this was exactly what he expected from his teacher. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the client told the boss that they had a new order. The target's name was Meng Shu, and he was a D-class hunter. The boss slammed his glass on the table and ordered the girls to leave them alone. They quickly left, obeying the boss's orders without question. The boss grinned broadly and asked, "Is he really a D-class hunter?" The customer replied that it was. The boss wondered if he was making fun of him. The top leader of Pandemonium, Ming Jiwang, asked if he found their pandemonium so ridiculous. The customer explained that Shiwu was an unusual D-rank hunter, to which Jiwang replied that D-rank was just a weak D-rank. What kind of nonsense was he talking about? The customer suggested that someone like Meng Jiwang must have already heard that Han Cherin from the SH group had recently cleared the S-rank dungeon. Pouring himself some whiskey, Jiwang said that of course he knew about it, and that it was all over the internet. The customer said that Meng Shu was also involved. Meng Jiwang decided to clarify whether he was talking about that damn piece of trash with a D rank. The customer admitted that he didn't know the details, but Meng Shu was the one who helped Han Cherin. Meng Jiwang asked what the order was. The customer told him what he needed so they could check it out. How they would fulfill the order was not important. More importantly, it was a VIP order. Upon hearing this, Jiwang apologized, saying he couldn't fulfill it, and took a sip of whiskey. Then he said that it was all because Li Minjung had made his move. The customer was surprised to hear this and asked if he was talking about the human butcher from the Inspection Bureau. Meng Jiwang said that he didn't know what exactly she had found, but she had been causing them a lot of trouble lately. The customer asked if the head of Pandemonium was worried about a simple security guard from the Inspection Bureau. Meng Jiwang called him an idiot and reminded him that if that bitch caught him, he would certainly not be able to escape her unscathed. Moreover, a new branch manager had recently been appointed in Korea, and he didn't want to create unnecessary problems for them right away. The customer was surprised to hear about the new manager in Korea and asked him not to mention that he was a manager at the SCAR level. The key figures, called pandemonium leaders, are divided into 5 levels: tear, fracture, crack, scar, and bruise. Rumor has it that the head of pandemonium, whose identity is unknown, killed one of the 13 heroes. Red Shadow, a person who can survive working with the Red Shadow, getting away with only scars, can become a leader at the SCAR level. So does that mean there is now someone at the SCAR level working in Korea? Meng Jiwon confirmed this and asked no one to spread the word. After agreeing, Meng Jiwon continued drinking whiskey. After a short pause, the customer promised to help them with the inspection bureau. Meng Jiwon was surprised to hear this. The client also promised that they would help Pandemonium establish itself in Korea. In other words, they would help the new branch manager establish himself in this position. That was his proposal. Moreover, it was an excellent opportunity for Meng Jiwon to earn his favor. Meng Jiwon noted that in this case, it was not a VIP order, but a super VIP order. He smiled broadly and asked what the conditions were. The customer asked that they not kill Meng Shu. Meng Jiwon crushed the glass and said that, in other words, he was allowed to cut off his limbs. Sometime later, after training, his super strength increased by 0.4%, while his divine martial arts increased by 0.105%. Thanks to this, Meng Shu was able to understand that training in his wounded state greatly slowed his progress. But at least his stats were still increasing. Suddenly, an object landed right at Shu Wu's feet, and that object was none other than a stunned rabbit. Meng Shu Wu couldn't help but wonder where Fenrir had gotten this rabbit. Or to be more precise, where could Fenrir have gotten a rabbit in the middle of the city? Several days had passed since then, and Meng Shu Wu believed that Fenrir would soon calm down. However, the next day, Meng Shu Wu discovered an entire deer. And the day after that, Fenrir brought him an eagle. Meng Shu Wu was afraid to imagine what Fenrir might bring him next. And how the hell did he catch all this stuff? Could it be that next time he would find a bear next to him? Sometime later, at the hospital, Meng Shu Wu opened the door to the ward, and, to his surprise, the door hit something. Looking at this something, Meng Shu Wu cried out in shock because this time Fenrir had indeed brought him a whole bear. Looking into Fenrir's satisfied eyes, Meng Shu Wu could hear, "I hope you like it." Meng Shu Wu realized that he would have to take action before Fenrir did something even worse. A week later, at Meng Shu Wu's house, upon entering the house, Shu Wu told So-A that he was back. So-A was surprised to see Appa so soon and asked if he was feeling well. Meng Shu Wu replied that he was fine and waved his hand, explaining that it wasn't such a serious injury. But in reality, he would have died right there in the dungeon if Han Cherin hadn't taken him to the hospital. Meng Shu Wu said that it was more important to ask So-A how she was feeling. Had she been taking his medicine regularly and not skipping any doses just because he wasn't around? So-A turned away and said that she didn't do such things. Meng Shu Wu asked if she had taken herbal remedies without missing a single dose. Upon hearing about herbal remedies, So-A clutched her mouth and stomach, trying to suppress her nausea, and said that just thinking about them made her stomach churn. Meng Shu Wu felt slightly awkward, as So-A was still not well, which meant that he needed to improve his mastery of the divine art of medicine. Meng Shu Wu remembered that he wanted to ask So-A something, which piqued his sister's interest. Meng Shu Wu asked if she happened to like puppies. So-A wondered why he suddenly decided to ask about this. Then, So-A saw a puppy peeking out from the doorway and asked if he had brought them a puppy. Meng Shu Wu felt awkward and tried to come up with some kind of explanation. Suddenly, So-A said how cute the puppy was and started playing with it. Meng Shu Wu advised her to be careful with it. So-A was surprised by what she heard and asked why. Shi Wu asked, what if it bites her? So-A did not take Shi Wu's words seriously and asked who this puppy could hurt with his little paws. His little sister did not yet know that if this puppy bit, the world would collapse. So-A asked what the puppy's name was. Meng Shu Wu replied, Fen. But noticing the ominous look, he couldn't finish. Since her brother wouldn't tell her the puppy's name, So-A offered to choose a name for him herself. Shi Wu allowed her to choose the new name Fenrir. So-A then turned to the puppy and asked, how about the name Chernish? Meng Shu Wu was a little surprised at this name for Fenrir. So-A asked if Shu Wu liked the name. Meng Shu Wu admitted that he didn't particularly like it, but when he saw Fenrir's ominous gaze again, he couldn't finish his sentence. Meng Shu Wu wondered if So-A had any idea how to name people. So-A asked Chernish if he liked his new name. Noticing how he began to wag his tail, So-A was convinced that she had chosen the right name. But Mong Shu was completely confused by this. Did Fenrir really like the name Chernish? Or had he already learned how to survive in the human world in such a short time here? Since no one objected, So-A told the puppy that from now on, Chernish was his new name and hugged the happy puppy. Watching this, Shiwu smiled, because after all, the fact that So-A had given Fenrir a good name was not bad. So-A started laughing because Chernish tickled her. SH Hunters Guild headquarters. Lower floor, gym. Mong Shu apologized for being late. Sitting down at the table, Han Cherin suggested that they start by signing a contract, as she had promised. With the deposit deducted, it should come to 9 billion. Cherin decided to clarify, is that correct? She then asked Shu to check his account, as the money should have already arrived. Mong Shu picked up his phone and, seeing 9 with 9 zeros, confirmed the transfer. Now his balance was 10,614,134,500 won, or 10.6 billion won. That's a whopping 10.6 billion won. With that money, a family of 4 could live for 207 years. As for the tuition fees they had discussed earlier, Han Cherin asked if he would mind if she watched him wield his sword before they continued their conversation. Of course, Shu agreed and said that she could watch first and then decide. In fact, Mong Shu himself was not entirely sure how much to charge Han Cherin, and he did not even know how much she wanted to pay him, so it would be better if Han Cherin decided for herself. Once they started the demonstration, Mong Shu asked if he could borrow a training sword. After he took out the sword, Mong Shu said that there are only 3 sword techniques that he can show her now. Han Cherin was surprised to hear about the 3 techniques, and Mong Shu explained that he had chosen the ones that might suit her, but that it was quite difficult for him to choose just one. That is why he wants Han Cherin to choose the technique that she likes best. At first, he thought about subscribing to all 3 in order to show Cherin their styles, but it was too expensive, and the more subscriptions he made, the higher the cost of the next subscription would be, which is why he came here after watching their trailers. Meng Shu wondered if he would be able to demonstrate everything properly. Meng Shu raised his sword, bringing the blades back, and said that the first sword style he would show her was called Divine Sword, splitting the heavens. Meng Shu took a step and swung his sword down, releasing a bluish aura. Han Cherin was amazed by his skill with the blade, for she could not even see how he moved the sword. Meng Shu raised his sword again and struck another blow, slightly slower this time. But even with the technique slowed down, the divine sword that splits the heavens was still devastating. Han Cherin couldn't even move under the pressure of his sword. Unlike last time, Shu swung his sword rather slowly, and even so its pressure affected her. After demonstrating the first technique, Mong Shu changed his stance and, releasing a pure aura, said that now he would show her the sword that kills dragons technique. In the next moment, Meng Shu made a quick series of swings with his blade. Immediately after that, his blade released a terrifying aura reminiscent of a real dragon. Seeing this, Han Cherin trembled, feeling an instinctive fear, and at that moment she tried to understand how. Meng Shu said that finally, he would demonstrate the Tai Chi sword style. As soon as Mong Shu raised his sword using the Tai Chi style, Han Cherin's mouth fell open in shock, for this technique seemed to contain the very origin of the universe. Meng Shu's sword seemed to concentrate the elements of fire, water, wood, metal, and earth around itself. Meng Shu finally swung his sword, dispelling the darkness in an arc. Meng Shu said that his demonstration was now complete, and that these were the 3 sword techniques he could teach her. Meng Shu asked which technique she liked best. At the same time, opposite the headquarters of the SH Hunters Guild, Meng Jiwang was already losing patience, as Meng Shu still hadn't come out. A member of Pandemonium said he hadn't seen any movement outside. After that, the boss wondered what the hell he was doing in there for so long. Could it be that Mong Shu was providing Han Cherin with some kind of service? He looked like an idiot, but maybe he was completely different in bed. The Pandemonium member asked if they were going to keep waiting. Meng Jiwang paused for a moment, thinking about it. Then he remembered something, and licking his lips, Meng Jiwang asked, "Didn't Meng Shu have a younger sister?" The Pandemonium member reminded him that they could get into trouble if they started involving outsiders. And if the Inspection Bureau found out about it, Li Minjung would get involved. Meng Jiwang asked him not to worry about it. And with a smirk, he said that this time their support would guarantee that nothing like that would happen. And if they made fun of his sister enough, then they wouldn't even have to waste time waiting, because Mong Shu would get angry and come running to them herself. Meanwhile, Han Cherin froze in shock. Mong Shu tried to bring her to her senses by calling her name, but Han Cherin did not respond. Until Mong Shu called her a little louder, bringing her out of her stupor. Han Cherin asked what he wanted, and Mong Shu asked again which of the 3 techniques she liked best. Han Cherin felt uncomfortable with such a choice and tried to come up with something. Since Han Cherin was silent, Mong Shu handed her a training sword and said that if she couldn't choose a technique, she should try them all first. Han Cherin asked if she really could. Nervously, Han Cherin stood in the first stance shown to her and tried to take a deep breath. Then she made every effort to repeat Mong Shu's movements. Watching Han Cherin's movements, Mong Shu could confirm that her movements were almost identical to his, but something was missing. Han Cherin was out of breath after trying to repeat Mong Shu's technique. Han Cherin looked at her palm and asked if she was missing something. Then she thought about it. Mong Shu smiled awkwardly and suggested that Han Cherin try other sword techniques. He simply had to teach Han Cherin, otherwise he would not get paid. A little while later on the bus, Hercules told Shu that it should be obvious that she couldn't keep up with him because ordinary people could never compete with their powers. Whispering, Mong Shu reminded Hercules that he had been able to do it. Moreover, with Hercules' help, he was learning divine martial arts. Hercules explained that all this was only possible because Mong Shu could use their power. Mong Shu asked, what was the difference? Hercules asked Shu if he remembered the first time he asked him to teach him the divine martial arts. And why did he refuse him then? Mong Shu said that, according to Hercules, he was too lazy to do it. Hercules waved his hand in front of Shu's face and said that he meant something else, after which Shu fell into thought. Mong Shu recalled that Hercules had told him that only those who learned his superpowers could comprehend his martial arts. Hercules asked what happened next. Mong Shu said that his mental state was also at its worst. Hercules confirmed that he had said exactly that, then paused to think for a moment. A second later, he said that this was not what he meant. Hercules explained to Shu that just as a certain foundation was needed to learn divine martial arts, the same was true for the techniques of other gods. And because this girl did not know any basics, she simply could not repeat them. But at the same time, the very fact that she was able to keep up with his movements was already a feat in itself. Mong Shu asked if that meant that the reason he was able to use the techniques without subscribing to their GodTube channels. Hercules suggested that Mong Shu was an exception to the rule. In addition, Mong Shu had previously told him that he did not possess any traits, but he had awakened, hadn't he? Mong Shu confirmed Hercules' words and asked why he was suddenly asking about this. Hercules said that he believed the fact that Mong Shu had no traits was in itself a trait. Last time he told Shu that simply subscribing to GodTube channels was not enough to obtain their divine powers. To be more precise, it is impossible to rewrite a certain being with a new essence. It is simply impossible to hide the uniqueness that people call a trait with another uniqueness. After all, that would be tantamount to denying their very existence. But Mong Shu was originally a blank slate, without any innate traits, and that is precisely why he can absorb the powers of other gods without any problems. This is the only possible explanation for Shu's powers. And isn't that the very reason why Shu gained access to GodTube? Hercules asked what he thought about it. Mong Shu asked if that meant that no one but himself could learn about the capabilities of GodTube. Hercules suggested that this was indeed the case, which left Mong Shu stunned. After all, the conclusion that he and Hercules had come to meant that he would not be able to teach Cherin, and so his monthly allowance of millions would disappear. Suddenly, Hercules added a but and said that there would be no such problem if Mong Shu created something himself and taught it to others. Meanwhile, at the door of Mong Shu's house, the member of Pandemonium wondered if that guy, Mong Shu, really lived here. The member of Pandemonium reached for the door handle. Then he grabbed it and pulled it off, pulling sharply toward himself. The door to the house was open, and the Pandemonium member freely entered the house. Finding the room where Mong Shu's younger sister was lying, the Pandemonium member glanced at his target and admitted that this girl was charming. The Pandemonium member slowly reached for the sleeping So-A. He thought that since they were going to deal with Shu after luring him out, why not have some fun with this girl for now? Suddenly he was distracted by a creaking sound. When he entered, he didn't notice anyone else besides this girl, so where could the creaking sound be coming from? Looking down, the Pandemonium member noticed a growling dog on the floor, which surprised him. Meng Shu asked if that meant that all the things Hercules had talked about would be irrelevant if Cherin taught him. Hercules replied that, as he had said earlier, people could not learn their techniques. But there would be no problem if Meng Shu taught someone what he had learned himself, because the problem lay precisely in their powers. Meng Shu reminded Hercules that he was teaching Cherin techniques from GodTube, and asked if that meant that if he continued to teach her the same thing, Cherin would not learn anything. Hercules said that among those selected by Meng Shu, everything would be a little different with Tai Chi Master Zhang Samfeng. After all, Tai Chi Master Zhang Samfeng's techniques are the basic concept of martial arts, which even helped Hercules when he was trying to develop his own martial arts. And if Meng Shu subscribes to his channel, he will probably be able to learn Tai Chi, after which he will be able to use Tai Chi as the basis for his future techniques. Although he cannot directly teach people divine techniques, he can create his own versions of techniques and teach them to people. After all, these will no longer be divine martial arts techniques, but Shu Wu's own techniques. In other words, Meng Shu will act as a filter. Meng Shu asked if this meant that by studying Tai Chi, he would be able to incorporate divine arts into his training. Hercules immediately confirmed this. Meng Shu thought about it. Creating a new combat technique would obviously not be easy, but it would solve his problem. After thinking it over, Shu thanked Hercules for his advice. Hercules asked him not to just say thank you if he was truly grateful. Hercules cleared his throat and asked why Shu wouldn't share with him the idea for a video that he had mentioned recently. Meng Shu promised Hercules that he would tell him about it a little later, as soon as he had sorted out all his business. The next idea for a video was much more complicated. Hercules told Sir that there was no problem with that, and soon the bus door opened. Walking home, Meng Shu thought about how creating a technique would obviously not be an easy task, but still, just learning divine martial arts was difficult in itself. The main question was how he was going to create a chi-based technique for Han Cherin. When he reached the door, Meng Shu froze after discovering that the door handle had been broken off. Meng Shu flew into a rage because someone had broken into the house where his sister was. Without wasting any time, Meng Shu rushed into the house and immediately headed for Soei's room. Running into his sister's room, Meng Shu saw that she was still sleeping peacefully. He breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that Soei was safe, when suddenly Shu heard a dog barking. Fenrir had defeated the intruder and was wagging his tail happily in front of his master. Looking at the criminal, Meng Shu wondered who this man was who dared to break into his house. Meng Shu thanked Chernish for protecting Soei and began to pet him. He had never seen this man's face before, but judging by his aura, he was no ordinary person, but an awakened one. Meng Shu had no idea why he had broken into his house, but the criminal clearly did not mean them any good. Meng Shu lifted Chernish and thanked him again for saving his sister, then apologized to Fenrir and asked if he could keep an eye on the house for a while longer. Chernish barked, saying he was ready to protect Soei. After that, Shu suddenly became serious because it was time to deal with the intruder. A short time later, the member of Pandemonium, who had broken into Shu's house, suddenly woke up in an unknown place, tied to a chair. When he regained consciousness, the first thing he wondered was where he was. Meng Shu asked if he had regained consciousness so quickly. The Pandemonium member cried out in surprise when he heard Meng Shu's voice and asked how he had managed to. Hearing his name from the criminal's mouth, Meng Shu realized that he knew his name. Meng Shu said he would ask him a few questions. All he had to do was answer honestly, but the criminal suddenly smiled and called Shu a damn idiot. After that, the member of Pandemonium tensed his muscles and broke the ropes that bound him. He asked Shu if he really thought that something like this could restrain him. Meng Shu put his hand on the criminal's shoulder and said that he had clearly not come here with good intentions. Just as the Pandemonium member was about to stand up, Meng Shu pressed down on his shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. But it didn't last long, because a second later, Meng Shu covered his mouth with his other hand. He continued to press down on him with his strength and aura. Causing him incredible pain. Meng Shu ordered the criminal to be quiet because if Soei woke up, he would kill him without asking any questions. Suddenly, Meng Shu remembered something and punched the awakened man in the chest. Then Shu grabbed him by the shirt, pulled him closer, and told him that he was not the kind of person who would take the word of someone who still had all his limbs. Then there was a loud crunch. Sometime later, in another part of the city, the members of Pandemonium who were guarding the territory were surprised to see a man nearby. Meng Shu came out to them and threw the body of their beaten comrade on the ground. Meng Shu then turned to the members of Pandemonium and asked where Meng Jiwang was. The bald man asked what the bastard was talking about. His comrade replied that he was just talking nonsense. The Pandemonium member asked the stranger to calm down and just go home, then grabbed him by the shoulder and said that otherwise something would happen to him. The Pandemonium member asked if he had any idea who Meng Jiwang was. Either he would get lost somewhere or he would lose his life. Meng Shu asked again, where was Meng Jiwang? The Pandemonium member became enraged because he was ignoring his words and asked if he wanted to be beaten up. Suddenly, Shu grabbed him by his clothes and asked where he was. The Pandemonium member ordered the guy to let him go immediately and grabbed his arm. But to his surprise, the guy was strong enough to nullify his efforts. Meng Shu struck the Pandemonium member with all his might. The other members of Pandemonium wondered what was going on. They asked if he knew who they were. They attacked the cocky young man who was overly confident in his skills. Meng Shu raised his leg and kicked the asphalt. Immediately after that, he stood in a fighting stance and punched forward, knocking one of his opponents back. Immediately after that, he knocked out the second one, grabbing him by the face and throwing him aside. Stopping in front of the last enemy, Meng Shu looked him in the eyes and asked where Meng Jiwang was now. Hunter Inspection Bureau, Seoul Branch. Jung Suo called out to the commander and reported that Pandemonium had made its move. Lee Min-jun was surprised by Pandemonium's sudden move and asked if they had learned anything about their location. Jun Suo replied that they didn't know yet, but Pandemonium's tracks were clear enough to track them, so they would soon find them. Lee Min-jung ordered to immediately gather all members of the fourth squad and request reinforcements from all possible guards. They should gather even those guards who cannot move. Accepting the commander's order, Jung Suo ran off. Just as Lee Mingjong was about to leave, someone stopped her and apologized for disturbing her in the middle of her duty. The deputy said that they had received an urgent assignment and that apparently Commander Lee Minjong would be very much needed there. Lee Minjong apologized and said that she would not be able to help with this. After that, the deputy said that it was a special order from the chief. Lee Minjong was surprised to hear this and asked how it was an order from the chief. The deputy then explained that a C-class dungeon had appeared in Sandun and that Lee Minjong should go there as soon as possible. Lee Minjong asked if she really needed to go there. She then asked if they could just send another squad there. The deputy said that a few minutes ago he had heard about Lee Minjong requesting reinforcements. What would happen if they rejected the request? Moreover, he did not think that the chief would turn a blind eye to this. He would inform her that he could not be responsible for the consequences of her choice. Lee Min-jun was angry that such a person would become the head of the inspection bureau in the future. Gritting her teeth, Lee Min-jun growled that she didn't care whether she was fired or not. The deputy shouted at Commander Lee Min-jun, but she ignored him and said he could do whatever he wanted. Meanwhile, Meng Shu met with a large group of Pandemonium members. The Pandemonium members didn't understand what this bastard was doing here and wanted to teach him a lesson for his arrogance. Of all these people, about 100 would be awakened, judging by their unusual appearance. Although this battle would not be easy, he had to teach them a lesson for daring to touch So-A. If he dared to let them get away with it, he would show weakness, and these bastards would start up again, then target her once more. That is why he must destroy them all. These people are like wild animals, devoid of any sense of morality, acting more instinctively than rationally. He simply must instill fear in their souls, so deeply that it is imprinted in their very bones. The mere mention of his name should terrify these people. He must make sure that they learn their lesson well and that they never dare to mess with him again. One vandal ran out of the group and lunged at Meng Shu with his fists, asking how he dared to come here. But before he could even notice the slightest movement, Meng Shu himself lunged at him. Immediately after that, they collided with their fists, but Meng Shu was much stronger, sending the Pandemonium member flying back into the group. After this, the members of Pandemonium realized that this was no ordinary guy, so some of them shouted that they shouldn't rush at him in a hurry, but should surround him and attack together. In battles against large groups, they usually attack in groups of 3 to 5 people. But if there are more of them, they start to get in each other's way, which hinders the battle and makes it less advantageous than one-on-one combat. But when dozens of people attack in a large coordinated formation, It is called a formation strategy. Personally, he is ashamed to call this a real strategic formation, but they try to imitate it. This is very typical of criminals who fight people, not monsters. As Zhu Liang said, the key to destroying the enemy's formation is simple, and you should start by recognizing the door of life and the door of death. Gathering his strength, Mong Shu suddenly ran forward. Then he accelerated and knocked down the enemies in front of him like bowling pins. There are several types of formation arts, but they all follow one principle. The 16-person heavenly collision formation that has weak points at the edges, and the 12-person earth axis formation has a weak point in the center. Even now, when Shu thinks about it, he does not fully understand what Zhu Liang said, but he can clearly see it. There is a small gap between the enemies advancing on him, and Zhu Liang shows him this with his insight. This gap between the enemies is his gateway to life. Meng Shu burst into the gate of life and destroyed the enemy formation with a few blows. The Pandemonium captains who watched this were amazed at how this guy broke their ranks, because such a thing is simply unreal. In fact, there are many weak points in the human body. The Dantian acupuncture points include the Ren meridians, the UN source point, and the area under the ribs. Releasing his energy, Meng Shu pierced his opponent's weak points with a thread of qi. Wherever he looked after breaking through the enemy ranks, he saw only the gates of death, and nowhere were the gates of life. Meng Shu was already slightly out of breath, and members of Pandemonium began to surround him, shouting angrily at this slippery rat who had suddenly attacked them, but now he was caught, and they would be able to deal with him. No matter how strong a fighter is, if he fights against hundreds of enemies, it doesn't matter. Hercules said that no one can stand against a group of enemies because fighting them quickly becomes difficult, even if there are many small foes around you. Of course, this does not apply to him, but sometimes when you are surrounded, you are unable to see a way out of the situation. So what should you do in such moments? Of course, you just need to break through with pure force. In such a hopeless situation, Meng Shu simply began to knock everyone around him down. Seeing this, the enemies began to panic. After all, what they saw before them clearly could not be a human being. Before them was a real monster. Hercules said that when he defeated all the enemies surrounding him, then, in the middle of the battle, Meng Jiwang arrived and asked the guys what the hell was going on here. At the end of the fight, the strongest of the enemies is declared. Meng Jiwang asked what was going on here, and who was this bastard beating up his people. Hercules himself had no idea why this was happening, but leaders always come out at the very end. Meng Shu rushed towards Meng Jiwang like lightning. Catching Meng Jiwang off guard, Meng Shu punched him square in the face with all his might. As Hercules said, if you see the main bastard, you should just kill him. After a single blow from Meng Shu, Meng Jiwang passed out, crashing into the wall. Those who saw this wondered how such a thing was possible. And to Jiwang Hunim, knocked out with just one punch? That's complete nonsense. Suddenly, Meng Jiwang coughed up blood. Then he got to his feet, leaning against the wall. His subordinates were glad that their boss had survived the blow from this monster. The guy in front of him didn't look particularly strong, but if the attack had really been sudden, he could have seriously died. Meng Jiwang spat out blood and asked the guy what he wanted from them. Meng Shu asked Meng Jiwang if he had ordered the kidnapping of So-A. Meng Jiwang was surprised to hear about a certain So-A, as he suddenly remembered who it might be and asked the young man if his name was Meng Shu. Ignoring Jiwang's question, Shu asked if he was the one who ordered the kidnapping of So-A. Since he didn't answer, Meng Jiwang assumed that this was indeed his target. And even looking at his face, he began to understand that it was this face he had seen on the website. But that person said that Meng Shu was only D rank, although in their case, no one could be trusted. Losing his patience, Meng Shu said that he was asking for the last time. Did Meng Jiwang give the order to kidnap So-A? Meng Jiwang asked. And what if so? He had already learned that Shu Wu's level was higher than stated, but that was all. Suddenly, Meng Shu lunged forward, instantly appearing right in front of Meng Jiwang. But Meng Jiwang smiled and grabbed Shu Wu's fist, then admitted that he was indeed fast. He strained all his senses, but even so he almost missed the blow. Meng Shu may not be as bad as he initially thought, but that's all. Meng Jiwang noticed that Meng Shu clearly lacked strength. And from what he had seen, he could guess that Shu Wu's strength was related to his willpower. Suddenly, Meng Jiwang's muscles swelled, increasing his size several times over, even tearing his clothes. The leader of the Pandemonium squad, Meng Jiwang, was now in a state of A+ rank physical enhancement. Meng Jiwang shouted that he knew all this, that the stronger he was, the weaker Shuwu was, and immediately struck him with all his might. Meng Shuwu was pushed back, but he managed to regain his balance and remain on his feet. He then glared at Meng Jiwang and rubbed his fist over the bruise. After the last blow, this bastard clearly surprised Meng Jiwang. At the last moment, he still managed to hit him, but no one in the D rank is capable of such a thing. Meng Jiwang grinned broadly and turned to Meng Shuwu. He said that he had done enough and that he should open his eyes. Then Meng Jiwang pointed at Meng Shu and welcomed him to Pandemonium. One of the captains addressed Hunim to challenge his decision, but he simply ordered him to shut up. After that, Meng Jiwang acknowledged that Meng Shu had enough power. Jiwang asked, with such power, is there any point in living such a life? They are special, and there is a huge difference between them and ordinary people, because ordinary people in their world are almost no different from trash. Meng Jiwang asked if it was right to call this justice. Why should they live by rules written by some insects? Let the insects live by the rules they created for their own safety. At the same time, powerful beings like them are not obliged to follow these rules. Jiwang asked what was the point of sacrificing themselves for the weak. In their world, shouldn't the weak sacrifice themselves for the strong? Because they are superhuman. The strong must oppress the weak, because the strong can do anything. They will create a world where strength determines power and justice, where there are no rules or laws. If you want something, just take it. You can get drunk, you can rob. Meng Shu asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. After that, he admitted that he hadn't listened very closely to his speech, but apparently Meng Jiwang needed to vent to someone, so he remained silent. Then he asked if Jiwang was done talking nonsense. Meng Jiwang froze in anger at Meng Shuwu's words and how he had trampled on their principles. Meng Jiwang asked if it was because of his sister. After all, giving in to such feelings was simply foolish. Meng Shuwu became curious as to why it was foolish. Meng Jiwang explained that if a person is controlled by personal attachment, then that person is weak. But Meng Shuwu immediately said that this was not the case. In fact, it meant that he was human, and not a stupid animal like Jiwang. Meng Jiwang exclaimed that it was all nonsense. He then admitted that he had given Shuwu a chance because he was impressed by his abilities. But since Shuwu was willing to sacrifice his life like this, then he'd better not regret his decision later. Suddenly, Meng Jiwang's muscles began to grow even more, and even his golden chain couldn't withstand it. Meng Jiwang raised his huge fist and told Shuwu that he couldn't defeat him. Immediately after that, he swung his fist forward with all his might. Suddenly, something unimaginable happened that shocked even Jiwang. For some reason, instead of simply crushing Meng Shuwu, he was thrown back. What the hell just happened? And when? Before Meng Jiwang even had time to notice, Meng Shuwu was already close to him. Meng Jiwang shouted that he wouldn't fall for it twice, and reacting at the last moment, he suddenly attacked Meng Shuwu, who had suddenly approached him. But Meng Shuwu managed to deflect Meng Jiwang's powerful blow with his own strike. Meng Jiwang couldn't understand what had just happened. Had he really lost to the strength of this bug? But that was impossible. Taking advantage of the moment, Meng Shuwu immediately rushed forward and delivered a powerful blow to Meng Jiwang's stomach. The pain knocked Meng Jiwang unconscious for a moment. At that moment, he realized that he had been wrong all along because Meng Shuwu was not stronger than him. Meng Shuwu was in a completely different league, and the power he had just demonstrated far exceeded what he had at the beginning. With his last blow, Meng Shuwu threw Meng Jiwang back. Realizing that he had lost, Meng Jiwang raised his hand with his last ounce of strength and pointed at Shuwu, saying that Pandemonium would not let this go. Did he really think they would just leave him alone after what he had done? Meng Shuwu suggested they try it, if they dared, because if he had to, he would personally destroy their Pandemonium. Meng Jiwang was stunned by what he heard and, barely suppressing his trembling, asked if he really thought he could wage war against them. And all this alone? Meng Shuwu released his aura and advised Meng Jiwang and the other members of Pandemonium to open their eyes wide. Then Meng Shuwu took a step forward, ready to end it all. The members of Pandemonium were terrified by the pressure they began to feel and by what awaited them. Focusing on using his superpower, Meng Shuwu smoothly raised his leg. Meng Jiwang suddenly trembled even more, because what he was now seeing and feeling was clearly not fake. After all, this was a power that surpassed anything a human being could ever achieve. Meng Shu took a deep breath and used Hercules' divine martial art. Form 1, the Descending Dragon Strike. Upon arriving at the scene, Li Mingju asked what the current situation was. One of the bureau employees replied that in fact, it was rather difficult to explain, so it would be easier if the captain took a look for herself. By the time they arrived, all the members of Pandemonium were already in this state. Li Mingjong asked if they were all unconscious, to which he replied that not all of them were unconscious and asked what to do with them. Li Mingjong said that first of all, they had to identify them all. And as soon as the unconscious ones woke up, they would also have to check their identities. They had to check if they had any convictions for murder, rape, causing physical injury, or assault resulting in second-degree mental trauma or higher. If any of them had a criminal record, they should be killed on the spot. The bureau employee said he understood everything. After that, Li Minjong turned to Jung-Soo Ah and ordered her to help the others. A little further on, Li Minjong suddenly noticed someone unusual lying at her feet. It was Meng Ji-wang, one of the high-ranking leaders of Pandemonium. Victory over this man would not be guaranteed. Even if all the members of the 4th inspection team attacked him, and even if she intervened in the fight, therefore, Li Mingju couldn't help but wonder what the hell had happened here. Meanwhile, Meng Shu, who had fled the battlefield, was busy treating himself with needles. Thanks to the practices of acupuncture, his mastery of the divine art of medicine increased by 3.3%. After completing the process, Meng Shu breathed a sigh of relief and complained that his body was killing him. When would he recover from this? Using the descending dragon strike against a human was probably excessive, but he tried to restrain his power and used much more force than in Fenrir's dungeon. If he had used the same level of power here, none of them would have survived. Anyway, he now has much better control over his divine martial arts, and after using them last time, his skill increased by plus 1.6%, breaking through the 10% mark and reaching 11.03%. But it wasn't just his divine martial arts. His skill and other attributes had also increased. Even so, he still had a long way to go. In addition, that red-haired bastard from Pandemonium was definitely very strong. He cannot even be compared to the insignificant Kang Do. He suddenly declared war on the global criminal organization, and it is likely that sooner or later they will make themselves known again. But he is not going to sit idly by because they dared to harm So-A. First, someone hired these criminals to kill him, and to lure him into a trap, they targeted So-A. And if he hadn't brought Chernish home, Meng Shu stretched and said to himself that Chernish was probably watching over So-A vigilantly right now. If so, then he should at least give Chernish a reward. The boss was shocked by the report he heard, because how could someone suddenly defeat Meng Ji-wan? And who could it be? The secretary replied that it was Meng Shu, an awakened D rank. The boss was amazed that a lowly D rank had done such a thing. The leader of Pandemonium, rank scar Ojuwan, asked if he was trying to tell him that a high-ranking leader of Pandemonium had somehow been killed by a low-level hunter. Fearing punishment from the boss, the secretary said that the information had not been fully confirmed. But the boss immediately turned to him and asked, did he dare to report unverified information to him? Unable to withstand the pressure, the secretary collapsed and blurted out that there was an inspection bureau there. Ojuwan asked what he wanted to tell him about the inspection bureau. The secretary made every effort to get up and said that they couldn't confirm it because the guards from the inspection bureau had taken control of the scene. There were survivors among their people, but for some reason they were mentally unstable. Ojuwan asked what made him think it could have been that guy, Shiwu? To which he replied that right before this incident, Jiwang had received an order. The target of that order was Meng Shu, and while he was working on it, this whole situation unfolded. Ojuwan asked if Shu had not been caught after all, to which he replied that he had not. For some lowly D rank to suddenly defeat a high-ranking leader, even if Shu was the ultimate target of the mission, it could have been just a lucky coincidence. He could believe it if the inspection bureau was behind this incident, and if it was someone like Li Minjun, the human butcher, then it would be entirely possible. Ojuwan was told that several of the Pandemonium members who had been rescued were completely unstable, but they showed a clear reaction when they heard the name Shiwu. Ojuwan asked what kind of reaction. He replied that they suddenly began to tremble with fear, which showed how shocked they were. Ojuwan suggested that he had instilled fear in them. Tapping his fingers on the table, Juwan began to ponder that, given all the circumstances, it seemed clear that this Shiwu was responsible for it. In that case, it could be that he was not lower than D rank, but for some reason remained at that rank. In addition, he single-handedly destroyed Pandemonium and the criminal world in Seoul while concealing his identity. Finally, he was the target of a request sent to their organization. A smile involuntarily spread across Oh Ju-won's face in anticipation. Was he warning them? That arrogant bastard. The secretary asked if they should track down Mong Shu. After that, Oh Ju-won ordered him to immediately inform everyone in Pandemonium to keep a close eye on him. Normally, they would have tracked him down and eliminated him immediately, but with the inspection bureau involved, the situation becomes more complicated. Of course, he doesn't care about Lee Min-jung, but how deeply is the inspection bureau involved in this case? Park Sung-jae, apparently the director himself, has started to get involved in all this. Meanwhile, at the inspection bureau, the boss swept the documents off the table and shouted at Lee Min-jun, asking if she was out of her mind. Did she really think she was special because she was so skilled? Then why didn't she just take his place as boss? The director of the Seoul branch of the Hunter Inspection Bureau, Kim Ji-pul, was angry because she had not only ignored his orders, but also killed a dozen people. Lee Min-jung apologized and explained that all of these people were dangerous criminals whose identities had been confirmed. Kim Ji-pul asked how she dared to contradict him. Even if they were criminals, they had already been neutralized. Did she understand that at all? She didn't kill them in self-defense. It was murder. This time, she had crossed the line. Lee Min-jung apologized again, but the director ordered her to resign. The guards who participated in the mission were outraged by this. The captain asked if they wanted to resign too, but ignoring the director, the guard said that the captain was only doing her duty as a guard. The captain ordered them to shut up and said that he should fire them all right then and there, but he forgave them because of Captain Lee. Therefore, he advised them to stop unnecessary conversations and let Captain Lee resign. Lee Min-jung agreed to resign voluntarily, but her subordinates clearly couldn't let it go. Lee Min-jung waved at her hand, hinting for them to leave, but the guards shouted that it was unfair. After all, their boss was just afraid of being caught taking bribes from criminals. Hearing this, Kim Ji-pil slammed his hands on the table and jumped up, then asked who dared to spout such nonsense. Suddenly, he met the serious gaze of Lee Min-jung, and she repeated that she was resigning. She also said that he should not involve the other members of the team in this. Director Kim Ji-pil fell back into his chair and, after clearing his throat, quietly agreed with Lee Min-jung. But someone disagreed with this and, entering the office, said that, in his opinion, Captain Lee should also be left alone. Those present were stunned because the director himself had arrived. Jun Soa asked the director what had brought him there, to which the director of the Hunter Inspection Bureau, Baek Seong-jae, replied that he had heard that Pandemonium had become active here, so he had come. He then approached the branch director and asked if, as the head of the branch, he was unaware of the danger that Pandemonium posed. In addition, he had just learned that the director was releasing criminals. Kim Ji-pil, frightened, immediately shouted that it was a misunderstanding. Park Sung-jae said that they would find out. Then footsteps were heard and his subordinates entered the office. Park Sung-jae said that whether it was a misunderstanding or not, they would find out after the investigation. Then he turned and asked Lee Min-jun if she was Captain Lee. She replied that he was correct. Park Sung-jae said he would like to talk to her and asked if she had a free moment. A little while later, Park Sung-jae and Lee Min-jun were alone in the office. Park Sung-jae asked if he could ask her directly. Was it her? Before her stood the director of the inspection bureau himself, Park Sung-jae, the man who had reined in the madness of countless criminal organizations in Korea and was also a living deterrent against them. He was also the son of Park Sung-hyun himself, one of the 13 heroes who saved the world. Park Sung-jae said he had heard about the incident and asked if there had been any unacceptable incidents during the arrest. Looking away, Lee Min-jung agreed to tell him everything. But Baek Sun-jae suddenly began his story. In the past, when the demon world invaded them, the awakened ones were the hope of humanity. But now that the world had stabilized, their powers had become nothing more than tools for making money. His father said that this was part of the natural order of things. He had fought for this for decades because he wanted this world more than anyone else. But of course, there would be those like Pandemonium who would abuse their power. Although his father condemned their actions, he said he was not going to interfere. He believed that if he interfered and began to rule the world, he would be no different from them. His father said that a person cannot become justice itself, but he disagrees with his words. Even if they really cannot become justice, he believes that they can still strive for it. Of course, there is always a line that must be followed, but it is impossible to fight in the mud without getting dirty. Therefore, he decided to ask Lee Min-jun if there were any unavoidable killings during the arrest. After a few seconds of silence, Lee Min-jung replied that it was true. Baek Sung-jae asked if she had done it. Lee Min-jung replied that she did not know. Park Sung-jae asked if she knew who could have done it. Lee Min-jung said that they had checked all the nearby CCTV cameras, but could not identify anyone entering or leaving. Among the criminals were survivors who had regained consciousness, but they were all mentally unstable. Park Sung-jae asked what she meant. Lee Min-jung explained that they were too frightened to think clearly. In their disturbed state, they kept repeating the same name. Park Sung-jae asked if he understood correctly that it was the name of an S-rank hunter. Lee Min-jun replied that this was not the case. It was not an S-rank hunter, but a lowly D-rank. Meng Shu asked Chernish if he liked it, to which he replied with a joyful bark. At about that moment, Soa woke up and, noticing her brother, remarked that he had woken up quite early today. Meng Shu asked if she had slept well today. If Soa had seen the door handle after waking up, she would have found it strange. But fortunately, he managed to fix it, and his divine metallurgy skill increased by plus 0.1%. Meng Shu was very grateful to divine metallurgy because, as it turned out, it was not limited to just making equipment for battle. Now that he thought about it, Meng Shu wondered what would happen if something like this happened again. Even with the fact that So-A was protected by Chernish, there was still a chance that something would go wrong. Suddenly, it dawned on Meng Shu, maybe he should just build his own house. If he built a new house using Hephaestus's divine metallurgy, he could provide his sister with the highest degree of security against dungeon break-ins or intrusions by unauthorized persons. The only problem was where to build the house. After all, he couldn't go far from Seoul because of So-A's treatment. Meng Shu suddenly remembered that he currently had 10 billion won in his bank account. Therefore, he couldn't help but wonder if he should buy the house they currently lived in. Meng Shu told So-A and Chernish that he was leaving. So-A wished him a speedy return, and Chernish barked at his back. As soon as Meng Shu left the house, a stranger appeared in front of him and asked permission to ask him a question. The Inspector General asked if his name was Meng Shu. When Meng Shu saw him, he wondered who he was. Then the man's face seemed familiar, as if he had seen him on the news before. After a moment's thought, Meng Shu realized that it was Park Sung-jae himself standing in front of him. Realizing this, Meng Shu suddenly began to panic, because what could the director of the Hunter Inspection Bureau have forgotten here? There could only be one reason for this. He had come because of yesterday's coup in the criminal world. Probably, from the Bureau's point of view, this was not something that could simply be left untouched. Meng Shu realized that he should have acted more cautiously, but at that moment he couldn't think clearly because the members of Pandemonium were trying to drag So-A into everything. But why did Baek Sun-ji come to him personally, and so quickly? Meng Shu tried to stop the flow of his thoughts because it was all just speculation and nothing had been confirmed yet. He had to act cautiously. Trying not to show how nervous he was, Meng Shu said that he was indeed Shu. Immediately after which Park Sun-jae asked if he was the man who had turned the criminal world of Seoul upside down yesterday. Baek Sun-jae noted that despite leaving people in such a dire situation, he was having a terrifyingly calm, normal day. It was all over because Baek Sun-jae had come after learning everything. Compared to Mang Ji-won, Park Sun-jae is on a completely different level, which means he cannot defeat him. Park Sun-jae will simply kill him on the spot, which means he must run as far away as possible right now. But now, So-A is behind him, and if he runs away now, he can't even imagine what will happen to her. Even with Midnight by her side, he is unlikely to be a match for Park Sun-jae. That's why he can't back down. Suddenly, Park Sun-jae took a step forward, put his hand on Shu-woo's shoulder, and asked if he would like to become a guard. Meng Shu-woo panicked, thinking that he might die now, but hearing such a sudden question from Park Sun-jae himself, he said, "Excuse me?" Meng Shu-woo suddenly just asked if he wanted to become a guard. Meng Shu-woo tried to remember what the monthly salary of a guard was. It was probably about the same as the average salary of a civil servant, which meant it wasn't very high. At the same time, the salary of a qualified guard ranged from several hundred million to several billion won. And that was far from what he needed right now. Taking into account his monthly subscription expenses alone, even 10 billion won would not be enough. So why did Park Sung-jae make him such an offer? If he originally intended to leave immediately after rejecting his offer, Why did he come to him in person? If it was about yesterday's incident in the criminal world, he should have at least conducted some kind of investigation. Feeling a headache from all this, Mong Shu wondered why he was still thinking about it. He just had to focus on what he was already doing. A little while later, the landlady asked Shu what had brought him to her today. Shu replied that it was about the house where he and his sister lived. Meng Shu asked if she was selling the house. The landlady was surprised by the question and asked why he suddenly decided to ask about it. Before Shu could answer, the landlady asked him not to worry about it because she was not going to sell the house to anyone while Shu and Soe were living there. She added that the real estate market was in bad shape and prices had risen, so houses were not selling well even now. And with such high interest rates, mortgage payments were simply draining people's souls. The landlady realized she had gotten carried away and asked him to remember that she had no intention of selling the house as long as he and his sister were living there, so they shouldn't worry about it. Meng Shu chuckled awkwardly and said that wasn't quite what he meant. In fact, he wanted to know if she was willing to sell the house to him, if she was considering it, of course. The homeowner asked what he was talking about. Did his current situation really allow him to do such a thing? Meng Shu reminded the landlady that he was awakened, which meant that his work was going quite well now. Since his financial situation was fine at the moment, he was thinking about buying this house. The landlady clapped her hands and congratulated Meng Shu on the fact that his affairs were starting to improve. Then she asked why they didn't move to another house in that case. After all, as they already knew, their current house was quite old and worn out, and not very suitable for living in. Meng Shu admitted that he had grown attached to this house. Since he wanted to buy it so badly, the landlady offered to sell the house for 150 million yen. Meng Shu asked why she was asking for so little. The homeowner replied that she knew that Shu had had a difficult time so far, and so this was the least she could do for them. Besides, she wouldn't be able to sell it for more on the real estate market anyway, so he might as well take it for so cheap. Meng Shu said he couldn't do that, because if it weren't for her, So and he could have ended up homeless. So Meng Shu offered to sell him the house for 1 billion won. Hearing this, the homeowner's mouth fell open in shock because it was a whole billion won. A little while later in the subway. As it turned out, building a house was much more complicated than he had originally thought. Meng Shu wanted to understand why there were so many administrative procedures. Transfer of ownership, building permits, and so on. It would take months just to get the permits, and he would have to run all over Seoul collecting documents. Meng Shu sighed at everything that had come down on him. He hadn't uploaded any videos to his YouTube channel for quite some time, and because of this, his comments section was filled with complaints. On top of that, he still needed to prepare for his sword technique lesson with Cherin, which meant Meng Shu took out his phone with trembling hands. After a few taps, 2 billion won was deducted from his account for subscribing to Jang Sanfeng's channel. Now he only had 7.5 billion won left in his account, but after deducting his rent, he only had 6.5 billion won left. He also had to pay 3.1 billion won every month. Even though he had mastered SS rank Tai Chi, Meng Shu felt terrible because of his money problems. In that case, he should just go and ask in person. SH Group, Hunters Guild office, hosting hall. A sparkling Han Cherin entered the room and asked if he had been waiting long. Meng Shu wondered why he felt that Han Cherin was becoming more beautiful every day. Anyway, he decided to focus on something else. Han Cherin asked how much her training would cost. Trying to suppress his nerves, Meng Shu said that he was thinking of holding classes twice a week with a monthly fee of... With a grimace, Meng Shu looked away and said, 10 billion won. Han Cherin immediately said that sounded good, which surprised Shu. Shocked, Meng Shu couldn't help but wonder why the hell she responded so quickly. Could it be that 10 billion won was small change for SH? If that was really the case, then maybe he should hold his breath and ask for more. At that moment, Han Cherin added that 10 billion won was exactly the amount she herself would like to offer. Her grandfather would not approve of a higher price because it was a monthly expense, not a one-time payment. Upon hearing this, Meng Shu squeezed out that 10 billion won was just right. In fact, it made sense because 120 billion won a year would be a lot even for SH Group. Meng Shu said he had a request. Han Cherin asked what he wanted. Feeling uncomfortable, Meng Shu nevertheless explained that he was planning to build his own house, but the procedures for doing so were more complicated than he had initially thought. Han Cherin asked if he was planning to build the house himself. Shu immediately confirmed this. Han Cherin thought about it for a few seconds and then promised to see what she could do about it. Mong Shu nervously chuckled and thanked Han Cherin. Mong Shu wondered if she was accepting everything too quickly. Sometime later, after putting in a lot of effort, Meng Shu created a new sword, but according to the system notification, it was a disposable item, not a normal sword, which upset Shu. At the same time, his divine metallurgy increased by 1.1%. Meng Shu suggested that it made sense to call this sword disposable because the materials from which it was made were of rather low quality compared to what he had used to create the glove. Upon seeing this sword, So Palguan was delighted with Meng Shu's work. Noticing how his skills had improved, So Palguan asked if he had been training all the time they had not seen each other. Even he himself did not know that it was possible to do something like this. Earlier, he had handed over all administrative procedures to the Cherin family, which meant that all that remained was Kim So-yeon suddenly burst into the smithy and greeted So Palguan. He asked what had brought her there today. Then he remarked that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Kim So-yeon replied that she was just passing by and decided to say hello. Then she told Shu that they hadn't seen each other in a long time and asked how he was doing. With a heavy heart, Mong Shu said that both had happened. Kim So-yeon became interested in this, after which Shu said that, in fact, everything that Mong Shu had been through recently flashed through his mind, and he said that nothing really happened. Kim So-yeon said she understood. Then she said that if he ever needed help, he could turn to her. Mong Shu said that since she had mentioned it herself, Shiwoo suddenly leaned in and asked if he could ask her for a favor. Kim So-yeon was taken aback by his suddenness. After that, Mong Shu said that it wasn't really that serious. He wanted to ask if she could get some building materials for him. Kim So-yeon was taken aback when she suddenly heard about the building materials. She acknowledged that it was no problem and asked why he suddenly needed them. Mong Shu replied that he was planning to build a house. Kim So-yeon thought about the fact that Shiwoo was planning to build a house, then asked him to wait a little and not to tell her about it. That he was planning to build the house himself? Mong Shu awkwardly replied that this was indeed the case. Kim So-yeon said that she already knew that he was skilled at making equipment, but building a house was a completely different matter. Mong Shu handed her a sheet of paper and said that these were all the materials he would need. Seeing the list, Kim So-yeon noticed that these were not building materials at all. Suddenly, it dawned on her, and she asked, was he really planning to build a house using monster parts? Mong Shu confirmed her guess and explained that he was planning to turn his house into equipment. In the park, Park Seon-jae asked Captain Park how everything went. Park Tae-min, captain of the regional investigation team of the Hunter Inspection Bureau, replied that Ju-won was not taking any action. Most likely he was trying to hide it because he was very cautious with the CEO. Park Sung-jae asked if that was really the case. Then he took a sip from the can and said that in that case, he was out of luck. Park Sung-jae asked Captain Park what he was looking at. Was it because he had taken a drink for himself? Park Sung-jae came to the conclusion that Park Tae-min also liked it. Interrupting Park Tae-min, he asked why he had let him go. Park Sung-jae asked if he meant Shiwoo. Then he said that Captain Lee from the 4th team of the Seoul branch told him that, despite his clumsy appearance, he was one of the most humane hunters she had ever met. Then he asked Captain Park how long he had been working at the Inspection Bureau. Captain Park replied that he had been working there for 7 years. Park Sung-jae acknowledged that he had also been there for quite some time and decided to tell him that he had awakened when he was 11 years old and had undergone 8 years of training from his father. Later, his father told him to go out into the world and learn everything about it for himself. That is why he wandered the world for 5 years before joining the Inspection Bureau, and now he has been working there for 20 years. During that time, he dealt with countless criminals and killed many people, probably even more than the number of monsters he killed with his own hands. Perhaps that is why he feels that humans are worse than monsters, lacking humanity. He has painfully realized that kindness does not always pay off. In general, he does not trust people and always treats them with contempt. Because to him, everyone now looks like a criminal. Nevertheless, there are still some people he can trust. Park Sung-jae asked Captain Park if he could guess who it was. After a moment's thought, Park Tae-min admitted that he wasn't sure. Park Sung-jae said that they are the ones who have to feed their families. This is not something everyone can do, and it requires self-sacrifice. This is what makes all parents in this world so wonderful. And Shiwoo has a sick sister. Park Sung-jae got up from the bench and said that he needed to not only feed his sister, but also save her. Captain Park said that even if that were true, it was very suspicious that Shiwoo was lying about his rank, and that the main thing here was that he had managed to destroy the entire criminal world in this city single-handedly. Park Sung-jae reminded him that they did not know for sure that he was lying about it. Park Tae-min asked what he meant. The Inspector General replied that people call them murderers, and they are not wrong. But there was one thing they must always remember. Their blades must be aimed exclusively at criminals. Throwing the can into the trash can, Park Sung-jae said that he liked a world where people could live in peace. It was also the world his father had protected. Captain Park asked what he was going to do next. Park Sung-jae replied that he was going to the SH group. Park Tae-min was shocked to hear this. Park Sung-jae stopped and reminded Captain Park of his words. Their swords should only be aimed at criminals. Mang Shu told Kim So-yeon that he planned to make his house into a base. So Palguan asked if he really knew how to build houses. Shiwoo replied that he had never done any construction work before, but he thought he could do it. Shiwoo then asked Kim So-yeon if it would be difficult to obtain all the materials. After going over the list a few more times, So-yeon replied that it should be possible, and that money wasn't even the problem. More precisely, it was part of the problem, but dragon turtle shell, or golem core, and death knight armor. All these materials come from high-ranking monsters, from lower B rank to higher A rank, and these are not simple monsters. In addition, these items are often used by hunters, so it will be difficult to obtain the required quantity. To be more precise, there is almost no supply, as hunters rarely sell them. Mong Shu said he understood, after which Kim So-yeon said that this did not mean that there was a complete shortage of these goods. It might be possible if he planned to pay extra. Kim So-yeon took out her smartphone to check everything and told Shiwoo that he could buy everything at 3 times the market price, which meant he would need to spend about 3 billion won. Mang Shu-woo was struck by lightning when he heard about the 3 billion. Fortunately, he already had the money he received for teaching Cherin, so it shouldn't be such a big problem, but Kim So-yeon added that even so, it would not be easy to get everything. Meng Shu thought about how to deal with this. Of course, he could lower the quality of the materials, but he didn't want to build the house carelessly because it would protect Soe. Meng Shu asked if she could gather as many affordable materials from the list as possible right now. Kim So-yeon promised to do her best. The main problem was the low number of offers from hunters who did not sell their prey. Meng Shu suddenly had a thought. Since he is also a hunter, doesn't that mean he can also gather materials in the dungeon? However, the monsters he needed to hunt were at least lower B rank, and the problem was that he was still a lower D rank hunter. Therefore, it was obvious that he would simply not be granted a hunting permit. So maybe it was finally time to raise his rank? There are 2 main ways to raise his rank. First, he can achieve success in hunting and gain recognition for his skills. Second, he can apply for a review to have his rank changed immediately. Initially, the first method was the only option for hunters. But with the advent of the rare phenomenon of awakening, the second method became available. This literally means second awakening. The second awakening may lead to the awakening of a new characteristic or enhance an existing one. The exact reason for the awakening is still unclear, but it does happen sometimes. Thanks to this, hunters can obtain a new rank after reassessment. Meng Shu took out his smartphone to check his current characteristics. His insight had reached a 41.9% mastery, super strength 21.48%, divine medicine 8.7%, divine metallurgy 18.03%, Hercules' divine martial arts 11.03%, and gentlemanly wisdom had reached 4.11% mastery. He simply could not afford to waste any more time. Satisfied, Meng Shu continued his work in the forge. Returning home, Han Mina assumed that pigs had already learned to fly, since her niece had suddenly decided to visit her. Han Cherin admitted that they really hadn't seen each other in a while. Han Mina asked if that was true, but be that as it may, this time Cherin did a great job, for which Han Mina praised her. Han Mina thanked her niece for bringing stability back to their company. Han Cherin said that she was just doing what she had to do, but that the company's stability was thanks to their director and her hard work. Han Mina was forced to admit that Cherin hadn't changed at all. She then asked how long Cherin planned to call her director. Han Cherin fell silent for a moment, then said that she had come today to see her as Director Han, not as her aunt. Smiling, Han thought about how Cherin used to be such a sweet little girl when she was younger. Her brother died, leaving this child alone. In a wealthy family, being a member of the family means being a rival. Therefore, after the death of Cherin's parents, she was subjected to constant control from an early age. So it was no surprise that her personality had changed so much. If her father, Cherin, her brother, had been there, she wouldn't have been able to survive either. And although she couldn't help Cherin when she was younger, now things are different. Han took a cup of coffee and asked what she wanted to talk to her about. Han Cherin replied that she wanted to build a house and asked if she could borrow the name of the construction company, SH. This surprised her aunt. Han asked if she was going to build a vacation home or something similar. Han Cherin replied that this was not the case. She just wanted to build a house. Han was shocked to hear this. Was she uncomfortable in her current home? In that case, she simply couldn't stay out of it. Han promised that she would talk about it with the president of Shea Construction, and then said that if they did without subcontractors and started construction right away, they would be able to build everything as quickly as possible. Han Cherin said that someone else would be building the house and that they just needed the name of the company. Upon hearing this, Han nearly choked on her coffee in shock. Meanwhile, Mong Shu arrived at the waiting room for the retake exam at the Seoul branch of the Hunter Management Bureau. Right in front of him walked a guy who could hardly believe that he was only F rank, but still such a thing was possible. In most cases, people ask for a review because they don't want to admit their low position. It couldn't be. It was simply impossible. He thought so too. Awakened by the magical resonance from the dungeon breakthrough, he took the assessment, partly hoping that he had managed to awaken an A or even S-rank trait in himself. But for some reason, his result didn't even have a trait. He was the most ordinary person who could hardly be called even F-rank. Remembering this, Mong Shu smiled, because this time everything was completely different. The employee asked the next person in line to come inside. The reassessment is done by scanning the characteristics of the awakened person. The bureau staff asked Shu to stand on the footprints in front of him, and as soon as he stood up, they announced the start of the scan. They also asked Mong Shu not to move during the scan. At that moment, Mong Shu thought about the fact that he had already awakened 6 traits. Soon the administrative office, no, the whole world would be turned upside down. This was one of the reasons why he doubted whether he should undergo a reevaluation. After all, the more attention he attracted, the more threats he received. Mong Shu decided that he no longer had any reason to hide. The female employee was shocked by what had happened, and her partner asked how this could have happened. Mong Shu already imagined how he would become the world's first SS-ranked player. Although no, in fact, it would be the birth of the world's first SSS rank. Mong Shu looked at the screen and was surprised, because he didn't have any traits. So how could a person awaken without having any traits? It was simply unthinkable. It just couldn't be. Meng Shu shouted that he thought there was some kind of error in the system. The worker told Shu that the review could only be done once and asked him to leave. But Mong Shu did not agree with this result. He asked for another chance. He wanted them to run the test again. Mong Shu was completely devastated. He wanted to know why nothing had changed this time. This clearly couldn't be right. Or could it be that this machine was unable to determine the traits of gods? The highest known trait is S rank, but considering that he is at F rank, it is possible that his assumption was incorrect from the start. After all, if they couldn't determine his characteristics, the result would be something like undetermined or no result. So could it be that what Hercules said was true? Nothing in itself is his trait. His scan results did not change because his unique trait remained unchanged. Thinking about it, Mong Shu was forced to admit that it made sense, but not for sure. Or was it because he still hadn't achieved 100% mastery of one of the traits of the gods? He didn't fully understand the traits of the gods yet because he was still learning and adapting. Mong Shu asked what the reason could be. He sighed deeply. Then Mong Shu wondered how he could study and use the traits of the gods. Hercules said that it was because nothing was his innate trait, because he was the only one capable of mastering the powers of the gods. And who was that blonde guy he met? Could it be that he came to him because he knew something about him? The blonde man said he would leave that possibility open, then admitted that he was sorry to have to involve him in this. Now, when he recalls the blonde man's words, he realizes that perhaps that's not the case at all. Mong Shu got up from the bench and told himself that it was better not to think about it now. In any case, reevaluation was pointless. which meant he needed to raise his hunter rating by raiding dungeons. His current rank was the lowest F rank, but he needed to be at least at the highest A rank. How long would that take? Lately, she hadn't even had time to post videos on YouTube. It was all starting to annoy Mong Shu. And so, he came up with an idea of what to do about it. The perfect content idea for the current situation. Seeing Park Sung-jae in front of him, the director admitted that this was indeed a rare event, as the CEO of the Inspection Bureau himself had come to see him. Park Sung-jae laughed and said that he was the one who made sudden but short visits, and he didn't even know how to thank him for such a warm welcome. SH Group Director Han Kwang-guk said that it was obvious, because he was the one and only director of the Inspection Bureau. After that, Han Kwang-guk invited Inspector Park to sit down. Han Kwang-guk asked why Park Sung-jae had decided to visit him. Park Sung-jae said that SH Group was a pillar of the Korean economy and that he wanted to meet the person who ran such an important organization. Han Kwang-guk acknowledged that this was indeed high praise from such an amazing person who ensures Korea's security. Park Sung-jae reminded him that you can't run a company just because you have some power. After all, to do so, one must satisfy the needs of one's superiors, possess excellent business skills, and be good at sales. And sometimes it can even force a person to betray their family. Park Sung-jae said that despite his position as director of the Inspection Bureau, he had no intention of interfering in their family affairs. To be blunt, he wouldn't care, even if Han Cherin left the SH Group. But Mong Shu is on the other side of the fence. Park Sung-jae suggested that the respected director of the SH Group already knows this name. Upon hearing the name Shu, Han Kwang-guk's face almost turned blue with fear, because it could mean that the Inspector General already knows everything. He knows about the plans to remove Han Cherin from the SH Group, and even that they plan to investigate Mong Shu using pandemonium. And all because he helped Cherin in the raid on the dungeon. Stressed out, Han Kwang-guk clenched the armrest of his chair. With his actions, the Inspector General was probably warning them that he wouldn't stand aside if they contacted Pandemonium again. He was unbearably arrogant and rude, but when it came to Sung-jae, it was different. After all, this man is the son of Baek Sung-hyun himself, one of the 13 heroes of humanity. Even if the SH Group can use its power to influence politics and put pressure on the Inspection Bureau, Baek Sung-hyun is not a man to be trifled with. So why did such a man suddenly come to the defense of Mong Shu? Park Sung-jae said he couldn't reveal where he knew the name from or what he thought of him. But he advised them to keep their family affairs within the family and not to involve anyone else in it. After agreeing, Park Sung-jae said that he was leaving for the day. At the cafe, Park Dok-gu turned to her boss and said that she was refusing her salary for this month, and Park Dok-gu begged her boss not to fire her. Mang Shu asked what she was talking about and why she had decided to give up her salary. Park Dok-gu said that she was willing to work without pay until his channel grew. Shiwoo was simply stunned by what he heard. He asked Dok-gu to stop and asked what she was talking about. Surprised, Dok-gu asked if he really wasn't planning to leave NewTube. Even more surprised, Shiwoo asked him why should he leave NewTube. Suddenly, he realized what was going on. After he started posting less and less, he hadn't posted any videos at all lately. Realizing what was going on, Mong Shu asked why she had decided to give up her monthly salary. Doku replied that she didn't have any better offers, while he was a good boss, and besides, she hadn't done anything this month. Mong Shu laughed awkwardly and reminded her that he had told her from the beginning that this was a basic salary and that he was not leaving NewTube at all. The reason he asked her to meet today was to discuss an idea for a new video. Park Dok-gu was excited to hear this and was ready to listen to her boss. Mang Shu remembered that he had to pay her salary today and took out his smartphone. Then he advised her to buy something nice for her younger siblings on her way home. Meng Shu told Dok-gu that when he was a child, the fried chicken his father brought home after work tasted delicious. He knows that Editor Park is a guardian to his brother and sister. The quiet Park Dok-gu asked him to just call her Dok-gu. Meng Shu asked what she meant. Park Dok-gu replied that she could just call him by his name. Park Dok-gu suddenly jumped up and exclaimed that she meant he was older than her and also her boss. Meng Shu smiled and said that in that case she could call him Shu and asked her to treat him as a friend. Park Dok-gu blushed with embarrassment, but still promised to work on it. Composing herself, Park Dok-gu asked what the idea for the video he had mentioned earlier was. The Hunters Association, sole branch of the Hunter Management Bureau. The administrator asked the next hunter in line to come forward. Looking up from the monitor, the administrator realized that she had seen this hunter before. He was the man who had come to them a few days ago, the one who woke up without any features, whose name was Mong Shu. The administrator asked what brought him there today. Meng Shu sighed and said that he had come just to check the criteria for evaluating rank effectiveness. The administrator asked for Shuwu's ID card, after which she saw that he was a lowly D rank. He woke up with a rank lower than F rank, but now he is already a low D rank hunter. Of course, this is not particularly impressive, but it is impossible. But this is probably the best result he can achieve. Ultimately, effort cannot overcome the lack of natural ability gained through traits. The administrator said that the criterion he needs to move up to C rank is to show results from clearing 200 D rank dungeons. On average, hunters make about 3 dungeon raids per week, so it will probably take a little over a year. After clearing 200 dungeons, he will be able to request a rank assessment, after which they will issue a dungeon specifically for the rank test. The administrator asked if he wanted her to clarify anything. Shuwu replied that it was not necessary, except that he wanted to check how many dungeons he had cleared so far. The administrator replied that he had cleared 16 D-rank dungeons and that he had 184 dungeons left. If he wanted to go to a dungeon today, would he like her to assign one to him? Shuwu asked her to do so if possible. The administrator then asked what type of dungeon he preferred. Shiwu replied that he had no particular preference, but he would like it to be as close to the Hunters Association as possible. After checking the database, the administrator said that the closest upper D-rank dungeon was a 5-minute walk away. The administrator was uneasy about this dungeon because the upper D-rank was 2 levels higher than the lower D-rank of this guy. Therefore, she wondered if he would be okay. Shuwu said that this was what he needed and that he would take it. The administrator explained that the dungeon was just past the intersection, 2 alleys away. Shuwu thanked her and hurried away. The administrator wished him luck and all the best. A little while later, the administrator asked the next hunter to come to the counter. The administrator asked what brought him there today, but then she realized it was him. The administrator was surprised to see the hunter Shuwu again and asked why he had returned so soon. Suddenly, she realized what was going on because he had returned in less than 10 minutes. No wonder she had thought at the time that the upper D-rank dungeon would be too much for him. The flustered administrator apologized to Hunter Shuwu, but to her surprise, Shuwu complained about how inconvenient it was to return to the Hunters Association and asked if she could assign him several dungeons at once. Park Dog-gu asked Shuwu what this new idea for content was that he had mentioned earlier, and Shuwu brilliantly explained that he was going to jump to A rank in just 1 month. Park Dog-gu was surprised to hear this and asked, "A rank?" Meng Shu said that the title of the video would be How to Become an A-Rank Hunter in a Month. Meng Shu asked the administrator if she could assign him several dungeons at once. He took out a crystal from the dungeon and said that at least 50 dungeons would be desirable. The Hunter Management Bureau, Korean branch, an employee of the bureau ran at full speed to the manager. The manager asked why he was in such a hurry. Had an S-rank dungeon been destroyed? After catching his breath, the employee said that a cleaner had arrived. The manager was stunned by what he heard and asked how many the cleaner had cleared. 10, 20? The employee replied that the cleaner had cleared 150 dungeons, which shocked the manager. The manager said that was simply impossible, and hadn't they said that the man had been awakened without any traits when they conducted the assessment 2 days ago? The employee replied that his rank was the same even after the reassessment, and that at this point, shouldn't they report it to the inspection bureau? After all, he could be an illegal awakened one. Suddenly, another employee came running in shouting that the dungeon cleaner had submitted a request to transfer to C rank. The manager asked how. He believed that the condition for promotion to C rank was clearing 200 dungeons, but a minute ago he had heard about 150 cleared dungeons. The manager suggested at least submitting an application to the bureau. Immediately after that, the subordinate shouted that they had already contacted them. The Hunter Inspection Bureau, Korean branch. Young Suo reported to Captain Lee that the Management Bureau was requesting cooperation. A hunter had appeared who had risen from lower D rank to lower C rank in 3 days, and they wanted them to investigate it. Captain Lee asked who it was. Young Suo replied that the hunter's name was Meng Shu, which surprised Captain Lee. Lee Min-jung thought that with such results, it could be called an awakening. But in that case, he would normally have to go for a reassessment. But at the same time, he is rising in the rankings based on his achievements? That means he can't go through a reassessment. That leaves only one possibility. Shu Wu gained his power through illegal means, such as black magic. But would he go that far? Li Mingzhong turned to Erin. She asked if she knew of any awakened ones who had gained power through black magic. Erin replied that of course she knew. Black magic differs from ordinary magic in that it operates on different energy principles. Ordinary magic uses mana, which connects the rules of mental dimensions and physical space. When these rules of measurement, such as the rules of three-dimensional and four-dimensional space, are rearranged, it leads to the performance of magic. For example, a sudden burst of flame or lightning appearing out of nowhere is because these rules are being rearranged. Therefore, magic is essentially a rearrangement of the rules of space. Not wanting to listen to all this any further, Li Minjung asked Erin to just get to the point. Erin said that in short, black magic feeds on negative feelings. In particular, emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. Black magic feeds on these emotional desires, becoming stronger as the emotions intensify. But the more a person burns their emotions, the faster they lose their mind. And ultimately, those who seek power through dark magic, they lose their human form and turn into monsters consumed by violence. Captain Lee asked how they could identify such people. Erin replied that she would understand as soon as she saw one. After all, you don't need to study magic to sense that something is wrong with a person. Li Minjun thought about something. She had heard that the director had recently met with Shi Wu and even offered him a position as a guard. If the director himself had made such an offer. Li Mingzhu smiled as she thought about it. After that, Li Mingzhu ordered Zhong Suai to tell the management office that they should not worry about Shu Wu. Li Mingzhu began to glow when she thought about this man, Meng Shu Wu. After working in the forge for a short time, the system informed Meng Shu Wu that he had created trash, and his divine metallurgy skill he had increased by 0.1%. Meng Shu Wu was amazed that the system even called it trash. After all, what he had created was very different from ordinary equipment. Meng Shu Wu assumed that this was because he was creating something from building materials, the quality of which was significantly lower than that of his usual equipment. But even so, he was beginning to understand how it all worked. Meng Shu Wu smiled awkwardly because the first thing he did was something that was considered the main cause of environmental destruction. But now the worst thing he can do is trash. Suddenly, Meng Shu Wu realized something, because that means he still had time before he could raise his hunter rank and before Soyeon took the building materials. That meant he still had time to improve his skills to a level sufficient to build a decent house. Now he had only one question. Had Soyeon managed to find the materials he had asked for? At that moment, a voice said, "I'm here," at the entrance to the smithy. Meng Shu Wu was a little puzzled by how perfectly Kim Soyeon sometimes appeared. Kim Soyeon said that, as she had expected, Meng Shu Wu was also here. Meng Shu Wu asked Soyeon how the search for building materials was going. Hearing this, Kim Soyeon suddenly frowned, then admitted that it was very difficult. She had previously asked her brother to help her with this, and they had even managed to find something, but it was very difficult. Meng Shu Wu was surprised to hear about her brother. Seeing his reaction, Kim Soyeon asked if she hadn't mentioned him before. Kim Soyeon then explained that she had a younger brother who had recently turned 20, named Kim Yi-jun. He had awakened and was currently working as a hunter, so she had asked him to find some materials. Meng Shu Wu felt uneasy after hearing this, because he had requested materials that were far from ordinary. These materials are obtained from monsters that are at the lowest B rank, which makes them difficult even for him to find. Shu Wu asked what rank her brother was. Kim Soyeon proudly replied that her brother was now a B rank hunter. But his trade is the highest A rank. Meng Shu Wu was amazed to hear this and even admitted that it sounded very impressive. Kim Soyeon awkwardly explained that her brother was still inexperienced and often got injured, but his trait was super regeneration, so she wasn't too worried about it. Meng Shu Wu was surprised at the trait Soyeon's brother had. Soyeon added that his ability to regenerate is enhanced and, from what she has heard, he is capable of regenerating even severed limbs like a troll. Kim Soyeon smiled broadly and asked Shu Wu not to worry. After all, she had already asked her brother for help, and even if it was only a little, he should be able to gather some of the materials. At that moment, So Palguan entered the room where Shu Wu and Soyeon were. So Palguan was not particularly surprised to see Soyeon there. Kim So-yeon greeted him and asked So Palguan how things were going with the equipment requested for the global metallurgy seminar. So Palguan replied that he was working on it and suggested that So-yeon take a look. Meanwhile, Mong Shu was thinking about the construction materials. Apparently, the materials that Kim Yi-jun would gather would not be enough, which meant that he himself would also have to go hunting to raise his rank. Meng Shu told everyone that he was leaving. So-yeon said that they would see each other next time. Park Dok-gu exclaimed that she had finished her work. This time, the work was especially tiring. The boss sent her 184 videos with a total duration of over 22 hours. But at least now she had worked off her break from last month. Park Dok-gu was simply amazed by her boss because it takes most people over a year to move from the lowest D rank to the lower C rank, but he did it in just 3 days. Her boss is really something. Suddenly, a message notification sounded. Meng Shu sent Dok-gu 300 files and wrote that they were files for the next video. This puzzled Park Dok-gu. Shocked, Park Dok-gu wondered what this was all about. After all, he had already moved from the lowest C rank to the lowest B rank. Did that mean she would have to edit all of this? Park Dok-gu received another message and glanced at it to see that her account had been credited with 10 million won. Park Dok-gu was stunned when she suddenly saw 10 million won. A second later, her phone vibrated and Dok-gu received a message. Shiwoo wrote that he had sent an additional payment for editing the video, and if the views were high, he would send her a bonus. Park Dok-gu turned around and said that she had to do everything she could for her younger siblings. From the lowest D rank to A rank, Speedrun Guide, Part 1. It seemed like the video had just been released, but it already had 840,000 views. And the number of subscribers to World Conqueror reached 54,245. Almost none of the viewers could understand what they had watched and what the hell was going on here. Is this video fake? Or is it some kind of bug? Really, what the hell is this? Meng Shu was forced to admit that Dok-gu is very good at editing videos. 840,000 views in one day. Even he himself did not expect the video to go so viral. But of course, it was really difficult to film all this himself. It's almost impossible to count how many cameras he has already broken. Besides, he doesn't dare ask Dok-gu to film him because she is just an ordinary person. Meng Shu wondered if he should look for someone who was awake to film him. Meanwhile, Kim So-yeon was even more anxious than Shiwoo. Calling her brother again, So-yeon wondered why he still wasn't answering. Could it be that he was having some kind of problem? Kim So-yeon gasped in surprise when she suddenly heard footsteps and saw Shiwoo. She explained that she couldn't get in touch with Yi-jun. Shiwoo asked if she was talking about her brother. Kim So-yeon said that yesterday he told her he was going to the Dragon Turtle dungeon, but she hadn't been able to contact him since then. Shiwoo asked if she had tried to contact the administrative office. So-yeon replied that she had tried and that they told her the dungeon had been cleared that day. Kim So-yeon wondered if her brother could have gotten into trouble. Meng Shu suggested that her younger brother was probably fine, because if the dungeon had been cleared, then everything should be normal. Meng Shu smiled and said that perhaps Kim Yi-jun had gone out drinking with his friends to celebrate. Moreover, 20 years old was the perfect age for such things. Kim So-yeon quietly said that her brother wasn't like that. Meng Shu reminded her that her brother's trait was super regeneration. They also say that no news is good news. Therefore, he was sure that her younger brother was fine. But to be sure, they still had to file a report with the inspection bureau. So-yeon thanked Shiwoo and said she would go there right away. After that, Kim So-yeon headed to the inspection bureau, trying to call her brother along the way. In fact, Shiwoo was also worried about Lee-jun, but all he could do now was wait. Kim Lee-jun began to come to. He was bound in chains and found himself in an unknown room. Not yet fully awake, Kim Lee-jun tried to move, but suddenly felt that he couldn't. Kim Lee-jun felt uneasy because he clearly remembered that he had gathered a team to go through the Dragon Turtle dungeon to help his sister. And after the Dragon Turtle hunt was over, they went out for drinks. He couldn't remember anything that happened after that. So, had he been kidnapped? Suddenly, someone said that it would not be easy to escape. The stranger explained that these chains were custom-made and that even an S-rank hunter would have a hard time breaking them. Kim Lee-jun asked what he wanted to do with him. The stranger asked if he was really interested. Approaching Kim Lee-jun, he asked what he knew about illegal awakened ones. This made Lee-jun flinch. Clutching his head, the guy in the lab coat suddenly started giggling. Then he shouted that it wouldn't be a lie if he said that they were all his masterpieces. So why? Why do they all just die and not appreciate his efforts? He was just trying to make them stronger. But they keep dying when he drinks a little of their blood. And they die, or they die when he cuts off their limbs, and they scream in pain. But he grabbed Kim Lee-jun's face and said that he was clearly different from all of them, right? Pandemonium member Do Yop-chul said that Lee-jun was definitely different from all of them, and that he should come over. Sometime later, Han Cherin sparred with Shiwoo with training swords, trying to hone her martial arts skills. As they swung their swords, Shiwoo told Cherin that Tai Chi is based on the philosophy of yin and yang, opposing forces that create and shape everything in the universe. Although yin and yang seem to be opposites, they are actually interconnected and dependent on each other. Previously, Shiwoo had planned to start teaching Cherin after he had created his own style. But even he was at a loss to explain it all, so instead, he decided to lay the foundation for Cherin based on Tai Chi and Cherin's skill with blades, to turn even her roughest strikes into true fencing. This way, it will be much easier to help her develop her own style, and it will not be called Tai Chi sword. Nevertheless, it could become a unique fencing style that no one else has, possibly even reaching the S-rank level. Mong Shu said that if she could understand and embody the principles of yin and yang in her blade, Mong Shu knocked the blade out of Han Cherin's hands with one blow and said that then she would be able to easily neutralize her opponent's attacks. Turning away in embarrassment, Han Cherin admitted that it was quite difficult to understand. Shu said that she was doing well at the moment. In fact, he himself would not have been able to understand anything if he did not possess insight, but even without insight, he believes that Cherin is gradually developing her own style just by listening. Meng Shu smiled and asked Cherin not to worry, because he would explain it to her as many times as necessary until she understood. Han Cherin thanked him for that. After that, Shu smiled and suggested ending their lesson for the day. He then said that in that case, he would leave. But before he could finish, Cherin said that she thought she would be able to figure everything out by the end of the month. Meng Shu was surprised to hear this. Then Cherin said that this was what he had asked for earlier. Meng Shu wondered what he had asked for, then suddenly remembered. Shu asked if she was talking about the building permit. Cherin nodded in confirmation, after which Shu thanked her for it and said that she hadn't done anything at all. Meng Shu had nothing to say in response to did nothing at all, because that could only be true for Cherin. Shu wondered if SH was really above the law in Korea. Just 1 month. It was the perfect amount of time. By then, he would have finished preparing the necessary building materials. Joon Sua entered the captain's office and reported that they had received a missing person report for Kim Ye-jun. Captain Lee asked if there was anything new. Joon Sua said she should take a look at it first and handed her the sheet. It was a list of the group members who had entered the dungeon with Kim Ye-jun. Glancing over the list, Lee Min-jun noticed that they were illegal awakened ones. Joon Sua said that, to be more precise, all of those hunters were suspected of illegal awakening, except for Ye-jun. Lee Min-jun suggested that they were deliberately pursuing Kim Ye-jun, then asked why he. Before her boss could finish, Sua said that she had heard that Ye-jun's special ability was super regeneration. Super regeneration allows him to regenerate even lost limbs. Lee Min-jun tensed up when she heard this because it meant, with a certain disgust, Sua said that this was most likely the case. Ye-jun had been kidnapped for human experimentation. Meanwhile, near the dungeon, Meng Shu still couldn't get in touch with him. Could it be that he was training? In any case, he had to tell Hercules about that idea for the video. He had been too busy lately, so he couldn't contact him. Meng Shu chuckled awkwardly, remembering that he had even ignored some of the messages about training sessions. Meng Shu hoped that he wasn't angry with him. In any case, he would be able to share the idea for the video even if Hercules decided to contact him personally. Right now, he should deal with these lower B-rank Oricolums. Meng Shu took a deep breath, thinking that Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi power was based on a different foundation than Hercules' superpower. The 3 key elements of martial arts: mind, chi, and body. The wisdom of a gentleman from the teachings of Confucius applies to the mind. Hercules' super strength is related to the body, and Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi corresponds to Qi. With his eyes closed, Meng Shu raised his hand and struck forward with his palm. This caused the ore golem that had approached him to shatter into many pieces. Qi is the power used by the awakened. It is the life force that exists in all beings of nature in the universe. To use this power, a purification process is necessary, and its effectiveness can vary significantly depending on how the process is carried out. What allows the body to accumulate qi without the need for purification is Tai Chi. Mong Shu struck with his fist. Suddenly, a beam of energy flashed through everything in its path. The dust raised by his blow blinded Mong Shu for a second. But when he opened his eyes, he saw the corpses of suddenly killed monsters lying on the field in front of him. Looking at this, Mong Shu could hardly believe that he had managed to do this with just one Tai Chi strike. Moreover, his Tai Chi had increased by 0.7% to 1.7% mastery. His super strength had increased by 0.8% to 22.28%, and his gentlemanly wisdom had increased by only 0.2% to 4.31%. Meng Shu was already looking forward to what would come of this. Earlier, Hercules had told him that Tai Chi would help him greatly, but as it turned out, help was an understatement. There was just one problem, namely the feedback from the combination of Tai Chi and superpowers, which made his hands shake so much. In his current state, it was practically impossible to activate his superpowers in Tai Chi. But as a rule, Tai Chi should be beyond human capabilities. He was very lucky in this regard. Meng Shu smiled broadly with anticipation, for he did not expect that the art of divine medicine of Hua Tuo would be so useful to him. He said that mastering the art of divine medicine would allow a person to attain a divine body. It was like the rebirth of a caterpillar into a butterfly. He could only use part of this power, but thanks to it, he could already start practicing Tai Chi. He subscribed to Hua Tuo's channel in order to cure Soa's illness, but it turned out to be useful in many ways. Thanks to this, he could feel even better. His divine medicine skill increased by 1.1%, reaching 30.97%. Meng Shu was delighted to see this, as one of his skills had finally crossed the 30% mark. Thanks to this, he would probably even be able to cure Soa to the point where she would finally be in excellent shape to finally get on with her college life. Be that as it may, Meng Shu turned around to check something. And just as he thought, the camera was broken. He needed to find someone to take videos as soon as possible. Saddened, Meng Shu wondered if divine metallurgy could be used to create an indestructible camera. Today he had cleared 15 B-rank dungeons. He needed to clear 500 dungeons to become an A-rank hunter, but at this rate, it would take much longer than he had expected. In B-rank dungeons, he had to collect resources, so it was difficult for him to speed up the process. Nevertheless, he still believes it can be done within a month. Meng Shu thanked Midnight for allowing him to walk around freely. He even bought some extra meat for Midnight, when he suddenly remembered that it all cost 700,000 won and wondered if it wasn't too much for a little one. He spends about 2 million won a day on food alone, which amounts to about 60 million won a month. And that's not even the membership fee for GodTube subscriptions. But for Midnight, it literally means nothing. On the other hand, it may mean something. As soon as the door to the house opened, Soa said that Shuwu had finally arrived, and Midnight barked at him. Meng Shu asked Soa if she was feeling well. Soa replied that she was, of course, and then added that Shuwu had a guest. Meng Shu was surprised to hear this because who could his guest be, especially at such a late hour? Asking who it was, Meng Shu peeked around the corner. He could have been anyone, but he certainly did not expect to see Li Mingzhong here. Li Mingzhong said she had been waiting for him. Quickly preparing himself for a conversation with Li Mingzhong, Meng Shu gave Midnight some meat and sat down at the table. After that, Li Mingzhong watched in fear as the fearsome demonic puppy devoured all the meat like a black hole. Watching this, Li Mingzhong was simply speechless. From the outside, it was quite entertaining to see. He had previously thought that the human butcher was cold and emotionless, but as he saw for himself, even she was capable of being puzzled by something. Meng Shu asked Li Mingzhu what had brought her here. This instantly brought her back to her senses. Meng Shu wondered why she looked so astonished. Li Mingzhong cleared her throat and first apologized for visiting them so late. Then she said that she had come to share information about Kim Yijun. Soa turned to her brother, sensing the sudden change in the atmosphere. Meng Shu stood up and said that, judging by her appearance, he could assume that the news was clearly not good. Therefore, he suggested that they discuss it outside. After listening to Captain Li Minjun, Meng Shu was shocked by what had happened, and he asked if Kim Yijun had been kidnapped to be used in experiments. Li Mingzhong replied that this was most likely the case. In the past, having been awakened without a trace, he himself had subjected himself to various experiments. Although these experiments were legal, his body was destroyed and physically mutilated. But just imagine what illegal experiments on humans could do to a person. Even with super regeneration, there is a high risk that it could break him mentally. That means he has to find him as soon as possible. But Meng Shu asked Captain Li Mingzhu why she had come to him specifically. Li Mingzhong replied, "Pandemonium. There is a device that criminals use to avoid being recognized. This magical device can even erase traces captured on surveillance cameras. The one used by Pandemonium is high quality and can even fool S-rank hunters. This is why the Inspection Bureau couldn't find Pandemonium. But a few days ago, an extraordinary incident completely destroyed Pandemonium and the entire criminal world of Seoul. This was done by an unknown person, just suddenly on a random day." Lee Min-jun said that in cases of missing persons, there is such a thing as a golden hour. After this time has passed, the chances of survival for people in kidnapping cases become minimal. However, the family members of the missing person do not think so. Until the very end, they believe that their loved one is still alive and that he will definitely return someday. For a guard from the Inspection Bureau, this is humiliating and degrading, but Li Mingzhu bowed and asked Meng Shu for help. Meng Shu found it hard to believe that Li Mingzhong could go so far, especially since she has no connection to Yi Jun. Perhaps it is his insight, but he definitely senses Li Mingzhong's emotions. Her shame, her pride, her regret as a guard, and above all, her sincere request as a human being. Meng Shu asked Li Mingzhong if she could stay with Soa until he returned. A little while later, returning to the street with Midnight, Shu said that he was counting on him, and Midnight barked in response. According to the information provided by Li Mingzhong, this should be the entrance to the Dragon Turtle Dungeon that Kim Yi-jun raided 3 days ago. After the raid with his group, he was last seen in a bar, which he visited with other members of the group. That means it would be best to start the investigation from this place. But any possible traces of his scent, most likely they will be too faint. That is why he is here now. Meng Shu assumed that Midnight didn't just pick up scents like a dog. That was probably how he found him at the SH Group Hospital back then. Midnight probably senses residual energy or magical waves. He couldn't be sure. But if his assumption is correct, then such traces would be more noticeable here, in the dungeon, than in the bar. Finally catching the trail, Midnight straightened up, pointing the way. Meng Shu asked Midnight to lead him along the trail. Meanwhile, in the blood-soaked room, Kim Yi-jun screamed in pain from the experiments. Do Yop-chol told Kim Yi-jun that taking the chainsaw away from Yi-jun's shoulder for a second, Do Yop-chol said that he was absolutely the best. Pale and broken, Kim Yi-jun wondered how long. How many more times would he have to endure this pain before it all ended? And should he endure this pain until it ended? Would it ever end? He had already reached his limit, and if he just closed his eyes, he would finally be able to free himself from this pain. Noticing the look in his test subject's eyes, Do Yop-chol turned to him and said that he couldn't die here. Then he ordered Yi-jun not to die, because if he died, he would have to use his sister to continue the experiments. As soon as Yi-jun heard this, his will to live returned. Soyeon, his only sister. Struggling to overcome the pain, Yi-jun asked how he could dare. If he so much as touches her. Do Yop-chol explained that if Yi-jun died, he would simply have no other choice. Since they were related by blood, she might have abilities similar to his super regeneration. Kim Yi-jun said that his sister had no abilities. Do Yop-chol laughed and suggested looking at the results of a small test. Tears welled up in Yi-jun's eyes. He told himself that he had to endure this. After all, he couldn't let this madman touch her. After a short conversation, Do Yop-chol began cutting Yi-jun with a chainsaw again. Sometime later, Kim Yi-jun could no longer even tell how much time had passed. But he mustn't. He mustn't die here. He had to protect Soyeon, he had to, but he couldn't hold on any longer. Suddenly, an explosion thundered behind Kim Yi-jun and several pieces of the wall hit him. Moving forward, Meng Shu turned to Yi-jun and said that his sister was worried about him. But after taking a closer look at Yi-jun, Meng Shu was horrified because Yi-jun's condition was simply terrible. And this despite the fact that such wounds should not be possible with his super regeneration. His ability to regenerate is superior to that of a troll, but he has already reached his limit. In his current state, it was not only his body that was at risk. There was a possibility that his mind had already gone mad. When suddenly Meng Shu heard a quiet, "My sister." Soyeon, Meng Shu was amazed that Yi-jun was able to hold on even after all this. Meng Shu instantly reached for his needles. If Yi-jun hadn't broken down, then he still had a chance to save him. All Yi-jun had to do was hold on a little longer, for his sister's sake. Kim Yi-jun opened his eyes slightly and said, "My sister." Then he asked if she was okay. Mong Shu was glad to hear him because it meant that Yijun was getting better. Du Chul suddenly ran into the laboratory and asked Shiwu who he was. And how did he manage to find this place? Stomping with anger, Du Chul said that this was his place. Then he started scratching his head rapidly, shouting that this place belonged to him alone, him and only him. As he did so, white dust fell from his head. Meng Shu grimaced as he found it disgusting to watch such a sight. Suddenly, Meng Shu realized that all these body parts were just lying around the room. Each of them was different in size and shape, and apparently some of them belonged to other people, not just Yijun. Meng Shu asked himself a frightening question. Could a human being have done all this? Becoming serious, Meng Shu asked what the hell he had done here. But Du Chul immediately shouted, "Who are you?" Then he suddenly calmed down and, after a few seconds of silence, said that Du Chul suggested that the man in front of him was far from ordinary. And he asked, "Is that true? Is it true?" Repeating that the man in front of him was unusual, Du Chul began to change, which puzzled even Meng Shu. Kim Lee-jun asked Shiwu to run and advised him to hurry. Du Chul said that if he was exceptional, then he must have incredible abilities. After that, Du Chul asked if he understood everything correctly. After all, he knew he was right. The eerily transformed Du Chul spread his arms wide and asked Shiwu to show him what kind of power he possessed. Then he asked what kind of specimen he would turn out to be. Crossbreeding C+, a trait of the highest C+ rank, which allows different types of plants to merge into one organism, making it useful for farmers. However, the person with this trait hated himself for having such a weak trait. With his twisted thinking, he eventually achieved what he should not have achieved. He began experimenting with combining the traits of the awakened, and even went so far as to combine the abilities of monsters. He even conducted experiments on himself. This led to his current appearance. Du Chul asked Shiwu what his trait would be. Kim Lee-jun told Shiwu that he should run away from there immediately. But it was too late. Du Chul attacked the frozen Shiwu with his vile tentacles. Suddenly, Meng Shu calmly raised his hand to strike and told Du Chul that he was disgusting. Then, with a single punch, he destroyed the tentacles that had attacked him. Kim Lee-jun simply couldn't believe what he saw and asked how. Along with destroying the tentacles that attacked him, Meng Shu deprived Du Chul of a large part of his monstrous body, his right arm, and part of his head. Suddenly, the pieces of flesh scattered around the room began to gravitate toward Du Chul, restoring his body. Meng Shu was surprised to see this madman regenerate, but in the next moment, he refused to consider it regeneration, as it was something more. Having restored part of his head, Du Chul asked who he was. Moreover, he had just seen a remarkable trait. He possesses incredible power, but at the same time, he remains a simple human being. While he himself is different, he is a being that stands above all of humanity. And that means that such human weaklings shouldn't even dream of catching up with him. He is unattainable to all of them. With that said, Du Chul swung his huge arm back, and with all his might, he charged it into Meng Shu. Kim Lee-jun yelled at Shu to dodge the attack. In turn, Du Chul shouted that it was too late to run. With all his might, Du Chul's huge hand struck the spot where Meng Shu had been a moment ago, leaving him no chance of survival. Kim Lee-jun narrowed his eyes sharply, realizing that he was about to die, but he was simply blown away by a strong gust of wind. Opening his eyes, he was surprised to see his savior stop Du Chul's fist. Even Du Chul himself refused to believe it. Du Chul wondered if he was really being overpowered, and this despite the fact that his strength came from the ogre's genes. Refusing to believe it, Du Chul shouted that this simply could not be. But Meng Shu once again deprived Du Chul of a part of his body with a wave of his hand, preventing him from shouting any further. Suffering from another blow, Du Chul asked how this was even possible. And in the next moment, he noticed Shu, who had appeared out of nowhere, already preparing to attack his main body. Surprised, Du Chul turned to Shu and asked what the hell he was doing. But instead of answering, Meng Shu simply struck with Tai Chi, tearing Du Chul to pieces. Kim Lee-jun was amazed by the power his savior displayed time and time again. He asked how he managed to defeat this monster. Although the question was wrong, because in reality, this man was the monster. After destroying Du Chul, Meng Shu quickly destroyed the pieces of his body so that he could no longer recover. Du Chul said that this was simply impossible. Gathering himself into a semblance of a face from the pieces of his body, Du Chul reminded Shu that he was an ordinary person, so how could he be so strong? Du Yopchul suggested that he had been gifted with power from the very beginning, and that he had always been powerful. But he, in turn, hates such people, despises Shu for it, and wants to tear him to pieces. Du Yopchul said that powerful bastards are always like that. They act like they are the best and take everything for themselves. Mong Shu asked, could it be, is that why he created all this? Just to gain more power? Du Yopchul asked what he understood at all. Did he even imagine how terrible it felt to be weak and helpless? Tears began to flow from Du Yopchul's eyes as he asked Shu if he knew how the weak lived. Someone like him, born with enormous power, could never understand that. He would never be able to comprehend how pitiful and insignificant the lives of the weak were. Those who possessed natural talent, those who possessed great skill from the very beginning, did not make any effort to earn what they have, and therefore they do not deserve it. Beginning to grow with new strength, increasing the number of terrifying faces along the way, Du Yopchul growled that they were all just born with it, and yet they dare to tell them that they are weak because they don't try hard enough. They are disgusting, all of them, and that is why he would kill every single one of them. Meng Shu said that he once thought the same way. Meng Shu asked Hercules what he was thinking about while performing the 12 labors. It was precisely the 12 labors of Hercules that made Hercules a great hero, so Shu wanted to know if he was thrilled about it. Heracles replied that at that moment, he just wanted to kill himself. Meng Shu was confused by what he heard and wondered if Hercules was joking again. Heracles said that at that time he was overcome with madness, which led him to kill his own family. Every day of his life was a living hell because of his overwhelming guilt. He literally felt that he did not deserve to live. But at the last moment, Theseus stopped him. He said that there was no point in correcting his mistakes through suicide. That is why he accepted those trials, not for some great ambition or because of his determination. He accepted the trials to atone for his sins. It was incredibly difficult. He was close to death so many times that he could hardly count them. And every day he thought only that he could not continue and that he should just give up. Hercules asked Shu if he believed in him. Previously, Meng Shu considered Hercules to be an absolute being who passed tests and overcame difficulties without any effort. Hercules said that the result matters, but if you ask him whether the result is the most important thing, he will say no. How you achieve these results and what you go through to achieve them. In his view, that is what matters most. Reaching for the skin of the Nemean lion's head, Hercules said that they say he was able to perform 12 labors because he is Hercules, and that he was able to achieve such heights because he is a powerful being. Appearing before Shu without his mask, Hercules reminded him that no one is born great, and that there are only great trials. Greatness and success are not as complicated as many people think. Of course, everyone has their own difficult situations. Some may even say that their circumstances make challenges impossible to solve or overcome, and that is true. But these two things are not related to overcoming difficult circumstances or situations. They all boil down to one thing, and that is why it has to be you. It doesn't matter if it's childish or absurd. The main thing is that it's yours. Hercules asked Shu to always remember this. When you strive to achieve something, the thousands of reasons why you can't do it are not important. The only reason why it has to be you is the one that will take you where you want to go. Smiling, Hercules said that standing here just as he is where all the greatness lies. Strength and weakness are not determined solely by innate abilities. Meng Shu told Do Yopchul that there was no need to focus on the results they saw before them. After all, he was just looking for excuses. Transformed into a whirlwind of flesh and blood, Du Yopchul screamed as he devoured the spattered blood and flesh. Meng Shu took a deep breath, concentrating the mind of the Confucian gentleman, Tai Chi Jiangjiang Sanfeng, and the superhuman strength of Hercules, bringing these powers into harmony. The monster roared, trying to attack Shu and Li Jun with its blood, but failed to break through the Qi shield. Raising his fist, Meng Shu used the second form of Heracles' divine martial arts, and striking forward with his fist, he used the super strike that destroys the sky. Meng Shu's blow destroyed everything in front of him, even turning the world white. Seeing the world painted white, Kim Li Jun couldn't understand how such a thing was even possible. After using the second form, Meng Shu was hit with recoil, and the pain from his strike was no joke. The recoil from using Tai Chi with two more divine traits was so strong that he planned to avoid using divine martial arts in conjunction with Tai Chi. But that bastard's nonsense was already starting to annoy him. Looking at his hand trembling with pain, Mong Shu admitted that he couldn't believe he had succeeded. Normally, if he had done this, he would have fainted immediately. Kim Lee-jun tried to say something which caught Mong Shu-woo's attention. Shu-woo asked if he could move on his own. Lee-jun apologized because he didn't immediately understand what he meant. But after a second, he replied that he could move. Moreover, he believed that his body was almost completely healed. Kim Lee-jun then tried to move, rattling his chains, and explained that it was because of these chains that he still couldn't move. Lowering his gaze, Kim Lee-jun said that he had heard that even an S rank would have difficulty breaking these chains. Meanwhile, Mong Shu-woo reached for the chains. Hearing the clanking of the chains, Kim Lee-jun asked what he was going to do. But before he could finish, Shu-woo had already broken free from the chains and asked if he could move now. Lee-jun asked what he meant. Immediately after, he looked at the chains that had been restraining him, which had disappeared somewhere, and said that he could now. Kim Lee-jun laughed, then asked Shu-woo who he was. In fact, Mong Shu-woo had been waiting for a long time for Lee-jun to ask him that question. Shu-woo replied that he was his sister's friend. Kim Lee-jun was surprised to hear that he was his sister's friend and decided to clarify whether he meant to say that he was his sister's boyfriend. Shu-woo replied that he was just a friend. Lee-jun asked if that was true. Lee-jun wondered why he would lie about it. Kim Lee-jun asked if his sister was okay and if she had been hurt. Shu-woo replied that she was not okay, which frightened Lee-jun. Shu-woo then explained that his sister had been very worried about him over the last few days. In any case, he would be able to ask his sister about everything himself. After that, Shu-woo stretched out his trembling hand and awkwardly explained that he might look normal now. But since he didn't have super regeneration, he barely had the strength to explain everything to him. Kim Lee-jun froze and muttered a little. Then Kim Lee-jun stood up, bowed, and thanked Mong Shu-woo for saving him. Mong Shu-woo smiled and suggested that Lee-jun return home. Sometime later, Oh Ju-won returned to the laboratory of one of the members of Pandemonium, Do Yup-chul, but to his surprise, there were only ruins here. Oh Ju-won asked where Yup-chul was now. The assistant suggested that he had been killed and that there was no trace of his body left. Oh Ju-won asked if that meant Yup-chul had been completely erased from this place, and did they still have data on his research? To which the assistant replied that they had retrieved all the remaining materials they could, but were unable to recover the main materials of his work. Their plans for mass production of human weapons by transplanting the traits of other awakened beings, as well as their plans to create terrifying creatures by implanting monster genes into them, had all simply vanished. In just one day, years of Pandemonium's work were lost. There were no signs of blade work on the walls. That meant it wasn't Park Sung-jae, so what the hell had happened here? The secretary turned to his boss and reminded him that the guards would be arriving soon, which meant it was time for them to leave. Oh Ju-won ordered to find the person responsible for what had happened, regardless of the circumstances. Meanwhile, near Shu-woo's house, Mong Shu asked, "In what sense does Soa know everything?" Lee Min-jung said that apparently Soa already knew that he was a hunter and that he had a channel on YouTube. She decided not to go into details, but she only briefly mentioned the incident. Lee Min-jung explained that as a guard, she felt it was necessary to make it clear that she wasn't looking for Shu-woo because he had gotten himself into something bad. Lee Min-ju suggested that her younger sister thought he had his reasons for not telling her about it. In fact, Mong Shu-woo kept quiet because he didn't want to worry Soa, especially considering her health. But she already knew everything. As long as he could remember, Soa had always quietly supported him, staying one step behind. He thought that he was the only one protecting her, but at the same time she was supporting him too. Lee Min-jung said that Soa was a good sister and at the same time wise. Shu-woo laughed and admitted that she really was. After that, Lee Min-jung added that he was a good older brother. He is not at all like her. Mong Shu-woo asked if Captain Lee also has a brother. Lee Min-ju said that he does, and that he is 14 years old, and that in her memory, he would never grow older. Mong Shu-woo remained silent, understanding where she was going with this. Lee Min-jung said that Do Yup-chul was an awakened with a trait of crossbreeding, and that, as it turned out, he was capable of combining not only the traits of the awakened, but also the genes of monsters. Meng Shu-woo asked if such a thing was possible. Hercules once told him that traits were linked to a unique personality, which meant that it was impossible to rewrite one trait with another. Lee Min-jung replied that it was theoretically possible, but in practice, a person would not be able to retain their own sense of identity in such a case. Pandemonium planned to mass-produce illegal awakened ones using this ability, and she didn't even want to imagine how many victims there would be if they didn't stop them. She couldn't speak on behalf of the Inspection Bureau guard, but Li Mingzhu bowed and said that she was truly grateful to him. Pandemonium's plan to create a huge number of illegal awakened beings led to a large-scale investigation by the Bureau. However, due to the horrific nature of the incident, they did not release this information to the media in order to avoid causing mass panic. Kim Yi-jun managed to return safely, and the case was neatly closed. Meng Shu struck again, destroying a horde of monsters, and the skill of the divine traits gradually increased. Meng Shu sighed and began to look at his smartphone with a smirk. Apparently, the skills he used that time had been transferred to this battle without any significant losses. But something made Shu cry, namely the number of cameras he broke while clearing the dungeons. If this continued, the cost of filming equipment would easily exceed his income from YouTube. Meng Shu sighed and admitted that he would very much like someone to film all this for him. After dismantling the remains of one of the cameras, tears welled up in Shuwu's eyes, because at least this memory card was intact and the recordings were unharmed. As he began to collect loot from the monsters, Meng Shu wondered why it was so difficult to book dungeons like this one. After all, it was his first time doing this. What's more, he had finally obtained the dragon turtle shell he needed for construction. This material was practically indistinguishable from real dragon skin. As he headed for the dungeon exit, Shu thought that gathering building materials might take some time, but by then he would probably already be an A-rank hunter. As soon as he came out, Shu was immediately congratulated on his exit from the dungeon. Meng Shu was surprised to suddenly see Kim Yi-jun in front of him. Meng Shu asked how he knew he would be here and how he recovered so quickly. Kim Yi-jun replied that he found out where Shu was from the management office, which puzzled him even more. Kim Yi-jun explained that they had not given him a direct answer. He took out a list and said that the Bureau had only told him that the dungeon cleaner had already cleared most of the accessible dungeons and gave him a list of those that had been cleared. Meng Shu suddenly felt uneasy and asked if he had personally checked all those dungeons. Embarrassed by this, Kim Yi-jun said that this was indeed the case and that he had nearly died of exhaustion while searching for him. Meng Shu was simply speechless because of this guy. Meng Shu asked why he couldn't just contact him. Li Jun reminded him that he didn't actually have Shu's number. Shiwu then asked why he didn't just ask his sister. The guy in front of him was clearly crazy. Kim Yi-jun was surprised by what he heard and admitted that Shiwu was a genius. Now that that was settled, Shiwu asked why he was looking for him. Kim Yi-jun realized that he had been distracted and told him that he had learned from his sister that Shiwu was farming loot from monsters. That was why he had come to help him with it. Meng Shu had saved his life, so this was the least he could do for him. Meng Shu said that he didn't really need help clearing the dungeons. He was curious as to why Yi-jun was being overly friendly to him. Meng Shu added that Kim Yi-jun was a B-rank hunter and that he wouldn't dare to command someone so talented. Kim Li-jun said that Shiwu wouldn't have to share the profits with him, which made Meng Shu's eyes light up, and he asked if Li-jun was saying he was willing to help him for free. Kim Li-jun said that according to his sister, Shu had helped her a lot. Meng Shu said that Soyeon had also helped and asked Li-jun not to worry about it, then turned and left. Kim Li-jun asked Li-jun to wait. He asked what he thought about going on a raid together, at least once. He could make a decision after that. In addition, he had reserved a raid on dragon turtles. Hearing this, Meng Shu turned around sharply and asked, drooling, "What?" Dragon turtles were very popular monsters, which made the competition for the right to book a dungeon with them literally murderous. Li-jun's fighting spirit flared up, and he suggested that Shi-woo go on the raid right now where he could show how useful he was. And of course, he would be able to keep all the profits for himself. Meng Shu thought about it again. He had no doubt that Kim Li-jun would easily give up, but he himself had nothing to lose because Li-jun was giving up his share. Meng Shu remembered something in his hand and looked at the broken camera lens. Then it dawned on Meng Shu. Yi-jun is an awakened B rank, and his highest A rank trait is super regeneration. Even if Li-jun gets injured, he will recover. If something goes wrong, he can use the art of divine medicine, which means he doesn't have to worry too much about him during battle. Meng Shu approached Li-jun and, placing his hand on his shoulder, asked if he knew how to use the camera. He had a suggestion. A powerful energy explosion rumbled in the middle of the dungeon. With a single blow using Tai Chi, Meng Shu could easily defeat a group of B-rank creatures. As it turned out, these dragon turtles were less durable than he had previously thought. When he strikes, he doesn't feel like he's breaking something hard, but rather erasing its very strength. That's why he doesn't feel the impact. When he used the sky-shattering super strike, he didn't notice it, but when hunting dragon turtles, it became obvious. The true power of Tai Chi is the ability to turn something into nothing. Picking up the dragon turtle's shell, Meng Shu thought that Tai Chi neutralizes the strongest feature of dragon turtles. Most importantly, Tai Chi combines with his superpower, so it's no surprise that Hercules advised him to study Tai Chi. Suddenly, the piece of shell that Shu was lifting began to crumble. Shu remembered that he had completely forgotten to control his strength. Meng Shu suddenly remembered Li Jun and asked how the filming was going. But Li Jun suddenly gasped and said, "What?" Then he replied that the filming was going well. Kim Li Jun tried to understand how it was even possible to kill 20 dragon turtles in 1 minute, and what had just happened. Grabbing his camera, Shu said that the base salary is 10 million won, but he will not receive any additional payments for views. Shu then asked him not to worry, as he will still receive bonuses and incentives. Kim Li Jun said that now he understood, and promised Shu that he would do everything he could. Sometime later, in Park Dok-gu's apartment. After watching the new recording, Park Dok-gu couldn't help but ask herself one question. When did the boss have time to hire a cameraman? Huge werewolves surrounded Kim Li Jun, but he didn't even pay attention to them. He asked Shu to leave it to him and said he would hold them off here. Immediately after that, one of the werewolves struck Li Jun, inflicting a huge wound on his chest. Kim Li Jun coughed up blood, then asked the werewolf with a smirk if he really thought he could defeat him with that. Then he said that Shu had actually entrusted him with this camera. Kim Li Jun jumped up and shouted that he would protect the camera even if it cost him his life. The werewolves were very puzzled by this man's behavior. Even Park Dok-gu couldn't believe what she was seeing. Park Dok-gu wondered what the hell was going on. Meng Shu approached the wounded Li Jun to help him, but he suddenly raised his trembling hand and asked her not to worry about him and to continue her work. Puzzled, Shu asked what he was doing. Kim Li Jun said that it was an honor for him to work as his cameraman. Park Dok-gu said to herself that at least now she would be able to edit videos with better quality. Entering the smithy, Meng Shu was surprised to see Kim So-yeon there too and greeted her. Kim So-yeon was about to say something, but suddenly stopped. After a short pause, she said that she had learned from Li Jun that he had been training Li Jun a lot lately. Meng Shu asked how he was training. In fact, he was just getting some help from Li Jun. Thanks to Li Jun, he no longer had to worry about his camera breaking during a fight. Although Li Jun causes a commotion, he takes care of all the routine work, even booking dungeons, as well as transporting and collecting monster corpses. Embarrassed, Kim So-yeon admitted that she didn't have time to say it last time, but she doesn't know how to thank him for saving her brother. Meng Shu said it was a family matter, which made So-yeon's heart beat faster, and she asked, "What?" Noticing how So-yeon blushed, Shu asked what was wrong. So-yeon said that he mentioned something about family. Not understanding her reaction, Shu asked, "Isn't Li Jun her brother?" This confused So-yeon even more. Seeing her surprise, he asked, "He really is her brother, right?" Kim So-yeon blushed because she misunderstood Shu's words. Meng Shu asked what she was thinking about. So-yeon replied that she wasn't thinking about anything. So-yeon said that Li Jun had said strange things about Shu being his brother-in-law or something like that. Shu asked her about it again, but So-yeon covered up and said nothing. After that, So-yeon asked him to forget about it and ran away to Mr. Palgwan to ask him something about his equipment. Meng Shu wondered what was wrong with her. Anyway, he'll soon be an A-rank hunter, and he's close to getting 100,000 followers. Plus, he's already gathered most of the building materials he needs, and the permits are almost ready. The preparations for the construction of their new home were almost complete. Sometime later, in Meng Shu's room, Meng Shu suddenly received an incoming call and reached for his smartphone to see who was calling him at such an hour. But when he saw that it was Hercules, Meng Shu changed abruptly, as he had completely forgotten about him. He had been too busy lately, which is why he had even ignored Hercules' calls. What's more, he had forgotten that he had something to tell him. Meng Shu hesitated to answer the phone because Hercules was probably very upset about being ignored, or worse, he might be furious. Meng Shu wondered if he should answer. Hercules requested a video call. "Are you ready to accept it?" Meng Shu decided to let fate take its course and, closing his eyes, touched his smartphone. Hercules was surprised that Shu had finally answered his call. Hercules asked if he knew how worried he had been about him. Hercules' voice sounded much calmer than Shu had expected, so Shu assumed that he shouldn't have been so afraid of it in the first place. Mong Shu decided to open his eyes slightly to look at Hercules. Clearly not calm, Hercules, who was barely holding himself back, asked why he wasn't answering his calls. Mong Shu realized that he had jumped to conclusions because Hercules was very angry. Mong Shu awkwardly explained that he couldn't answer because he had very important business to attend to. Hercules accepted his answer because Shu couldn't ignore him if something insignificant happened to him. Meng Shu admitted that it was completely unintentional and that he was indeed very busy with important matters that conflicted with their schedule. Hercules said that he knew how busy he was with work, and it was obvious that this work took priority over his other priorities. Shu hung his head as he was incredibly ashamed in front of Hercules. Hercules said that he understood why he hadn't said anything to him all this time, but during that time his number of subscribers had dropped to 90. Hearing this, Mong Shu wondered how this had happened. After all, Hercules' number of subscribers had risen to 100 after his last video. Smiling broadly, Hercules said that he understood everything and that it was all in the distant past. However, Shu had rested enough during this time. Hercules cracked his knuckles and said that for this reason, today they would work at full capacity and conduct an intense full-body workout. Hercules suggested that Shu start their training right away. Mong Shu was in a panic, and all he could manage was a hysterical, "Ha-ha." But after several sets, all Shu could do was sigh painfully. During the workout, Hercules noticed that Shu's posture was incorrect. And since that was the case, it didn't count. So Shu had to do it all over again. Mong Shu knew it was practically impossible for him, but he couldn't refuse Hercules. With his last ounce of strength, Shu continued to hold on. Hercules ordered Shu not to be lazy and to speed up. Otherwise, this training would not count and he would have to start over. But since Shu simply made a mistake, he is willing to forgive him if he does 10 more. The full moon was shining in the sky. 1, 2, 3. A series of notifications came to his smartphone. Thanks to these training sessions, Shu's superpower had reached 29.05%. Shu was amazed that he had gained as much as 3% skill during this training session. He could literally feel a whole new level of power coursing through his body, as if a new force was erupting from within. And this power did erupt, because Mong Shu vomited due to excessive strain. He couldn't take it anymore, and this was no joke. If things continued like this, he would seriously end up in the afterlife. The best option now would be to use Tai Chi with Heracles' divine martial arts to simply die on the spot. Hercules noticed that Shu had relaxed too much and leaned over to remind him that his training session was not over yet. Hercules asked who had allowed him to stop training. Had someone threatened him with a knife or something else? Now Shu was sure of it. Hercules was really trying to kill him, and he would do it by tearing his muscles apart. Probably this bastard with a lion's skin did not want to let him go alive today. Satisfied with himself, Hercules explained to Shu that they were just getting started. Clapping his hands, Hercules said that 3,000 burpees awaited them, when suddenly Shu shouted stop at him. After catching his breath, Shu reminded him that he actually had an idea for a new Hercules video. The next morning, the Egyptian pyramids. The Sphinx suddenly flew up to one of the pyramids. The Sphinx landed on the top of the pyramid, where Hercules was already waiting for her. The Sphinx was shocked to see Hercules there and asked why. Why was he there? Was he looking for her? Hercules replied that he wasn't looking for her for anything serious, because he had only come to challenge her to a riddle contest. The Sphinx shuddered when she heard this and decided to ask again, a riddle contest? Hercules smiled and said that was exactly what it was. But he wanted to make the game a little more interesting. He proposed adding a new rule to the game. Hercules asked, "What do you mean a riddle contest?" To which Shu replied that Hercules would compete with the Sphinx. And if he remembered correctly, there was a video related to this topic on the Sphinx's channel. The first subscriber to solve the riddle will receive a pass for a lunch with Cleopatra, the greatest beauty of Egypt. Cleopatra herself is not the answer to the riddle. Shu asked if he knew that no one had yet been able to answer the riddle. Hercules asked if he really thought he could answer the riddle correctly. Shu asked, "Why not? After all, it's just a riddle." Hercules reminded him that the Sphinx's riddle would not be so easy to solve. And anyway, did Shu know that even Thoth, the god of wisdom, had lost to the Sphinx? After her long-ago defeat by Oedipus, the Sphinx had become completely obsessed with the riddles. Mong Shu was surprised by what he heard and asked, "Really?" But that was even better for them because by defeating someone like her, Hercules would be able to attract enough attention to reach a new level of popularity. Hercules' eyes lit up, even though it was his headdress, and he asked if that meant Shu had a plan for how he could defeat Cleopatra. Shu honestly replied that he had no idea. Hercules was puzzled by what he heard. Meng Shu reminded him that even Thoth, with his omniscience, had failed to defeat the Sphinx, so how could they do it? An angry Hercules said that he would now do 5,000 burpees. Meng Shu added sharply, however. Victory was not their goal in the competition. Hercules asked what he meant by that. Meng Shu said that this did not mean that they had to win, because their true goal, they must obtain high-quality content that is sure to go viral. Hercules suggested that the Sphinx make the riddle competition more interesting by adding a new rule. The Sphinx was surprised to hear this and asked what he meant. Hercules explained that for every wrong answer, the loser of the round would receive 1 blow. Hercules asked her what she thought of this rule. The Sphinx shuddered because it was not a rule but a death sentence, as Hercules' blows were strong enough to smash her to the ground. Hercules smiled and suggested that the Sphinx ask him 2 riddles, after which he would ask her 1 riddle. He then asked if that would be fair. She could simply give the correct answer to his question and strike him again. Or was the almighty Sphinx afraid that she would lose to him in riddles? The Sphinx froze to think about it, and after a few seconds, she quietly agreed to compete with Hercules. Then she descended from the pyramid. This competition was her golden opportunity to beat this muscle-headed man. Hercules praised the Sphinx for daring to play the game with him and suggested they begin. The Sphinx said that her first riddle would be, still a little nervous, the Sphinx asked what is born in the ocean, dies when it returns to it, but lives when it leaves it. Hercules thought for a moment and after a short pause answered, a whale. The Sphinx then said that the correct answer was salt. After Hercules lost, the Sphinx froze. Hercules asked why she was just standing there. He beckoned her with his hand and said she could strike him. The Sphinx trembled, trying to understand whether she could really strike Hercules. What if he got angry and tore her to pieces immediately after the blow? Hercules asked the Sphinx to hurry up and said that rules are rules. The Sphinx did not understand what she should do, but she decided to do it anyway. The Sphinx closed her eyes and swung her paw, striking the muscle-bound man. Hercules coughed up blood, then complained about the dust from the Sphinx's attack. He was clearly furious, which made the Sphinx's heart sink, and she was about to run away. In a panic, the Sphinx reminded him that he had agreed to this himself and that this blow was part of their game. But to her surprise, Hercules spat out blood and asked who was arguing with her. Then he asked the next question. As it turned out, he really wasn't going to take revenge on her for this blow, which was just wonderful. And so the Sphinx decided to ask Hercules the next riddle. Regardless of clothing, my true color is always visible. Only one color, but no size, so what am I? After a moment's thought, Hercules replied, black clothing. The Sphinx smiled and said that the correct answer was shadow. Realizing that Hercules would not break the rules of the game and strike her back, the Sphinx decided not to hold back this time and hit him with all her might. And so the Sphinx swung her paw again, but this time with all her might. After being struck by the Sphinx, Hercules began to bleed. Hercules asked if he understood correctly that it was his turn next. A little nervous about how much force she had used, the Sphinx confirmed that this was the case. She understood that all she had to do was answer Hercules' question correctly. Hercules asked if the Sphinx knew about centaurs. Then he posed a riddle. When a centaur is expecting a child, which of its halves grows a belly? Because of Hercules' riddle, silence hung in the air. The Sphinx was completely confused. Hercules asked if she really did not know the answer. The Sphinx panicked and asked Hercules to wait and give her time to think. The upper part of the body is human, and the lower part is horse, but neither part of the body has the appropriate organs. So which part is it? Hercules asked if she had no idea. The Sphinx shuddered as this was true and nervously asked Hercules to wait. She still couldn't believe that there was a riddle she couldn't solve, but that was impossible. Hercules cracked his neck and smiled broadly, then suggested she simply guess. After that, he asked if she was ready to take the blow. The Sphinx screamed in fear and immediately flew away. She realized that she was about to die, and there was not even the slightest doubt about it. The Sphinx asked Hercules, "So what is the answer?" But she did not hear an answer, after which Hercules suggested that the Sphinx strike him. The Sphinx was stunned by what she heard and asked why. Hercules reminded her that if she did not know the answer, she had to take the blow. That was their deal. The Sphinx asked why she had to strike him. Suddenly, she understood what was going on, which made the Sphinx very angry. Hercules replied that she had understood correctly. He said there was a riddle, but he never said he knew the answer. The Sphinx began to fly away from Hercules, begging him to spare her, for she did not want to die. Energy began to circulate around Hercules. Then he said that since she was not making the first move, he would. Then he would make it himself. Hercules' divine martial art, Form 2, Super Strike, destroying the sky. The system notified Shuwu that he had acquired knowledge of Hercules' perfect divine martial art. In fact, even Shuwu felt a little creepy after seeing this power. Suddenly, the system notified Shuwu that his mastery of Hercules' divine martial art had increased by 0.1%, which surprised Shuwu as he had advanced simply by watching the video. The idea for the video was really successful, and Hercules' subscriber count increased from 90 to 783. Chiron wrote in the comments that it actually depends on which part of the body is used, so both options are actually correct. Monkey King thought it was funny. In the comments, he admitted that he unsubscribed because the channel was idle without videos. But rumors made him come back, and as it turned out, he unsubscribed for nothing. After that, he asked Hercules if he wanted to fight somehow. The SH group building. The secretary asked Miss Han if she could take a look at it. He then handed her the letter and said that apparently Miss Han had made this request on behalf of a man named Meng Shu. Hanmina wondered if her cousin had approached her on his behalf. She then asked the secretary what their relationship was. The secretary admitted that they had not been able to confirm the exact nature of their relationship, but it seemed that Miss Han was spending some time with Shu about 2 or 3 times a week. They also meet on the 4th floor in the SH Group Hunters Guild office. Director Hanmina was completely shocked by what she heard and asked in a trembling voice, "Are they alone together? Does this mean that Han Cherin is dating a man? The girl who didn't even glance at countless celebrities and second-generation chaebols? Her niece was dating." Hanmina decided that as Han Cherin's aunt, she simply couldn't sit idly by after learning this. Meanwhile, at Meng Shuwu's house, Hercules bowed to his master and sincerely thanked him, because it was only thanks to his help that he was able to gain his first 1,000 subscribers. Hercules thanked Shuwu and apologized for his past rudeness and ignorance towards him. Meng Shuwu was a little surprised to hear this because it meant that Hercules had gained another 300 subscribers overnight. Shuwu asked Hercules to stand up, but Hercules had no intention of doing so. Hercules admitted that he was ashamed of having disappointed his master. He then asked how he could dare to raise his head after his sins. Meng Shu, who was very embarrassed, reminded him that it was actually he who had told Hercules about this idea too late, and therefore he understood why Hercules had acted this way. Shu asked Hercules to get up again. Suddenly, Hercules banged his forehead on the ground and asked loudly what he was talking about. After all, it was natural for such a person to have many responsibilities, and therefore the blame for impatience and haste lay entirely with him. Shiwu decided to change the subject. He asked Hercules what had happened to the Sphinx. She wasn't really dead, was she? Hercules raised his head and replied that she was not dead. Hercules said that she begged for mercy, and he decided to take pity on her. Then he grinned and added that he had restrained himself. He hadn't hit her too hard. Piercing Hercules with his gaze, Meng Shu asked if he really called that holding back. Hercules suddenly remembered that he had stolen something from her, and starting to search for it, said that to be more precise, the Sphinx had given it to him in gratitude. Meng Shu suddenly received a notification that Hercules had given him a free subscription. Hercules proudly said that he had originally intended to take a gift subscription to the Sphinx channel. More precisely, she had given it to him, so what should he do with it? And then he remembered his master. He snatched it from. More precisely, he exchanged the Sphinx subscription for a free subscription. Money slave Meng Shu couldn't hold back his excitement when he got his 4th free subscription. Considering the subscription fee, it's worth hundreds of millions or even hundreds of billions of won. It's a real jackpot. Meng Shu raised his fist and admitted that this was indeed the best gift. After that, Hercules admitted that he was happy to see Shu happy with such a gift and bumped fists with him. Suddenly, Hercules remembered that there was one more thing he had received from the Sphinx, and he would of course give it to Shu. Shu suddenly received an invitation from Hercules to have lunch with Cleopatra. This completely confused him. Hercules said that he had heard that Cleopatra was incredibly beautiful. Then he became embarrassed because, according to rumors, Cleopatra's beauty was comparable to that of Aphrodite herself. Hercules asked why Shu didn't meet her sometime, but Shu just giggled hysterically, breaking out in a sweat. What the hell was going on here? Sometime later, in the restaurant, bringing the food, the waitress awkwardly said, "Here is your order," after which Shu thanked her. In fact, Shu himself was terribly embarrassed by this, and he wanted to know how it had come to this. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Cleopatra greeted Shu. Meng Shu couldn't believe he was having a virtual dinner with Cleopatra. Seeing him, people would think he was crazy, and they were indeed whispering about him behind his back. But still, there was something Shu couldn't help but admit. He couldn't help but admit that Cleopatra was truly beautiful. Meng Shu sighed, remembering Confucius' words, "A gentleman values wisdom, not appearance." The gentleman's mind increased by 0.5%. Meng Shu decided to drink some water, thinking that this did not apply to Cleopatra because her beauty could even increase a gentleman's wisdom. Suddenly, Cleopatra turned to Shu and asked if he would like to marry her. Shocked, Mong Shu spit out the entire contents of his glass. After that, the stunned Shu apologized, as he did not understand how it had come to this. Meng Shu wondered if she had gone mad. Noticing Shu's expression, Cleopatra remarked that he looked as if he doubted her sanity, to which Shu replied that she was not mistaken. Cleopatra asked if that meant he. Meng Shu cleared his throat and reminded her that she had said it first. At that moment, the gentleman's intelligence increased by another 0.5%. Cleopatra explained that she was just making an assumption and that she didn't even know what he was thinking. Cleopatra then asked if he was trying to look cool in front of her. Shu replied that he was just being honest. Cleopatra said that he was the first man to talk to her like that, and that most men usually said they were ready to move heaven and earth for her. Meng Shu was not at all surprised by what he heard, because who wouldn't do such a thing for such a beautiful smile? More likely, they would even give her the moon and the stars if they were capable of it. Cleopatra approached him and asked with a smile what his answer would be. Did he want to marry her? Meng Shu wondered why she always came to that conclusion. Shu asked if she was trying to joke with him. Cleopatra replied that she was absolutely serious. Shu explained that if that was the case, he would firmly refuse. Cleopatra was surprised to hear this and asked if he didn't like her. Or did he think she was ugly? Meng Shu explained that this was not the case at all, and that they couldn't even meet in person. Cleopatra then asked if love required physical interaction. With an awkward smile, Shu replied that it was not necessary, but he believed that to some extent it was necessary. Although in reality he believed that it was very important. Cleopatra came to the conclusion that Shu did not desire her. After that, he said that he was simply resisting temptation, but for the person he loved, he would be willing to move mountains. Cleopatra suddenly shuddered because it dawned on her. Cleopatra admitted that she was falling more and more in love with him. Meng Shu immediately decided that she was lying, but Cleopatra, as if reading his thoughts, asked if he really thought she was lying. Meng Shu admitted that she had understood correctly. After that, Cleopatra asked if he could at least try to deny it out of politeness. Shu replied that he could not do that. After each answer to Cleopatra, Meng Shu heard notifications from his smartphone over and over again. Looking at these notifications, Shu was amazed at what he saw, because a gentleman's mind was one of his slowest traits, but his skill was growing simply because of his conversation with Cleopatra. This showed that if he didn't control himself, something might suddenly happen. Meng Shu reminded Cleopatra that he was human, which meant he couldn't be with her. Cleopatra said that he didn't seem human, especially considering how he rejected her advances. Suddenly, Cleopatra became embarrassed and asked if it could be that he simply had problems down there. Shu asked if they could end the dinner there. Cleopatra laughed and apologized to Shu for her joke. Cleopatra then asked what if he could become a god. Shu apologized as he didn't understand what she meant. He asked what she meant by that. Moreover, he had already told her that he was human. Cleopatra said she remembered that and reminded him that she used to be human too. If he became a god, they could meet in person. Although in reality, there was a way to do this even if he wasn't a god. Meng Shu was surprised by what he heard and asked what she meant. Cleopatra replied that, as she had said, even without becoming a god, they could meet face to face. In particular, she could come to him in person. Mong Shu asked if that was even possible. As far as he knew, other dimensions couldn't intersect with each other. Cleopatra agreed that this was usually the case. Meng Shu was confused by her usually because that meant there was some way, right? Cleopatra asked if he had already met someone who had come to their world from GodTube. Meng Shu suddenly remembered the blondie. Then he asked if she knew anything about it. Cleopatra leaned close to Shu Wu's ear, embarrassing him, and said that she did. Then she said with a smirk that it was a secret, and she reminded him that it was inappropriate to intrude on a woman's personal life. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Han Mina asked if Shu Wu was really at the restaurant right now. The secretary replied that he was. He ordered food for two at the restaurant and started eating alone. After that, the secretary asked what they should do. Han Mina was confused. Did he really order 2 servings for himself? But she wanted to talk to him, the guy that Cherin was interested in. Of course, she knew that Cherin could handle something like this, but love can cloud rational thinking. This guy didn't seem like an ordinary person, but how dare he do this to her sweet niece? In any case, she had to see for herself what kind of person he was. Han Mina ordered to take her to that restaurant immediately. Meng Shu mentally asked, "How is this a secret?" He was disappointed that he couldn't find out anything. Immediately after that, Cleopatra asked what she could hide from her husband. She was even ready to tell him how many moles she had on her body. Meng Shu cleared his throat awkwardly. After a short pause, he asked Cleopatra to stop teasing him. Cleopatra said that it was indeed strange, because usually men's salivation increases when she says such things. Meng Shu said that he knew she was not going to reveal how to cross over to the other side. Cleopatra said that wasn't true and that she could tell him everything, but if she did, he would have no reason to meet her again. Meng Shu suggested that she would continue to keep quiet about it after all. As if reading Shu Wu's thoughts once again, Cleopatra suggested that he thought she would remain silent during their future meetings. Shu Wu honestly admitted that he had thought about it, after which Cleopatra acknowledged that he was quite firm. Smiling again, Cleopatra asked if he really wasn't going to marry her. Shu Wu replied that he did not want to. Shi Wu stood up and suggested they end the dinner. He already understood that Cleopatra had nothing more to say to him. Besides, if he continued with this dinner, the people around him would be convinced that he was crazy. To them, it looked as if he was looking at the screen of a turned-off smartphone and talking to himself. Cleopatra said that she really wanted to meet him again and asked if he would like to subscribe to her channel. Meng Shu was starting to get angry, and he asked Cleopatra if this had been her plan all along. If so, it was no wonder she had been so openly trying to seduce him. Cleopatra admitted that it had been her plan at first, but now it wasn't, and that she sincerely wanted to go on another date with him. Shi Wu asked what this had to do with subscribing to her channel. Cleopatra replied that it was the only way they could meet again. And to show him how sincere she was, she wanted him to let her tell him one more thing. Cleopatra said that not all gods actually run GodTube channels. After dinner, Meng Shu continued to ponder the fact that not all gods run GodTube channels. It was definitely nonsense, and what could have made her make that suggestion to him? Shu Wu decided to just forget about it. Nevertheless, during this dinner, he increased his gentleman's mind skill by 6.8%, even though the dinner was crazy. Perhaps it would be good for him to go on such dates sometimes. Moreover, he already had 1 free subscription. Meng Shu wondered what he was thinking about right now. Then he tried to remember how many dungeons he had left to clear in order to become an A-rank hunter. He had to move on to the next raid right away. When he suddenly received a message from Soa, Shu Wu immediately became concerned that something might have happened to her. But when he saw the message, he realized that he had completely forgotten about it. He almost forgot that it was Soa's birthday today, sometime later at the mausoleum. As it turned out, Shu Wu suddenly headed for the mausoleum, and the secretary asked the lady if she was really ready to go that far. Han Mina asked what he meant. The secretary then admitted that he understood why she was so interested in Shu Wu, but should she really meet him in person? After a short pause, Han Mina replied that she had to, because it concerned her Cherin. The secretary said he could wait for Shu Wu outside and asked the lady to wait in the car, but she refused, saying that it wasn't difficult for her and that Shu Wu would be coming out soon. While she waited, she wanted him to find a suitable place for them to talk. All she wanted was to talk to him, so they had to be careful not to appear rude. The secretary promised to remember that. Suddenly, a siren sounded, and the operator announced that a cave-in had been detected within a radius of 30 meters and that all civilians must evacuate immediately. Han Mina was shocked to hear about the underground breach 30 meters away. Why did it happen there? The operator informed everyone that this was not a drill and that an explosion in the lower B rank underground had been confirmed. All residents of nearby buildings must evacuate immediately. Meng Shu asked Midnight to stay here and sit quietly, and he barked to show that he understood. Soa then noted that Midnight was very smart and listened to them very carefully, but unfortunately they couldn't go in with him. They could introduce Midnight to their mom and dad. Shiwu agreed with Soa and acknowledged that Midnight was now part of their family. After that, Shiwu suggested that Soa go. Entering the mausoleum, they told their father and mother that they were there. Shiwu said that today was Soa's birthday and also the anniversary of their mother's death. It was on this day that their whole family went out to celebrate in the street. At that moment, the underground broke through. Soa turned to Shiwu and said she had a question for him. When their mother died, did he remember what she had told them? Yeah, when she hugged them during that very breakout from the dungeon. Or maybe he doesn't know that either. It felt as if she wanted to tell them something. Of course, Shiwu remembered it. He promised that this memory would stay with him even on his deathbed. However, Shiwu agreed with Soa and said that he didn't remember those words either. Suddenly, a siren sounded, and the operator announced that it was not a training alarm and that an explosion in the lower B-rank dungeon had been confirmed. There are phenomena caused by the distortion of dungeon magic, leading to two main results. One of them is dungeon shock, in which monsters begin to flee the dungeon. This can be dealt with by taking care of the monsters before they escape, and if it is not an S-rank dungeon. But the real problem arises when magic is suddenly released from the dungeon, which is called a dungeon explosion. The damage from the explosion is catastrophic, and civilians caught in the blast zone are usually killed. If a person manages to survive, they often begin to suffer from illnesses, and in rare cases they resonate with the magic and undergo an awakening. Looking at this, Han Mina wondered why it happened here and now. The operator repeated to everyone who could hear that they should immediately take shelter indoors. Immediately after that, Han Mina and the others came to their senses and ran inside the mausoleum. Finally reaching a safe place, they were panting from exhaustion and the threat of death. Suddenly, Han Mina heard a noise behind her and turned to see another man running toward the building. The man shouted something to the people inside the building, but his voice was drowned out by the growing explosion in the underground. Unable to withstand the pressure of the underground explosion, the man collapsed to the ground. The frightened man reached forward and probably began to beg for mercy. But at that moment, no one could help him, as it was already too late for that. Suddenly, someone rushed past Han Mina, and looking closely, she guessed it was Meng Shu. Han Mina shouted for him to come back immediately, as it was too late to save him. Shikwu ran up, picked up the man, and led him inside the mausoleum. In a tired voice, the man said that this simply couldn't be. At that moment, Meng Shu could only continue walking under the pressure of mana, thanks to excessive energy consumption. But unfortunately for him, the eruption of mana from the underground suddenly intensified. Shiwu cursed silently because everything was just terrible. At this rate, they would never be able to reach the building, so what should he do in this situation? The explosion from the underground suddenly intensified even more. Because of this, Meng Shu had to abandon the man and attack the mana rushing towards them with all his might in order to break through it. But he could barely contain this mana. Remembering Tai Chi, Shu took a deep breath. Tai Chi represents the process of creation and change. It follows the path of nature and embodies its essence and cycle. Everything in the universe is constantly changing, but it comes from two main roots. Non-existence and existence, tension and coexistence between them form their world. The magic of the dungeons is also part of the universe, and it is also in harmony with natural harmony. Suddenly, an invisible barrier appeared, as if separating Shiwu and the mana from the explosion in the dungeon. Stunned by what he saw, the secretary wondered what was going on. Then Han Mina asked if he was holding back the explosion. Although Meng Shu managed to hold back the explosion, it was actually extremely difficult. He managed to hold back the force of the explosion with Tai Chi, but he could not neutralize its power. And worst of all, it was already beginning to seep out, which could be very dangerous. Meng Shu called Midnight, who immediately rushed to him. At the last moment, Midnight managed to grab some of the leaked dungeon mana. Immediately after that, the demonic wolf stood up to defend the lying man. Meng Shu mentally thanked Midnight, because thanks to him, he no longer had to worry about the magical waves leaking out. But The problem with the explosion remained, and it was becoming more and more serious. Shiwu no longer had the strength to hold it back, but he knew he had to do it. Shiwu wondered if he would be able to contain the compressed magic from the explosion of the lower B-rank dungeon. Moreover, it was the power of an explosion that had been amplified, and in his current state, he would not be able to survive. Perhaps he should just run away. But Shiwu couldn't understand why he was still thinking about it. Shouting, Mong Shu put all his strength into containing the explosion of the dungeon. And soon the explosion in the dungeon stopped. Han Mina simply couldn't believe what she was seeing, and the secretary wondered if it was even possible. Suddenly, another person ran past Han Mina, and a tearful Soa rushed to her brother. Soa tried to help Shiwu, and at the same time, the rescued man behind her managed to get up. Soa asked why he did it. Then she asked him not to die and to stay with her. Meng Shu reminded Soa that she had recently asked him a question. Did he remember what their mother had said on her deathbed? Soa asked him not to say it, that he shouldn't tell her that now. Meng Shu smiled and said that she had said, "Don't worry, Soa, I'm really fine. Today is your birthday and only good things will happen on this day. And she won't let this day be remembered only as the day her mother died. She's ready to take care of that. She's fine. She's really okay. After all, today is her daughter's wonderful birthday." In order for them to survive, her mother took the full force of the explosion upon herself. True to her word, she miraculously managed to hold on for one more day. And the day after Soa's birthday, she breathed her last breath. However, it still turned into the anniversary of her death, because in their country, death anniversaries are celebrated one day before the actual death. He believed that his mother wanted Soa's birthday to be remembered as anything but the day of her death. Meng Shu said that this was what she had said before she died. After that, Shu turned around and pointed at the man, saying that he, with tears in his eyes, he kept repeating that this couldn't be, because today was his daughter's birthday, and that he mustn't die. Calling out to his daughter, he hoped that she would forgive him for this. Meng Shu admitted that this was why he suddenly thought of their mother. He couldn't turn a blind eye to it. After saying this, Shuwu's body suddenly went limp. As soon as Shuwu woke up, he immediately heard the question, "Are you finally awake?" Meng Shu laughed to himself because he was back in the SH Group hospital, which meant that he had lost consciousness in the mausoleum after all. Getting out of bed, Meng Shu assumed that Cherin had saved him again. But to his surprise, it wasn't her. Shuwu asked the woman who she was. Then Shuwu looked around and noticed that something was different this time. This time, it wasn't the VIP suite he was usually in. The layout and size of this room suggested it was a VIP room or something similar. The woman said she was Cherin's aunt, Han Mina. She then said that she had gone to the mausoleum to find him because she needed to discuss something with him. Han Mina asked if he didn't want to ask what was going on. Then she laughed and said that people usually ask about that, or why they are here. Meng Shu smiled awkwardly and said that this was not the first time he had been in such a situation. Suddenly, Meng Shu remembered something important and asked Han Mina where his sister Soa was now. Han Mina bitterly said that she was too shocked by what had happened and that she had lost consciousness shortly after he fell. Concerned about Soa's health, Meng Shu suddenly jumped up and asked how she had lost consciousness. Where was Soa and was she okay? Han Mina said that Soa was fine and that she was now in the next room where she was being treated, and most importantly, that she was recovering quickly. Hearing this, Meng Shu was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Shu remembered something else and asked if she had come to him to discuss something. Han Mina said she agreed. Meng Shu was surprised to hear this and asked, "Agree to what?" Thinking about it, Han Mina laughed and said that she was talking about his relationship with Cherin. Then she asked if she was right in thinking that he was dating her. Remembering his training sessions with Cherin, Shu replied that you could say that was the case. Shu thought about how it was indeed true since they met twice a week for fencing lessons. But why did Han Mina suddenly decide to ask about it? Han Mina said she agreed with that. Once again, Shu felt that something was wrong because he couldn't understand what she had just approved of. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Han Cherin is part of the family that owns the SH Group, as well as one of the key figures managing the company. Teaching Cherin fencing cost her 10 billion won a month, and she could definitely oppose investing their budget in something so expensive. Meng Shu awkwardly thanked Han Mina for agreeing to this. He assumed that she agreed because she decided that he was suitable for teaching her niece. Smiling, Han Mina said that she supported it, but her brothers might be against it. Meng Shu told Han Mina that he completely understood. He understood that her brothers might also object because of the family budget. Han Mina warned Mong Shu that it would not be easy to get the chairman's approval. Shu was surprised to hear this and said that he thought Cherin had already gotten his approval. Han Mina was shocked to hear this. Had he really given her permission? Shu replied that she had clearly told him that she had received permission from her grandfather. Han Mina was very surprised to hear this and wondered when her niece had managed to do this. After that, she decided that she shouldn't interfere in their personal affairs after all. Looking at Han Mina, Shu couldn't understand why she was reacting so strangely. Han Mina suddenly remembered something and told Shu that she had heard about his plans to build a new house, and most importantly, that she was ready to help him in any way she could. Then she asked if he needed anything. Meng Shu asked how she knew about it. Han Mina replied that SH Construction was one of the subsidiaries she controlled. Meng Shu did not expect to hear this from her because he understood that Cherin was not the kind of person who asked for help. Han Mina asked if he had finished collecting building materials. Meng Shu laughed awkwardly and admitted that it was much more difficult than he had thought, and that he had recently been busy raiding dungeons to collect all the materials. Han Mina was shocked by what she heard and asked why he had to go on raids in order to build a house. Shu replied that he planned to build the house using loot from powerful monsters. Han Mina was completely confused and asked if that was even possible. Meng Shu said that it was probably possible, then admitted that he didn't even know when he would be able to finish it all, but if he couldn't do it, he would think of something else. Han Mina said she could buy building materials for him, which surprised Shu. Meng Shu asked if she could. Smiling, Han Mina said that she believed that if Cherin dated someone like Shu, she would root for them. Well then, since Han Mina was in a great mood today, she was willing to cover all of Shu's expenses, regardless of whether anything came of it or not. Meng Shu was shocked by what he heard. The construction cost would be around 3 billion, but for the SH group, that was probably pocket change. Meng Shu couldn't help but ask why she was doing all this for him. Han Mina replied that it was all for their newlywed home after the wedding. Meng Shu was confused by what he heard. Seeing the look on his face, Han Mina wondered if she had been too nosy about their affairs. Be that as it may, she was ready to find the best option for him. Shu apologized and tried to explain to Han Mina, but she ignored him and asked if she was right in saying that the sooner the better. Immediately after that, she slipped a note she had just written into Shu's hand and said it was her number. Han Mina explained that she could have given him a business card, but the owners of the SH group manage so many subsidiaries that they don't even bother to have business cards. Although in reality, they did this to avoid legal liability. Anyway, this was a direct line to her, and Shu could call her if he needed anything. Han Mina wished Shu a good rest and left the room. Meng Shu was still in shock, and besides, he hadn't been able to ask her what she meant by a home for him and Cherin. Sometime later, SH Group Hospital Garden. Meng Shu couldn't stop smiling when he thought about how first Cherin and now even her aunt Han Mina had started treating him differently. Apparently, there were some misunderstandings that he needed to clear up. Nevertheless, it was good that Soa and he could rest peacefully at SH Hospital. Thanks to this, her condition had also improved. Suddenly, Shu was overcome with a chill at the thought. He couldn't figure out what to say to Soa. Li Mingjong mentioned that Soa already knew about his work as a hunter and his channel on YouTube. Shu was nervous because he still had to explain what had happened this time. But where should he start? Suddenly, Shu heard someone approaching them. Turning around, he saw that it was the man he had saved near the mausoleum. Meng Shu noticed that they were lucky to end up in the same hospital, after which he asked the man how he was feeling. The man, overcoming his shyness, replied that thanks to Shu, he was now fine. Moreover, according to the doctors, he was completely healthy. Meng Shu admitted that he was glad to hear that. Immediately after that, someone asked who this man was. After his daughter approached him, the man explained that the person in front of them had saved him. The girl was surprised by what she heard and froze for a second, but she immediately smiled and greeted her uncle, then thanked him for saving her father. The girl heard a bark behind her and immediately turned to the puppy. Immediately after that, she ran to Midnight and invited the puppy to play together. The girl suggested that the puppy catch her, if he could, of course, and began to run away from him. The man told Shu that his wife had died giving birth to their daughter, and if he had died in the explosion in the underground, she would have been left all alone. Tears began to well up in the man's eyes. He admitted that he really didn't know how to express his gratitude. The man thanked Shu from the bottom of his heart for saving his daughter. After the conversation, the man took his daughter and they left. As they were leaving, the girl told the puppy that they would see each other again. But watching her leave, Midnight began to feel sad. Soa decided to turn to Shiwu. She told him that last night she had had that dream again. The same dream about the day their mother died. Usually in this dream, she looks very sad, as if she has something important to tell them, but she can't. But this time, everything changed and her mother said, "Thank you." When she asked what she was thanking her for, her mother simply repeated Shiwu's words. Soa said that she thought their mother was no longer going to visit them. Meng Shiwu agreed with Soa, then smiled with relief and admitted that it would be nice if she came by at least sometimes. Soa said she knew, and that mom had left first. But now everything was fine, and even if she was a little sad, she had him, and of course, Midnight. Midnight was very pleased to hear this from his mistress and began to growl contentedly as she stroked him. His sister was happy now. Meng Shiwu looked up at the sky and asked himself, why did he feel that Soa's next birthday would be a little different from all her previous birthdays? Sometime later in Shiwu's room, lying on the bed, Meng Shiwu thought that if he had moved just a little faster, he could have saved them without exposing himself to the explosion in the dungeon. What would Hercules have done in such a situation? Most likely he would have destroyed the explosion with brute force without even moving from his spot. Even if not him, then probably the S-rank hunters would have been able to do it somehow. Now that he has a free subscription, maybe he should learn a new skill specializing in movement? After a moment's thought, Shiwu decided that he should ask Hercules about it. The phone rang, and a moment later Hercules picked up the receiver, breathless and exhausted. He asked the master if he had called him. Meng Shiwu asked what was going on. Had Hercules just been training? Taking a few breaths to catch his breath, Hercules said that today was the day he had managed to break all his personal records in the 3 main types of lifts, which was why he had been a little late in responding to the message. Meng Shiwu was surprised that Hercules had suddenly canceled his big day to answer the call. Was this guy really that loyal just because he had helped him with the Sphinx video? Meng Shiwu decided to ask Hercules how much he could lift. Hearing this, Hercules was very upset. Hercules admitted that he felt that because of his focus on creating the video, he had lost some of his muscle mass, and now he could only lift 34 megatons. Meng Shiwu was stunned by Hercules' words and asked again, just to be sure, 34 megatons. Meng Shiwu wondered, isn't a megaton equal to the energy of 1,000,000 tons of TNT? Does that mean that when Hercules does a pull-up, it's comparable to a 34-ton TNT explosion? It was practically unthinkable. Meng Shu asked if he had disturbed him at an inconvenient time. Suddenly, Hercules' mood improved greatly, and he began to show off his muscles and said that if the master called, he would come running immediately. Shiwu was uncomfortable hearing this, so he asked Hercules to stop calling him master. Hercules immediately refused and asked how he could do that. Shiwu admitted that it made him feel uncomfortable. Upon learning this, Hercules cleared his throat and agreed to stop calling Shiwu master. He would start behaving more casually with him. After that, Hercules asked what Shiwu needed. After listening to Shiwu, Hercules thought for a moment. Then he said that he couldn't really recommend that Shiwu learn specific movement techniques or footwork. Then Hercules asked Shiwu if he wasn't already learning his divine arts. After all, they included footwork and whole-body movement techniques. If he tried to learn another style, it could ruin what he had learned from the divine martial arts. Hercules made Shiwu think about this. He could not give it up under any circumstances, and perhaps he should simply refuse to learn a new movement technique. Suddenly, Hercules interjected with his "however" and said that if it was just a simple increase in speed, then everything should be fine. Meng Shu asked Hercules about a simple increase in speed, and he explained that the muscles needed to strike a blow were not limited to the muscles of the arms alone. It all starts with the lower body, then the waist, the shoulder muscles, and so on. It's all about the importance of muscle synergy. While divine martial arts refine and systematize general body movements, simply put, if Shiwu learns a trait that only increases speed, it will not interfere with his mastery of divine martial arts. In fact, it may even improve their effectiveness. As it turned out, if he only studied the characteristic that increases speed, there would be no problem. Hercules acknowledged that if it worked, Shiwu could even become a better martial arts master than him. Meng Shu chuckled and asked Hercules to stop talking like that, as he was still infinitely far from him. But Hercules couldn't agree with that. Hercules recognized that Shiwu had potential, the potential to acquire all the most outstanding traits of the gods. In fact, it would be wonderful to see his skills one day. Mong Shu wondered if this was really the case, but he was even afraid to imagine what it would be like. Meng Shu wondered if there was even a god of speed. No matter how much he thought about it, no one specific came to mind. Before subscribing to the channel, he couldn't know what characteristics he would get. If only he could just unsubscribe. Hercules asked Shiwu if he wanted him to recommend someone. After all, there was the channel of Hermes. Meng Shu asked Hercules about this, and he said that when Hermes really wants to run away, even he can't catch him. Hermes is a deity from Greek mythology, similar to Hercules. He is known as the god of thieves and one of the 12 Olympian gods, who serves as the messenger of the gods thanks to his incredible speed. However, Hermes is not only known for his speed. Hercules suddenly began to complain that every time Hermes tried to deceive him, he wanted to kill him, but he could never catch him. At that moment, Shiwu remembered that Hermes is also the god of cunning. "I never lie, I just sometimes miss the truth." Hermes said this after deceiving Zeus, who, in a fit of rage, began throwing his lightning bolts at him, but none of the bolts managed to hit him. Hercules told Shiwu that this guy's speed was no joke. He advised Shiwu not to rush into a decision and to think it over carefully. If Hermes is as fast as Hercules says, then he clearly has nothing to worry about. Meng Shu said to himself, "Stop. What if Hermes' special ability wasn't related to speed, but to his ability to use tricks? In any case, if everything goes wrong, he'll just make Hercules give him another free subscription." Meng Shu decided to press the subscribe button, and as soon as he did, Meng Shu learned the SS Plus rank super speed trait. Meng Shu couldn't stop thanking the universe, because Hermes' trait was not related to cheating. Meng Shu opened Hermes' channel, and he saw something clearly not what he expected. Trick the forester who dropped his axe into the pond by giving him an axe covered in gold. Pranking Solomon, who is his real mother, and also turned into Hera to make Zeus pay for his infidelity. Still, Shiwu was right, because Hermes' channel is completely flooded with videos about deception. Watching these videos, he clearly won't be able to improve his skills. It looks like he needs to use super speed himself to improve his level. The garden of the SH Group Hospital. After resting in the clinic, Meng Shu literally felt his body get much better. Meng Shu decided to check how fast he could become when using super speed. Shu checked his smartphone and made sure that at the moment his super speed skill level was only 0%. This meant that it was a great opportunity to measure his maximum speed more accurately. Breaking away from the ground, Shiwu rushed forward at full speed, leaving a trail of flashes behind him. After a short run, Meng Shu was out of breath. They say that the force of an impact is equal to mass multiplied by speed, so the load on his body from the momentum was no joke. Looking around, Meng Shu suddenly realized that he was no longer in the garden near the clinic, but on a mountain. Moreover, this view seemed strangely familiar to him. Realizing where he was, Shiwu refused to believe it, because he was on Mount Guanak. Meng Shu wondered if he had really gotten here from the hospital in one step. After running to Mount Guanak, his super speed had only increased by 0.1%. Meng Shu admitted that this was crazy because this speed was even too fast. What would happen if he increased his skill even more? Would he become even stronger? Or would he be able to control his speed freely? Be that as it may, he would still have to improve his skills in order to understand this. And he would have to avoid exceeding his speed in any case. This time, he was lucky to be on Mount Guanak. Just imagine what would have happened if he had crashed into a building. Not only would people have been hurt, but Seoul's insanely expensive real estate would have been damaged as well. How could he ever compensate them for all that? Meng Shu decided that he should train his super speed in the dungeon. He should be discharged soon. Sometime later, in the B-rank dungeon, a bunch of monsters came out to devour their new prey, and Kim Yi-jun filmed it all on camera. The monsters in this dungeon are upper B-rank demonic beasts, devil hounds. Kim Yi-jun gulped in fear, because he still remembers that demonic hounds are one of the beasts that invaded Earth from the demon realm in the past. The devil hounds howled and rushed to attack their target. Kim Yi-jun understood that the super-fast devil hounds were too difficult an enemy, even for Meng Shu. Suddenly, Shiwu moved forward, instantly grabbing such a powerful opponent by the throat. The hellhound screamed even louder and swung one of its limbs to finish off the little man. But Shiyu squeezed the demonic creature's neck and tore off the limb that was attacking him. Kim Yoo-jun was stunned by what he saw. These were creatures that inspired terror in most hunters. But Shi-woo dealt with the devil hound as if it were nothing. Mong Shu slammed the hound into the ground with all his might, then immediately rushed to the next hound and instantly finished it off. Kim Yoo-jun's hands trembled. He asked what the hell was going on here, and why was Shi-woo's speed many times faster than that of the devil hounds. In the next few moments, Shi-woo dealt with all the devil hounds that had attacked them. After that, Shi-woo carefully dusted off his hands. He turned to the frozen Kim Lee-jun. Mong Shu held out his hand and asked with a smile, "Did you film all of this?" The system notified Shi-woo that he had increased his super speed skill by 0.28%, bringing his current skill to 0.38%. Shi-woo was very pleased with the results of his super speed. As his skill improved, not only did the speed limit he could reach improve, but so did his ability to freely control that speed. He was already very fast, but could he really become even faster? Mong Shu even felt a little uneasy, because if he reached the maximum level of skill, he might even surpass Hercules. Be that as it may, Mong Shu asked what he should do in this situation. Kim Yoo-jun bowed and exclaimed that he was very sorry about it. They would never be able to fix footage of this quality that had already been shot. Even editing wouldn't help. Everything was so blurry that he couldn't see anything at all. Mong Shu suggested that the problem was that it was becoming increasingly difficult for Yi-jun to keep up with his current super speed. Mong Shu decided that he simply had to improve his skills as soon as possible, as he didn't want to shoot all the footage at a slow speed. Looking at the sobbing Kim Yoo-jun, Mong Shu thought that he could make him train a little more when he had free time. However, since Yi-jun's characteristic was upper A rank, he should be able to reach a level where he could at least perceive super speed. Mong Shu smirked. Hercules once said, "Your mind suffers when your body is weak." If he pushed him hard enough, he would understand this himself. Mong Shu asked Kim Yoo-jun what he thought about him starting to train him, when suddenly a message came to Shi-woo's phone. And most importantly, he didn't recognize the number. The stranger introduced himself as Park Jae-gon, president of SH Construction. He got Shi-woo's contact info from Director Han and said that all the building materials he requested were ready. He wanted to confirm, as expected from SH Group, they had already finished buying all the rare materials. Finally, the moment had come for him to start building his new house. But how did they get his number? He remembered giving it to only one person, which meant they got it from Cherin. Mong Shu was surprised to see the building materials that had been gathered, as Park Jae-gon had indeed managed to collect them. Park Jae-gon explained that Director Han had specifically asked them to do so, and therefore they had taken some items from their materials warehouse. Mong Shu apologized for his surprise. Park Jae-gon explained that they kept a stock of materials, even if they weren't needed right away, so that construction could begin at any time. Mong Shu acknowledged that it was quite logical and that it was no surprise how quickly they were able to get everything. Park Jae-gon said that he had heard that Shi-woo was going to build using only monster body parts. Shu said that this was precisely his plan. Park Jae-gon then acknowledged that using monster parts would undoubtedly make the structure more durable, but that the building needed to be more than just durable. Mong Shu said that if it didn't work out, he would simply change it. Park Jae-gon was amazed by what he heard and wondered if this guy even realized how expensive all these materials were. Did he know how difficult it was to gather all this? Just the sight of these supplies was enough to make him feel proud. With what they had, they could take on any construction order and have no problem fulfilling it. And now some rude guy who had never been to a construction site was not even grateful to them for it. Park Jae-gon was trembling with anger at this guy. After letting out his anger, Park Jae-gon sighed calmly, remembering what an amazing person Director Han was. She had no reason to, but she insisted on learning the practical work on site. She was even proud of smelling like cement, proving her point with actions rather than words. In any case, Park Jae-gon asked Shi-woo if he had ever been involved in construction before. Shi-woo replied that this was his first time, except that he had made quite a lot of equipment. Park Jae-gon almost blushed with anger after hearing this. Construction is not just about making equipment, and a building does not just appear from hammering materials. Construction is an art that combines engineering, sociology, and the humanities to create the optimal living environment for people. Park Jae-gon simply couldn't believe that this fool thought he could build a building just by swinging a hammer. He just had to say something to this kid. Park Jae-gon remembered that this guy's name was Mong Shu. Of course, he had no idea how he had met director Han, but she had specifically asked him to help him with this. Park Jae-gon wondered if she had just asked him to provide the materials, or did she actually mean for him to teach him how to build? Park Jae-gon approached Shu and asked if he had a blueprint for the future house. Meng Shu awkwardly replied that he had something like that, immediately after which Park Jae-gon asked if he had assessed the land on which he was building, to which he replied, "Sort of?" Park Jae-gon explained that this was not something that could be done so carelessly. Before embarking on architectural design, it was necessary to acquire basic knowledge in the field of construction engineering and carefully assess the foundation on which everything would be built. Next, he must consider aesthetics, comfort, and psychological impact based on the purpose and functions of the space. After all, even the most aesthetically pleasing building will be useless if it is uncomfortable for its residents. And finally, they must consider how it will affect them and how they will perceive it. Spreading his arms wide, Park Jae-gon said that architecture requires a high level of philosophy and psychology. Only after all this does he take this conceptual design and use engineering and technology to remove the unfeasible and replace what does not work. It is this process that turns it into a real structure. Park Jae-gon pointed his finger at Shu and explained that architecture is the pinnacle of all human knowledge. Mong Shu was forced to admit that he had clearly underestimated it. Park Jae-gon recalled that Shu had previously said he had a rough sketch, right? Shu immediately replied that he did. Park Jae-gon asked Shu for the drawings so he could check them, after which Shu handed them over and thanked Park Jae-gon for his help. Park Jae-gon wondered what he was thinking. And was it even necessary to ask? After all, this drawing was clearly the work of a novice, which meant, just by looking at the drawing, Park Jae-gon suddenly shuddered, then asked, "What is this? And how did he manage to come up with such a design?" As he continued to look at the drawing, Park Jae-gon trembled more and more, unable to believe what he was seeing. He had worked in the construction industry for decades, but had he ever seen a more flawless project? What he was seeing now was a masterpiece, embodying the highest level of all disciplines. Park Jae-gon decided to ask Shu for clarification. Was he a hunter? Immediately after, Shu added that he also ran a channel on YouTube. Park Jae-gon assumed that since he was a YouTuber, he ran a channel related to construction. But to his surprise, Shu replied that it was a channel related to the craft of hunting. Park Jae-gon wanted to hit himself on the head. He told himself that a drawing was just a drawing, and that it was just a representation of a project on paper. Park Jae-gon waved his hand and said they would start immediately. Park Jae-gon understood that turning fantasies into reality was a completely different matter, which meant that Shu's work on site would probably be somewhat ridiculous. Climbing higher, Mong Shu shouted down that he understood. A second later, he struck with all his might, completely shattering the structure. Meng Shu began to brush the dust from the broken building off himself. Meanwhile, Park Jae-gon froze in shock. He tried to understand, since when could an entire house be destroyed with just one punch? Immediately after that, Mong Shu lifted the heaviest steel beams, which shocked Park Jae-gon even more, because he had no idea that a person was capable of lifting them. Meng Shu suddenly remembered that Hephaestus had said that first you had to dig up the ground. Using the divine martial arts of Hercules, Meng Shu raised his leg to perform the first form of the descending dragon strike. With a single blow to the ground, Meng Shu completely dug up the area he needed. Park Jae-gon was horrified, because just a few seconds ago, Shu had mentioned digging up the ground. But he didn't say that the entire foundation had to be demolished. Of course, he knew that hunters possess superhuman strength. But could a person really be that strong? Meng Shu said to himself that everything was ready, which meant that next he should. It seemed as if Meng Shu had simply moved, but in that instant, he had driven all those steel beams into the ground with his strength. Park Jae-gon could no longer bear it. He told himself that he had to leave immediately, before he completely lost his mind next to this guy. As soon as Park Jae-gon turned around and headed for the exit of the construction site, Kim Yi-jun arrived and informed Shu that he had come to help. Meng Shu asked Yi-jun to help him carry some materials. Kim Yi-jun replied that he would do everything and tried to lift one beam, but after a second, he realized that something was wrong. Somehow, he couldn't lift the beam. Kim Yi-jun refused to lose to a steel beam, and shouting, he put all his strength into moving it. Because Yi-jun shook the beams, heavy steel beams fell on him, pinning him to the ground. Hearing the noise, Mong Shu ran to the fallen beams and asked what had happened. Was he buried? In response, he heard only cries of pain. Meng Shu asked Yijun, "Can a B-rank hunter really be so weak? That means he really needs to train." While Shu Wu was clearing the debris, Yijun continued to moan in pain. After freeing Yijun, Shu asked how badly he was hurt and offered to examine him. Meng Shu wondered if it was really that bad. Yijun's entire right side, from his shoulder to his ribs, was completely bruised. Meng Shu told Yijun that it wasn't so bad, then asked if he could just regenerate it. In response, Yijun only growled in pain, to which Shu Wu replied that he shouldn't act like a child. Kim Yijun cried because of what had happened and because of the pain. He asked what he meant. After all, despite his abilities, he still felt all the pain, and he thought he really needed to see a doctor. Shu Wu asked if it was really necessary. After all, he could just regenerate it. Kim Yijun cried out that he couldn't do that, because if his body healed while it was still incorrectly assembled, then Yijun cried out softly as he felt something pierce his back. After inserting needles into certain places, Meng Shu was convinced of the situation. After finishing the therapy, Yijun was suddenly enveloped in green energy. Shu Wu asked, "Can you regenerate now?" Kim Yijun couldn't believe what was happening, so he asked Shu Wu what he had just done. Meng Shu explained that an imbalance in the body means that the energy channels are blocked, and in order to deal with this, he pressed on the acupuncture points to clear them. Kim Yijun asked what acupuncture was and what energy channels were, but Shu Wu said that was all he needed to know. Now he would rather get back to work. Shu Wu told Yijun to rest and regenerate. Suddenly, Shu Wu stopped and asked Yijun if he would be okay if his limbs were stretched a few more times. He could heal him immediately, so it wouldn't be a problem if they broke a little more. Kim Yijun didn't understand what he was thinking and asked what he meant. Grabbing the beam, Meng Shu said that since it had come to this, he could make Yijun even stronger. This was a lesson that Kim Yijun would not be able to learn anywhere else. Kim Yijun was frightened by what was about to happen and wanted to run away. But Meng Shu with the steel beam was faster. Grinning maliciously, Shu Wu said that he was doing it for Yijun. Shu Wu's divine medicine improved by 0.7% to 33.27%. Sometime later, Meng Shu said that they would be done with everything soon. He originally thought it would take at least 2 weeks, but it only took 3 days. Kim Yijun begged Shu Wu to spare him. Shu Wu noted that this time only his right arm was injured. Throwing the beam aside with a wave of his hand, Shu Wu asked Yijun if he had found a way to make the fractures less painful. Kim Yijun burst into tears and told Shu Wu that he thought he was going to die. Meng Shu quickly inserted needles into Yijun's acupuncture points. After Yijun's regeneration process accelerated, he remembered that he had not been able to help Shu Wu with the construction. Meng Shu explained that by doing so, Yijun was helping him and gradually getting better. Meng Shu suggested that Yijun at least take a look at himself now. At first, he couldn't even lift one beam, but now he can handle 2. Yijun was surprised to hear this, but after a second, he agreed with Shu Wu. Then he said that for some reason, he felt that after each healing, he was getting stronger. Meng Shu smiled. Although Yijun's progress was a little slow, he was constantly improving. Although he was training Yijun differently than Cherin, it was good that he was gradually mastering Tai Chi. This is a power that even a person with S-rank traits cannot master normally. He can help Cherin with this process, but with Yijun, whose skills are only at the top of the A rank, it is practically impossible. However, thanks to his super regeneration, it turned out that there was a way out for him too. By breaking Yijun's limbs and healing him with the help of divine medicine, he can forcibly breathe Tai Chi energy into his body. They say that when the body suffers, the mind works harder, but in Yijun's case, the mind does not have to suffer. In just 3 days, he has already moved from B rank to the highest B rank. Not that he had any idea about it. Also, thanks to his training, Shu Wu's skills in the art of divine medicine have improved significantly. At the moment, his mastery is at 45.81%. At this rate, he will probably be able to alleviate Soa's hemothanatosis a little. Now he had to check, or better yet, ask her to try the new tonic. Suddenly, Shu Wu heard someone scream. Turning around, Shu Wu saw that Kim Yijun was once again pinned down by beams, and he began to beg Shu Wu to save him. Shu Wu was simply speechless, and he even decided that it was time to end this. Meng Shu lifted the beam that was crushing Yijun, and reaching out his hand, suggested that he rest while he finished the construction. The system notified Shi that he had built a cozy house. Mong Shu was discouraged by what he heard, because how did Hephaestus suddenly call it a cozy house? Kim Yi-jun was delighted with the final result and even asked Shi if he had really built this house himself. Shi reminded Yi-jun that he had actually watched the construction process, which Yi-jun agreed with. But even so, Meng Shu's smartphone vibrated several more times with notifications. His divine metallurgy had improved significantly, for which he received plus 11.44%, reaching 29.57% skill. Meng Shu couldn't help but be surprised by the result, because for the first time, his divine metallurgy skill had improved so much for one piece of equipment. After seeing this, Shi even wondered if he could just continue to improve his divine metallurgy skill by continuing to build this house. If he just kept tearing down the house and rebuilding it, maybe he would soon be able to reach 100%. Remembering how much effort had been spent on all this, Meng Shu immediately decided to abandon the plan, as he did not particularly want to gather materials again. Kim So-jin asked Shu if he was planning to throw a party to celebrate the construction of the new house. Meng Shu was a little puzzled when he heard about the party. Yi-jun reminded him that he had just built a new house, which meant that they definitely had to throw a party to celebrate. Meng Shu admitted that Yi-jun's idea was not bad, but he did not have enough close friends to invite. Having said that, Shu suddenly remembered the people who had helped him create this place. Meng Shu told Yi-jun that he would throw a party as he had suggested. Yi-jun then asked when he planned to do it. Meng Shu thought for a moment, then suggested that some preparation would take some time, so they could have the party in 3 days. Kim Yi-jun said goodbye, saying that they would see each other again, and promised to tell his sister about the party. Shi asked if he was leaving already. Suddenly, Yi-jun started to run away. Kim Shi shouted for him to at least let him treat him to lunch, but Yi-jun replied that it wasn't necessary and that it would be better if he just prepared a lot of delicious food for the party. Meng Shu was forced to admit that Yi-jun was quite fast, after which he suggested that Yi-jun thought he was going to make him work again. Who should he invite to the party? Besides, probably not everyone would be able to come, and in the end only Soa and Midnight would remain, which would be enough in principle. Park Jae-gon knocked on Director Han's office door, and she let him in. After that, Han Mina asked how the construction was progressing. Was everything going well? Park Jae-gon didn't even know how to tell her everything, because in reality, Park Jae-gon said outright that they had already finished everything, which greatly surprised Director Han. Han Mina apologized as she had probably misunderstood him and asked what he meant. Feeling very nervous, Park Jae-gon said that everything was already ready and that SH construction wasn't even needed. The only thing that was needed, Han Mina asked what that could be. Han Mina decided to ask again. Did he mean that the house had already been built? And hadn't they started construction just 3 days ago? Park Jae-gon said that Shi was lifting construction materials with his bare hands. Then gesturing excessively with his hands, he said that Shi was breaking the ground as if it were ordinary tofu, flying through the air, and Han Mina asked him to stop and asked what he was talking about. Park Jae-gon bowed his head and admitted that he wasn't really sure what he had said himself. This puzzled even Director Han, and Han Mina wondered what the hell he saw there. When Soa entered her new home for the first time, she was very surprised. Meng Shu asked if she liked it. Soa and Midnight turned around, and Soa said she liked it very much. Then asked if it was really their home. Was it really? The ceiling here was much higher than in their previous home, and the living room was simply enormous. There were so many rooms that it was hard to believe that this was now their new home. Soa asked Midnight if he thought their house was incredible too. He barked in agreement. Shi smiled smugly when he heard Soa's words and wondered if it was really that impressive. Soa returned to Shi and asked about the housewarming party he had mentioned recently. Meng Shu said that it would happen and that he had already sent out invitations. Soa grabbed Shiwu's hand and suggested they do it. Shiwu asked what she meant. Soa explained that they still had to buy the ingredients for all the dishes they had to prepare before the guests arrived. Meng Shu was surprised to hear this. He asked Soa if she was really going to cook and if she was sure about it. Although Soa was good at it, she was still not feeling well enough. Soa replied that she was fine and that she could handle it. Since Soa insisted, Shiwu didn't dare refuse her. Moreover, probably due to the treatment at the SH clinic, her complexion already looked healthier. Soa suggested that Shiwu go shopping right away and also told Midnight to come with them. Oh, Ju Wan's office. Oh, Ju-won couldn't stop thinking about Mong Shu, who had ruined their plans. He was the one who turned the soul branch of Pandemonium to dust and destroyed their plan to illegally produce Awakened Ones, which had finally reached its final stage after so many years of work. It was all Mong Shu. Oh, Ju-won asked his secretary if they had managed to find Shu. The secretary replied that they had. Oh, Ju-won stood up and ordered them to show him the way. The secretary flinched at this and asked if he meant to say that he would personally go after him. He then tried to stop his boss by reminding him that if he intervened directly, the inspection bureau would notice, which would make it very risky. Oh, Ju-won reminded the secretary that this was the second time. He had heard that name twice already, so he would simply deal with him. One of Oh Ju-won's subordinates entered the office and asked the boss to leave everything to him. The leader of Pandemonium, Joe Buchchan, asked his boss why he would take out a blade that kills ogres for some orc. Oh Ju-won replied that he was not someone who could be dealt with so easily, and that it would be better for him to deal with him personally, leaving no room for error. Joe Buchchan said that since that was his decision, he would stay out of it. However, it seems they have a problem with the cult. Oh Ju-won asked what he meant. Joe Buchchan asked who knows. Then he reminded him that investigators from the Inspection Bureau ultimately have a keen nose for problems. Oh Ju-won released a little power, pressing Joe Buchchan with his aura, after which he said that he would let this little play on words slide, but only this once. Struggling to stay on his feet, Joe Buchchan apologized to his boss. And almost suffocating from the pressure, Joe Buchchan said that the cult's actions had become too dangerous and that while they were looking for victims for resurrection, Baek Sunjae had already figured out their intentions. Oh Ju-won was furious when he heard about Baek Sunjae and even stopped pressuring Joe Buchchan. After that, he said that the cult tried to hide it because Baek Sunjae personally intervened. That is why he came to the boss today, because only he is capable of stopping him. In fact, the plan to illegally produce the Awakened was only preparation for what the cult is preparing. Therefore, Oh Ju-won is certain that the Red Shadow is also monitoring their actions. Oh Ju-won grabbed Joe Buchchan by the shoulder and said that Meng Ji-wang had also been defeated by Meng Shu. Then he asked if he could really take care of him. Joe Buchchan asked not to even compare him to Ji-won and asked his boss to just leave everything to him. Mong Shu was amazed by what he saw when he entered the hall. Their table was literally covered with food. Soa reminded him that guests were coming, so she had to do her best. Meng Shu asked if she thought she had gone a little overboard. Soa replied that it was better than nothing. Midnight approached Shu with a bowl and growled to show that he also wanted to eat. Suddenly, Meng Shu remembered Midnight eating meat. If he fed Midnight, there would be no food left for the guests. Meng Shu apologized to the puppy for not being able to feed him. Midnight became sad and fell to the floor with his bowl. In order to cheer him up, Shu promised that he would cook something for him separately and headed to the kitchen. Midnight barked happily at him. Soa asked Shu when the others would arrive. Meng Shu replied that he had asked them to come for dinner, so they should be here soon. When suddenly a notification popped up on his smartphone. The smartphone reported that an unauthorized object was approaching their house. Meng Shu assumed it must be one of their guests. As soon as Shu opened the door, Kim So-yeon and Kim Yi-jun greeted him. Shu asked why they had brought so many things with them. So-yeon replied that it was a housewarming party, so they couldn't come empty-handed. Upon entering, Kim So-yeon was very surprised by what she saw and asked Shu if he had really built it all himself. Kim Yi-jun said he hoped they weren't late. Shu told him they had arrived just in time. Kim Yi-jun was pleased to hear this, admitting that he had been worried they would be late because So-yeon had been getting ready for what seemed like an eternity. Kim So-yeon was embarrassed by this and shouted that she wasn't worried. What was he talking about? Kim Yi-jun reminded his sister that she had taken a very long time to get dressed and that it was probably only because they were going to see Shu. Kim So-yeon laughed and hit her brother with all her strength, telling him to stop joking because she hadn't done anything like that. Kim So-yeon asked Shu not to pay attention to Yi-jun's words, as her brother was not in his right mind. Meanwhile, Kim Yi-jun, with his last breath, wrote his sister's name in blood so that everyone would know who was to blame for his death. Kim Yi-jun asked if she had started calling him crazy just because it embarrassed her. Kim So-yeon ordered her brother to shut up and began beating him so badly that he could no longer say such things. Soa entered the room, greeted her brother's friends, and said she was glad to see them there. Then she introduced herself to them. Kim So-yeon was surprised to see her and asked if she was her biological sister. So-ah immediately confirmed this. So-yeon said she was glad to see her and introduced herself as well. Suddenly, Yi-jun jumped out in front of her and shouted how pleased he was to see her. He then proudly announced that he was the closest person to her brother, the most courageous of men, Kim Yi-jun. So-ah was a little surprised by his behavior, but she greeted him anyway. Kim So-yeon wanted to punch him, but suddenly she noticed a strange puppy. Kim So-yeon was very happy to see the puppy there and shouted how cute it was. Midnight got scared and immediately ran away from So-yeon. Kim So-yeon was simply stunned by how the puppy ran away from her. Mong Shu remembered that Midnight was the same when he first met So-ah. Coming to her senses, So-yeon remembered something and said that Mr. Palguan would not be able to come to them today. At the moment, he was buried in work on a report that he would present at a seminar. Shiwoo said that he had already heard about it and that, apparently, it was very important to Mr. Palguan. Kim So-yeon explained that although it was called a seminar, it was more like a gathering of the world's best blacksmiths. In essence, it was a competition, and there was even a grand prize. Meng Shu became interested when he heard about the grand prize, and Kim So-yeon said that Mr. Palguan was eagerly awaiting the opportunity to show everyone what he had learned from Shiwoo. The first place prize changes every year, and this time it will be presented by Master Aurelian himself. Shiwoo was surprised and asked if it was true. He even thought about participating himself. In any case, it was no wonder that Mr. Palguan was so busy. Meng Shu suddenly received another notification of an unauthorized object approaching. Shu apologized, saying he needed to leave, and headed for the entrance. Opening the door, Shiwoo immediately greeted Jong Ayun, the landlady's daughter. Ayun was surprised by what had happened and asked how he knew it was her. Shu chuckled and replied that he had his methods, then looked around and asked if she had come alone and where her mother was. Jong Ayun said that her mother couldn't come because of work, which was why she had come alone. Letting the guest into the house, Meng Shu admitted that it would have been nice if she could have come too. At that moment, So-ah saw who it was and was surprised. Jong Ayun greeted So-ah and asked how she was. So-ah replied that she was fine, then asked how long it had been since they last saw each other. Jong Ayun guessed that it had been about a year, which surprised So-ah greatly. So-ah admitted that time had flown by too quickly. Kim So-yeon asked if Shiwoo had invited all the guests on the same day. Shiwoo replied that he had, and then asked if it was a bad idea. In fact, Meng Shu had never thrown a housewarming party before, so he didn't know much about it. Kim So-yeon explained that this was not the issue and attempted to figure out how to explain everything to him. At that moment, Shiwoo received a new notification about an unauthorized object and apologized to So-yeon, then headed for the door. At about the same time, members of the Hunting Bureau's investigation team were dealing with another case involving pandemonium thugs. Park Tae-min asked what the hell had happened here. And had this happened throughout the entire village? Kim Dong-gun, a guard from the regional investigation team of the Hunters Inspection Bureau, reported to the captain that their search was complete. The captain asked if there were any survivors, but all he heard in response was silence. Park Tae-min was furious because all this was the work of those evil bastards. The captain asked what was in the report and if there was anything unusual. Kim Dong-gun replied that there was a clue. For some unknown reason, all the bodies in the village were male. Park Tae-min asked if that meant they didn't kill women, and had they been able to establish a motive? Kim Dong-gun replied that they hadn't gotten that far yet, and as the captain already knew, Oh Ju-won had intervened in the case, so Park Tae-min agreed with the guard because even just surviving in this situation was pure luck. Then he asked where the director was. The guard replied that the director had gone after Oh Ju-won. At that moment, Park Sung-jae appeared out of nowhere and said he was there. Park Tae-min asked what had happened to Oh Ju-won. Park Sung-jae admitted that he had lost him and that Oh Ju-won was much stronger than he had expected. Suddenly, Park Sung-jae stumbled and began to fall. Captain Park Tae-min immediately caught the director and asked how he was. Park Sung-jae laughed and replied that it was nothing serious. He just felt dizzy and probably looked very pathetic now. Park Tae-min felt something on his hand and looked at it in horror as it was blood. Park Sung-jae suddenly went limp, but Park Tae-min caught him. Park Sung-jae said he was fine and asked not to report it to the bureau. After all, it wouldn't be good if someone found out that the director had been beaten up by a criminal. This news would only cause concern among the population. So, The director trembled, holding on with his last ounce of strength, but he told Park Tae-min again that he was perfectly fine. On the other side of the forest, the wounded Oh Ju-won was barely breathing due to the injuries he had sustained after fighting the director. The secretary asked his boss if he was okay, but instead of answering, Oh Ju-won asked what was going on with the cult. The secretary replied that thanks to his boss's efforts, the ritual had not been ruined. Oh Ju-won asked if the guards had noticed, to which he replied that again, thanks to him, they had managed to keep it a complete secret. Oh Ju-won suddenly became angry, remembering Baek Seon-jae. It was his first fight with him, and apparently the rumors greatly underestimated his abilities. But he was lucky, because he got off easy if he had lost more than just his eye. Mong Shu abruptly opened the door and invited Dogu in, which startled her. Stammering, Dogu greeted her boss. Then she asked her younger siblings to greet Shiwoo. Her younger brother said hello, and her sister said she was glad to see him. Seeing this, Mong Shu smiled and greeted the children, then invited them inside. Once inside, the children were amazed by what they saw, and the younger brother even shouted that the house was incredible. He then asked Dogu if they could live in a place like this, but his sister asked him if he had any idea how much such a place would cost. The brother was doubtful and decided to ask how much such a house would cost. His sister replied that it would cost at least 1,000,000 won. Hearing this, the brother was completely shocked and tried to calculate everything on his fingers. But after unsuccessful attempts, he said that it was a lot of fried chicken. Then he turned to Shiwoo and asked if he was really super rich. Park Dogu quietly asked what kind of questions these were. Park Dogu then bowed and apologized, saying that her brother was too young and didn't understand anything yet. Mong Shiwoo laughed and said that it was okay. At that moment, it seemed as if almost everyone had gathered. Mr. Palguan and the landowner were unable to come, so only Mong Shu led Park Dogu and the younger children into the hall to the other guests and said that apparently everyone had already gathered. He was sure that the other guests would definitely not come because they were busy, and he had invited them only out of politeness. Kim So-yeon noticed that Shiwoo had not yet purchased any furniture. Shiwoo agreed and reminded her that he had only just finished building the house and had only managed to make a table and a few chairs. Kim So-yeon was surprised to hear this and asked if he had really done it all himself. Suddenly, another notification about an unauthorized object popped up on Shiwoo's smartphone, which surprised him. Then he heard the doorbell ring. Kim So-yeon asked if he hadn't just said that everyone was already gathered. Shiwoo admitted that he had thought so himself. Joe Buchchan asked if that bastard had really brought guests to his house. And who were they anyway? Secretary Oh Ju-won said that Shiwoo had invited some acquaintances, but he wasn't sure who exactly. Joe Buchchan said that in that case, it was very simple. He would just have to kill them all. Joe Buchchan ordered his subordinates from Pandemonium to gather immediately. Meanwhile, at Shiwoo's house, the guests felt very uncomfortable and no one dared to say a word. Soa cleared her throat and whispered to her brother to do something to break the awkward silence. Mong Shu promised that he would think of a way to start the conversation right away. Meng Shiwoo asked what they thought about introducing themselves. Then he chuckled awkwardly. Since he had suggested it, he would do it first. As they all knew, he was Shiwoo. Immediately after that, his younger sister Soa, who was sitting next to him, introduced herself. Next, Jeon Ayun, the daughter of the landlady, decided to take the initiative, even though it was in the past as he no longer rented the house. Kim So-yeon introduced herself as the CEO of So-yeon Trading. Her younger brother introduced himself as Yi-jun, So-yeon's younger brother, as well as Shiwoo's cameraman, who is always by his side. Next, feeling very nervous, she decided to introduce Dogu, who works as a video editor for Shiwoo's channel. After introducing herself, Park Dogu pointed to her younger siblings, after which her younger sister introduced herself as Dokyeon, and her brother introduced himself as Dokhyun. Next, Minjun, a guarding captain of the 4th Squad of the rural branch of the Inspection Bureau, introduced himself. And lastly, Cherin, the guild master of the SH Hunters Guild, introduced herself. In fact, Mong Shu had invited these two out of politeness, but he had not expected them to actually show up. Did this mean that they were not as busy as he had thought? Soa suddenly laughed, trying to smooth things over, and invited the guests to start eating. Hearing this, Do-hyun and Do-kyung couldn't hold back their saliva. Do-kyung asked if they could really eat this. Then Do-hyun said he wanted to try the ragu. Park Dogu was shocked by their behavior and asked them to be more polite. Shiwoo told her that it was okay and that it was food for everyone, so they shouldn't feel shy. Soa agreed with her brother and said that she had worked very hard to prepare everything. Dokyun couldn't help but exclaim at how delicious Soa's cooking was, and Dokyun asked Doku if she could cook like that too. Since no one objected, Park Doku thanked Shirwoo and Soa for the food. After that, Soa invited the others to dig in. Kim So-yeon suddenly remembered that they had come with something and suggested that it was the right time to give gifts for the new apartment. Hearing her, Kim Ye-jun reached for the box. When he opened it, everyone could see the gold-colored tendons of the ogres. Kim So-yeon asked what he thought of the gift and if he liked it. Mong Shu admitted that it was exactly what he needed. He had just finished building his house and had already started thinking about making equipment for himself. Meng Shu asked if it wasn't too expensive for a housewarming gift. He had heard that each tendon cost about 100 million won. Kim So-yeon admitted that this was true, but that it wasn't just a housewarming gift. Shiwoo asked what she meant. Kim Ye-jun then explained that it was also a token of his gratitude for Shiwoo saving him that time, as well as a small reward for his help. Meng Shu said that, even so, it was too much, but Soyeon ordered him to just take it. John A-yoon admitted that compared to this, her gift seemed inadequate, so she brought So-ah a GED workbook and documents for talent-based admission, as she thought she should already start preparing for university. Ah-yoon told So-ah that she would personally help her prepare for the GED exams, so she wished her to study hard. So-ah thanked her friend and said she was the best. Nervous about the gift, Park Dok-gu quietly handed her the camera. Mong Shi-woo was surprised to see the camera, and Dok-gu reminded her that he had complained that his cameras were always breaking. Mang Shi-woo understood what she was talking about. She probably remembered how he always mumbled about it in his videos, but she was clearly not in a position to spend so much money. Meng Shu thanked Dok-gu for the gift and promised that he would use the camera. Then Meng Shu turned to Ye-jun, patted the camera and said that he was forbidden to break it. Kim Ye-jun promised that he would protect this camera even at the cost of his life. Suddenly, Meng Shu heard a quiet apology. Turning around, Meng Shu saw that Lee Min-jung was looking downcast. Min-jung admitted that she had never been to a housewarming party before, so she didn't know that she needed to bring a gift, for which she sincerely apologized. Showing his thumb, Shu said that everything was fine and that he was grateful that she had come today. Min-jung said that in that case, everything was fine. Immediately after that, she became even more dejected and apologized to Shu again. Han Cherin, who had been sitting quietly all this time, suddenly asked, "Did that mean she shouldn't have given him household items?" Meng Shu was very surprised to hear about household items. Han Cherin took out her smartphone and sent Shu a link. Clicking on the link, Meng Shu saw some kind of Karafni sofa. Kim So-yeon was shocked by what she heard and decided to ask if he had just mentioned a Karafni sofa. Shu replied that it was indeed that, and then asked what the matter was. Just in case, Kim So-yeon decided to take a look for herself, and when she saw it, she cried out, "Oh my God!" Then she shouted that Che-ren was also giving him a Harry Wotton wardrobe. Meng Shu asked if they were really that expensive. So-yeon replied that expensive was an understatement, as each one cost billions of won. Hearing about the billions, even Shi-woo was shocked. Shi-woo asked how furniture could be so expensive. So-yeon noted that, aside from the price, it was very difficult to find. Karafni only produces 10 pieces a year, and there are currently only 1,000 Harry Wotton cabinets in the world. In addition, she had heard that they are sold exclusively to WEP customers at the main SH department store. Mang Shu asked Cherin how she managed to get them. Cherin replied that Director Han was in charge of the State Department store and that she had personally chosen these gifts. Kim So-yeon whispered to Shiwoo that if it were her decision, she would choose either the sofa or the wardrobe. Meng Shiwoo admitted that it sounded like a good idea. Han Cherin asked why, since the gift was everything she had thrown away. The room suddenly fell silent. Everyone was too shocked by what was happening. Lee Min-jun, who had come without a gift, was particularly hurt by what she heard. Meng Shu decided to clarify, was that really all? If she really had everything on the list, then it was. Storage cabinets, chairs, tables, a robot vacuum cleaner, a refrigerator, a washing machine, a dryer, a dishwasher, a TV, a stereo system, an iron, a toaster, a chest of drawers, a display cabinet, beds, blankets, pillows, rugs, bedspreads, and even a deep fryer. Han Cherin confirmed that all of this was indeed a gift. After that, she looked at the astonished faces of those present with bewilderment. Sometime later in the store, Mong Shu said to himself that he still couldn't believe that Cherin. Was this really how the SH group operated? And who even gave gifts like this for a housewarming? Shu realized that Han Cherin lived in a completely different world. Suddenly, Mong Shu froze because if you think about it, she couldn't have bought all this as wedding gifts, could she? Aunt Cherin mistakenly believes that he is dating her. Apparently, this misunderstanding was already getting out of hand. Shu decided not to think about it for now. After all, it's just Director Han's delusion, which means it's not his problem. Suddenly, Shu heard a notification sound from his smartphone. Taking out his smartphone, Mong Shu saw a warning about an unauthorized object near the house. Shu assumed it was Mr. Palguan or the landowner. Suddenly, the system announced the presence of aggressive magical waves and that the system was switching to emergency mode. At that moment, Shu saw a powerful explosion at the site of his house. A short time ago, people from Pandemonium gathered at Shu's house. Looking at this house, Joe Buchchan couldn't help but notice that this son of a bitch, Meng Shu, lived in a nice house. Joe Buchchan ordered the thug to destroy the house. The thug approached the wall and punched it with all his might. But for some unknown reason, the wall did not budge. Joe Buchchan asked his subordinate what he was doing there. The thug tried to explain that he was just... But Joe Buchchan didn't want to hear any excuses. He asked if he was serious. He was ashamed to think that such idiots were members of Pandemonium. Joe Buchchan put his spear behind his back and ordered his subordinate to get out of the way. Joe Buchchan knew that the bastards from the inspection bureau would rush over as soon as they heard the noise. But that wouldn't matter if they solved the problems before they arose. Joe Buchchan swung his spear. As a result, there was an explosion that could be heard throughout the neighborhood. When he was done, Joe Buchchan turned away from the ruins and ordered his men to finish it quickly. But for some reason, his subordinates were very surprised. One of them turned to Joe Buchchan, and then the thug said that the door... Joe Buchchan asked what they were talking about and turned around to see that the door was almost intact after his attack. But how could this be possible? Suddenly, the door opened and Lee Minjun came out of the house. Minjun said that it was actually quite bold to commit crimes in such residential areas. The members of Pandemonium were surprised to see the inspector, known in Seoul as the Human Butcher, here. Joe Buchchan asked why this bitch was here. Lee Minjung said that ordinary criminals would not dare to commit crimes so openly, which meant that they had come here for some purpose. Lee Minjun asked, "Are they bastards from Pandemonium?" Kim Yi-jun followed Minjun out. He asked what was going on and if these were Shu's guests. But Joe Buchchan was most surprised when he saw the next hunter. It was Han Cherin. What was she doing here? Without a doubt, it was Han Cherin from SH Group. The big guy asked Joe Buchchan what they should do. Things were really bad because in South Korea, you can't mess with SH Group. But now there was no turning back. Joe Buchchan ordered everyone except Han Cherin to be killed. Immediately after that, his men rushed into the attack with their swords drawn. Kim Yi-jun looked around and wondered what was going on. The thug from Pandemonium almost cut Ye-jun down with his sword, but at the last moment, Lee Min-jun jumped in front of him and attacked the thug. Lee Min-jun told Ye-jun that they were thugs from Pandemonium. Ye-jun was shocked to hear about them and wondered what the hell this criminal organization was doing here. Lee Min-jun replied that they didn't have time for a detailed explanation. Immediately after that, Lee Min-jung rushed towards the approaching enemies. Pushing off the ground, Lee Min-jun jumped up and swung her blade behind her back. And when she landed, she instantly killed one of Pandemonium's thugs. Kim Yi-jun froze as he watched, Lee Min-jung fiercely dealing with all these thugs. On the other hand, Han Cherin also did not stand still and killed 2 thugs with one blow. But in the next moment, she bypassed all her opponents and launched a series of attacks, getting rid of the entire group. Watching the battle, Joe Buchchan could only hear the dying screams of his subordinates. As it turned out, these fools were not even capable of dealing with 2 hunters. Well, since that's how things are, Joe Buchchan grinned because he hadn't had a chance to have some fun in a long time. Suddenly, Lee Min-jun sensed danger and turned around to see a spearhead flying toward her. At the last moment, Lee Min-jun managed to repel the enemy's attack. Joe Buchchan was surprised that she had actually managed to stop his attack. Joe Buchchan was forced to admit that she was famous for a reason. Immediately after that, he attacked Mingju again with his spear, accelerating with each strike. Joe Buchchan asked why she didn't try to stop this one now. Holding Lee Min-jung down, Joe Buchchan began to laugh. He said that judging by everything, she was going through a difficult time right now. Lee Min-jung was barely holding back Joe Buchchan's onslaught. Noticing this, he asked if she had already reached her limit. Immediately after that, he shouted for her to entertain him a little longer and doubled his attacks. All this was too dangerous for Kim Yi-jun. Watching this, he couldn't even understand what was happening in this crowd. But these people were criminals trying to illegally break into the house of his friend, Shi Wu. And judging by everything, Mrs. Cherin's enemies were also beginning to close in thanks to their numerical superiority. If only he had known that something like this would happen, he would have at least brought a shield with him. Kim Yi-jun asked what he should do. Suddenly, he remembered something. Kim Yi-jun ran into the house and immediately began clearing the table. Yi-jun thought that since this table was made by Shi Wu, it could probably be used as a shield. The girls who stayed at home were scared, and Kim So-yeon asked what was happening outside. Midnight growled, sensing enemies. Kim Yi-jun told his sister that she should not go outside with the others under any circumstances. Running out into the street, Yi-jun raised the table in front of him and ran towards Joe Buchchan, who was cornering Min-jun. Feeling threatened by the pockmarked man, Joe Buchchan was surprised that this weakling had decided to attack. Joe Buchchan ordered him to get out of there and hit him with a spear. After landing, Kim Yi-jun coughed up blood. His enemy was indeed strong. Suddenly, Joe Buchchan appeared right in front of him and tried to finish him off, but at the last moment, Yi-jun managed to jump out of the way. The enemy was too strong for him, as he didn't even notice how close he had gotten. Immediately after Yi-jun jumped back, Joe Buchchan struck a second blow, severing Yi-jun's arm. Hearing Lee Jun scream in pain, Lee Min-jun turned around and saw Joe Buchchan attacking him. After cutting off his arm, Joe Buchchan complained about how annoying this weakling was and kicked him in the stomach with his knee to throw him into the air. Then Joe Buchchan raised his spear and, wishing death upon Yi-jun, attacked him. But as soon as he struck, Kim Yi-jun disappeared in a flash of fire. Instead, Han Cherin jumped out and blocked the attack. Joe Buchchan was surprised that she managed to block it. Joe Buchchan admitted that Cherin's skills looked pretty good, and she had a decent sword. But she was still a novice compared to him. His S-rank trait, Acceleration, allowed him to rise to the level of Pandemonium's leaders. His trait not only speeds up his entire body, but also improves his dynamic vision through hormones, accelerating his perception and thinking. Thanks to this, he perceives things in slow motion, observing the surrounding phenomena as they stretch spatially as hormones are produced, and his metabolism accelerates. In this world, he can easily break the sound barrier and move at his own pace. If he pushes himself to the limit, everyone else will move slowly like a snail. He is the only creature that can move freely in this world. And in this world, where everything seems to have stopped, he is a god. But what is this feeling that suddenly enveloped him? It was a feeling of horror that seemed to permeate his entire body. It was as if a bell was ringing continuously in his head, warning him. It was a deadly instinct, and if he didn't escape right now, he would die. Behind Joe Buchchan, a bright light suddenly flashed. Joe Buchchan turned around and saw a fireball rushing towards him at tremendous speed. And in the next instant, something threw him back. Getting up, Joe Buchchan asked what the hell had just happened. He thought he had reacted quickly and tried to dodge it, but it was too late. But that was impossible, and something like that simply couldn't have happened. After all, in this world where he reigned like a god, Joe Buchchan suddenly heard a rustling sound, and when he looked, he saw ice cream spilling out of the bag. Meng Shu was unhappy because he had accidentally dropped the ice cream due to the last blow. Picking up the bag, Mong Shu turned to the guy he had just knocked down and asked who the hell he was. And what the hell was going on here? As soon as Meng Shu arrived, Kim Yi-jun rushed over to him. Meng Shu was very surprised by what he saw and asked why he was holding his table. And where was his left hand? Then Shu turned around and said that after what he had seen, he could roughly understand what was going on. The whole problem was you. Lee Min-jun shouted that they were being attacked by thugs from Pandemonium. Meng Shu was a little surprised to hear this, but since it was them, a powerful aura of Hercules martial arts began to emanate from Meng Shu, and he reminded them that he had clearly warned them that time. Joe Buchchan was simply speechless about what was happening. Clenching his fist, Shu told them never to come near him again. Meng Shu reminded them that he had clearly warned them they should never approach him again. Joe Buchchan realized that Meng Shu was standing in front of him now, and that there could be no mistake about it. Oh Ju-won said that Shu was not someone who could be easily dealt with, because even Ji Wang had lost to him. Was he sure he could handle this? Joe Buchchan stood up and said that when he found out that Meng Ji-won had been defeated, he realized that Shu was not the unusual bastard that some people thought he was. Joe Buchchan gave Shiwu the middle finger and said that he would regret not being able to kill him with one blow. In a slow-motion world where time flows at a speed of 109.6 seconds, in this world where only he reigns as God, he is the only one who can move. While Joe Buchchan was content with the thought of his power, he missed something. And that something was Shiwu's fist, which suddenly slammed into his stomach. Due to the force of the blow, Joe Buchchan coughed up blood. Immediately after that, he began to run away from Shiwu, but no matter how hard he tried, Shiwu quickly caught up with him. Joe Buchchan tried to understand how this was possible. How could someone move so fast, even in his world? And could it be that he was simply rushing through this high-speed world? Quickly catching up with Joe Buchchan, Shiwu swung his fist and was already preparing to finish him off. Joe Buchchan thought that the idea of someone rushing through his world was simply nonsense, and that such a thing simply could not be true. Turning sharply, Joe Buchchan attacked Shiwu with a shout, but his spear collided with Shiwu's fist, which somehow managed to overpower it. Receiving the recoil from his last attack, Joe Buchchan coughed up blood again, and his eyes rolled back. Joe Buchchan's hands trembled. He knew he had definitely hit Shiwu with his spear, so what was this indefinable force he had encountered? After repelling Joe Buchchan's attack, Mong Shu calmly took a step into his world. With just his footsteps alone, Mong Shu could easily make his way through Joe Buchchan's world, but he refused to believe it. Was he really unable to keep up with this guy's speed? So, what could have happened? Because after all, it wasn't just about Shiwu's speed. It was as if it were inertia. Shiwu possessed a superior power that even he was unable to cope with. Did that mean the branch manager was right? Was he really unable to deal with Mong Shu? Joe Buchchan refused to believe such nonsense. Feeling the weight of Shiwu's impending blow, Joe Buchchan realized that he was going to die. Joe Buchchan gritted his teeth and told himself that he had to escape, no matter what. And to do that, he had to use any means necessary. Joe Buchchan screamed, trying to squeeze even more strength out of his trait. Although Mong Shu had been fighting Joe Buchchan for some time, it was only at that moment that his friends realized that their battle had begun. Lee Min-jun wondered what had just happened. Kim Yi-jun saw Shu fighting Joe Buchchan, but he literally couldn't keep track of him with his eyes, no matter what moment of the fight they were in. The battle was unfolding right in front of him. But no, could it even be called a battle? After a prolonged series of attacks, Mong Shu finally managed to get Joe Buchchan. Joe Buchchan was stunned that this monstrous son of a bitch, Shiwu, was getting faster with every minute of the fight. The maximum speed he could reach, Joe Buchchan told himself that he had to reach his limits. Joe Buchchan shouted loudly, pushing his limits to the maximum. And in the next instant, Joe Buchchan flew past his subordinates like lightning, swinging his spear in all directions. It seemed that during his maximum acceleration, he had finally managed to pierce Mong Shu. But his attacks were not enough to really hurt him. Mong Shu wondered, did this man really not care what happened to his subordinates? Meng Shu sighed and was enveloped in black lightning. Hiding behind the table, Li Mingju called out to Mong Shu. Then she shouted for Shiwu not to kill this man. Meng Shu replied that he knew that, but he couldn't guarantee that he would survive because he still couldn't fully control his power. Until now, he had simply focused on the concept of speed without even realizing it, limiting himself with the idea of accelerating his movements. But watching his opponent use his trait, he realized that it was possible to accelerate not only speed, but also all the capabilities of his body, thereby expanding the very concept of speed. And this is practically no different from the power of a god. It destroys established ideas about speed. It erases the boundaries of limitations that he unconsciously set for himself. We are talking about expanding the very concept of SS plus super speed. The moonlight illuminates the streets, and a night breeze blows through the neighborhood. At this very moment, everything in the universe is moving, day and night, a world in which they are fully aware of the 24 hours they live. The world of 1 of 4.8 minutes, Muhurta. Time gradually slows down, and sound gets stuck in the air, never reaching them. A slowed down world. A world of 1 and 9.6 seconds. It is a high-speed world, accelerated to the limits that are only achievable by humans. And beyond this world lies a realm forbidden to humans. But in his case, something is different. The super speed of Hermes, which is the speed of a god. 1/75 of a second, this is the world of Tatsana. Upon entering the world of Tatsana, Mong Shu finally found what he was looking for, and immediately rushed after Joe Buchchan, who was trying to escape from him. Sensing the approaching danger, Joe Buchchan realized that he was in trouble. Joe Buchchan yelled at Shiwu that he was a monstrous bastard and, turning sharply, stabbed him with a spear. But to his surprise, the spear shattered and a green flash rushed towards him. In the next moment, Joe Buchchan was struck, knocking him out of the slow-motion worlds. Thanks to his journey through the slow worlds, Mong Shu increased his super speed skill by plus 8.9%, reaching 9.28%. Meng Shu wondered if this could be because he had touched the world of Tatsana. Moreover, to some extent, he became able to control his super speed, and thanks to this, he would finally be able to avoid harming those around him. Even so, he was only approaching 10%, which was far from his maximum speed. Now Meng Shu could understand why Hercules could not catch Hermes when he tried to escape. Meng Shu suddenly remembered something, and with a wave of his hand, stuck a dozen needles into Joe Buchchan so that he would not die. After all, he managed not to kill this guy with his blow, even though he didn't really want to. Stunned by what had happened, Li Mingzhu admitted that even though the leader of Pandemonium was on the verge of death, trying to hide her shock, Minjung admitted that Shiwu had done an excellent job. Shu said that in fact, she was the one who did an excellent job here. Meng Shu thanked Minjung for protecting everyone while he was away. Meng Shu suggested that Li Minjung had faced such situations many times as a guard, so it shouldn't be a serious problem for her. Shu asked Yijun if he was okay. Yijun chuckled awkwardly and replied that he was probably fine. After looking him over, Shiwu said that he looked normal and noticed that his arm had also returned. And Meng Shu wondered if Cherin was really okay. Although she looked fine on the outside, this was probably the first time she had encountered such a situation. Meng Shu assumed that Cherin was now in a state of severe shock. After all, there is a huge difference between killing monsters and killing people, especially if it is your first time. Although Han Cherin is famous as an outstanding genius, she always looks stoic, like a robot devoid of emotion. She is only overshadowed by the prestige of the SH group and her genius talent. Cherin is still a young and fragile person who has not even become an adult yet. Meng Shu thought about how he couldn't just tell her how sorry he was that this had happened. Even though she had only come here for a party to celebrate his new house, Meng Shu thanked Miss Cherin. Surprised by what she heard, Cherin asked, "What?" Looking at her face, Sherwu chuckled to himself, because now she looked just like a deer looking up. Shu said that if it weren't for her, the people inside could have been seriously injured. Meng Shu took Cherin by the hand and said that if she interfered in Pandemonium's affairs, similar things would happen again in the future. And if she wasn't ready for that now, it would be best to refuse right now. Shibu said that running away was also an option. Although winning a fight is commendable, sometimes refusing to fight can also be a path to victory. One day, Confucius said, "When people decide not to do something, they must remember that it is not a choice to give up or yield, but a choice to move towards another opportunity. The growth of a gentleman does not necessarily have to be associated with achieving something greater." Meng Shu asked Cherin not to try too hard to win, and also not to give in to her emotions. After all, no matter what, Miss Cherin is the most important thing. And Cherin placed her free hand on her chest and sincerely thanked Shiwu. Meng Shiwu believed that Han Cherin only lacked experience. If she did not break down and become discouraged when faced with obstacles, she would have the potential to one day become a hunter who transcended the world. Until then, his role as a mentor was to help her grow safely. After all, that was the only way he could earn 10 billion won a month. Shiwu said he was grateful to her. Soon inspectors from the bureau arrived at the scene, and the housewarming party came to an end. Fortunately, the invited guests returned home without any injuries or damage. In the end, those bastards from Pandemonium couldn't even break through the front door of his house. Miss Minjung and Miss Cherin, along with Yijun, also held back the thugs. And even if they hadn't, Midnight could have dealt with them on his own. He was grateful to them, but he felt sorry for dragging them into all this. Li Minjung called Sua and asked if they had finished checking the identities of these guys. Jung Sua reported that they had completed the identification and that all of these people had been confirmed as members of Pandemonium. In addition, there was a bounty on each of their heads. One of the guards suddenly noticed that one of them was still alive. "What should they do now?" Park Taemin asked what he meant by what to do. "They should just kill them." Meng Shiwu was confused by what he heard. The guard asked if they really had to do that. Park Taemin replied that if they left these thugs alive, they would return to their old ways. Innocent people would become victims in the future, so it was better to get their hands dirty with blood right now. The guard asked if the team leader agreed. Taimin replied that he did. After hearing this, Mong Shu finally understood why the guards were called human butchers. After sorting out the matter, Li Minjung approached Shu and said that the guy they were fighting was named Joe Buchchan and that he was a high-ranking employee of Pandemonium. Minjung asked if Shu would mind if they checked his identity. Meng Shu replied that he didn't mind because after all, that was the job of the guards. That was also the reason why he had left Buchchan alive. Walking away, Taimin admitted that when he thought about it, he wanted tonkatsu. The female guard asked if they should order some for lunch. In fact, Shu wanted to deliver Joe Buchchan himself, but since the guards were here, he could leave it to the experts. Shu asked Minjung if something would be difficult for them. If she found out where Pandemonium's headquarters was, could she let him know? Li Mingjung replied that if it was Shu, of course she could, but why did he need it? Shu replied that of course he had to show them what happened to those who ignored his warnings. Li Mingzhu was surprised to see Shu like this, but she said she understood. As for the housewarming gift, Minjung asked if they could replace it with their team regularly patrolling the house of the hunter Meng Shu. The members of the fourth team were stunned by what they heard. Meng Shu asked if that would really be okay. Judging by the expressions on the guards' faces, Shu assumed that Mingzhu had not yet discussed this with the team. Besides, wasn't it wrong to use state power for personal gain, as in this case? Li Mingjung explained that patrolling the territory was their responsibility, while the house of the hunter Meng Shu was under the jurisdiction of their soul branch. Shu agreed with this, and he just wanted to reason with Mingjung. As Minjung reminded him, he is currently the target of Pandemonium. They are obligated to do this, as they are responsible for the safety of citizens in case of danger. Moreover, they would likely be able to find traces of Pandemonium similar to those found today. Shu said that in summary, if they stayed close to him, they would be able to catch Pandemonium. Shu asked if that was what she meant. It's similar, and most importantly, Li Mingjong said that it was his housewarming gift. Shu said that since she said so, he had no reason to refuse. It wasn't as if it would be normal to refuse such a coveted gift. Even though he had built a new house, there was still a lot missing, and while his ability to block intruders had been demonstrated quite well, he had nothing that could repel the invaders. Although there was no particular cause for concern with midnight nearby, there was always a possibility. And if the bureau inspectors patrolled the area regularly, he would no longer have to worry about the safety of his home and Soa. Meng Shu shook Miss Mingjong's hand and said that in that case he was counting on her. Li Mingjong smiled and thanked Meng Shu. Meng Shu was a little confused by her gratitude, because in fact he was the one who should be thanking her. Besides, it turned out that she could smile after all. Now she wanted to apologize as they still needed to clean up the place. Meng Shu smiled as he looked at the guards. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his arm. It was a wound he had received in battle with Joe Buchchan, and now Shu felt as if his joints had been completely dislocated. The executive director of Pandemonium, Joe Buchchan. As it turned out, he was much stronger than Shu had expected. The rank member he had faced that time, Meng Jiwang, was insignificant compared to him. It would seem that there was only a one-level difference between a tear and a fracture, but the level of skill was like night and day. The spear that Joe Buchchan threw at him during his escape, fighting with bare fists against a weapon, proved to be truly incredible. If only his body had not been trained with Hercules' superpower, today's fight would have ended in disaster. And if he had completely slipped up today, he probably would not have been able to use his arm at all. If only he had received a decent blow with the spear that Joe Buchchan was wielding, he would have lost, not Buchchan. Soon, Pandemonium will try to take revenge on him again. This means that in the future, he will have to face even stronger enemies than Joe Buchchan. He is gradually reaching his limits, fighting enemies with his bare fists. This means that the time has finally come to make equipment for himself. The human body is weak. It has teeth, but they are not sharp enough. It has claws, but they are not strong enough. So they chose, thanks to weapons they cut and stabbed using wood, which is harder than their nails. They picked up stones from the ground and threw them, stones that are harder than their bones. They also overcame their physical shortcomings by seeking them elsewhere, which gave them an advantage over most animals. They could hunt animals that they could not previously defeat. Humans finally managed to reach the top of the cruel wild, freeing themselves from the shackles of the food chain and rising above predators. That is why we can say with confidence that the types of weapons that accompany human history are also quite diverse. So why shouldn't he do it? Staring at the hot coals, Shiwu tried to figure out what exactly he should do. The most standard option was definitely gloves, because he was better at martial arts than weapons. As he expected for Hercules' divine martial arts, the best equipment would be something that could strengthen the body. Once he had decided what to do, Shiwu decided to start making gloves right away. The material he used to make gloves last time was ogre tendons, but the main difference now is that his current skills in divine metallurgy had increased nearly six-fold since he made the gauntlets. Even if he used the same materials as before, the end result would be as different as night and day. Squeezing the red-hot ogre tendons, Mong Shu began to hammer them. The fragility and viscosity of the material, he had to find the perfect balance. After some time, Shiwu finally finished creating the gloves, and the system rated them as decent equipment, and his divine metallurgy skill increased by 1%. Mong Shu simply couldn't believe what was happening, because this was decent equipment. The top-class gloves sold by Han Cherin for a staggering $4 billion were rated as disposable item. But even if Hephaestus considers the current gloves decent, it's just impossible. Could it be that by selling these gloves, he could get more than $10 billion? Shiwu even dared to ask the question, maybe he should just sell these gloves? After a moment's thought, Shiwu decided to abandon the idea, as he didn't have such a big problem with money at the moment. Meng Shu decided to check how the gloves would fit him and immediately put them on. After trying to move his hand in the glove, Meng Shu was very surprised because it was incredibly comfortable. He didn't even feel like he had something on his hand. Meng Shu clenched his hand in the glove, and it suddenly cracked. Immediately after that, the glove crumbled into small pieces. Meng Shu just froze in place, unable to say anything about what had happened. Right before his eyes, these gloves turned to dust, and this was a material worth 100 million won. Meng Shu wondered if there could be a defect in the equipment, but that couldn't be the case, because then it wouldn't have received a worthy rating. If that was the case, then why the hell did they crumble? Could there be a defect in the material itself? Ogre tendons are the organs that transmit the strength of ogres, and they are one of the strongest materials in the world, capable of withstanding the enormous strength of ogres. So why did this happen? At that moment, Zhuge Liang's insight kicked in, and Shiwu understood what the problem was. Shiwu suggested that perhaps the ogre tendons were unable to withstand Hercules' superhuman strength, which meant that he needed to use a material of higher quality than ogre tendons. But what monster could be stronger than an A+ rank ogre? Meng Shu thought about everything that might be suitable. But no matter how hard he tried to remember such a monster, he couldn't. There simply was no such monster. Is there even a monster capable of resisting Hercules' strength? And then Shiwu wondered, does that mean that even Hercules cannot use any equipment? But that's not the case, except for a helmet made from the skin of the Nemean lion's head. Thanks to its incredibly thick and durable skin, the Nemean lion was able to withstand the attacks of Hercules himself. In the end, Hercules had to use a guillotine chokehold for a whole 30 days, although Shiwu wasn't sure if it really was a guillotine chokehold. In any case, it ended with him crushing his entire body. Hercules used the remaining skin from the head to make a helmet, which is what Hercules told him. In that case, he just had to create equipment that could withstand Hercules' superhuman strength, and it had to be at least something like the Nemean lion. Shouldn't that be easy? No, because where could he find such a thing? And even if he found such a monster, how could he catch it? Meng Shu wondered if this meant he would have to fight without weapons for the rest of his life. But they say that with great power comes great responsibility. At that moment, So Palguan approached the saddened Shiwu. He wondered why the forge lights were burning and found that he had a guest. So Palguan then asked if Shiwu was making equipment. Meng Shu chuckled lifelessly and replied that it was now useless. So Palguan asked what had happened. With tears in his eyes, Shiwu said that apparently he could no longer use any equipment. So Palguan smiled, then admitted that he didn't understand what he was talking about. But to change the mood, he could ask Shiwu if he wanted to see the equipment he had created. Meng Shu became interested when he heard about the equipment created by the master. And when he removed the cloth, he saw that it was a sword. As he expected from Master So Palguan, his basic skills were truly impressive. In addition, he even used the Hephaestus technique that he had taught him. Shi Wu acknowledged that it was a wonderful sword and that Master Palguan's words reassured him. Mong Shu suggested that this sword could have been ordered by someone important, perhaps even an S-class hunter, to which Palguan replied that this was not entirely true, as this sword was material for a future seminar. Mong Shu was surprised to hear about the seminar. Suddenly, he remembered that this was the same blacksmith seminar he had heard about from Suyun, and apparently Master Palguan wanted to present this sword at the seminar. Shu said that this competition now seemed more important to him than he had previously thought. So Palguan confirmed that this was true, as it was the most prestigious competition for craftsmen in the world. He then suggested that if Shu participated, he would surely win. Shu asked if he could participate too, so Palguan didn't even know how to put it simply. He explained that in order to participate, he would have to join the World Blacksmiths Association, have a blacksmith qualifications certificate, and dozens of other necessary documents. And above all, he would need a production-related trait. Meng Shu was forced to admit that, apparently, this was not for him. The whole problem was that Shu was registered as an awakened person without a trait. Shu suddenly remembered that the winner would receive a prize and asked Palguan about it. Palguan confirmed this, but said that the prize was not the main thing here. It was a kind of symbolism. Moreover, this time the prize was useless, as it was a prize offered by Master Aurelian himself. Meng Shu apologized for his misunderstanding and asked again if he had just said that the prize chosen by Aurelian himself was useless. What kind of prize was it? So Palguan replied that the prize was Oricalum. Oricalum is a metal discovered after the Fifth Industrial Revolution. Due to its extreme durability, it is almost impossible to destroy. In addition, it is easier to recognize in its raw form than in its processed form. In that case, it is definitely a useless prize. No matter how great Oricalum is as a metal, it is just trash if it cannot be purified. Shi had even heard that Master Aurelian himself was unable to purify Oricalum. Shi asked, "What is the point of offering something as the main prize that you yourself cannot refine?" So Palguan chuckled and said that, as he had said earlier, this prize was a kind of symbolism. Shi already understood that this was a seminar attended by blacksmiths from all over the world, and he also knew how skilled blacksmiths from other countries were. But with such a level of quality, Mr. Shi might have a chance to win. Suddenly it dawned on Shi, metal that is virtually impossible to destroy due to its extreme durability. It was also a metal that no blacksmith in the world could refine, hence its name, divine metal. Most importantly, the process of refining Oricalum, he had seen it before, because Mjolnir, forged by Hephaestus, was made of Oricalum. Moreover, with Hephaestus' divine metallurgy, it should also be possible. At the moment, his divine metallurgy has reached 30.57% mastery. With that, he should be capable of doing it. Hephaestus had made countless pieces of equipment for the gods using Oricalum. If only he could get his hands on it. Shu decided that he must obtain Oricalum at any cost. However, he cannot participate in the seminar, but he cannot give up either. What if he participated on behalf of the master? Shu immediately rejected this idea, as Master Palguan would not allow it, but what if he just helped the master win? Zhuge Yang's insight helped Shu get on the right track. Meng Shu turned to Master Palguan. He asked the master what he thought about making a deal with him. A little while later, so Palguan raised his hammer again, but Shu immediately said that he was doing it wrong, and that he had already told him how to do it. Pointing to the metal, Shu explained once again that Palguan should strike the hammer along the grain, thus maximizing both the strength and quality of the finished product. Palguan grumbled, as he was already tired of this, and asked if he should do it that way. Then he started hammering the metal again. Meng Shu could no longer contain his anger. He asked the master to take a closer look and said that the metal fibers had been completely knocked down. So Palguan tried to understand what was wrong and asked, pointing to another spot. Meng Shu said that it was a little closer and asked if he really couldn't see it. So Palguan explained that it was difficult for him to see it, after which Shu explained that it was because he was only looking with his eyes. Palguan asked what he should use to see it. Shu replied that he should use his senses, that he should try to read the structure of the metal using his senses. So Palguan was puzzled to hear this and admitted that it was difficult. Shu told him that it was because he had never done it before. He would not have told him about it if Palguan were an ordinary person, but he had already awakened, so he should try. So Palguan closed his eyes and touched the metal. Mong Shu asked if he could feel it now. So Palguan replied that he could feel something, but not very strongly. Shu explained that this was where the fiber began and that he needed to strike harder here. So Palguan asked how much harder. Meng Shu assessed the force for a second, then said that it should be about this much. Immediately after that, he struck the metal with more force, causing a shock wave that raised a cloud of dust and knocked some objects in the forge to the ground. So Palguan was amazed at the amount of force required and asked how he could possibly repeat it. Meng Shu said that he would understand after practicing, and then suggested that he strike again. Since that was what was required, Master So Palguan warmed up his arms a little. Immediately after that, he struck the piece of metal with all his strength. A quiet ringing sound echoed through the smithy, and Palguan's strike did almost nothing. Meng Shu felt a little awkward about what he saw, so he turned to the master and asked him to let go of the hammer. After that, he suggested that he start with a few exercises. So Palguan was surprised to hear this and asked why he suddenly brought it up. Repeating Hercules' words almost verbatim, Shiwu said, "In order to master the technique I will teach you, I think you will first have to build muscle mass." So Palguan reminded him that there was less than a week left before the seminar and asked how much training could help him. Shiwu turned to Mr. So again. He then said that if he took the elixir he would prepare, he would have nothing to fear. Meng Shiwu decided to clarify, just in case, whether there would be doping control at the forging seminar. Meng Shiwu began to get So Palguan into shape. Shiwu made him do physical exercises. He gave him his elixir, which cleansed the body. During training, Shiwu explained that breathing is important, but you shouldn't think about it too much. You just need to focus on it. Of course, the effects of the elixir So Palguan drank were the same as those on Shiwu. Thus, Mr. So Palguan's special training lasted a whole week. A week later, a satisfied So Palguan raised his hammer and said he had done it. Meng Shu examined the sword that So Palguan had just forged and acknowledged that it was a complete work of art. This sword fit perfectly in his hand, as if it had been specially made for him. So Palguan said that the sword's hilt was made from the doppelganger's facial muscles. A doppelganger is a monster that can transform into its chosen target. Since this sword was created by fusing the abilities of a doppelganger, the sword's hilt changes shape to suit the user. In fact, infusing monster abilities into equipment is a technique that humans cannot perform. So Palguan admitted that he had learned a lot from Shiwu, and that the experience of the past week with Shiwu was more valuable than the experience of his last 20 years. Meng Shiwu could clearly see that Mr. So Palguan had made remarkable progress in a week. However, the reason he was able to achieve such a level of growth in just a week, it was precisely because of his 20 years of experience that he already had. Even if they were not perfect, Mr. Palguan had made the divine techniques his own. One day, Confucius said, "The four elegant plants are the plum, the orchid, the chrysanthemum, and the bamboo." And now he sees bamboo before him. The time required for bamboo to grow fully is 5 years. However, during those 5 years, the bamboo does not appear above the ground. And after 5 years, the moment finally comes when it sprouts. Bamboo grows so fast that it almost reaches the sky in just 5 weeks. Now the question is, did the bamboo grow in just 5 weeks? Or did it grow during all those 5 years? Of course, it grew for all 5 years. The growth of a gentleman is almost the same as that of bamboo. Even if the result is not immediately visible, even if it seems insignificant to some, you must put your whole soul into what you do, and in changing times this will become a real asset. Meng Shiwu explained that he had only given advice while being close to him, and that in fact, it was all the result of Mr. Shiwu's hard work and effort. So Palguan asked Shiwu if this was really the case. Trying to hold back tears, So Palguan thanked Shiwu. Meng Shiwu sighed, then suggested that this work should be good enough to be presented at the seminar. And now, all he could do was wait for the will of heaven, France, Paris, Oprah Garnier. Blacksmith's Seminar, Blacksmith's Forum, a place where blacksmiths from all over the world can exchange experiences and find ideas for their projects. The host finally suggested starting the main event of the 51st Forgeron Forum, and the first part of the presentation was a sword forged by Master Antonio. One of the attendees asked his master about this man, and he said that Master Antonio was one of the greatest craftsmen in Italy. Removing the cloth, the host said that the name of this piece was Respiro del Drago, or Breath of the Dragon. Those present could not help but agree that Master Antonio had fully lived up to his glorious name. Moreover, some even considered it a winning piece. Suddenly, someone shouted that it was complete rubbish. One of those present asked, "What do you mean, rubbish? And who dared to utter such offensive words?" Master Aurelian himself sat on the throne before all the blacksmiths. Master metallurgist Pierre Debout Aurelian asked if the man really thought this piece of trash was worthy of victory. A man from the audience stood up and asked if it wasn't too much to call such a creation trash. Even if he was Master Aurelian, wasn't it too much to insult the work of another master? Master Aurelian explained that this blade had a distinct red tint. This meant that Antonio had simply melted red pigment into the surface of the sword, because if he had covered it with paint, it would have easily peeled off. However, Master Aurelian rose from his throne and explained that this had led to serious damage to the fragility. Plasticity could probably provide some protection, but with this, the sword would break after a few swings. Even if it was difficult to do and even if he really wanted to express a red hue, the best solution was to use the bones of a red wyvern or even a red-boned dragon. Smiling, Master Aurelian said that this was not an impossible material to obtain, so the fact that he did not use them meant that he did not have the skills to clean these materials. In addition, Master Aurelian pointed his cane at the dragon's head and asked what this useless dragon figurine was for. Does the sword hilt work normally? Was it all made for use or just for show? If this was meant to be an exhibition piece, could it really be considered a work of art? No one in the hall could say a word to counter Master Aurelian's words. Walking through the hall past the other participants' works, Master Aurelian said that they were trash, something even worse than trash, real junk, and even trash that was not even worthy of being recycled. But when he approached one of the display cases, Master Aurelian was forced to admit that this sword was not so bad. Such a sword could be considered at least a disposable item. The host decided to move on to this item right away. Nervously, the host said that this was a work presented by Master So Palguan from South Korea. And it has no name. It is called equipment without a name. The audience felt a little awkward about this, because it was a little... Suddenly, Master Aurelian threw down his cane. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "Who do you think made this?" The director was stunned by what he heard. How could Master Aurelian come to Korea? Gam Chong-gu, an S-rank hunter and director-wide president of the Hunter Management Bureau, asked his subordinate why he had only told him about it now. To which he replied that Master Aurelian wanted to come to Korea suddenly. Jem Chong was surprised by this turn of events. He sighed and said that even if it was sudden, it was too much. The subordinate asked what they should do now. Gam Chong-gu asked why Master Aurelian wanted to come to Korea. The subordinate replied that he was not sure. Gam Chong-gu then asked when he wanted to arrive in Korea. The subordinate said that he had just learned that Master Aurelian had arrived at Incheon Airport. Hearing this, Jem Chong jumped up and exclaimed, "What?" Then he asked what he was talking about. Gam Chong ordered all of his appointments for the day to be canceled. The subordinate apologized and reminded him that the director had a meeting with board member Kim Sang-yu today. The angry director pointed his finger at his subordinate and asked if a meeting with some board member was important right now. He ordered him to stop talking nonsense and cancel all of today's meetings. Although, no, since Master Aurelian was in Korea, the secretary had to cancel all his meetings. The highest peak a person can reach, the highest point they can achieve, is to become an S-rank hunter. They are rare even on a global scale, and there are only 6 of them in Korea. And of course, the S-rank hunter encountered a huge white A+ rank ogre. The loud ogre roared loudly and reached for the little man. The hunter raised his hand, creating a spark. Immediately after that, the strongest electric magic struck the white ogre. A few seconds later, it turned completely gray, but still continued to growl. After his attack, S-rank hunter Li Xun came to the conclusion that lightning magic was mostly useless against ogres. The already gray ogre roared loudly and, clenching his fist, attacked Li Xiong again. Li Xiong wondered if the ogre was resistant to lightning. Li Xiong then stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. This created an explosion that instantly killed the huge ogre. As it turned out, ogres were not as resistant to explosions as they were to lightning. Hearing footsteps behind him, Li Xun already knew who it was and asked if she was immune to blows. The girl asked why he continued to persist. S-rank hunter Li Haran asked Xiong if he knew that if he did that, he wouldn't be able to get good money for the corpse. Li Xiong noticed the bodies of the ogres behind Li Haran and admitted that she was simply incredible. In addition, she struck each ogre directly in the head. After that, Li Xun asked if she had heard the latest news. Li Haran asked what it was about, and Xun told her that Master Aurelian himself was visiting Korea. Li Haran was surprised to hear this and asked why Master Aurelian had suddenly decided to come to Korea. Li Xun admitted that he didn't know himself. Besides, he had only heard about it before coming here, but he didn't know why. But perhaps he was here because of Han Cherin's equipment. Li Haran asked what was so good about Han Cherin that everyone kept talking about her. She was just a rookie who hadn't even reached S-Class yet. Li Xiong reminded her that they were all young ones. Even Haran was in S-Class from the beginning. Li Haran asked if he was taking Cherin's side. Xiong replied that he was just stating the facts. Li Xin then asked Haran if she had feelings of inferiority. Li Haran was getting quite annoyed and asked if he was trying to compare her to Han Cherin. Did he really think she felt inferior to that child? Li Xun asked, "Is that not the case?" To which she replied, "Absolutely not." Li Xun asked, "So last time, you didn't say that you didn't like Han Cherin getting Master Aurelian's weapon?" Li Xun explained that it was because that was the case. She then asked why it was only made for Han Cherin. Li Xun pointed out that she sounded as if she felt she wasn't good enough. An enraged Li Haran asked who wasn't good enough here. She was just annoyed that such an excessive item had been given to some newbie. It's damn annoying. Li Xiong thought for a moment and asked, "So what is it then? Envy or jealousy?" Li Haran said that this was exactly why she didn't want to associate with all kinds of magicians. Li Haran asked Xiun if he was jealous of Yu Han and felt envious. After all, he was always compared to her because she was also a magician. Li Xin replied that he didn't think Hannah was more stunning than him. Then he asked, "Is this also called jealousy?" Li Haran complained again that it was completely useless to talk to mages. Having said that, Li Haran suddenly turned around and started to leave. Li Siyun was surprised by her abrupt departure and asked where she was suddenly going. Without turning back to the mage, Li Haran gave him the middle finger and said it was none of his business. Li Xin wondered if, since Haran was ready to leave behind the monsters she had been hunting so diligently, she would probably meet with Master Aurelian, and that perhaps not only Haran, but other S-rank hunters might also want to see Master Aurelian. Li Xiong wondered if he should go too. Then he laughed and admitted that it would be nice if Master Aurelian could make him a staff. SH Hunters Guild Building. Underground Training Room. Mong Shu and Han Cherin were practicing during another training day. Han Cherin jumped off the ground and, shifting her sword from the block, prepared to attack Shiwu. Watching this, Shiwu couldn't help but admit that it looked quite dangerous. Therefore, Shiwu used Tai Chi, simultaneously losing his blade. With dangerous intent, Han Cherin thrust her blade forward, and just before her blade reached Shiwu, he used Hercules' superpower and counterattacked. In the next moment, Shiwu hit Cherin with his blow, sending her flying backward. After flying across the entire training room, Cherin crashed into the wall and fell to her knees. Realizing that he had gone too far, Shiwu turned to Cherin and asked if she was okay. Han Cherin struggled to reply that she was fine. Mong Shu asked for permission to take a look and help Cherin up. Seeing the wound on Cherin's shoulder, Shiwu apologized and admitted that he didn't want things to go that far. Although it wasn't a fracture, Shiwu could clearly see that Cherin's shoulder was completely swollen. Probably because of her fierce attack at the end. He had somehow used his superpower without even realizing it. But even if he had managed to hold back half of his power, Cherin was still not okay. Cherin looked at her shoulder and repeated that she was fine. Then she said that she had fought with the intention of killing him. Shiwu felt a little awkward about this, because it was all because he had caught Joe Buchchan last time. Apparently, Han Cherin believes that even if she gives it her all, she won't be able to defeat him. Doesn't she trust him too much? After all, it's not easy when such a rare genius attacks you with all his strength. Meng Shu asked Cherin to freeze for a moment so he could help her with her injury. He understood that it was still 10 billion won a month to pay for her education. Besides, what else could he do for her? Divine Medicine increased by plus 3.1% to 48.91%. After a brief silence, Han Cherin admitted that it was incredible. However, from Cherin's expression, Shiwu could tell that she did not look surprised at all. But in fact, he also finds it surprising. Why did his skill increase by 3.1% in one go? After all, his skill would increase that much if he cut and sewed Yi Jun's limbs about 1,227 times. Meng Shiwu wondered if it could be because of Cherin's heavenly fighting body constitution. The human body is a small universe. Each person carries their own universe within them and, accordingly, has different characteristics called body types. And among all these numerous types of physiques, there are some exceptionally outstanding innate ones. The body of extreme yin, the body of extreme yang, the body of three energies, the body of five elements, the body of lunar yin, the body of the god of death, the body of a heavenly demon, and others. Among all these talents, there is a physique called the body given by heaven, and that is the heavenly fighting body, a physique that harmoniously contains all the energies of the universe and is capable of accepting the power of Tai Chi without any difficulty. Meng Shu was curious as to why Han Cherin was so good at handling the power of Tai Chi. Perhaps it was because she was born with the constitution of a heavenly fighting body. In that case, treating Han Cherin meant treating a heavenly fighting body, and that meant that even simple work with a divine body was already an excellent experience for him. Taking out the needles, Shu told Cherin that making an effort is good, but overdoing it doesn't always end well. Han Cherin promised to remember that. Suddenly, Shu remembered something and asked Cherin when her S-class promotion evaluation was. Cherin replied that it would be in a month. Currently, the hot topic in the Korean hunting industry is the story of Han Cherin's promotion evaluation to S-class. Everyone wanted to know if Han Cherin would become the 7th S-class Awakened One. From the incident at his housewarming party to this evaluation, Han Cherin had become even more passionate. To the point of excess, Shu asked Cherin to take care of herself and try not to get into trouble until then. Cherin quietly agreed, twirling her sword in her hand. In any case, even if he told her about it, she probably wouldn't listen to him. Meng Shu said that in that case, he would end today's class at that point. Han Cherin asked if he wanted to go with her, which puzzled Shu. Shu asked, "Go together? Where?" Could it be about her promotion? Han Cherin approached Shu and said that wasn't what she meant. She then told him that Master Aurelian would be arriving soon. Meng Shu did not expect this to happen. He asked Cherin why Master Aurelian was coming here so suddenly. At that moment, Zhuge Liang's insight kicked in, reminding Meng Shu of the blacksmith's recent seminar. If Master Aurelian was coming here, did that mean Mr. Palguan had won? After all, that meant he would soon be able to obtain Oricalum. Meng Shu immediately decided that he was mistaken, because that simply couldn't be the case. Only a few days had passed since the shipment was sent, and as he had heard, the evaluation period lasted 2 months, so he was probably coming to meet Cherin. He probably wants to check Cherin's sword before her evaluation for promotion. In the end, Shu refused to let Cherin meet Master Aurelian together. And at that point, he said goodbye to Cherin. It would be a waste of time for a master blacksmith or anyone with SS-rank divine metallurgy to go there. Meanwhile, at one of Pandemonium's bases, the manager of the Korean branch of Pandemonium, Moon Tai-bom, was clearly interested in the news of Master Aurelian's arrival. At the entrance to the headquarters of the SH Hunters Guild, Master Aurelian got out of the car and, speaking in French, told Cherin that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. In the same French, Cherin agreed that it had indeed been a long time, after which she asked why he had come. Master Aurelian asked what significance his prosperity would have if he were a simple blacksmith. Han Cherin noted that even after so much time, he remained the same, after which she said that they had prepared food for him. Cherin assumed that after such a long journey, Master Aurelian must be hungry, so she invited him to join them. But he held out his hand and refused, saying that he had already eaten. But what was important now? One of the servants showed Cherin a sword, and Aurelian said he wanted to meet the master who forged it. Since moving to his new home, Shiwoo's normal daily life had continued. He filmed new videos for YouTube, raided dungeons, and created equipment from the materials he obtained. He also continued to train hard with Hercules. But is this really normal? In fact, it is probably thanks to this everyday life that he already has 170,000 subscribers on YouTube. After posting a video on how to become an A-class hunter in just a month, he gained a lot more information. Looking through all these ideas, Meng Shu recalled that the first part of the video was posted when he became a B-class hunter. He had made countless raids into the dungeons, so it was no surprise that the speed of video editing couldn't keep up with him. Thinking about how Park Doku was going through all this, Shu said that he definitely had to raise her salary. He also heard that he even had a fan cafe. But wasn't it previously called the Puzzle Club? Apparently his YouTube channel was doing great, and he would probably soon become a top-class hunter as well. In addition, his training with Hercules was also going well. All he needed now was to get himself some equipment. Mong Shu sighed and told Master Palguan that he had to win. With a sword like that, he should definitely be able to do it. But what if he didn't win? In any case, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so Shiwu wondered if Mr. Palguan would not be coming today. Meng Shu assumed that their training sessions were a little too hard for Mr. Palguan. Perhaps he even fell ill after such training, but if he came, Shiwu was ready to consult him using the divine art of medicine. Meng Shiwu wondered if he should first improve his divine metallurgy skills. Shiwu decided to start by processing the materials he had farmed. For some reason, Shiwu felt that obtaining materials was more difficult than raiding dungeons. As it turned out, moving and storing things was also not an easy task. In fact, it would be nice if there was something like a subspace storage bag in their world that could store an unlimited number of items. But unfortunately, he couldn't make it with his own hands because such things were not considered equipment. After all, it's a type of magic. Subspace refers to a space that is connected through a specific portal or wormhole, and this term is used to describe a space separate from their universe. A subspace bag is a type of magic that can use this space. And in the end, even Hephaestus himself was unable to create one. Spatial magic is also a type of magic that only high-level mages can use. However, Hermes' super speed greatly enhanced the power of Hercules' divine combat abilities. Hercules described it as a power that surpassed even his own. In other words, if he adds the power of GodTube, it means he can enhance the power of the gods. So doesn't that mean he could also add something to divine metallurgy? Meng Zhu wondered if he could enchant his equipment. Couldn't he create a subspace storage bag? After thinking about it, Shiwu decided that it might work and decided to give it a try. He must comprehend the power that can interact with his SS rank divine metallurgy. Meng Shiwu picked up his phone and wondered what traits he should study. To enhance an SS rank trait, he would need a higher level power. After a moment's thought, Meng Shiwu remembered Osiris's wife from Egyptian mythology, the famous mother of Horus and goddess of magic, Isis. Since it was Isis herself, her trait must definitely interact with divine metallurgy in some way. However, he needed to understand which trait he could study, and it would be great if he had another subscription now. The trait he needed had to be related to magic, but he had no idea how. Shiwu could, of course, ask Heracles about it, but he probably only knows how to destroy magic. Meng Shiwu decided that in order to understand anything, he should first watch a video from the Isis channel. At that moment, Shiwu suddenly heard the bell ringing at the door to the smithy. When Shiwu turned around, he was surprised to see that it was Cherin. Meng Shiwu asked Cherin why she was there, when suddenly he saw someone more interesting. Following Cherin, Master Aurelian entered Sopalguan's smithy. Meng Shiwu asked why she and Master Aurelian had come here. Looking at Master Aurelian, Shiwu mentally noted that he looked exactly like he did on television. Han Cherin asked Shiwu what he was doing here. He replied that he actually worked here. Han Cherin was surprised to hear this. After thinking for a moment, she remembered that Shiwu had told her about it when he was helping her adjust her gloves in that S-rank dungeon. Meng Shu said, "Anyway, why is Master Aurelian here?" To which Cherin replied that according to Master Aurelian, he was here to meet with Mr. Palguan. Meng Shiwu was surprised that Master Aurelian wanted to meet Mr. Palguan, because why all of a sudden? One of Master Aurelian's servants showed a sword, and Cherin said that according to Master Aurelian, the person who created this sword was Palguan. At that moment, Shiwu understood what was going on. Master Aurelian was the judge of the blacksmith seminar, and now he had arrived in Korea. And all this just to find the So family's forge. What's more, Master Aurelian had come with work provided at the seminar. All this could only mean that Mr. Palguan had won and would receive the Oricalum. Finally, he would be able to create equipment for himself that would not fall apart from the superpower of the SS rank. Mong Shu said that Mr. Palguan was not here at the moment, after which Han Cherin translated this to Master Aurelian. Aurelian asked if they could meet somehow. Han Cherin relayed Master Aurelian's words to Shiwu, and he thought about it. Without ceasing to think about Oricalum, Meng Shiwu considered that at the moment Mr. Palguan was not feeling well, and it would be better to allow him to rest. Nevertheless, the current Oricalum situation was an exception to the rule. After all, this must be a particularly important moment for Oricalum. Meng Shiwu promised to try to contact Mr. Palguan. After calling, Mong Shu reported that Mr. Palguan had promised to come to them soon. Han Cherin translated everything to Master Aurelian, who thanked Shiwu. Han Cherin told Shiwu that Master Aurelian was grateful to him. After that, Cherin began talking to the master about something. Since Shiwu would soon be able to obtain Oricalum, he decided to spend the remaining time creating equipment. The other two would wait for Mr. Palguan. After that, Mong Shu opened GodTube and wondered if he should finish watching the video with Isis now. The video he opened was, "Restore this area, it's not hard at all. Restore this place?" Thinking about the title of the video, Mong Shu thought that even Hua Tuo would say that if things went wrong, there would be no turning back. There was no hope for that anymore. The video began with Isis against the backdrop of the desert. Isis addressed her dear subscribers. Then the goddess of magic, Isis, turned around and winked at those watching the video. Isis asked the viewers if they had any problems related to sexual function. It was only the beginning of the video, but Shiwu was already impressed. Mong Shu asked, "Can't mythological stories do without sexual issues?" Isis talked about how sexual function is sacred and that it has the power to create life. One should not be ashamed of it or hide it. Losing this function is very sad. It is painful not only for men, but also for women. In fact, her husband was also unable to do it, so she knows how painful it is. The reason for this is that the fish of the Nile ate Osiris's thing. Because of what happened, she couldn't do it with her husband for the rest of her life. Shu simply had nothing to say about it. Greek and Roman mythology is chaos 5 minutes before that, whereas Norse mythology is chaos 5 minutes later. But if you take Egyptian mythology, it's chaotic every 5 minutes. Egyptian mythology is too disorderly. Posing for the camera, Isis said that in the end, she did that thing for her husband. And striking the sand with her staff, she said that was exactly what she did. Looking at what Isis had started to do, Mong Shu couldn't help but wonder what she was doing. Could it be some kind of ancient Egyptian ritual? Dancing, Isis hummed, "Oi shikunare, oi shikunare." Then she folded her hands into a heart shape and said with a smile, "Moe moe kyun." After seeing this, Mong Shu was completely confused. He wondered where she could have learned such a thing. Then he asked, "What is it that makes it delicious here?" Isis spread her arms to the sides, releasing her magic, and suddenly the cacti trembled and began to grow rapidly. Mong Shu froze, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. A few seconds later, he asked what the hell that was. Could he really be seeing this with his sanity intact? There was only one thing he could be sure of now. Isis had the ability to assign special functions that allowed things to expand, and she would probably even burn to provide subspace functions for equipment. If this was the power that created Osiris's thing, then it should definitely be possible with her. After thinking about it for a while, Shiwu decided to check the membership fee for the subscription. As soon as Shiwu went to the right page, the door to the forge opened. Sweaty from running, So Palguan told Master Aurelian that he was here. So Palguan admitted that he would never have thought that Master Aurelian was really here, but as it turned out, it was indeed so. Master Aurelian told Palguan that he had been eager to meet him and congratulate him on his victory at the blacksmithing seminar. Upon hearing this, So Palguan froze. Then he admitted that he didn't understand anything and asked what he was talking about. And what language was that anyway? Han Cherin translated that Aurelian said he really wanted to meet him and congratulated So Palguan on his victory at the blacksmithing seminar. Upon hearing this, So Palguan exclaimed, He won the blacksmithing seminar?" So Palguan was almost bursting with joy. Meng Zhu mentally told the gentleman that he had indeed won, after which he decided to return to his business. Meng Zhu took out his phone to find out the cost of subscribing to the GodTube channel Isis and began counting the zeros. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 4 billion? Meng Shu was stunned to see such a price. A subscription to Zhang Sanfeng's channel cost him 2 billion, and now he had to pay twice as much? Looking at his balance, Shu wondered if everything was correct. At the moment, he had 8.4 billion won in his account, and with his current expenses, first, his income includes 10 billion from Han Cherin's tutoring, about 300 million from equipment manufacturing, and about 10 million won from YouTube. That comes to approximately 10 billion and 308 million won. Next, Meng Shu tried to calculate his expenses and came up with 3,117,000 won. Thus, his monthly expenses amount to 3.3 billion and 170 million won, while his net profit is 6.9 billion and 910 million won. This means that he has enough money to sign up. Han Cherin's pension, or rather, her tutoring fee, is more than excellent. After calculating his profits, Mong Shu wondered if he should sign up. And at the same time, he accidentally touched the screen of his smartphone. Meng Shu mentally screamed. It was not a waste of 400 million, but a whopping 4 billion. So did it even make sense? Meng Shu calculated that if the living expenses for a family of 4 amounted to 3 million won, then this amount should be enough to live for 111 years. He had to spend this amount every month, and all this money disappeared with just one touch. In addition, if he added subscriptions to other channels, it would amount to a staggering 7.1 billion won per month. Meng Shu closed his eyes, after which the system notified Shu that he had subscribed to the GodTube channel ISIS. Upon hearing the notification from GodTube, Shu realized that from now on, 4 billion would evaporate from his account every month. But as soon as he saw the next notification, he froze in surprise, because what he saw was practically impossible. By subscribing to the ISIS channel, Meng Shu received an SSS rank reality manipulation trait. Meng Shu tried to understand what it was. After all, the trait he received clearly did not give him any specific special ability. Reality manipulation is an ability that can change the environment on a small scale. It can also change the very laws of the universe on a large scale, distorting reality at the will of the caster using magic. And that's even SSS rank. But considering ISIS's reputation, it shouldn't be that surprising. Little is known about this, but Isis was the most influential goddess in the ancient world. Be that as it may, he now had to improve his skills. At the moment, there were 2 ways to improve his skills in manipulating reality. The first was to watch videos related to the development of the trait. Thinking about the first method, Shu wondered if he would have to look into the depths of this demon world again. The cosmic horror that exists beyond the abyss? That was out of the question, because if he wasn't careful, his mind. Meng Shu resolutely rejected this option, because the first method could destroy his benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and gentlemanly wisdom. In that case, he had no other choice. Meng Shu assumed that he would have to try everything himself. First, he had to test this feature, and he would do so by trying to create a subspace bag, as originally planned. While pondering, Shu was aided by Zhuge Liang's insight. Subspace is essentially magic. It is a principle by which one can pull something out of thin air and extract an object, and there is no need to incorporate it into equipment. If he changes reality to create subspace, that will be enough. In fact, Shu began to think that it would be as easy to do as he wanted it to be. Depending on the degree of manipulation of reality, the power changes exponentially due to the reaction of cosmic reflection, and in severe cases, the existence of the spell may simply collapse and disappear. All these thoughts were already giving Shu a headache. In any case, he had to create a storage form that would help him with the concept of storing something. This would be Shu's first time sewing, so he wondered if he should turn to other channels for help. After a brief reflection, Shu decided to just do it, because he couldn't subscribe to someone just for the sake of it. And who cares what he makes of it anyway? He just needs to make it sturdy, as he always does. Meanwhile, Master Aurelian told So Palguan that the strength and power of this sword, as well as its perfect balance, which does not exclude fragility from all this, the most impressive thing is, looking at the blade, Aurelian said that it was the hilt, because every time he saw it, he felt a thrill. It even seemed to him that the shape of the hilt changed depending on the user. But how was that even possible? Master Aurelian believed that the quality of the sword made by Mr. Palguan was truly the best. However, he could create a sword of a similar level himself, but at the same time, he could say with confidence that he could not make it any better. And that was because of one thing, the hilt. A hilt that changed shape depending on the user. In fact, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he had come all this way for this. So Palguan said that he used the facial muscles of his doppelganger to create the handle. Han Cherin translated Palguan's words to the master, who repeated them in surprise. Suddenly, it dawned on Master Aurelian. If that was the case, did it mean that the sword had been imbued with the monster's abilities? Aurelian asked if he meant to say that it was possible. Since the new material, a byproduct of monsters, had been introduced into metallurgy, significant progress had been made, as it surpassed all metals in quality and strength. However, the use of monster abilities is limited to physical properties that remain unchanged even in death, such as hardness. But at the same time, the monster's abilities cannot be incorporated into equipment because the monster's abilities disappear after death and cannot be extracted from the corpse. However, if he is not standing before the god of metallurgy, Master Aurelian asked how Palguan managed to incorporate the monster's abilities into equipment. Palguan pointed behind Master Aurelian and said that he had learned this technique from a craftsman named Mong Shu. Master Aurelian was very surprised to hear that such a skilled blacksmith had learned this from this youngster. Not only was he not a blacksmith worthy of teaching the craftsman, so Palguan, but this guy didn't even look like a blacksmith. Master Aurelian asked if he was joking with him. After that, Cherin, as always, translated everything for Palguan. So Palguan admitted with a smile that at first he couldn't believe it either. But since he was trying to do something now, why not watch for a while? Master Aurelian couldn't understand what was going on, but there must be a reason why craftsman So Palguan was saying this about him. Master Aurelian clicked his tongue after glancing at Shiwu. He realized that Shiwu was trying to forge something, and the key to forging was temperature. Only by heating and forging could impurities be completely removed. But this guy was just standing there staring blankly. It looked as if he didn't even have the basic skills of forging. As Master Aurelian had expected, it was all nonsense. After heating the metal with magic, Mong Shu finally struck the metal with a hammer. After that, a characteristic striking sound echoed through the forge. Seeing this, Master Aurelian couldn't believe it. Did this guy do it on purpose? He was performing cold forging. Hot forging is a method used to improve the quality of the material. Thanks to this method, it is easy to form complex parts, but since the material is subjected to such high temperatures, it is very difficult to change it precisely. That is why, for cold forging, the metal must be heated above the transformation point. After that, the heat must be cooled to just below the deformation point. If the temperature deviates even slightly from the required level, the material will break, and if it cools too much, it will harden. In other words, he felt the exact temperature with his skin. Master Aurelian considered this simply impossible. After all, it is simply impossible to do such a thing using only human senses. But he really does it right in front of him. Master Aurelian simply couldn't believe it because this is a level that far exceeds what a human being can achieve. It was a level that even he didn't dare to attempt, approaching the impossible. The system notified Shiwu that he had created scrap metal, and his divine metallurgy had improved slightly. Mong Shu was a little disappointed to see the word scrap metal, but as he expected, spinning metal threads is not an easy task. Still, at least it was durable, which was the most important thing for him. In addition, it was even soft and pleasant to the touch. Shiwu wondered if he should include a subspace function in it, but how should he do that? Did he really need to dance like Isis did? Suddenly, Master Aurelian put his hand on his shoulder and exclaimed that it was absurd. Incheon Airport, the director asked again what he had just said. He was told that Master Aurelian had already headed for the place called the So family's forge. Gam Chonggu asked why he was even here. In any case, they should go to him immediately. Since they did not know where he would go next, they should ask the staff at the nearest office to track his location. At that moment, a woman passed by Jem Chong. Moon Tabam was very pleased with what she heard, because it meant that Oh Ju-won's role as branch manager would finally come to an end. She would get her job back. Shiwu asked Master Aurelian to let him go. After that, Han Cherin said that according to Master Aurelian, he was so surprised that he couldn't help himself, and he apologized for what happened. Shiwu asked her to tell him that he was very busy right now. Cherin relayed that Master Aurelian wanted to discuss a metallurgy with him. Shiwu asked Cherin to let Aurelian know that he did not want to talk right now. Moreover, it would be much more useful for him to watch Hephaestus' video than to talk to Aurelian. Cherin said that the master was asking what he needed to do to talk to him. Meng Shu asked her to convey that if Aurelian gave him one oricalcum, he would definitely think about it. Master Aurelian said that would be enough and asked why he needed oricalcum. Shiwu immediately replied that he planned to purify the oricalcum and create equipment. Meng Shu was very pleased with himself, as he would be able to get another piece of oricalcum, considering that Mr. So Palguan would also receive one. Master Aurelian found it hard to believe what he had heard and asked if it was possible to purify oricalcum. Meng Shu thought about it and replied that it was probably possible. Hearing this, Master Aurelian immediately shouted that it was absurd. With his shouting, Master Aurelian began to frighten Shiwu. After that, Cherin said that Master Aurelian would return in a moment to take the Oricalum. Mong Shu apologized as he had apparently missed something. He asked where he would return to. France? Han Cherin replied that this was exactly what he had told her. Meng Shu said that they would talk more when he returned. Following the satisfied Aurelian, Cherin said that she would also return. Suddenly, Mong Shu realized that they had forgotten something. After that, Shu apologized to Mr. Palguan and admitted that he didn't want that. Mong Shu remembered that the meeting with Master Aurelian was supposed to be a glorious moment for Mr. Palguan, but he smiled and said that everything was fine and asked Shu not to worry. Besides, working in the same forge with someone like Shiwu already seemed like a great blessing. More so than meeting Master Aurelian. Using the divine art of medicine, Meng Shu examined Mr. Palguan and noticed that he was a little ill, but fortunately, there were no serious problems. So Palguan said that since his business here was done, he would return home. Meng Shu asked Mr. Palguan not to strain himself for a while, to which he agreed. Once everyone had left, Meng Shu could finally focus on the main thing. Taking the bag in his hands, Meng Shu used Zhuge insight to understand how to use Isis's manipulation of reality. Space is the most fundamental law that makes up this world, as well as the place where matter exists and phenomena occur. Concentrating, Meng Shu tried to expand this space. Immediately after that, the room was filled with scarlet magical power. And this power came from the bag. Meng Shu exerted all his strength to somehow contain the cosmic backlash. Shu felt as if the recoil was consuming him, but he told himself that he had to endure it. Meng Shu shouted to himself that he had to endure it, and this continued until the lone bag fell onto the table. Thanks to his experiment, Meng Shu managed to increase his manipulation of reality by 0.8%, but he was already exhausted. It felt even harder than the plank exercises with Hercules, but still, it wasn't just a cheat ability. Just by looking at this bag, Meng Shu could tell that he saw no difference. Therefore, he decided to carefully check it. As soon as Shu opened the bag, he was a little surprised, but he was still satisfied because he had actually succeeded. Looking around, Meng Shu guessed that the interior of the subspace bag was about the size of a football field, or thereabouts. All the hard work he had put in was worth it. Suddenly, someone behind him shouted, "No way!" Turning around, Meng Shu asked who was there this time. A shocked Li Xiong asked what the hell he had just done. Meng Shu didn't understand what was going on and asked who they were anyway. A little while later, in the middle of the busy Korean roads, Gam Chong-gu suggested that Master Aurelian might have already left Korea. Li Haran asked why he left so quickly. The guy in the smithy said that Aurelian had just returned to France, which shocked them. After that, Li Haran wondered what business he could possibly have in this smithy. She had hoped to get some equipment from him this time. Li Haran asked Li Xiun why he was acting so strangely. Was it because of that subspace bag? Li Xiun said there was no magic in it. Li Haran asked if he could use it too, but Li Xiun, still in shock, asked how, and who was capable of that. Gam Chong-gu asked Xiong if it was really that surprising. Yuhana replied that it wasn't surprising. After all, it was practically an impossible phenomenon. Li Xiun said that it is almost impossible to distinguish between sufficiently developed science and magic. He then asked the director if he had heard this saying before. The director replied that he had, and Xiun said that magic does not deny the laws of physics. Yuhana created fire and water in different hands, and then said that to ordinary people, magic appears to be some kind of supernatural phenomenon. Li Haran asked, "Isn't it obvious that it is still a supernatural phenomenon?" Yu Han brought the water to the fire and asked Haran what she thought was causing the water to boil. Li Haran replied that Yu Hana was heating the water with the flame. But what happened next greatly surprised Haran, and she asked how. Yu Hana explained that she had simply hidden the fireball with a transparency spell, allowing her to boil the water without a visible flame. Magic is just like that. Fire has heat, and water boils when heated to 100 degrees Celsius. Using these immutable laws, they changed the law of pressure to make water boil even at temperatures below 100 degrees Celsius. In other words, they are simply using the laws of the world. Fire that contains cold instead of heat and water that will never boil under any circumstances. The laws of the world cannot be changed by such concepts. But the subspace bag they saw changes the very laws of the universe. Li Haran reminded them that they had just been talking about how such a thing should be impossible, to which Yu Hana replied that this was indeed the case, and that even if it were possible, it could never be done. After all, the world itself would react negatively to its existence. That is why the only one who can make it possible is the being that rules the universe outside of its laws. Only God is capable of achieving this. But what the hell? Lee Ha-rin asked the president if he understood anything, to which he replied that he didn't actually. More importantly, Yu Hanna felt like she had seen this man somewhere before. Could it be on YouTube? Suddenly, Gamchong heard a noise in his earpiece and asked what was going on. As it turned out, something had happened to Master Aurelian. He had just been... The secretary said that the treatment had been successful, but he apologized to the branch manager. Then he said that he had been informed that his eyesight could not be restored. Oh, Ju-wan said it was just a scar. Then he asked what had been heard about Baek Seon-jae. The secretary said that there was no specific news about this, but the Hunters Inspection Bureau had ceased its activities. Oh Ju-wan ordered him to tell all members of Pandemonium not to attract any attention. The secretary turned to the branch manager and asked if he knew that Master Aurelian had visited Korea. Ju-wan replied that he had heard about it. He then said that, apparently, Pandemonium had taken over the Gyeonggi area, and they had deceived him. In addition, it seemed that they had also involved Han Cherin from the group SH. Oh Ju-wan asked him to repeat that again. Oh, Ju-wan could barely control his anger. He wanted to know what kind of stupid sons of bitches dared to do this. Considering how much damage they had suffered, these idiots dared to mess with SH Group. Oh Ju-wan asked what exactly he meant by deceived. The secretary said that he had probably been kidnapped. Master Aurelian is indeed very valuable, but he is a world-renowned figure. If they contacted him, the attention of the whole world would be drawn to Korea. That's why they decided to leave him alone, considering how risky it was. But now, Oh Ju-wan asked how this was possible. It would obviously not be easy to get past Aurelian's security, especially with Han Cherin in mind. The secretary said that Aurelian's visit to Korea was his unilateral decision, and that was probably why the French side was unable to send personnel to protect him in time. The head of the crack level, Moon Tae-bom, took direct action. Oh Ju-wan was a little surprised to hear about Moon Tae-bom because she simply couldn't be unaware of the situation in Pandemonium. Nevertheless, even if she took such measures herself, does that mean she plans to oust him from his position as branch manager this time? The secretary turned to the leader and said he wanted to tell him something else. He believed that Master Aurelian and that Mong Shu might be connected in some way. Ju-wan was clearly hurt by the words about Shu, causing him to grit his teeth in anger. B+ rank dungeon. A huge B+ rank basilisk wrapped its tail around a strange creature. Just as the basilisk was about to eat it, the creature grabbed its fangs with its limbs. Then it spread its arms wide, tearing the upper jaw from the basilisk's head. Watching this, Kim Yi-jun was simply speechless. Yi-jun could hardly believe that someone had actually managed to complete a B+ rank dungeon in just 47 seconds. Mong Shu shouted at Yi-jun, telling him not to just stand there, but to collect the loot into a bag. Kim Yi-jun was surprised by what he heard, but then suddenly understood what he was talking about and agreed to do it. With great difficulty, Kim Yi-jun lifted the basilisk's carcass and dragged it away. As it turned out, the basilisk was much heavier than it looked. Carrying the body to the bag, Kim Yi-jun asked if he had heard Shu correctly. Did he really want him to put the carcass in there? Since Shu had said so, Yi-jun was willing to at least try to stuff the basilisk, whose head was bigger than the bag, inside. As soon as he put Basilisk's head in the bag, the cave was suddenly illuminated by a bright light. And no matter how much he stuffed the carcass inside, there was still room left in the bag. Stunned by what had happened, Yi-jun asked, "What the hell?" Mong Shu asked if he could move aside a little if he had already put everything in. After that, Shu brought a huge lump woven from the corpses of B+ rank basilisks to the bag. Yi-jun decided not to even comment on this. Kim Yi-jun asked Hyun if he really made this thing, to which Shu replied that of course it was his handiwork, or did he think it was Master Aurelian's invention? Kim Yi-jun laughed, then admitted that of course he didn't think so. In fact, he didn't think Master Aurelian was capable of creating something like this at all. Kim Yi-jun asked Shu if it was heavy. After thinking for a moment, Mong Shu replied that it was slightly heavy, but since the loot was in another dimension, it wasn't that heavy. Mong Shu held out the bag and asked Yi-jun if he wanted to try holding it. Yi-jun immediately refused and said it was fine if he didn't try. Last time, Shu told him that the building materials weren't heavy at all, but since this bag was slightly heavy, Not wanting to think about it any further, Yi-jun suggested that Shi-woo go to the next dungeon. Meng Shi-woo decided to clarify, asking if they had about 4 dungeons left. Yi-jun corrected him, saying there were 3 left. Meng Shi-woo asked Yi-jun not to forget to take care of the camera that Doku had given him. At the entrance to the dungeon, Shi-woo met Lee Min-jung. Meng Shi-woo asked Min-jun what brought her there. Lee Min-jun turned to Shi-woo. She asked if they could talk for a minute. Incheon International Airport. Upon arriving at the scene, Gum Cheong-gu asked his subordinate what had happened. The subordinate replied that apparently Master Aurelian had been kidnapped on a private plane. Gam Cheong-gu asked how they could have been kidnapped on a private plane. The subordinate explained that apparently the criminal was inside the private plane. Jem Chong wondered if this was even possible. If so, then one of Aurelian's close associates could be the criminal. The subordinate handed him some papers and said that they were also thinking about that, and that they had already checked the list of airline employees and their statements, but looking at the papers, Jem Chong-gu realized that it was Moon Tae-bum, a colleague who was once friends with Aurelian, but there was no one named Moon Tae-bum on the list. Lee Se-yoon suggested that she had simply been brainwashed. Gam Chong-gu asked how that was possible, and Se-yoon said that, to be more precise, he suspected that she had been affected by mental magic. In addition, there were no signs of a battle on the private plane. Gam Chong recalled that Cherin, who is almost an S-rank hunter, was also with Aurelian. So does that mean they were conquered without a fight? Li Shun suggested that the criminal was a high-level mage with extremely powerful mental magic. Jem Chong-gu asked if he wanted to say that it was magic that could instantly defeat even an S-rank hunter. Lee Harin asked, "What other S-class?" After all, Han Cherin was still a novice. Jem Chong-gu asked if it was too early to assume that the criminals had used magic to brainwash them. At that moment, Yu Han-na approached them and reported that there were residual traces of magical teleportation nearby. At the very least, it was safe to say that there was a mage among the criminals. Gam Chong acknowledged that since everyone was saying so, it must be true. He then asked if they could track them down in that case. Lee Se-yoon said that from what they had seen, this was not the first time they had pulled this trick. To avoid surveillance, they deliberately distorted the magical wave. Therefore, he was almost certain that it would not be easy. It was likely that there was a very high-caliber mage among them. It was even possible that she was better than him. Oh Ju-won was still thinking about Meng Shi-woo, because this was already the 4th time he had heard that name. If he could, he would deal with him right now, but restoring order must be his first priority. So now is not the right time for that. But the secretary told the branch manager that apparently Meng Shi-woo was connected not only to Aurelian, but also to Han Cherin. Hearing this, Oh Ju-won came to the conclusion that after this, the probability of Meng Shi-woo making a move was quite high. Meng Shi-woo and Moon Tae-bum, both awakened, were a thorn in his side. And now at the end of this incident, they will undoubtedly clash. Oh Ju-won smiled and said that the situation was not as bad as he had previously thought. Whether Meng Shi-woo defeats Moon Tae-bum or Moon Tae-bum gets rid of Meng Shi-woo, either way, he would lose nothing from it. Oh Ju-won rose from his chair. Walking over to the window, he said to himself that the bigger the battle, the greater the profit. Kill Joe Buchchan, whom you have captured. If you do so, I will let you know where Aurelian and Han Cherin are now. Lee Min-jun said that this video was uploaded to YouTube this morning because it mentioned Joe Buchchan, who was detained by Shi-woo. She concluded that it might be related to pandemonium, which is why she came directly to him. Shi-woo wondered why the kidnapper had gone so far. Was it really necessary to attract public attention in this way? Lee Min-jung admitted that she wasn't sure, but the inspection bureau suspected that it was carried out by pandemonium, and it was possible that they simply wanted to bring more chaos into their world. Meng Shu agreed with this, because even their demands were not entirely normal. It is customary to ask for the release of a hostage, but demanding that he be killed? If this is really pandemonium's doing? Thanks to Zhuge Liang's insight, Shu came to the conclusion that Joe Buchchan knows something. Otherwise, they would not have made such unreasonable demands. Meng Shiwu asked Mingjong what the inspection bureau's position was on this matter. She replied that initially they should not negotiate with criminals, but right now we're talking about the kidnapping of Master Aurelian and Han Cherin from the SH group. Since the video has already been released, this case has attracted attention not only in Korea, but also around the world. And if anything happens to them, It will put the inspection bureau under unimaginable pressure. The most realistic thing for them to do would be to meet their demands. Meng Shu asked Minjung not to accept them. Just as Li Mingzhu tried to object to Shi Wu, he said that he understood what she was trying to say. Meng Shu suggested that she had already witnessed many cases where hostages were used as a means of pressure. He then asked what demands were usually made of the perpetrators in such cases. Li Mingzhong replied that in 9 out of 10 cases, they demand money. They name the amount and the deadline for the transfer, promising to release the hostage if their conditions are met. Suddenly, Li Mingzhong understood what was going on. Meng Shu said that in such cases, they usually say that they will release the hostage, not reveal their location. This means that the current situation is completely out of their control. The only thing they can do is reveal the location. At least the person who uploaded the video is not the kidnapper. Li Mingzhong asked if that was really the case. Then what was the purpose of posting the video? Meng Shu suggested that they probably wanted to escalate the situation, or that these were people who could gain something from this incident. He is not sure who they are, but if they meet their demands, it will simply play into their hands. However, they simply cannot ignore this issue. Once the current situation is over, he wants to see if they can turn it to their advantage. Hunter Inspection Agency, Seoul Branch. The subordinates greeted the captain, and Jung Sua asked how it went. But to her surprise, Hunter Meng Shu suddenly appeared from behind Li Minjung. Li Minjung asked Sua where Joe Buchchan was. Jung Sua apologized as she was still in shock, and immediately replied that he was in the interrogation room. Li Minjung suggested going there. Then she told Shi Yu to go in and do his job. Meng Shu entered the interrogation room, and Joe Buchchan immediately recognized him. Coming closer, Meng Shu suddenly crouched down and stared at Joe Buchchan's fingers. A puzzled Joe Buchchan asked what the hell he was trying to do. Meng Shu slowly took Joe Buchchan's finger. Then he sharply twisted his finger in the other direction, causing Joe Buchchan to scream in pain. Hearing the screams, Jung Sua wondered what was going on. Her partner then asked if the interrogation room wasn't supposed to be soundproof. Jung Sua said that usually screams from the interrogation room didn't leak out. Meng Shu stood up and told Joe Buchchan that the human body has various vital points. He then took out several needles and said that there are also many different organs that feel pain. Meng Shu grabbed Joe Buchchan by the hair and lifted his head to meet his gaze, asking him not to worry, as he would not die. Rather, he would be in so much pain that he would probably want to die himself. However, compared to what he had done to innocent people, it would be nothing. After these words, heart-wrenching screams continued to echo throughout the building. Nevertheless, even with these screams, the inspection bureau continued its work, except that some employees felt very uncomfortable. Completely ignoring the screams from the interrogation room, Li Minjun told her subordinate to skip the beginning part. While she was working, she could hear only painful screams and pleas to kill him. Until one day, Joe Buchchan shouted that there was a restriction. Li Minjung showed her subordinate where to press and told her to start from there. Meng Shu asked what the limit was, to which he shouted that there was one. Hearing this, Li Minjun wondered if that was the reason he hadn't said anything during the interrogation. Joe Buchchan shouted that he wanted to say something, but he couldn't. The restriction completely suppresses not only certain actions of a person, but also certain thoughts, and only a spellcaster can remove it. The restriction is a high level and also one of the most cruel binding spells, which will lead to death if someone forcibly breaks it. Upon hearing about the restriction, Meng Shu suddenly raised his hand above Joe Buchchan's head. Watching through the camera, Li Mingzhu was very surprised by what she saw and wondered what he was going to do. Suddenly, using reality manipulation, something restricting Joe Buchchol was broken. Both Joe Buchchan and the guards watching couldn't believe what they saw. Had the restriction really been removed? But how? Li Mingzhong asked her subordinate if what the hunter Meng Shu had just used was magic. The subordinate trembled and admitted that she didn't know either, then suggested that it wasn't magic. But what else could it be? Meng Shu grinned and told Joe Buchchan that now he knew everything. Leaving the interrogation room, Meng Shu said that he didn't know how they dealt with escaped criminals, but he had managed to render him unable to use his legs, at least for a while. Li Mingzhu pondered Shu's earlier words. Meng Shu was usually a naive, ordinary person, but sometimes a little strange. But when he deals with criminals, he becomes even more evil than anyone else. But is his nature really evil? When he is with his younger sister, he shows his infinitely warm side, becoming a person who feels more human than anyone else. But the more she is around him, the more she understands. that for some reason he makes her feel warm inside. Lee Min-jung said that now they can leave Joe Buchchan. Soon, news appeared online that Joe Buchchan was being interrogated and that he had been killed by guards during the pursuit. Meng Zhiwu managed to get all the necessary information from Joe Buchchan. Now, these guys probably think that their demand has been met. They could never have imagined that their restriction would be lifted so easily. Manipulating reality turned out to be even more useful than ISIS had initially thought. Of course, he doesn't like any risks, but his head is still spinning from using his powers. Soon they informed the Inspection Bureau of the location of the hostages, but no one can predict how the situation will change. Most importantly, there is no guarantee that the locations they provided are real. Therefore, he would have to act separately from them, faster, in a direction they could never predict. Meng Shu had told Midnight to act, and he barked in response. Moon Tae-bom's lair. As it turned out, Cherin held out much better than she expected, which meant that talent wasn't the only thing she had. But even if that was the case, she didn't have much left. Moon Tae-bom, the S-rank mental domination devil. Cherin, from now on, you will have to live alone. After all, your mom and dad have gone far away, and it will be a long time before they return. Han Cherin asked, How far? How far is that? When she returned home, she really didn't see her mommy and daddy, and yet she didn't cry. She was told that she had to be brave so that her mom and dad would come back. The man asked how she could call herself a human being after doing such a thing. After all, this little girl was a child she had raised with her own hands. But, are you trying to kill a little girl over something so trivial? Who sent her? Han Kwang-guk or Han Jaimin? Han Cherin thought it would be great if everyone could get along. The next day, the nanny stopped coming too. She said she quit because her job was too difficult. Does that mean she was too difficult for her? Or did she behave like a spoiled child too often? From that moment on, she decided not to act like a spoiled child and not to complicate things for others anymore. That way, people wouldn't leave her. But there was one disturbing moment for her in her childhood. Pelmeni. When someone eats pelmeni. It was the day when the hostess in the kitchen decided to make pelmeni. But the look in her eyes said it all. Save me. Please save me. I don't want to die like this. The man at the door said that the cause of death was determined to be poisoning. Poisonous substances were found in the pelmeni that the victim had eaten. From that day on, she never saw the hostess in the kitchen again. When she was happy, everyone left her. Mommy and Daddy, the nanny, and the hostess of the kitchen. At that moment, Cherin felt that everyone had abandoned her. But then she heard, starting today, you will stay with your grandfather. Her grandfather was scary, but she decided to agree anyway. She felt she had to do it. This happened when she was 6 years old. They say that Han Cherin comes from a wealthy family, but Moon Tae-bom understood that in reality, they were not so different. As it turned out, it wasn't that difficult to traumatize Cherin. Moon Tae-bom assumed that she would soon be able to win Han Cherin over. The old man nearby reminded her that this girl was still a child. Aurelian asked if she was going to let Han Cherin go. Then he said that this child had nothing to do with him and asked her to let her go. Moon Tae-bom noted that with his position as the supreme blacksmith, Aurelian was able to resist her mental superiority. Therefore, she acknowledged that he had quite impressive willpower. But at the same time, that was all he had. Aurelian asked if he was not their target. Moon Tae-bom replied that he was at first, but now, Han Cherin had become much more important than him. Aurelian asked him not to say that he just needed money, because if it was money, he could give him as much as he wanted. Money? Moon Tae-bom asked if he really thought anyone in Pandemonium cared about such things. Aurelian asked why not. Moon Tae-bom replied that he didn't need to know. Suddenly, one of his subordinates rushed into the room and called for the boss. Moon Tae-bom asked what had happened. He reported that guards from the Inspection Bureau were storming the place. Moon Tae-bom asked what he was talking about. Moon Tae-bom wondered how they had been able to find them. She thought she had covered all her tracks so that no one could track them down. They shouldn't have known about this place at all. So how could they have gotten here so quickly? How could this have happened? Her subordinate suggested that Oh Ju-won had leaked the information to the guards. Moon Tae-bom agreed with the version that this was indeed the case. And remembering Oh Ju-won's face, he mentally cursed that damn bastard. The subordinate said that S-rank hunters from Korea would also arrive here soon, including the director of the Administrative Bureau, Lee Ha-rin, Yoo Han-na, and even Lee Si-yoon, a total of 4 S-class hunters. But the main problem was that Yoo Han-na and Lee Si-yoon would be coming here. After all, the most difficult opponents for a mage are other mages. He had no time to think. They had to retreat immediately. Moon Taebom ordered all members of Pandemonium to leave this place and prepare to depart immediately. As soon as his subordinate left, the roof of the building suddenly exploded and pieces of it rained down inside. Moon Taebom wondered what the hell was going on. After a few seconds, the roof stopped collapsing. Then Mong Shu, enveloped in lightning, stepped forward. Moon Taebom wondered who this guy was. She had never seen his face before. Could he be from the Inspection Bureau? But he didn't sense any other presence. So could it be that none of those who came with him were here? Moon Taebom asked Shu, "Are you here alone?" Shu replied that he didn't have a girlfriend, if that was what she was asking. Moon Taebom smirked and assumed that the son of a bitch in front of her knew no fear. Then she asked if he even knew where he was. Moon Taebom raised her hand and, preparing to use magic, ordered Shu to disappear. Immediately after that, she used the spell Crimson Needles. Moon Taebom said she would pierce his entire body with holes. Just before the needles reached Shu, he raised his fist, and the needles seemed to hit something invisible. Immediately after that, the wave spread forward, knocking down all the needles along the way. Moon Taebom asked, "What the hell?" What she saw was practically impossible. She couldn't believe that he had actually managed to stop all her needles just by raising his fist. Was this really the result of human strength? What kind of power was this that so far exceeded human limits? With difficulty, but seeing what happened next, Moon Taebom forced herself to say that it was impossible. She refused to believe that such a thing was possible, and at the same time wondered what kind of energy it was. And were they now stronger than before? Moon Taebom suddenly trembled and said that Moon Taebom suddenly used magic and shouted that this couldn't be. She was going to take him to another dimension. Immediately after that, Moon Taebom used the Dimension of Illusions to transport her opponent. Hercules once advised Shu not to get involved with magicians, but if he does, he must turn them into his allies. However, if he couldn't make a mage his ally, he should just kill him as soon as possible. Striking forward with his fist, Mong Shu used Hercules' divine martial arts, the first form, the sky-shattering super strike. Hercules' divine martial arts have the power to distort the laws of nature themselves and destroy them. In contrast, Isis' manipulation of reality is capable of changing the laws, allowing you to bring anything you can imagine into reality. Destruction and manipulation. Since the two forces have completely different directions, it is simply impossible to discuss which one is superior. And that is exactly what he believed. Isis' manipulation of reality is indeed a great power, but even if laws are manipulated and changed, then in the face of this power, nothing matters and everything will simply be destroyed and disappear. After using the second form of divine martial arts, a long trench instantly formed in front of Mong Shu's fist, and a huge hole formed in the walls in front of him. Hercules, there is a reason why he is called the strongest even on GodTube. A cough suddenly sounded from the cloud of dust, and Moon Taebom managed to survive Shu's attack. But the price was the loss of her arm. Moon Taebom asked how such power could even exist in their world. If she had been even a little late, or if she had made the foolish decision to try to block that power, she managed to use short-range teleportation magic one after another and avoided the attack with all her might. But, as it turned out, even that wasn't enough. Moon Taebom wondered if this was the result she had achieved. Simply being hit by the wave of power had brought her to this state, and if she had taken this power head-on, she would not be alive now. But they say that crisis is also opportunity. Reaching out her hand, Moon Taebom attacked Shu several times, but he dodged the attacks. Mong Shu asked if they didn't think taking hostages was going too far, but Moon Taebom ordered him to shut up. Mong Shu smiled and said that, as he expected, Moon Taebom was indeed difficult to deal with. Hercules told Shu to try not to fight the mages if possible. Shu asked why. A little gloomy because of stories from the past, Hercules said that these guys were not easy to deal with. They were, to put it bluntly, free to do unexpected things. Hercules reminded Shu again not to mess with the magicians. But if he already did, he should convince the magician to become his ally. If he couldn't make the mage his ally, he should kill him quickly if possible. Now Mong Shu understood the meaning of Hercules' words. Kill the magician first. Moon Taebom told Shu that if he was going to move, he should show the best he was capable of. After all, she was not the only one here who could die. At that moment, Moon Taebom used her magic on the hostages. Mong Shu was determined to end this as quickly as possible, and without hesitation used the sky-destroying super strike, but with his best abilities. With his current abilities, the best he could do was to use the descending dragon strike and the sky-destroying super strike once each. If he really gave it his all, he might be able to free 2 hostages at once. But considering the possible backlash, he definitely shouldn't use them as he pleased. In that case, Hermes' super speed remains. With the power that walks the world of Tatsana, he will certainly be able to save the hostages. However, this guy is a high-level mage who controls space. Space and time are concepts that cannot be separated. So by controlling space, he can also control time. And even if he can move in Tatsana, he cannot guarantee what variables will be created. Using Hermes' super speed, Mong Shu rushed forward. This time, he must end it all at once. Moon Taebum laughed and admitted that she didn't know who he was or how he could use such power. But for him, it was the end. Moon Taebum stretched out her hand and used mental domination on Shu. Thanks to her trait, she is able to turn anyone within her field of vision into a target. Even if he has incredible power, this enemy clearly cannot escape mental superiority. As soon as Moon Taebum used her mental domination, she found herself in a dark space. Moon Taebum wondered, could this really be that guy's mind? Initially, the human mind is chaotic and disordered. That is why she has to stimulate trauma, following the remnants of vivid memories in order to dominate the mind. So how could it be that there was nothing here? Suddenly, Moon Taebum heard a sigh, then another and another. Turning around, she saw a huge man wearing a lion's head helmet, squatting with a barbell. Suddenly, Moon Taebum realized that for some reason she couldn't breathe. The huge figure said that he was busy right now. Therefore, he ordered the intruder not to distract him. Moon Taebum felt as if the suffocating pressure was getting stronger. Turning his head, the angry Hercules ordered the stranger to get out of there. Immediately after that, Moon Taebum was thrown back. Trying to catch her breath, Moon Taebum wondered what had just happened. And why did she feel like she couldn't remember something? It was as if her memory itself had been blocked. Moon Taebum asked Shiwu what the hell was going on. Meanwhile, the S-rank hunters and guards were advancing through the pandemonium territory. The walls of the building shook, releasing the accumulated dust. Lee Se-young looked back and asked what was going on here. Yu Hanna suggested that the sounds coming from afar were the sounds of battle. So did that mean someone was already here? Gam Chong-gu understood that the fact that they had obtained information about the location of pandemonium was confidential, and therefore only those present here should know this information. The rumbling ahead continued to grow louder. Jem Chong said he didn't know what was going on here, but now they should go inside. The battle continued. Moon Taebum used her remaining arm to instantly open a portal. Meng Shu asked where she was trying to go. He caught up with her and struck her, but in the next moment, she was in another part of the room. Moon Taebum shouted at Shiwu not to come near her. She instantly created a scarlet web that immediately rushed towards Shiwu. Using his powers, Shiwu easily broke through the scarlet web and instantly caught up with his opponent. Moon Taebum was terrified of this monstrous son of a bitch. Suddenly, a copy of her formed next to her, and in the next moment, Moon Taebum disappeared, and a dozen clones formed around her. Moon Taebum suggested that Shiwu watch how he would dodge the next attack. She shouted that she had no more time, and together with all the copies, she created a lightning-fast charge. Realizing that this was the most opportune moment, Shiwu invoked the divine martial art of Hercules. Form 1, the descending dragon strike, and with a swing of his leg, he destroyed the enemy's approaching attack, as well as his copies. But then that bastard used the portal again and escaped. Shiwu wondered where he had gone. A second later, Shiwu saw that Moon Taebum had already moved to the hostages and grabbed Han Cherin. Things were bad. He had already reached the limit of his strength and had no time to think. So Shiwu just rushed forward. He had to muster all his strength. Suddenly, Master Aurelian, who had just been thrown by Moon Taebum, flew into him. Moon Taebum said it was too late and that they would see each other again. Meng Shu rushed forward again and was almost within reach of Moon Taebum, but she managed to escape, taking Han Cherin with her. Meng Shu refused to give up so easily. Moreover, he could still feel the remnants of magical power lingering in the air, and if he followed these remnants, he would be able to catch her. Meng Shu used Isis's reality manipulation, when suddenly he began coughing up blood. Meng Shu wondered if he had used too much power during the battle. Somehow, even in his current state, he could use reality manipulation to create a gate and pursue Moon Taebum. But he no longer had the strength to withstand the recoil from this power. If he wasn't careful, his existence could end as the price for using this power. However, Han Cherin has already suffered significant mental damage, and if her mind is completely destroyed, It will be irreversible even with S plus rank divine medical arts. So, if not now, then later it would be too late. Telling himself that he must follow him, Mong Shu tried to gather the remnants of magical energy in the air, even if he had to risk his life for it. At that moment, the S-rank hunters entered the room, and Li Xiong's first question was, what the hell was going on here? For some reason, the hunter Meng Shu was here. Li Xiong asked if he was the one who had been in the smithy. How did that happen? Meng Shu remembered these guys. He mentally agreed that he didn't have enough power right now because he needed to change too many rules. But here were Yu Han and Li Xiong, two brilliant magicians who should be able to open up spaces and break through. The three of them would definitely be able to do it. Meng Shu shouted that he didn't have time to explain the details and asked the magicians if they could use teleportation magic. He then added that the kidnapper had escaped, taking Han Cherin with him. Li Xiong apologized and asked what he meant. Yuhana then said that she could do it, but why all of a sudden? Meng Shu shouted that they must track him down immediately and that they must gather all traces of the teleportation magic he used and follow him. Li Xiong explained to Shiwu that once the space was closed, it could not be reopened. Even if they tracked the magical energy, they would not be able to calculate the exact coordinates. Unfortunately, it was impossible for them to follow the kidnapper. Meng Shu said that if the two of them could open the space, then Meng Shu used Isis's reality manipulation and said that then he would be able to merge the two spaces. Yuhana was surprised by what she heard and asked what he meant. After all, the concept of connecting spaces. Meng Shu shouted that they didn't have time for that. Since he insisted so much, Yuhana agreed to at least try, and Li Xiong promised that he would do everything possible. Yuhana and Li Xiong used their powers to open the space. At the same time, Meng Shu began to use reality manipulation to restore the magical trace. He had to change the impossible laws into something possible. Meng Shu felt as if his head was about to split open, and his heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was about to explode. But he was not going to stop there, even if it meant dying here. Gritting his teeth, Meng Shu continued to use reality manipulation, suffering more and more from the recoil. Suddenly, the mana in the space flared up. Barely surviving, Shu still managed to connect the two spaces. The system notified Shu that his reality manipulation skill had increased by 1.3%, reaching 2.1%. Stunned by what he saw, Li Xiong asked if he had really connected them. Yuhana said that it should be impossible. Since Meng Shu was suffering from the recoil of cosmic forces, he asked the S-rank hunters to go ahead, and he would follow right behind them. Yuhana asked Shu how such a thing was even possible. And what the hell was he? Gumjungu reminded him. In any case, they had to hurry. After all, they still had to save Ms. Han Cherin. After that, he ordered the others to clean up the scene and protect Master Aurelian. Now they had to deal with what lay ahead. Somehow, Moon Chaebong managed to get out of there alive. Of course, he was sorry that he had to leave Aurelian behind, but the fact that she had returned alive after encountering that outrageous, monstrous bastard, she was already lucky enough. And after all, Han Cherin was here too. Looking at her condition, it was clear that she was on the verge of a mental breakdown. And that meant that soon, she would become a puppet obeying her orders. Suddenly, Moon Chaebong felt a sharp pain and began to cough. His missing left arm is only a small part of the problem, but his internal magical circuits are almost completely destroyed. At this rate, it is possible that soon he will lose the ability to use magic for the rest of his life. But the main thing is that he survived, and the space behind him is finally closed. This meant that the guy wouldn't be able to chase her. For some reason, Moon Chaebong suddenly had a bad feeling. Shouting, "What the hell?" Moon Chaebong turned around sharply. Meanwhile, Gumchonggu and Li Herin had already crossed the gate. Moon Chaebong was stunned because somehow the gates were connected. But that simply couldn't be, and was that guy here too? But after a few seconds, Moon Chaebong smiled because he wasn't there. Moon Chaebong coughed in pain, and her cough gradually turned into laughter. Li Herin asked if she had gone mad because 4 S-rank hunters had come to find her. What was so funny? Moon Chaebong replied that of course it was funny to see some bastards running in here. The room was suddenly flooded with scarlet light, and magical seals appeared in it. Moon Chaebong asked if they really thought they could do anything to her. Moon Chaebong asked if they had any idea why she had come here. Just think, they had actually come into the lion's den. Yuhana was amazed because the entire room was covered with magical, amplifying circles. Then Li Xiong added that this person's energy covered the entire space. Moon Shabam told the hunters that this entire space was her exclusive stage. The magic circles throughout the room manifested and began to work at full capacity. The increased magical pressure made even the hunters who had arrived feel uncomfortable. In this place, Moon Shabam's trait, mental domination, reaches its highest level. In this place, her trait literally becomes the power of domination itself. Like air currents and wind speed, even all of space and time in this place, all the laws of the world are under her power. If she orders them to kneel, they will kneel, and if she orders them to die, they will have no choice but to die. In this world, she is a god. Helpless against Moon Hyob's power, the S-class hunters fell to the floor. And now they are all dead. At that moment, a green beam shot out of the portal. Moon Shabam immediately realized that it was him, that monstrous bastard. Then she smirked and said that it didn't matter if he was a monster. Because in front of God, monsters are just pathetic creatures. Moon Shabam unleashed all her power to finally get rid of this bastard. If he steps here, if he interferes with... Moon Shabam suddenly realized that something was wrong here. If he interferes, who is she talking about? And did that mean she had brought him into her space of mental domination? Unfortunately for her, Moon Shabam found herself back in Mong Shu's empty mind. Realizing her mistake, Moon Shabam trembled and wished it weren't true. Hercules said that he had definitely warned her. Hercules reminded her that he had asked her not to interrupt him, then attacked the intruder with his huge fist. Moon Shabam helplessly watched as the huge fist descended upon her. At that moment, Mong Shu attacked her in the real world. After Moon Shabam's defeat, all the magic enhancement circles in the room shattered. The S-rank hunters were finally able to breathe. Yuhana asked if the spell had just been removed. Seeing Shiwu walking towards the defeated Moon Shabam, Gum Younggu could only ask, "What?" Moon Shabam rose, feeling intense pain. But looking ahead, she suddenly shouted, "Don't come any closer!" As Shiwu approached, she shouted repeatedly for him not to come near, but he ignored her. Literally trembling with fear, Moon Shabam begged him not to come near her. Shu simply walked past Moon Shabam and headed towards Han Cherin. Although Moon Shabam's magic had dissipated, Han Cherin continued to stare at the floor with a blank look. Sitting down, Mong Shu put his hand on her shoulder and asked her not to try to bear everything alone. After all, if she took on too much, she would end up broken. Shiwu said that sometimes you have to know when to let go and when to turn away. The youngest granddaughter of SH Group, the springboard for the hunting group, a woman who lives up to all expectations. He doesn't know and doesn't even want to know how heavy her burden is. Meng Shiwu grabbed Cherin by both shoulders and said that how everyone sees her world should not become her reality. She doesn't need to carefully piece together the fragments of her life into a mosaic. It's a silly life puzzle that she can simply walk away from. And it's okay if it remains unsolved. Meng Shiwu entered the dark room and said that it was okay if it fell apart. He asked her to forget about sacrifice and think about herself first. Light poured into the room from the window. Shiwu said that only then would she be able to think about others. Using the desirability, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom of a gentleman, Shiwu said, "Make yourself your top priority. It takes courage to be selfish and be hated by people. And there is no need for everyone to love her." After these words, Han Cherin came to her senses and asked Shiwu why he was there. After worrying so much about Cherin, Meng Shiwu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he smiled and said that it was a huge relief. Then he got up and said that now, Han Cherin still looked at him in confusion. Meng Shu said that he had one more thing to do. Then he asked the S-rank hunters if they could help him a little more. News of the rescue quickly spread around the world. People from all over the world were grateful that Master Aurelian and Han Cherin were safe after the rescue, and a representative from France even expressed his gratitude for Korea's quick action. Oh Juwon asked if this meant that Moon Taebom had finally been caught. The secretary suggested that it would be difficult for the boss to believe such a thing, but still said that Moon Taebom had not been caught by other S-class agents. Apparently, Meng Shiwu was responsible for her capture. He then promised to conduct an additional investigation if necessary. Oh Juwon ordered him to forget about it. After that, Oh Juwon admitted that this bastard Meng Shiwu was truly unusual. What made him stand out especially was that he was capable of dealing with a crack-level leader. Oh Juwon unconsciously smiled, thinking about how arrogant Moon Taebom was. She knew no bounds in her research, but this time it really helped them. Oh Juwon asked what about the rest of Pandemonium in the Gyeonggi area. The secretary replied that since they had lost their leader, they should have no problem absorbing them and regaining their strength. Pleased with what he heard, Oh Ju-won said that was good. He had finally managed to get rid of Joe Buchchan and Moon Tae-byum, who had been a thorn in his side, and everything was going according to his plan. Suddenly, the office door burst open with a bang, and a subordinate rushed in and shouted to his boss that they had a problem because pandemonium in the Gyeonggi area had been completely destroyed. Oh Ju-won was shocked by what he heard and asked how. The subordinate said that following Gyeonggi, Suwon, Paju, Pocheon, and Ansan had also been affected. All of Pandemonium's strongholds in the Gyeonggi area had been destroyed by S-rank hunters and the Hunter Inspection Bureau. Oh Ju-won asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. How could the entire Gyeonggi area be wiped out like that? And that was despite the fact that those bastards from the Inspection Bureau couldn't figure out where their bases in Gyeonggi were? The secretary suggested that Moon Tae-byum, who was in charge of the Gyeonggi area, might have revealed their locations. Oh Ju-won asked if Moon Tae-byum wasn't supposed to be under restriction. Suddenly, Oh Ju-won realized what might be going on and wondered if the restriction had been lifted. But that simply couldn't be. Even though lifting the restriction was almost impossible, it was the only way everything could have happened. And if that was really true, did that mean the restriction on Joe Buchchan had also been lifted? He himself had tried to get rid of Joe Buchchan because he knew too much. Oh Ju-won bit his lip and cursed loudly in anger. He came to the conclusion that if the restriction had been lifted, then there had been a leak of information. All this time, they hadn't been controlling those bastards. They had just been dancing on their palms. After thinking for a moment, Oh Ju-won asked what the hell was going on. Lifting the restrictions and playing with them, the subordinate turned to his boss and said there was something else he needed to report. Then he slipped his hand under his jacket and asked him to take a look. The subordinate handed the boss a phone with the video playing. Oh Ju-won asked what it was. The subordinate replied that a new video had been posted on YouTube's Mong Shu channel, similar to the one they had posted last time. Oh Ju-won became interested in what Mong Shu had said and took the phone. In the video, Mong Shu pointed at him and said, "You're next." Immediately after that, Oh Ju-won reflexively broke the phone by hitting it with his thumb. Oh Ju-won squeezed the phone in anger and shouted, "Mong Shu! Sage Group Building, top floor." Han Cherin told Gyeomjung that he was truly grateful to him. Thanks to him, Cherin was now safe. Han Cherin asked what he wanted. Gyeomjung just had to tell him, and he would give him everything he could. Lee Se-young awkwardly said that if it was about that, after which Yoo Han-na asked if they could agree to such a thing. The S-rank hunters, whom director Han Tae-san had praised so highly, did nothing but scream and faint from what was happening there. Gam Chung turned to the director and admitted that he actually had something to say. Gam Chung-gu asked if he had ever heard of a hunter named Mong Shu. The So family's forge. Lee Min-jung thanked the hunter Mong Shu. Thanks to him, pandemonium in the Gyeonggi area, as well as the underground criminal organization, had been completely eradicated. Even so, their forces were still strong. Lee Min-jung smiled as she said that pandemonium had definitely suffered a serious blow. Since pandemonium settled in Korea, no one had been able to do that. Lee Min-jung admitted that she didn't even know how to express her gratitude. Mong Shu was already feeling awkward, so he asked Min-jung not to thank him. After that, Lee Min-jung said that the director of the Inspection Bureau, Baek Seong-jae, had also asked her to convey his gratitude. Hearing that name, Mong Shu felt a little uncomfortable, as he still remembered that meeting at the house, and he no longer wanted to have anything to do with that person. Shu said that, in any case, he did it for personal reasons. This was true because his actions were the price he paid for ignoring his warning, and he did it to protect Soa and the people around him. Lee Ming-ju turned to the hunter Mong Shu, and Master Aurelian entered the smithy and said, "So that's where you were." After that, his subordinate translator told Shu that Master Aurelian was looking for him. Master Aurelian admitted that he didn't even know how to express his gratitude, and he also came to apologize for being rude to him. Shabu was puzzled to hear the apology. After a short pause, Aurelian said that he was a genius. After all, his awakened trait was S-rank metallurgy, and he easily achieved what others could not. What others did not even dare to do, he could willingly do. Even before he was convinced of this, he was already called the best blacksmith in the world. But he was not satisfied with that. Higher places, higher spheres. Constantly pushing himself, he continued to race forward like a racehorse. But then, he was suddenly blocked by an insurmountable wall of God. He struggled, trying to overcome this wall in any way possible. But it was simply impossible for him. He believed that there was no competitor who could challenge him, but in reality, he could not surpass himself. When this happened, he looked at himself and realized that he hated metallurgy. He who loved metallurgy more than anything else in the world. Thus, the sword he created for Han Cherin became his last masterpiece, because he wasn't sure he could create anything greater. But then he met him. He was surprised. He was delighted. On the other hand, he was jealous and envious of him. That is why he wants to apologize for the rudeness he showed without realizing it. Aurelian asked if he had learned about Shiwu a little earlier. Could he have changed even a little bit more? If that were possible, he would still love metallurgy. Now he intends to give up his greed. He has become too weak and old to restore his body after it collapsed. If only he had known Shiwu a little earlier. As he was about to leave, Aurelian told Shiwu that he would send the promised Oricalum as soon as he returned to France. Earlier, he had wanted to see the smelting process with his own eyes, but now he intended to let it all go. Mong Shu smiled and explained to Aurelian that he did not need divine metallurgy. After that, Shiwu asked if he knew about a man known as Confucius. Hearing that name, Aurelian asked if he meant one of the three sages. Using his gentlemanly mind, Shiwu said that Confucius also had similar thoughts. And even now, if it had started yesterday, would it have been impossible? The average life expectancy at that time was about 37 years. Confucius was 50 years old at the time. And compared to the current average age, that is significantly more than 100 years. But with the body of an old man, he set out on the path to his dream in a world filled with chaos, where wars never ceased. And at the end of this journey, he ascended to the ranks of the three great sages of the world. So why then would Aurelian not be able to achieve his dreams? Master Aurelian said that he then paused and asked if Shiwu really believed he could do it. To which Shiwu replied, absolutely. It's not too late to start all over again, because in this world there is no such thing as too late. Mong Shu patted Aurelian on the shoulder and asked if he now knew where to apply his strength. After Shiwu's words, Aurelian froze. Then he smiled and said that Shiwu had saved his life twice already. First, now he was starting over. Mong Shu asked Aurelian why he didn't revive his feelings and try making equipment as a demonstration. In that sense, what did he think about creating equipment for Miss Mingjung? Li Mingjung was stunned by what she heard, apologized, and asked again, for her? Meng Shiwu explained that the fact that they were able to save him was also thanks to Miss Mingjung. A little embarrassed, Li Mingjung refused the equipment and said that it was all thanks to the hunter, Meng Shiwu. Therefore, the equipment should obviously go to him. Meng Shiwu told Li Mingjung that he had been able to work with peace of mind all this time only because she was patrolling his house. So it was true that she had been a great help to him. Embarrassed, Mingjung said that wasn't the case at all. Shu then reminded her that, first and foremost, she was an experienced guard at the Inspection Bureau and therefore more than qualified to use the equipment from Master Aurelian. Aurelian said that he had heard a lot about the employees of the Korean Inspection Bureau. They are people who work hard for peace, and therefore he agreed to make equipment for her. Hearing this from Master Aurelian himself, Li Mingjung couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" She no longer understood how things had come to this. Aurelian said that in that case, he would first go to France to bring back Oricalum. Aurelian suddenly remembered something and said that although it might be a little shameless, Aurelian asked if he could observe and study the process of smelting Oricalum. Shiwu replied that the fee for his lesson was quite high. Master Aurelian calculated that one was for the seminar, the second was for saving his life, and the third was for observing. With a wink, Master Aurelian asked what he thought about 3 pieces of Oricalum. A satisfied Mong Shu cleared his throat and replied that it was not very profitable. Then, smiling broadly, he said that he was willing to give Aurelian a special discount to celebrate his new beginning. Master Aurelian promised to return in 2 weeks and then make equipment for the beautiful lady. Immediately after that, Master Aurelian left the So family's forge. Meng Shiwu was extremely pleased because he had managed to get 3 pieces of Oricalum. Using it, he would be able to make more than just gloves. So the question arose, what other equipment should he make? Li Mingzhu awkwardly thanked Shiwu, to which Shiwu replied that she didn't need to thank him. Li Mingzhu said that it was only thanks to him that she would be able to use Master Aurelian's precious equipment. Meng Shu said that this was his way of asking her to take care of him. Therefore, he asked her to continue taking care of his house. Li Mingzhuang put her hand on her chest and smiled, promising that she would do her best. Immediately after that, she turned abruptly and said that in that case, she would leave. Meng Shu was pleased with the outcome of his meeting with Aurelian, and now he wanted to get started on designing the equipment, when suddenly he heard a loud "yes!" and then another "yes." Meng Shu was surprised to hear this, when suddenly a long drawn-out "yes" followed. Looking out the window, Shu saw Li Mingzhong dancing and squealing with joy. Seeing this, Shu smiled awkwardly. SH Group Headquarters, Chairman's office. The secretary knocked on the door and asked if he had called him. Han Cherin asked him to come in and said that he thought he needed to meet a man named Meng Shu. The puzzled secretary asked, "In person?" He then bowed and said he would start preparations immediately. Han Cherin was clearly interested in Meng Shu. "This is the last approach," Hercules shouted, then told Shu to bend his hips more and keep his spine straight. Inside the B+ rank dungeon, Hercules ordered Shu to continue squatting, to which he responded with a tired groan. Hercules told Shu not to dare groan unless he was lifting more than 5,000 tons. Barely able to bear such a huge weight, Shu still managed to complain that it was too heavy. Hercules explained to Shu that if he wanted to build muscle, he would have to risk his life. Therefore, he should stop whining and tense his gluteal muscles again. Breathe in. Meng Shu was barely holding on. How much harder was this training than his last fight with Moontibim? And by that he meant much harder. Meng Shu mentally screamed about how hard this training was. At that moment, he couldn't take it anymore and found himself pinned to the ground, after which the boulder fell. Hercules said he was giving up. Then he clicked his tongue and told Shu that he was still a complete weakling. At that moment, Shu was just trying to catch his breath, so he couldn't respond to Hercules' taunts. Hercules admitted that Meng Shu was actually even better than the fly from last time. Meng Shu was puzzled when he heard about the fly. Hercules said that he was training the other day when a nasty little fly suddenly appeared and kept buzzing around him. He didn't want anything to do with it, so he simply ordered it to back off. After that, the fly almost went crazy on its own, which actually looked pretty cool. Meng Shu asked Hercules if he was serious. Suddenly, Zhuge Liang's insight kicked in, and Shu understood what he meant. Shu asked him not to tell him that. Now Shu understood why Moontibim had suddenly started acting so strangely. Moontibim's trait is S-rank mental domination. At that moment, her powers were increased 100-fold with the help of magic circles. Probably then she looked into his mind, straight into the world of GodTube. Meng Shu chuckled awkwardly at this. Earlier, he had wondered if the leader of Pandemonium was under restriction. In the end, he didn't even have to deal with it, because she answered his questions without much resistance and told him about all the places in Pandemonium in the Kyungi area. Dissatisfied, Hercules suggested that perhaps Shu wasn't so bad compared to that bug, since he was a mage. Shu realized that Hercules had completely removed her restriction, and what's more, he could have completely destroyed her. And all this happened because of one word: in order to get lost. Not only was her mind destroyed, but the restriction was also completely removed. With just one word, Hercules defeated the one who had required all of Shu's strength to defeat. Meng Shu decided that he would never anger Hercules again. Never. At that moment, Shu received a notification that the training was complete, as well as a notification that his superpower skill had increased by 0.002%. This greatly surprised Shu. Noticing his reaction, Hercules asked what had happened. Shu replied that for some reason his skill level had increased slightly. Hercules asked how much it had increased. Shu replied 0.002%, which made Hercules think. After a moment's thought, Hercules pointed at Shu and said that the time had probably come. Shu was surprised and asked what he meant. Hercules replied that he meant the time had come when his growth had stagnated. Hercules said that despite Shu's pitiful talent, his growth rate was simply incredible. Meng Shu was forced to agree with Hercules' words because he was only able to learn the traits of GodTube in the first place because he originally had no traits. On GodTube, he would learn the powers of the gods, but now his progress would probably stop. And in fact, now Shu should be evaluated more professionally. If he does not grow, then his skill level will not grow either. And at the moment, his skill level has stagnated at about 30%. This means that this is the limit that Shu can reach. Meng Shu thought about this and glanced at GodTube. He wanted to understand whether this was only about superpowers right now or about other traits as well. And does this mean that at some point he may reach his limit? Hercules asked Shirwu not to worry too much about it, because if he kept trying and didn't give up, he would eventually be able to break through his limitations. Convinced by Hercules' words, Shirwu mentally agreed that if he kept trying, then someday, even if he mastered his superpower 100%, how long would it take? Thanks to his insight, Mong Shu quickly realized that his problem obviously lay in his talent. But was there a way to fix it? He could improve his divine medical skills and reconstruct his body into a divine body. He was still constantly trying to do so, but lately even his usual medicines had lost all effect. He thought that he might have developed immunity, but perhaps he had simply reached his growth limit, and that was why the trait had stopped growing. Meng Shuwu asked if there were any methods for preparing stronger potions on the Hua-Tuo channel. Medicinal and poisonous herbs are almost indistinguishable. Every living creature born of Mother Nature carries its own poison to protect itself. More effective use of this philosophy of survival and absorption of Mother Nature's life force is called pharmacology. But even if that's the case, poison is a bit too much. If it were ordinary poison, he might have accepted it, but what if next time he has to eat a pufferfish poisoned with mercury? If he eats that, he could just die. Of course, he's not going to just give up, and he's willing to try, but he doesn't really want to die after all this. If he consumes a very small amount, he might survive, but this method would take too long. In that case, he has only one solution. I will reveal the secret of the meat in my head, which will kill us if we eat it. The secret to successful trading on the Hydra channel. Shiwu must subscribe to the new channel. Hercules was surprised to hear Shiwu muttering to himself about Hydra and asked why he suddenly started talking about her. The nine-headed Hydra. The heads of the Hydra are immortal, and they will grow back even if they are cut off. Looking back on this, Hercules began to remember the past. Hercules said that he had heard that the Hydra earned its living by cutting off its own heads and selling them as meat. Moreover, he had heard that it was very tasty. Remembering this, Hercules wondered if he should try it at least once. Meng Shu suddenly felt uncomfortable after hearing this. Cut off your own head to sell as meat? As expected, he was completely unable to understand GodTube. Hercules asked Shiwu why he suddenly decided to look at the Hydra channel. Shiwu replied that he believed it would help him develop resistance to poisons. Hercules was puzzled by this and asked why he needed it. Meng Shu said that among Hydra's abilities, the most remarkable was its venom, which contained a toxin powerful enough to kill a god. Hercules recalled that Master Chiron had been poisoned by Hydra's venom, after which he decided to end his life. As far as Shiwu remembered, the Hydra's venom was called the God Killer. The reason this venom could kill even an immortal was that it was so painful that you would wish for death. And most importantly, there was no cure. After poisoning himself with Hydra's venom, Chiron went to Zeus, after which he lost his immortality and died. That is why the Hydra's venom is called the poison of the God Killer. After all, it is a poison that can kill even a god. Technically, it is a deadly poison that makes the poisoned person wish for death. At the same time, the fluids that make up the Hydra are poisonous, but the Hydra itself is not affected by its own poison. In other words, the Hydra has a resistance to poison that surpasses even the gods. Meng Shu said that the ability to be immortal is not a unique trait that only Hydra has, and therefore he is ready to subscribe to Hydra's channel. He believes that by subscribing, he will surely gain resistance to poisons. Hercules thought about it for a moment and agreed that this was possible, because why not? If only he could gain resistance to poisons like Hydra, he would be able to blindly drink any poisonous dishes prepared with the divine art of Hua-Tuo's medicine, and it would not be as much of a problem for him as it is now. However, there was one serious problem standing in his way: a monthly subscription to Hydra's GodTube channel. Looking at the price, Meng Shu refused to believe that it could cost as much as 8 billion won. Sometime later at the So family's forge, Meng Shu sighed as he continued to think about it. Unable to hold back any longer, Meng Shu grabbed his head and said that even if he sold the 3 Oricalum he would receive in 2 weeks, it would clearly not be enough. Not to mention creating other equipment, he simply could not afford such an insane amount every month. Meng Shu sighed wearily, trying to pull himself together, when suddenly the door behind him opened. Hearing the sound, Meng Shu wondered who it was. Immediately after, the intruder asked if he was Meng Shu. Hearing that voice, Meng Shu was suddenly speechless, because it was the chairman himself. It was the chairman of SH Group, Han Tai-san. What was the head of SH Group doing here? After receiving the chairman, Shiwu asked what had brought him here. Han Tai-san apologized for the sudden visit. Then he looked at the young man sitting in front of him. Looking at Shiwu, Han Tai-san found it hard to believe that this was the same young man who, by all appearances, had just taken his first steps in society and was the one who had saved Aurelian and Cherin. However, you can't always judge a person by their appearance. On his way to his current position, he had witnessed this countless times. Someone you might consider a nobody is ultimately capable of achieving what no one else can. That is why you cannot judge people solely by their appearance. Han Tai-san said that he had heard about that story. People say that it was Shiwu who saved their Cherin, and as Cherin's grandfather, he is sincerely grateful to Shiwu. Meng Shu smiled awkwardly and said that it was no big deal, and besides, he wasn't the only one who saved her. Han Tai-san said that even so, he would like to repay Shiwu for his kindness. Hearing this, Shiwu asked Chairman Han Tai-san to repeat his last words, then asked, "For example?" Han Tai-san replied that he was willing to give him anything. He would give Shiwu anything he wanted, as far as it was possible for him. He understood that for hunters who had reached a certain level, money was not particularly valuable. At least that was the case with the hunters he had met. For people as strong as they were, the main value was often self-development, not money. Usually they needed something that couldn't be solved with money. After thinking for a moment, Shiyu suddenly smiled, then asked if it was possible in that case. Han Tai-san asked Shiwu to just say it. In fact, he was curious to know what this man would ask for. A little embarrassed, Shiwu asked if he would mind if he raised the tuition a little. Han Tai-san was confused when he heard this. Han Tai-san asked what he meant by tuition fees. Did he really mean money? Shiwu replied that he was indeed talking about money and asked what he thought about 5 billion won. Or was 5 billion won a month too much? If not, would he accept 4 billion or even 3? Meng Shu suddenly laughed and said that it was just a joke and that he was actually willing to pay 2 billion. Han Tai-san was stunned. He tried to understand whether Meng Shu was now trying to bargain with him. Meng Shu suggested that 1 billion won would be too little and asked what he thought about 1.5 billion won. Han Tai-san was simply speechless. He couldn't even understand what kind of person was sitting in front of him now. Underground Training Hall, SH Hunters Guild. Han Cherin had been fencing alone for some time. She was already quite out of breath. Her hand holding the sword had long since begun to tremble, and her secretary was watching all of this. Kang Minjai quietly addressed the young lady. It had been 20 hours since she had devoted herself to training without a break. Clenching his fist, he told himself that he had to stop her right now, but he had been watching her closely since she was a child, and so he could tell that something in this incident must have provoked her. Regardless of whether she blamed her own shortcomings or felt powerless because she couldn't do anything, as the youngest heiress of the SH group, she carried a huge burden on her shoulders. Han Cherin suddenly lunged forward and delivered a vertical blow. This caused her hand, covered in abrasions, to tremble even more. Kang Minjai wanted to help her, but there was nothing he could do to help her now. Meanwhile, Meng Shu couldn't take his eyes off his smartphone. Right now, he saw 14.4 billion won in his account. After talking to Chairman Han Tai-san, the fee for private lessons with Han Cherin had doubled, and to be more precise, he had just deposited 10 billion won. After a short pause, Chairman Han Tai-san said he understood everything and then left. Meng Shu wondered if it was even possible to transfer 10 billion won to someone like that. As expected of SH Group, he could now forget about GodTube and everything else, because SH Group Chairman Han Tai-san was truly transcendent. Thanks to this, he can finally subscribe to Hydra's channel. Now that he is guaranteed 20 billion won a month, he will be able to pay the monthly subscription fee of 1 billion won. Of course, thinking about this, Shiwu suddenly burst into tears, because if you think about it, he will lose 15.1 billion every month. But it was simply impossible for him not to subscribe at this point, because if he wanted to overcome the limitations of the feature, it was simply an inevitable step. Meng Shu pressed the subscribe button, instantly losing 8 billion won from his account. Along with the subscription, Meng Shu also received a new trait, Deadly Poison SS plus rank. As it turned out, the trait was surprisingly simple. In fact, he thought it would be called God-Killing Poison or something like that. After receiving the new trait, Meng Shu had a strange feeling that nothing had changed. No matter how hard he tried, he felt absolutely no change. Meng Shu wondered if, since Hydra's poison consisted of bile and blood, did that mean his blood had also become toxic? As expected, a direct test was probably the fastest way to find out. Inside the B+ class dungeon of the Devil Hounds. Seeing what Shiwu was doing, Yijun didn't even know what to say. Watching Shiwu torment the Devil Hound, Kim Yijun asked what the hell he was doing. Meng Shu asked Yijun what he was talking about, but after a second he understood what was going on and replied that he had to check something. Shiwu cut his finger and brought it to the Devil Wolf's mouth to drip his blood. As soon as a single drop of Shiwu's blood touched the Devil Wolf's tongue, it instantly fell silent. Meng Shu was excited because his blood turned out to be poisonous after all. Kim Yijun admitted that he would never be able to understand what was going on in Shiwu's head. Now that he was done with the experiment, Shiwu asked Yijun where he had put the herbs they had collected. Pointing to the grass behind him, Yijun replied that he had left it there. Shiwu asked why he had put it aside. Yijun replied that he had not put it aside, but thrown it away. Yijun then explained that the only weakness of his super regeneration was poison. That was why he knew quite a lot about poisonous plants. While Yijun was talking, Shiwu walked past him and bent down to look at the grass. Seeing Shiwu examining a poisonous plant, Kim Yijun explained that if he ate it, the deadly toxins would melt his insides within an hour. Ignoring Yijun's words, Shiwu did something that simply shocked Yijun. Meng Shu simply picked up the poisonous plants and began to eat them. Worried, Kim Yijun asked if he was okay and if his stomach had started to melt. Shiwu asked what he meant and said that the grass was only a little bitter. Meng Shu was glad he subscribed to Hydra's channel. After all, even eating just one plant increased his skill by 0.02%. Shiwu suggested that Hydra's deadly poison was capable of cleansing other toxins. It was as if the plant's poison tried to destroy him from within, but instead it was neutralized by the deadly poison of the Hydra. In other words, he uses poison to fight poison. If he wants to prepare for a complete reconstruction of his body, he needs to increase his deadly poison skill to gain more resistance to poisons. Meng Shu asked Kim Yijun if he could ask his sister about more poisonous plants. Afraid to even imagine where this was going, Yijun promised to talk to Soyeon. Kim Yijun suddenly remembered something and told Shiwu that he had wanted to ask him something for a long time. Was it true that he had saved Master Aurelian and his older sister Han Cherin together with the S-rank hunters? Mong Shu was surprised to hear this and asked how he knew about it. Kim Yijun asked how could he not know about it. After all, the media was going crazy over this story. Then Yijun smiled and raised his thumb, saying that this was exactly what was expected of his Hyungnim. Yijun said that, among other things, he had heard that the culprit in this case was an S-rank hunter, and that even Han Chairin's older sister had been injured. Meng Shu asked Yijun to stop and asked why he called Han Cherin his older sister. Did that mean he was younger than her? Kim Yijun replied that it was true and that he was a year younger than her. He was 20 years old while Han Cherin was 21. Meng Shu was a little surprised because he didn't know that Han Cherin was only 21 years old. Kim Yijun couldn't believe what he heard and asked how he didn't know. Shiwu replied that it wasn't particularly important. Yijun asked why, and isn't it important? Isn't she his girlfriend? Changing his tone abruptly, Shiwu asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. And since when had Han Cherin become his girlfriend? Kim Yijun reminded him of how they held hands at the housewarming party. Shiwu asked if only people who were dating could hold hands. Kim Yijun asked Shiwu to stop talking like that and reminded him that there is no such thing as friendship between a man and a woman. Meng Shu countered by reminding him that he and Kim So-yeon are friends. Beginning to suspect something, Shiwu asked if Yijun really had no female friends. Yijun replied directly that he did not. Shiwu asked if that meant that every girl he knew was his girlfriend. Yijun replied no because he had never had a girlfriend. Meng Shu asked if he really never had one. Yijun replied that this was indeed the case. Shiwu asked if he was joking. Kim Yijun then asked what was so unbelievable about that. Kim Yijun asked Shiwu about himself. If he wasn't dating his older sister Han Cherin, did he have a girlfriend? Meng Shu looked away sharply and replied in a trembling voice that he, Kim Yijun and Meng Shu suddenly froze right at the exit of the dungeon, as if they had realized something. The two guys who understood each other suddenly burst into tears. Kim Yi-jun shouted that today they would raid all the dungeons in Seoul, to which Shi-woo immediately agreed and asked which dungeon they would raid next. Sometime later, at Shi-woo's house, continuing to chew on poisonous plants, Shi-woo wondered what kind of poisonous herbs could cost up to 200 million won. Nevertheless, even the simple consumption of poisonous herbs significantly increased his skill, thanks to which he was already at 1.7%. But even so, the cost of all the poisonous herbs on the market is about 200 million won. This is clearly too much, and if he continues to buy them until he undergoes his body transformation, he will spend 500 million won a month on medicine alone. A few seconds later, the system notified Shi-woo that he had created a basic elixir and also learned the basics of elixir preparation. Mong Shu was very surprised to see the word elixir. It is said that thanks to the elixir, even an ordinary person can become an S-rank hunter. As it turned out, it was true that handling poisons was the true divine art of medicine. In addition, his mastery of the divine art of medicine increased by 5.8%, reaching 55.88%. However, something was now troubling Mong Shu. He asked if that meant he should try drinking it. Anyone who looked at this elixir would ask if it was even safe to drink. Be that as it may, it was still an elixir. Saying to himself, all or nothing, Mong Shu gulped down the freshly brewed elixir. Immediately afterwards, the system reported that he had taken the basic elixir and that his physical abilities had improved. But even so, in the next second, Shi-woo vomited all of the elixir. If it was poison on its own, then what he had brewed was definitely a deadly poison. Trying to hold back the vomiting, Shi-woo asked why this elixir tasted so disgusting. After all, it was made only from herbal preparations. Shi-woo's deadly poison increased by 0.5% to 2.2%, but what caught Shi-woo's eye was that his superpower skill increased by 0.12% to 14%. This meant that he was beginning to exceed his limits. At the same time, his insight increased by 0.05% to 62.95%. Surprised by this, Shi-woo wondered why his insight had suddenly increased. Could it be that his mind had gained new enlightenment from such a shocking taste? Meng Shi-woo understood that if he wanted to continue to go beyond his limits, he would have to continue drinking this from now on. But why are things that are good for the body always so unpalatable? It's as if it's some kind of immutable law of the universe. As soon as he mentioned the rule of the universe, Shi-woo remembered something. Couldn't he change the taste with ISIS's SSS rank reality manipulation? If he used reality manipulation, he could make the elixir taste better, and he would also increase his reality manipulation skills. It was a great idea, so why not give it a try? With these thoughts in mind, Mong Shu reached for his elixir. Using reality manipulation, Shi-woo attempted to make the elixir taste like cola, like sweet cola. As soon as he finished, his reality manipulation skill increased by 0.15%. Mong Shu gasped as he looked at the finished result. Mong Shu wondered, could a simple change in taste really cause such a return? But even if the taste didn't change after that, he had to do it anyway. Mong Shu took a sip of the elixir. Then he opened his mouth, causing the elixir to spill out. The taste was simply awful. All he managed to do was add soda to the original taste of the elixir. This meant that his skill was not yet high enough to completely change the taste, but at least now it tasted a little like soda. Suddenly, Shi-woo felt nauseous again, and unable to control himself, he started vomiting again. A short time later, the system notified Shi-woo that he had created a food additive. Immediately after that, Shi-woo, with a mug at the ready, called out to Soa and said it was time to take her medicine. Soa, covered in paint, peeked out from behind the door and, writhing with bad memories, asked, "Medicine?" Meng Shu handed her the mug and told her that it was sufficiently cooled, so she should just drink it all at once. Soa took the mug and knelt down. Shi-woo asked what she was doing. Soa turned to her brother in midnight. Immediately after that, she thanked them for everything and drank the medicine in one gulp. But soon she felt the terrible taste. Soa complained that the medicine tasted like the socks she wore in gym class. Meng Shu asked if she had actually tried eating socks after gym class. Soa immediately replied that this was not the case, and explained, somewhat embarrassed, that she was just saying what it probably tasted like. Meng Shu smiled because now he could be sure. Soa's condition had improved significantly compared to the past, and his mastery of the divine art of medicine had already exceeded 50%. He still couldn't cure her completely, but he believed that he would be able to cure Soa's illness within a year. Suddenly, Shuwu heard Midnight bark and start drinking something. Turning around, he saw Midnight wagging its tail after licking up all the remaining broth. Suddenly, Shu's smartphone alerted him to the approach of an unauthorized person. Shu wondered who it could be. The guest at the door apologized for the sudden intrusion. He then said that he was Miss Han Cherin's secretary, Kim Min-jae. After Shu let him in, Kim Min-jae said that he had heard that Master Aurelian had already returned to France. Meng Shu recalled that Aurelian had said he would return to Korea in about 2 weeks, but it seemed that he would arrive today or tomorrow. Kim Min-jae said he understood. Shu asked what had brought him here. Seeming worried about something, Kim Min-jae said that actually, he had come to ask if Shu could help the young lady. Kim Min-jae said that since childhood, she had tried to take everything upon herself, and that she grew up constantly being attacked by other people. That was why the young lady was so eager to become stronger, because only then would she be able to believe that the people around her, they would not abandon her again. Mong Shu suggested that this was why Han Cherin so rarely expressed her feelings. Kim Min-jae said that it was probably because of the recent kidnapping incident, but now she was training more than 20 hours a day. Even Shu, who had gone through training with Hercules, had to admit that this was too much. He understood that this could not even be called training because she was only overloading her body. If this continued, she would damage her body, which would only slow down her growth. Meng Shu called Soa and said that he was going to visit Mrs. Cherin. Soa peeked out from behind the door and said he could go, and also asked him to tell Cherin that if she came to visit again, she would cook something delicious. Meng Shu asked Kim Min-jae if they could go then. Underground Training Hall, SH Hunters Guild. Without rest, Han Cherin continued her grueling training. Even though her hands were covered in her own blood, she kept telling herself that she just couldn't stop now. She had to become stronger. She had to be strong. And only then will she be able to protect people. Han Cherin lunged forward and delivered a horizontal blow in front of her. She believed that only then would they no longer abandon her. Han Cherin repeated that they would not leave her behind, and immediately after that, she collapsed from exhaustion. But at the last moment, Meng Shu managed to catch her. Looking up, Cherin was surprised to see Shu. Many years ago, Han Taisen told Cherin that starting tomorrow, she would be living separately. Kim Min-jae appealed to the chairman, suggesting that he was crossing the line. But the young lady was still at an age where she needed protection. Han Tae-san explained that as long as Cherin carried the blood of their SH group, she would have to face countless threats, and if she couldn't overcome them, how will she be able to cope with it in the future? At that moment, Cherin was only 13 years old. Han Tae-san said that starting tomorrow, she would be leaving the mansion, and Han Cherin agreed. That was back when she didn't know much about their world. Han Cherin was asked if she had regained consciousness. Recognizing Mr. Shuwu's voice, Cherin jumped up abruptly and asked why he was there. Meng Shu asked how she was feeling and if everything was okay. Han Cherin quietly lowered her gaze. Then, trying to suppress her trembling, she replied that she was fine. Meng Shu said he was glad to hear that, then asked if that meant they could start training right away. Han Cherin was surprised to hear about training and asked, "Right now?" Meng Shu explained that since she said she was fine, he thought they could start training immediately. Then he asked if she was still feeling unwell. If something was wrong, they could just postpone the training until next time. Han Cherin immediately refused and said again that she was fine. She kept telling herself that she didn't have time to rest. Han Cherin said she was ready so they could begin. Following Shu, Han Cherin was surprised by the place he had chosen. It was the smithy where he worked. Meng Shu said that today's lesson would take place here. Going inside, Han Cherin reminded him that, according to Shu, they were supposed to be training now. Shu explained that today's lesson would be devoted to metallurgy. Han Cherin was very surprised to hear this, after which Shu said that it was part of her training. After thinking for a moment, Cherin said that she understood everything. Meng Shu told Cherin that in order to make the equipment, they first needed to smelt the metal materials. After heating, the metal needed to be hammered to remove impurities. This smelting process is called forging. Shu asked if she would like to try it. Han Cherin put on blacksmith gloves. Then she said she understood everything and struck the metal. Han Cherin began to strike the red-hot metal ingot blow after blow, gradually purifying it. But when she finished, she had to admit that it didn't go so well. Mong Shu explained that the problem was that the metal wasn't at the right temperature, and that if she started forging the metal before it was hot enough, it would start to warp strangely until it became completely unusable. Now, Mong Shu prepared another ingot and asked if she wanted to try again. Without saying a word, Han Cherin raised the hammer again. Then she began cleaning the red-hot metal again. But when she saw the result of the second cleaning, Han Cherin was surprised. Meng Shu explained that when making equipment, the quality depends on the metal used. If you compare this to a person, it can be considered talent. However, in order to make good equipment, a smelting process is necessary to remove impurities. From a human perspective, smelting metal can also be considered an effort. In this sense, Miss Cherin is a very good metal. However, no matter how good the metal is, as she can see, if she hits it with a hammer before it is fully heated, it will be ruined and thrown away. Persevering in pursuit of something is certainly admirable. However, cleaning metal that is not hot enough will render her talent useless. Just like the metal she cleaned, Meng Shu acknowledged that in his eyes, Miss Cherin was the most exquisite metal in the world. However, for the most excellent metal to become the hardest metal, it must withstand fierce flames for a very long time. Shu admitted that he couldn't even imagine what was causing her to push herself so hard. Secretary Kim probably wanted Han Cherin to free herself from her obsession, but that obsession is also what keeps her going. It is like the fire that heats the metal called Han Cherin. Only this fire makes Cherin work even harder, so it should not be extinguished, but Meng Shu said that now is the time to use the fire in her heart to warm herself sufficiently. Hitting herself with a hammer is the next step. He also asked her not to worry too much, because even if everyone around her leaves, even if the whole world rejects her, even if she turned away from herself, he would definitely be there for her. Shu simply couldn't forget that in the end, he still needed to receive 20 billion won from her every month for tutoring. Han Cherin smiled sincerely and thanked Mr. Shu. Meng Shu said that today's training was over, but immediately after that, he remembered something and grabbed Cherin's hand. Shu asked the embarrassed Cherin to wait a moment. Then he held out a bracelet and said it was a special gift for the lesson. Meng Shu asked Cherin to put it on. Han Cherin took the bracelet and looked at it. Then she put it on and thanked Shu. Han Cherin promised that she would always wear it and sincerely thanked Shu. Seeing her reaction, Shu chuckled awkwardly. In fact, it was because it seemed too simple for a gift, but changing his appearance now would make everything meaningless. After a moment's thought, Shu turned to Cherin. Then he awkwardly asked if she could hold out her hand again. Han Cherin was a little surprised, but she agreed. Assuming that it should be possible, Mong Shu used reality manipulation on the bracelet, just as he had used Joe Buchchan's trait to discover a new way to use super speed. And just as Moon Taibyom had extremely increased the power of his trait with the help of amplifying magic circles. If he applied all of this in practice, the system notified Shu that he had imprinted the concept of amplification. After Shu finished, Han Cherin clearly felt as if something had changed. After the experiment, his reality manipulation skill increased by plus 5.3%, reaching 7.5%. Meng Shu was amazed that it actually worked. Although he didn't know how much it enhanced, Han Cherin promised that she would never forget today's lesson. After that, she admitted that she thought she should return to the hospital and that it would probably be best to rest for a day or two, depending on her condition. Meng Shu reminded her that no matter what happened, he would always be there for her. After that, an embarrassed Han Cherin thanked him for today and left the forge. As it turned out, he was capable of creating equipment with enhancing engravings. So didn't that mean he could do the same with the equipment he created for himself? Furthermore, does this mean that even GodTube's features can be enhanced? Gam Chong was very surprised to hear that Master Aurelian had returned to Korea. The secretary said that it was indeed true. Gem Chong recalled that he had only recently returned to France, so why did he return so soon? The secretary replied that Master Aurelian had probably come to meet Meng Shu. The S-rank hunter became slightly interested upon hearing this. He recalled that this man had been written about in all the media. But who was he really? Li Yejun then asked if Master Aurelian had come just to meet this man in person. So Family's Forge. After working here for some time, Meng Shu created several boxes of enchanted bracelets. All this was enough for his divine metallurgy skill to increase by plus 6.6% and his reality manipulation skill by plus 3.8%. Looking at this mountain of bracelets, Mong Shu wondered if he should stop there. After creating and engraving hundreds of accessories, Mong Shu discovered two things. First, when he applied the same engraving to different bracelets and bracelets with a higher Hephaestus rating, the higher-rated bracelets showed a stronger effect when engraved. All this meant that as his divine metallurgy skills improved, he needed to gradually improve the quality of his equipment. But the more important part is the second one. The effects of engraving do not add up. Unfortunately for him, Shu decided that he would just sell it all, put it aside, and give it to Lady Soyeon. In any case, with the Oricalum that Aurelian would soon bring, he would be able to create high-quality equipment, and then he would try to do it again. Since he had thought about it, Shu decided to watch a video on cleaning Oricalum. For example, Hephaestus's video, "What if we make equipment out of Oricalum for the damn angry Thor?" The enraged Thor demanded that Hephaestus bring it to him immediately, before he blew up the entire forge. Immediately after that, Thor couldn't help himself and shouted, "You dared to steal my Mjolnir!" Hearing this, Hephaestus laughed. Then he apologized a little awkwardly and asked if Thor really thought he couldn't lift Mjolnir so easily. Thor was already starting to boil over. Suddenly, Hephaestus decided to interject and offered to make some equipment for Thor as an apology. Thor calmed down a little and asked if it was true. Thor turned to Hephaestus and asked if he would really make him some equipment. Hephaestus replied that he would indeed do so, and since he had already decided to do it, Hephaestus asked if he could take one last look at Mjolnir. A little embarrassed, Thor replied that since he had decided to make him some equipment, Hephaestus said that in that case he should melt the metal while the furnace was hot. He would start working on it right away. Looking at the piece of metal, Mong Shu noticed that it looked exactly like the Oricalum of his world. Taking Mjolnir in his hands, Hephaestus said that Oricalum could not be melted with heat alone to clean it, or rather, to make this metal red hot and then purify it, he needed to hammer it with this cute little thing. Hearing this, Thor abruptly approached Hephaestus, fixing him with a murderous gaze. Hephaestus chuckled awkwardly and explained that he would make Thor some equipment and then return the hammer to him. Hephaestus promised Thor that it would be incredible equipment. With all his might, Hephaestus swung Mjolnir and struck the metal, damaging even his forge. After the blow, Hephaestus froze, looking at the result. Meng Shu noticed that the forge had been destroyed, but the Oricalum was completely intact and undamaged. Meng Shu asked Hephaestus not to say that Oricalum was indestructible. Suddenly, Hephaestus shouted at the top of his voice and began to strike the Oricalum with Mjolnir with all his might. After seeing this, Meng Shu was simply speechless. Meng Shu wondered if he could really learn to do this. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a bell behind him, causing Shu to turn around. Aurelian, who had returned to the forge, said, "Ca fate long tum," which translates as "long time no see." Meng Shu was delighted to see him, for his Oricalum had finally arrived. A short time later, in a B+ rank dungeon, a huge golem towered over Shu. Feeling a little nervous, Master Aurelian asked why they had come here. Shu wasn't even sure how to respond. Even without hearing the translation, a single glance at Aurelian was enough to understand what he was saying. Besides, these bodyguards are so serious, which is not surprising since Aurelian was kidnapped in Korea not so long ago. Meng Shu suggested that this made sense, since the dungeons could be used for criminal activities. Meng Shu replied somewhat awkwardly that they were here to clean up the Oricalum. Unable to explain it to him, Meng Shu thought to himself that without an interpreter, he would simply go crazy here. He hoped they wouldn't misunderstand anything. Be that as it may, Shu decided not to think about it, because he didn't need to explain anything right now. Right now, he needed to think about the information he had received after watching Hephaestus's video. No one forged Oricalum, even in Norse mythology. Even Mjolnir, the most powerful weapon that destroyed Jormungandr with a single blow, that meant this metal was not so easy to refine. When Meng Shu concentrated, his insight was activated. Based on the video, Shu realized that he needed a stronger blow than Mjolnir's. The key to Mjolnir's incredible power. Even Mjolnir, the perfect weapon capable of destroying everything, failed to destroy Ragnarok, the end of Norse mythology. However, in Greco-Roman mythology, there is a battle at the end of time, the Gigantomachy. If it is the power of Hercules that broke through the Gigantomachy, if he simulates the very power of Hercules, it should be possible for him to deliver a blow similar to Mjolnir. Hercules' divine martial art, Form 1, the dragon's descending blow, Putting all his strength into it, Shu attacked the piece of orichalcum. Even the nearby golem didn't have time to understand what was happening when he suddenly noticed his body beginning to crumble. A moment later, both the golem and the landscape in front of it were completely destroyed by a single blow from Shu. Master Aurelian's mouth opened in shock, and he couldn't say a word. Meanwhile, his bodyguards tensed up when they saw this. Even a condescending dragon, whose blow should be stronger than Mjolnir. All he could do was deform the ore much more than he thought. It was no longer forging, it was destruction. But be that as it may, Hercules' divine martial arts were still capable of purifying orichalcum. He just needed to adjust his strength a little. Meng Shu sent Park Do-gu new material for the video and asked her to treat the material well this time as well. Park Do-gu was surprised that the new material for the video arrived so quickly. And that's even though the video guide on how to become an A-class hunter in a month isn't even finished yet. So why did the new material arrive so soon? Park Do-gu decided that it wouldn't be the worst option to take advantage of the trend. Even though it was a new channel that had been around for less than 6 months, it was still gaining about 10,000 subscribers a day, and it already had 2.65 million subscribers. Park Do-gu wondered if it could be that her boss's name had become so well known in the media solely because of the recent incident involving the kidnapping of Master Aurelian. She had heard that he was a very dangerous criminal. The incident at her boss's recent housewarming party was one thing, but what if she were also kidnapped? If something like that happened to her, would her boss save her? If she were kidnapped, Shiwu-appa? Suddenly, Do-gu caught herself calling him Shiwu-appa, which made her feel embarrassed. Blushing even more, Park Do-gu wondered what she was thinking about. Park Do-gu grabbed the computer mouse with force and said she should start working. Then she looked through the footage her boss had taken. But after watching it, Park Do-gu couldn't get over her surprise. After that blow, had the world just been torn apart? Looking at the piece of orichalcum, Mong Shu assumed that the forging required before the smelting process was complete. Park Do-gu asked what kind of video he was filming this time. Master Aurelian was amazed by what he had just seen. But Park Do-gu was even more amazed after seeing him in the boss's video. Why did Master Aurelian suddenly appear in the boss video? Besides, isn't that woman Clement, the YouTuber? French S-rank hunter Clement, who films herself cooking monsters for an audience of 33 million subscribers. Minotaur thigh steak, basilisk-infused liqueur, cyclops eyeballs, and more. Clement is a famous personality who posts bizarre videos of food made from the monsters she hunts. So why did such an incredible figure appear in the boss's video? Meng Shu said that now they should return to the forge. After watching the video to the end, Park Do-gu was shocked, trying to understand what the hell he was doing. Returning to the forge, Mong Shu put a piece of orichalcum into the furnace. And now he looked at the finished result. Looking at it, Mong Shu couldn't help but admit that it looked incredibly exquisite. To reach this point, he had to go through 31 dungeons, but at least he got some videos on YouTube. And most importantly, it was probably because he had become better at using Hercules' divine martial arts. But his skill had increased tremendously, adding plus 2.6% and 4.7% to his super strength. The only thing left for him to do was, glancing at the orichalcum over his shoulder, Master Aurelian asked what he was doing. Shu replied that he was about to start forging. All he had to do now was to create equipment from the orichalcum. And so, concentrating his strength in his hand, Mong Shu raised his fist above the orichalcum. Master Aurelian was surprised by this and pointed to the side, reminding him that the hammer for forging was there. Meng Shu said that in order to forge orichalcum, he had to become Mjolnir. Master Aurelian was puzzled when he heard about Mjolnir. Ignoring Aurelian, Mong Shu concentrated hard and Meng Shu struck the orichalcum, destroying part of the So family's forge. Master Aurelian cried out in shock. Right in front of him, Mong Shu was striking the orichalcum at breakneck speed and with tremendous force as if he were working with a hammer. The result of imitating Mjolnir's forging was rather strange, which made Shu wonder if he was imagining things. But the forging, it wasn't working at all, which simply shouldn't have happened. Or should he have used more force? And should his superhuman strength be enough during hot forging? Mong Shu decided to put unnecessary thoughts aside and asked if it could mean that the temperature was too low? What if he hadn't managed to heat the orichalcum enough? Thinking about this, Mong Shu applied his insight along with divine metallurgy. Then he wondered, did the heat from the furnace even transfer to the orichalcum? And if the furnace wasn't working, The maximum temperature of this furnace is 3,500 degrees, and even so, that's an incredibly high temperature. Looking at the situation now, a temperature twice as high should probably be enough for the heat to penetrate the oricalcum, a metal that has reached the divine level not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of heat resistance. And if he makes equipment for himself out of this metal oricalcum, Mong Shu came to the conclusion that in that case, he would indeed create truly divine equipment. But how could he do it? Where could he find so much heat? And yet, not long ago, he thought he had solved the problem with Mjolnir. The first thing that came to Shu mind was to use magic. But manipulating reality is a power different from magic, so he couldn't risk his life to create heat. Meng Shu asked what he should do in such a situation. The whole process was not going to go smoothly, no matter how hard he tried. Suddenly, Meng Shu had a flash of inspiration and figured out a way to heat the oricalcum sufficiently. Meanwhile, the S-rank hunters dealt with the Red Dragon. Li Herin asked her companions if they knew how many days had passed since they started looking like this. Were they still so shocked by it? Some bitch named Moon Taebom, or something like that, just collapsed on her own. Of course, she understands that she wasn't a low-rank hunter. She understands that, but Yuhana said that this teleportation wasn't just low-level, that this teleportation was beyond the level itself. Li Herin asked, is she talking about that teleportation? And was it really such incredible magic? Yuhana said it was incredible, and then asked, magic? However, this cannot be called magic. Li Xiong explained that space connection is just a theoretical concept of a wormhole, but in reality, it can never be realized. As an example, a giant tree that had lived for 1,000 years suddenly collapsed this morning because its lifespan had come to an end. Li Xiong asked Herin what she thought about this. Herin replied that she would probably be surprised by this, but that something like this could still happen. Li Xiong agreed and asked what if the heat from the sun suddenly cooled down today. Herin replied that it was completely impossible. Li Xiong said that this was indeed the case. It was something impossible, something that defied all reason. However, that was exactly what the hunter Meng Shu did. Puzzled, Li Herin admitted that she didn't fully understand it, but he did achieve it, didn't he? Suddenly, in the middle of the conversation, a notification sound was heard. Yuhan said it was for her and took out her phone. But when she saw who had written to her, she was very surprised. Noticing how Yuhana had changed, Herin asked what had happened. She had received a message from Shi Wu from the Conqueror of the World channel. Yuhan was a little puzzled, as it seemed somewhat familiar to her. Suddenly, she realized that it was Meng Shu who was the author of the Conqueror of the World channel. The Fire Witch, Yuhan's S-rank hunter channel, was a huge channel that had already gained 41 million subscribers. Her destructive trait amplifies any fire magic hundreds of times over. With her S-rank pyrokinesis, she created stunning visual content that attracted countless subscribers to the Fire Witch channel. Li Herin was surprised to hear about Shi Wu and asked what he wanted from them. Surely not an unfavorable offer of cooperation. And if he was going to propose cooperation, shouldn't it be at least an S-rank dungeon? So why did he suddenly call them to a C-rank dungeon? Moreover, it was strange that Yuhana accepted the offer like that. Yuhana told Herin that she didn't have to go with her if she didn't want to. After that, she said that Shi Wu was only asking for her cooperation. In that sense, Li Xun didn't need to come either. Li Xun admitted that he was just curious. After all, he wanted to know what kind of person the hunter Meng Shu was. He also didn't feel uncomfortable about it. Li Herin was simply shocked by these magicians. Meanwhile, Li Xun agreed with Yuhana to go with her. Since the two of them had already entered the dungeon, Herin didn't care anymore and just followed them. Seeing the S-rank hunters, Meng Shu was surprised at how quickly they had arrived. But they were not as calm as Shi Wu. Li Herin asked, what the hell? Why was Master Aurelian here? And even the S-rank hunter from France, Clement. Yuhana asked Hunter Meng Shu what kind of content he planned to make to propose cooperation. Meng Shu awkwardly said that about that. Then he apologized for asking her that question. But could she light a fire for him? Yuhana was puzzled to hear that he had called her to light the fire. Meng Shu explained that he was trying to melt oricalcum, but he couldn't generate a high enough temperature. Yuhana was surprised to hear about oricalcum. Meng Shu explained that oricalcum has incredibly high heat resistance, and most importantly, without a fire with a temperature of 10,000 degrees Celsius, it won't even start to heat up. That's why he thought that Miss Yuhan could generate enough heat. Lee Harin asked what he was talking about. It didn't matter what smelting Oricalum was, but did he have any idea what 10,000 degrees Celsius was? Lee Harin explained that the surface temperature of the sun is 5,800 degrees Celsius, but 10,000 degrees Celsius is almost twice as much. So does he really think that such heat is so easy to generate? Mong Shu was forced to admit that it was indeed not easy, and that was why he made the proposal to Ms. Hannah. If he could do it, then in turn, he would reward her by appearing in any joint content on her YouTube channel. Lee Harin was already getting annoyed, so she asked Shu who would even accept such an offer. Immediately afterwards, Hannah said with complete readiness that she would try. This greatly surprised Lee Harin. An angry Lee Harin asked if she could really increase the fire's power to 10,000 degrees Celsius. And even if she could, why would she want to do that? With a sparkle in her eyes, Hannah reminded her that Mong Shu had promised that he would later cooperate with her on any content. This puzzled Lee Harin once again. Hannah walked over to the two pieces of Oricalum and said that in that case, she could begin. Hannah took a breath and slowly raised her right hand. Then she used the high-level magic spell Inferno. Immediately after that, she added her trait to her spell. And in the next instant, the heat of her Inferno increased many times over thanks to her S-rank pyrokinesis. Seeing this, Lee Harin wondered what this was. Mong Shu was pleasantly surprised because such heat should be more than enough. Mong Shu asked everyone to step back a little and ran towards the pillar of fire. Then with a single leap, he soared into the sky and raised his right leg. Using the divine martial art of Hercules, Mong Shu's descending dragon strike hit the Oricalum. This caused enormous destruction, but most importantly, this method worked and he could already see the beginnings of his future equipment. Well, with the next strike, he had to complete the entire forging process. Mong Shu used Hercules' divine martial arts, Form 2, the sky-shattering super strike. Although Aurelian had seen Shu's power before, this time the blow was much stronger, which struck him again. It also struck Han, who was standing nearby. Even Lee Harin, who had recently been skeptical about this, couldn't believe what she saw. Trying to see something through the dust in place of the Oricalum, Mong Shu wondered if he had succeeded. Looking at his smartphone screen, Mong Shu saw the notification. You have created an incredible piece of equipment, which made him very happy. He had finally managed to create equipment of the incredible rank of Hephaestus. In addition, his divine metallurgy skill had increased significantly, adding +22.4% and finally reaching 59.67%. The system notified Shu that his divine metallurgy skill had exceeded a certain level and that now, equipment created with divine metallurgy would be granted special abilities. Mong Shu was clearly interested in the last point. After all, if this was what he thought it was, then all the equipment created by Hephaestus also possessed special abilities. He himself simply did not have enough skill for such a thing. Thinking about this, Mong Shu put on one of the gloves. Then he suddenly remembered what had happened to his previous glove, made from ogre tendons. Be that as it may, the main thing for him now was to find out whether the Oricalum gauntlet could withstand his strength or not. Wanting to find out, Mong Shu clenched his fist using his super strength. And to his great relief, the gauntlet withstood his strength. At that moment, his insight kicked in, and Mong Shu came to the conclusion that this glove was not just resistant to destruction, it was literally indestructible. This was a special ability granted to the gloves. An ability that ensured the gloves would not be destroyed under any circumstances. Indestructibility. Mong Shu suddenly wondered if these gloves were truly indestructible. Did that mean they could withstand Hercules' divine martial arts, which destroyed even the laws? A little afraid of how it might end, Mong Shu still decided to try, and he would start with the basic movements. After preparing himself, Mong Shu delivered a light punch. But as it turned out, this blow was enough to destroy the dungeon. The effect of his newly acquired Oricalum gloves completely exceeded Shu's expectations. As it turned out, not only were they indestructible, but their basic abilities were also amazing. Mong Shu thanked Miss Hannah for helping him with this matter. After that, he suggested that they get out of the collapsing dungeon as soon as possible. Park Doku finally got some sleep after long hours of editing the latest video. Suddenly, Doku noticed that it had become too quiet and turned around sharply. To her relief, the younger children were fine and just sleeping quietly. Park Doku told herself it was time to get back to work and went to the computer. Unfortunately for her, Mong Shu had already sent her a new video to edit. Doku had barely managed to finish editing the last video when a new one arrived. Park Dog-gu picked up her smartphone and squealed in surprise when she saw that a deposit of 20 million won had been credited to her account. It was probably the monthly bonus of 20 million won. After sending the bonus, Shi-woo wrote to Dogu about it and explained that he had sent her more because their number of subscribers had increased significantly recently, which meant she had a lot more work to do due to the new content. Mong Shu asked her to continue working in the same spirit. After receiving the bonus and reading the message from her boss, Park Dog-gu was thrilled. Raising her hands in the air, she shouted, "I'll do my best," and got to work. The So family's forge. The system notified Shi-woo that he had created an incredible piece of equipment, and that piece of equipment was a bracelet. Meng Shi-woo assumed that its rating was so good because it was made of Oricalum, and moreover, it also helped to improve his skill. Shi-woo's divine metallurgy increased by 5.1% to 64.77%. Shi-woo said that now that he was using Oricalum equipment, he no longer needed to go through unnecessary difficulties. Putting on the bracelet, he couldn't wait to find out what special abilities the Oricalum bracelet gave him. Even with his insight, Shi-woo was not entirely sure of the effect. But apparently this bracelet had the ability to allow his magical power to circulate more smoothly. In fact, although he uses a certain magical power thanks to Tai Chi Zhang Sanfeng, he still does not know how to control magic. Therefore, he could not understand how good this effect was. The use of magical power is classified into 5 stages. It all starts with the accumulation of magical power in the body. Next comes the circulation of the accumulated magical power, taking control of this magical power in order to use it more effectively. After that comes the strengthening of magical power so that it can have a greater effect later on. And finally, the expression of this power in the real world. Among them, Tai Chi is the accumulation stage, which accumulates the energy of Mother Nature. Meng Shu does not know how to use magic, but thanks to this bracelet, he will probably be able to replace the second stage, the circulation of magic. So doesn't that mean this bracelet is just incredible? For reasons unknown to himself, Shi-woo felt energy overflowing his body, and if he measured it, it would be about 50% stronger. The capabilities provided by the equipment are close to gambling, but he himself can engrave the features he needs on the equipment, as if he were cheating. So, Shi-woo decided to engrave the Oricalum bracelet just like the one he gave to Cherin. The system notified Shi-woo that he had engraved a powerful enhancement and also increased his reality manipulation skill by +1.12% to 12.5%. Although Meng Shi-woo had engraved many times, he was unlikely to get used to the feedback from using reality manipulation. Since this bracelet was made of Oricalum, Shi-woo assumed that the effect would increase his strength by at least 5%. But to his surprise, the effect of the bracelet exceeded all his calculations, because immediately after the bracelet was enchanted, the skill of all his traits was increased by 10%. After recovering from the shock, Meng Shi-woo noticed something even more surprising. It wasn't just 10%, but something impossible. Thanks to the effect of the engraving on his bracelet, the maximum skill of all his traits also increased by 10%. His current maximum is 110%. This meant that by exceeding his mastery of the trait, he would be able to become even stronger than Hercules. Realizing this, Meng Shu almost cried with happiness. Truly, even despite all the difficulties, forging Oricalum equipment was definitely worth it. Suddenly, Meng Shu heard, forming by cold forging, if the rolling and extrusion process is carried out by pure force rather than by machines, the forging effect will be more. The source of the conversation was So Palguan and Aurelian, who had been constantly talking to each other in recent days. After Aurelian saw the process of cleaning Oricalum, he began to ask questions from time to time when he didn't know something. Meng Shi-woo smiled and wondered if he now considered Mr. Palguan his friendly rival. Be that as it may, he didn't care about that now. More important was deciding what engraving he should put on this gauntlet. The initial attribute of indestructibility had already been engraved on this gauntlet. Perhaps the enhancement effect would be the best option. But since the engraving effect could not be copied, the enhancement would be ineffective. Besides, it seemed to him that it was still incomplete. And this was even though it possessed an absolute law that remained unchanged regardless of strength. The power of transcendence, which destroys even immutable laws, the power of Hercules' SS-rank divine martial arts, makes the indestructible attribute stable. However, if his mastery of divine martial arts continues to grow, then one day even Oricalum gauntlets with the attribute of indestructibility may not be able to withstand it. Considering the advanced techniques he will learn in the future, he should strengthen the gauntlets even more. As expected, the best engraving for the gauntlet would probably be growth. Using the engraving of growth, he will be able to create a state in which a kind of enhancement of the item is possible. Enhancing equipment means exceeding the original limits of its capabilities. Although this is impossible, but now that his skill in manipulating reality has increased, with his increased power, such impossibilities should become possible. However, the return from such powerful spells becomes much stronger than before. He felt as if the entire infinite space itself denied his existence, and he was fighting alone in complete isolation. Having finished his work with spells, Mong Shu bent over from exhaustion. The system notified him that he had completed the engraving of growth, and his manipulation of reality had increased by another 0.3%, reaching 25.85%. In addition, his gentlemanly mind skill increased by 1.6%. Feeling the full impact on himself, the trembling Mong Shu tried to catch his breath. Initially, he thought that everything would be a little easier, since his level of reality manipulation had increased. But, as it turned out, the impact this time was just crazy. Using his insight, Mong Shu checked the gauntlet and found that the attribute of indestructibility had been slightly enhanced. To strengthen it further, he would probably need to use Oricalum as a material for additional reinforcement. But where could he find more Oricalum? Mong Shu turned to the old men behind him, who were so eagerly discussing blacksmithing. Mong Shu had already used all the Oricalum he had received from Aurelian, 2 pieces for making gloves and the last one for a bracelet. Mong Shu recalled that, according to rumors, these pieces of Oricalum were worth at least tens of billions of won, with some even saying hundreds of billions. So did that mean he had just spent 300 billion won? Glancing awkwardly at Aurelian, Shu told himself that he would definitely teach him some divine metallurgy techniques later. As far as Shu had heard, Oricalum sometimes appeared in dungeons above S rank, and in order to write a guide to becoming an S rank hunter, he would probably need to become an S rank hunter himself soon. Meng Shu sighed at all these thoughts. Not long ago, he thought that he would finally be able to rest a little after finishing the Oricalum equipment, but there were still many things he needed to do. Looking at today's date, Mong Shu remembered that today was also the day of his lessons with Han Cherin. He was too busy. Mong Shu wondered if it was possible to learn the cloning technique on GodTube, Li Yijun's guild headquarters. Li Yijun was interested in this Mong Shu that everyone was talking about, so he started studying the available materials about him. Li Yijun wanted to know if he really saved Master Aurelian all by himself. It's hard to say if that makes sense. However, it seems that this guy is not just an amateur. After watching the video further, Li Yijun's attention was drawn to the equipment Mong Shu was wearing. Does it make any sense to destroy the dungeon with force alone? Of course not. Li Yijun suggested that it was all about the special feature hidden in his equipment. Most likely, he received this equipment as a gift for successfully rescuing Aurelian. Li Yijun asked how someone like that dared to possess Aurelian's equipment. Li Yijun jumped up in anger. Seeing Aurelian's equipment on such a person was as unpleasant to him as seeing a person wearing clothes that did not suit them. Li Yijun decided that this treasure must find its rightful owner. Underground Training Hall, SH Hunters Guild. Mong Shu was conducting another training fight with Han Cherin. As it turned out, the training had a positive effect on Cherin. Shu suggested that the recent special training session at the Forge had been very effective. The 3 elements of martial arts, mind, ki, and body. Han Cherin's ki is supported by Tai Chi. Han Cherin's body is supported by the heavenly body, but her mind cannot keep up with these two. Until now, Han Cherin's balance had been severely disrupted, but now everything has changed. Thanks to her firm and unwavering mind, Cherin's energy and body are finally able to manifest their true power. Things cannot continue this way. Initially, he thought about simply giving up. This would have strengthened her confidence, but it seems that it is now almost impossible for him to fight her with a sword. At this moment, Cherin is not a delicate woman or the youngest granddaughter of the SH group. She is now a martial arts master. To surrender while fighting someone who strives for the extremes of martial arts would be simply unacceptable. Suddenly, Han Cherin noticed something strange in Shuwu's movements. With a swing of her sword, Cherin deflected the sword flying towards her. But at that moment, Shuwu's fist was right next to her face. Suddenly, throwing his sword at Cherin, Shuwu circled around her and delivered the finishing blow. Han Cherin admitted defeat, then told Shiwu that she had not expected him to throw his sword. Meng Shu told Cherin that she must be prepared for all possibilities, because in a real fight, you never know how all the variables will play out. Han Cherin admitted that she had thought she was getting closer to his level, but now she could clearly see that she still had a long way to go. Meng Shu told Cherin that today's lesson was over. He could clearly see that, unlike her former self, Cherin had begun to better control the fire in her heart. Kang Minjai suddenly entered the training hall and apologized for disturbing them. He then said that a guest had arrived, but that this guest had not come to see Ms. Cherin. He had come from Mong Shu. Mong Shu and Han Cherin were surprised to hear this. Then Li Yejun came out and asked, "So you're Mong Shu?" Puzzled by the stranger's appearance, Shu asked if they had met before. Han Cherin remembered that this man was an S-class hunter, Li Yejun. Li Yejun turned to Meng Shu and suggested they get straight to the point. Li Yejun asked Shu where the equipment he was using was. Meng Shu was surprised to hear this. He wanted to know why S-class hunter Li Yejun had suddenly decided to find him. And what equipment was he talking about? Unless Meng Shu guessed what he was talking about. Meng Shu took 2 gloves out of thin air, put them on, and asked if that was what he was talking about. Li Yejun was surprised to see this and asked if it was a subspace pocket. Meng Shu replied angrily that it was. He was already getting annoyed at how this bastard dared to talk to him so informally. Li Yejun said that he was interested in both the gloves and the subspace storage bag, so he was willing to buy both. Li Yejun asked how much he wanted for both items. Meng Shu asked if he had really come to buy them. Hearing this, Li Yejun gritted his teeth in anger and wondered how this son of a bitch dared to speak to him so informally. Pretending to think about it, Meng Shu said that if he were to set a price, it would be 2 pieces of Oricalum plus the cost of labor. All of this would cost about 300 billion won. Li Yejun asked if he was trying to make fun of him. He is willing to pay 30 billion won for these items, but he is not going to raise the price any higher. Meng Shu wondered who this person was to bargain with him like this. Meng Shu asked Yejun what would happen if he didn't sell him his items. Li Yejun replied that in that case, releasing his aura, Li Yejun said that he would have no other choice. A treasure becomes a treasure when you have the strength to protect it. But for the weak, a treasure is no different from a disaster. Meng Shu asked what the hell he was talking about. Did this bastard really think he could just take and steal his things by using his power? Meng Shu tried to understand if this bastard had accidentally gone mad. Li Yejun demanded that Shu prove to him that he was worthy of having this equipment. If Shu refused, he would simply take it by force. Meng Shu couldn't understand why Yejun wanted to take what belonged to him. Suddenly, Han Cherin jumped in front of Shu and told Li Yejun that he was being too rude. Li Yejun explained that rudeness on the part of the strong is not rudeness at all. It is the truth. Meng Shu sighed inwardly. Now he was sure that this bastard had really gone mad. What kind of criminal thinking was this? Han Cherin pointed her blade at Li Yejun and said that first he had to prove that he was strong enough. Meng Shu tried to explain to Cherin that she shouldn't go against him now, but Cherin interrupted him, saying that she came out because this guy was rude to Shu. Meng Shu was puzzled, wondering if Cherin was angry now. But why was she suddenly angry? Han Cherin told Li Yejun that if she won, he would have to apologize to Mr. Shu. Li Yejun smiled and asked if she really thought that was possible. Meng Shu tried to understand what was going on. Han Cherin told Yejun that since he was an S-rank hunter like her, she would fight him with all her strength. Li Yejun smiled and said that it was simply ridiculous. Did she really think she could defeat him if she used all her strength in battle? Li Yejun suggested that Cherin thought too highly of herself since people called her the genius of the century or something like that. Then he said that he had heard that during the last kidnapping incident, she had been kidnapped by S-rank criminals, and she hadn't even been able to put up any resistance. Trying to provoke her, Li Yejun said that, as expected, she was still a child. In fact, he thought it would be ridiculous if she lost her composure because of such a simple provocation. But she would do just that. Since she insisted so much, Li Yejun agreed to show Cherin what a truly strong person was like. He was even willing to let her make the first move. Closing his eyes, Li Yejun asked Han Cherin to show him her best punch. At that moment, Cherin instantly approached him and immediately delivered a blow that Yejun barely dodged. Han Cherin exceeded Li Yejun's expectations. He tried to understand when she had managed to get so close. And how the hell did he not notice any movement on her part? Lee Ye-jun decided that the first thing he had to do was create some distance between them, so he jumped back. But at that very moment, Cherin's blade was right at his neck. Han Cherin asked him to admit defeat and kneel down immediately to apologize to Mr. Shiwu. Lee Ye-jun pushed the sword away with his hand and said that he could not accept this because she had caught him with such a cowardly and despicable attack. Han Cherin reminded him that he had said he was willing to give her the first attack. Lee Ye-jun explained that he had said he would give her the right to make the first move, but he had not allowed her to attack treacherously. Han Cherin said that if this were a real fight, anything could have happened, so it was his fault for not being prepared. Or did he, an S-rank hunter, not even have the basic fundamentals of combat? Han Cherin again ordered him to kneel and apologize to Mr. Shiwu. Unwilling to accept defeat and humiliate himself so easily, Lee Ye-jun said once again that he would not accept it. Han Cherin commented on Ye-jun's behavior as unsightly. Lee Ye-jun again suggested that Cherin attack first. Mong Shu realized that things were clearly not going well, as Cherin's opponent was still an S-rank hunter. So does that mean he should stop them? Or should he not? Suddenly, Shiwu remembered something and asked himself, wasn't he a nutter? After another exchange of attacks, Han Cherin and Lee Ye-jun crossed swords again. With a sharp movement, Han Cherin swung her sword lightning fast, delivering a powerful horizontal strike. But Lee Ye-jun managed to block the attack and jump back. Trying to stay in the room where the two S-rank hunters were fighting, Kang Min-jae asked Shiwu if they shouldn't stop them. But Meng Shiwu had no intention of answering him. From what he saw, Shiwu could tell that even though Cherin had studied Zhang Sanfeng's SS-ranked Tai Chi, she was still unable to handle him properly. In addition, her opponent, Lee Ye-jun, was one of Korea's 6 S-rank hunters, a hunter who possesses a cheat trait that allows him to copy weapons, habits, approaches, and even the unique traits of his opponent. Lee Ye-jun admitted that Cherin wasn't so bad after all. His trait is an S-rank copy. But even so, he is not omnipotent because he is unable to copy anything beyond his copying capabilities. This man is probably jealous of their high-quality equipment, the sword of Aureliar that Cherin possesses, and his Oricalum gauntlets. Lee Ye-jun lifted his bangs and looked down at Cherin, asking her what she was doing. Why was she acting as if her skills were so terrible? After all, she was still no stronger than an insect. Lee Ye-jun's words clearly hurt Han Cherin, and she ordered him to shut his mouth immediately and rushed into attack. Seeing that Cherin had fallen for her opponent's provocation, Meng Shiwu realized that she would probably lose in this situation. This meant that he had no other choice. Closing the distance between them, Han Cherin delivered a wide horizontal strike, which Lee Ye-jun easily dodged. Immediately after that, he spun around and kicked Cherin. At the last moment, Cherin managed to block the blow with her hands, softening the damage a little. She flew a short distance and landed awkwardly on her feet. Lee Ye-jun asked if that was all she was capable of. It looked so insignificant. After succumbing to Ye-jun's provocation, Cherin barely managed to block his blow, causing her mental state to deteriorate and her anxiety to increase. Meng Shu turned to Miss Cherin and said that her mind was too tense right now, then asked if she remembered the 3 important aspects of Tai Chi that he had talked about. Han Cherin thought for a moment when she heard that her mind was too tense. A second later, she understood what Shiwu was talking about, because she had indeed reacted too painfully to Ye-jun's provocation. Han Cherin told herself that she needed to calm her mind, Chi, body, and mind. These 3 components of Tai Chi must come into harmony. Han Cherin calmed her mind by achieving balance. Even from a distance, Lee Ye-jun noticed that Han Cherin's aura had suddenly changed. Lee Ye-jun couldn't help but wonder what the 3 key aspects of Tai Chi were that the guy had pointed out to her. Calming her mind, Han Cherin stood in a stance and offered to show Lee Ye-jun her true power. At that moment, she jumped back and rushed straight at Ye-jun. For some reason, she had a hidden power that Ye-jun couldn't copy no matter how hard he tried. In the second that Han Cherin was in motion, Lee Ye-jun tried again and again to use his trait on her, but for some reason, it was useless. As soon as Ye-jun realized this, Han Cherin had already approached him and told him that it was over. Unwilling to accept this, Lee Ye-jun shouted at Cherin that she was only an A-rank hunter and that his own strength was more than enough to deal with her. Putting all his strength into his blade, Lee Ye-jun counterattacked Han Cherin, causing their blades to clash. The collision of such powerful blows created a shockwave that finally knocked Kang Min-jae off his feet. Immediately after that, a powerful energy explosion occurred at the point of collision between Han Cherin and Kang Min-jae. Through the thick veil of smoke, Han Cherin heard Mong Shu trying to call out to her, but soon his voice faded away completely. A few days later, Mong Shu exclaimed that it was simply unbelievable. After all, he finally gained 250,000 subscribers on his channel, conqueror of the world. At that moment, Shu thought that this Ye Jun was simply insane. Out of nowhere, he suddenly started demanding that he give him equipment. Be that as it may, thanks to Ye Jun, his YouTube channel finally experienced explosive growth. Shuwoo's chair couldn't withstand him leaning back, causing it to tip over and giving him quite a painful sensation. He got too carried away and was very frightened by what happened. In any case, the comments under the latest video were flooded with reactions. Commenters laughed at how a powerful S-rank hunter lost to an A+ rank and went from being unbeatable to beatable, LOL. Someone even wondered if Han Cherin would one day become one of the 13 hero hunters. Although people were happy about Han Cherin's victory, in reality Han Cherin had been unconscious for some time. Rushing to Cherin's aid after the explosion, Mong Shu lifted her up and tried to bring her back to consciousness, but it was all in vain. If he hadn't started treating her with his S+ rank divine medical arts, things could have turned out much worse. But at the same time, since Yejun was already an experienced S-rank hunter, there was no need to worry about him, as he was still conscious. Although in fact he soon suffered from something other than Tai Chi's power. Meng Shu suddenly heard the sound of a message coming in and wondered who it could be. After reading the message, Meng Shu realized who it was. It was Han Mina, Aunt Cherin, apologizing for contacting him so suddenly. SH Group headquarters. Han Mina admitted that it was a very unexpected request, but even so, she thanks Shu for responding to her. Meng Shu awkwardly said that since she was his aunt, he would be happy to make time for her. Han Mina had to admit that Shu was a smooth talker. Han Mina told Shu that she had seen the video he uploaded to YouTube and that she had contacted him because they wanted to use the video as promotional material for SH Group. So, at that moment, Shu realized that both Han Cherin and her aunt Han Mina didn't care about trivial matters at all. So he wondered if this was a special trait of the Han family. Meng Shu decided to clarify whether he understood correctly that they wanted to use the video of Han Mina and Lee Yejun's fight to promote SH Group. Han Mina replied that he was correct and that he probably didn't know yet. But Cherin was about to sign a major contract with Mao Tao Corporation. Meng Shu was surprised to hear about Mao Tao and asked if she was talking about the Chinese hunting company. Han Mina immediately confirmed this. She then explained that if they could use this video, they could really help Cherin. She would be able to successfully close the deal. Also, they weren't asking for this for free. He would be given a guarantee in return. Meng Shu asked what kind of guarantee she was talking about. Han Mina said that they would still need to conduct a thorough business analysis, but in the worst case, he could get about 20 billion won. Meng Shu realized that he had made a mistake in deciding to drink, because when he heard about the 20 billion, he was so shocked that he spat out everything he had drunk. Meng Shu apologized for what had happened and immediately wiped the table. Han Mina asked Shu to wait for her for a moment, as she had an urgent phone call to make. Meng Shu still couldn't believe what he had heard, because how could someone so carelessly give away 20 billion won? After finishing the call, Han Mina apologized to Shu and hurried to the door, explaining that apparently she needed to go to the chairman's office right away. Puzzled by Han Mina's quick departure, Meng Shu said that he understood everything and wished her a pleasant journey. The chairman's office. After knocking on the door, Han Mina addressed the chairman and said that Director Han Mina had arrived. Chairman Han Tai-sun said she could come in. Immediately after that, Han Mina rushed in and asked if it was true that Mao Tao did not want to sign a contract with Cherin. The eldest son, Han Kwanguk, reminded Han Mina that she was in front of the chairman and asked her not to raise her voice. After that, the second son, Han Jae-min, added that this was not a family meeting, but a meeting of executives. The third son, Han Jong-jin, explained to Han Mina that even though she was the youngest, she still had to behave appropriately for her age. Han Mina involuntarily clicked her tongue and asked, "What? And why are all my brothers here?" Han Tae-san ordered her to sit down. He then said that, as they had already heard, they had received a call from Mao Tao informing them that the contract had fallen through. Han Mina reminded him that this contract was worth 11 trillion won, and now he was saying that they had canceled it overnight. What was the reason? Han Tai-san replied that according to Mao Tao, they couldn't trust the SH Hunters Guild. Han Mina said that in that case, they shouldn't have signed a contract with them in the first place. Han Kwang-guk reminded his younger sister that they might have their own reasons for doing so. Han Mina asked what other circumstances there could be. After all, if this contract raises the status of Cherin, a person who cannot take away their shares, then they probably took these measures in advance. Han Kwang-guk shuddered at her words. Han Kwang-guk was clearly angry, replying that it was a rather ridiculous assumption. Also, this contract was very important to SH Group. After that, he said that he was not the kind of person who would take shares away from his niece, for which he would decide to terminate a contract worth 11 trillion won. Han Mina asked if, after she became the head of SH Construction, he remembered how much damage the company had suffered because of one particular person. The media was full of news that the SH Group's luxury apartments were built with cheap materials. Han Kwang-guk asked if she was accusing him of substituting materials without any evidence. Han Mina said that if he wanted to fight, he should fight her, but he shouldn't touch the child who knows nothing. Just as Han Kwang-guk was about to respond to Han Mina, a tapping sound echoed through the room. Han Kwang-guk was forced to admit that he had behaved shamefully, after which Han Mina also apologized to the chairman. Han Tai-san said that the matter with Mao Tao was not yet over, and until that happened, Mao Tao said they would come immediately for negotiations. Chang Wei from Mao Tao would be arriving in Korea soon. Everyone was stunned by what they heard. After all, this very Zhang Wei is a direct disciple of Yun Weiren himself. Zhang Wei is a disciple of one of the 13 heroes who saved humanity. Han Mina jumped up and asked her father if this meant that Zhang Wei would be negotiating directly with Cherin. He immediately confirmed this. Immediately after that, Han Mina reminded him that Cherin was still too young and that she still had a lot to learn in the field of management. Han Tai-sun said that their SH Group is the #1 company in Korea. He added that Korea's political and business circles revolve around SH Group as if they revolve around the sun. As long as they lead their group, they will have to go through great trials and difficulties in the future. And Cherin is also a member of SH Group. Han Tai-san asked Han Min-woo to remember this, then let him go. Meanwhile, Mong Shu was training outdoors. Meng Shu performed a series of lightning-fast attacks, then lunged forward, delivering a horizontal attack and bouncing off the ground. Immediately after that, he attacked with all his strength, striking down with his fist. Watching this, Hercules wondered what the hell he was doing here, and why was Shi Wu suddenly doing so well. Meng Shu spun around sharply, delivering a wide kick. Sometime later, after Shi Wu sat down to rest, a shocked Hercules asked if he really couldn't feel the difference. Surprised by what he heard, Shi Wu asked if anything had really changed. After that, he admitted that he himself was not sure what had changed. Hercules said that even just watching him train, he could see how much he had improved. Meng Shu looked at the bracelet and asked, "Is it really because of the bracelet?" The enhancing engraving on the bracelet increased all of his skills by 10%. Meanwhile, Hercules' divine martial arts skills had reached 28.51%. Hercules acknowledged that in terms of growth rate, Shiwu was undoubtedly a genius. But if you look deeper, there was no one more dull-witted than him. Meng Shu was forced to admit that even though his skills had improved, he was still unable to master the next technique. After that, he asked if it was even possible for him to learn it. Hercules agreed that it would be really difficult, because in the end it was not a technique, but a form. Meng Shu asked what other forms there were. Hercules replied that his divine martial arts consisted of techniques and forms. A technique is a series of continuous movements that combine basic techniques. Form, on the other hand, is a series of continuous movements that combine such techniques. And what Shiwu is currently studying is precisely form, not technique. That is precisely why it is so difficult for him to learn it. The system informed Shiwu that after such explanations, even Zhuge Liang hesitated and began to shake his head, despite his S+ insight. Seeing that he clearly did not understand anything, Hercules said that he would simply demonstrate it and asked Shiwu to watch more carefully. Raising his knee, Hercules explained that the first technique, the descending dragon strike, was a technique that embodied the essence of kicking. Then Hercules raised his hand and explained that the sky-shattering super strike contained the essence of striking. These were all techniques. whereas form is a synthesis of the essence embodied in these two techniques. And thanks to all this, Hercules crouched down. Immediately after that, he delivered a series of quick punches in front of him, then finished with a few kicks. Thanks to all this, Shu is able to perform continuous movements. Mong Shu giggled nervously, then asked if he would ever be able to learn to do the same. To which Hercules replied that of course he would, and it would probably take about 12 years. In any case, by that time he would already be able to see at least some progress. Mong Shu apologized for asking such a question and asked, 12 years? But he was constantly working on reconstructing his body. Hercules asked if that was true. But in that case, if he completely reconstructed his body, it would take about 4 years. Even 4 years instead of 12 disappointed Shu. Suddenly, Hercules added one, but Hercules said that if Shu took his special lessons, everything might still change. Mong Shu apologized for not understanding something and asked Hercules, Incheon International Airport. One of the reporters said that he was here, and immediately everyone waited to turn on their cameras. After all, Zhang Wei himself had just arrived in Korea. Zhang Wei demanded a report. Immediately after that, the woman reported to him that a meeting with the SH Hunters Guild was scheduled in 2 days. Zhang Wei asked if there was a reason for this, and if he really had to wait 2 days. The secretary apologized. The cameras around him continued to snap photos of Zhang Wei, which was starting to get annoying. As soon as Zhang Wei glanced at them, all the cameras suddenly malfunctioned. While the puzzled cameramen tried to figure out what was wrong with the cameras, Zhang Wei and the secretary calmly left the airport. Looking out the bus window, Shu continued to think about his special training with Hercules. He understood that even if the reconstruction of his body had made some progress, and even so, it would take a whole 4 years. Considering the reconstruction of the body, learning the form would take too long. If he received special training from Hercules, perhaps he could learn faster. Meng Shu decided to try checking out some other channels on GodTube first. But as soon as Meng Shu saw the cost of the next monthly subscription, he froze. Suddenly, he shouted, "Why are you 16 million won?" Which scared the people on the bus. The current subscription fee was already 15.1 billion won. As he walked toward the bus exit, Meng Shu began to ponder the monthly sum of 31.1 billion won. One of the passers-by even thought that this man had mental problems. 31.1 billion won was already a considerable sum, and it was on par with what one could win on a popular TV show. Thinking about this huge amount of money, Meng Shu froze with horror on his face. The man from the bus thought that this man was clearly insane and hurried away from him. After shouting himself hoarse, Meng Shu sighed and said that he had to continue making money, as he simply had no other choice. But then he thought maybe he could just go somewhere and earn money. Han Mina awkwardly said that for this very reason, the filming of the commercial she had mentioned would have to be suspended. Meng Shu was stunned because his 20 billion, could it be that the contract with Maotao Corporation? Meng Shu asked if that meant their contract was off. Han Mina replied that it was indeed the case. After all, her contract was with Maotao Corporation. With this contract, Cherin's position in SH Group would be significantly strengthened. But at the same time, there were several people who clearly did not want this. Meng Shu suggested that it was all about the power struggle over the conglomerate's management. Han Mina said that they still had a chance because Zhang Wei had come to Korea to meet with Cherin. Meng Shu cheered up when he heard that he still had a chance to get 20 billion for a new subscription and asked if that meant there was hope. Han Mina said the chances were slim. She then explained that there is something called guanxi, a unique Chinese cultural concept. Shu can think of it as a kind of network. It is a network that is very difficult for outsiders to navigate. And if the problems of guanxi culture cannot be solved, negotiations will be virtually impossible. That's exactly right. They have 2 days left before the negotiations begin, so they must do everything possible. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and the man said he had an urgent message. Han Mina said he could come in. Han Mina then asked what was the matter. The man replied that the matter was that, right now Zhang Wei is at the SH Hunters Guild, and that the Maotao Corporation had begun negotiations with the young lady Cherin. Han Mina was shocked by what she heard, because it happened too suddenly. The SH Hunters Guild. Zhang Wei said that the current contract for joint dungeon raids was considered unprofitable for the Maotao Corporation. Han Cherin decided to mention the terms of the contract. According to the contract, they receive 30% of the byproducts from their raids, so she does not consider this to be a significant loss for the Maotao Corporation. Zhang Wei said that even so, this contract is not so easy to accept because it will not be easy for them to let foreign hunters into the dungeons of China. In addition, the process of persuading the Public Security Bureau would also be difficult. Han Cherin said that she had heard that there are many dungeons in China that no one can conquer. For this reason, breakthroughs occur from time to time, resulting in countless human casualties. If they continue working on the contract, the damage can be significantly reduced. That is why she believes that convincing the Public Security Bureau will not be so difficult. Zhang Wei asked Han Cherin if she really believed that the SH Hunters Guild had such capabilities. Han Cherin opened her laptop and invited Zhang Wei to watch a video of her sparring with an S-rank hunter. After that, Zhang Wei paused and watched the sparring between Han Cherin and Li Yejun. After watching part of the video, Zhang Wei admitted that she wasn't that bad. Suddenly, he saw something that struck him. Because this power... Zhang Wei asked, how the hell did she even possess this power? Han Cherin said that it was a martial art taught to her by Mr. Mong Shu. Zhang Wei thought about this Mong Shu. At that moment, the door to the hall opened, and Han Mina apologized for the intrusion. Zhang Wei asked who this Mong Shu was. Shu then pointed to himself and asked if he was the one Zhang Wei was talking about. Zhang Wei asked if he was the Mong Shu, but Shu did not understand what he was saying. Han Cherin translated that he wanted to know if his name was Shi Wu. Meng Shu was surprised to learn that Han Cherin knew Chinese, which she confirmed again. As it turned out, this girl was even more incredible than he had thought. Zhang Wei asked Shi Wu if he was the one who taught Tai Chi to the master hunters of the SH Guild. Shi Wu replied that it was him. Zhang Wei then asked how he knew and how he could use the power of their sect. Meng Shu asked what he meant by their sects. Then he wondered if that meant that Zhang Wei's sect was the same sect as Zhang Sanfeng's. In China, each sect has its own unique martial arts, and Zhang Wei is a member of Zhang Sanfeng's sect. He is also one of the disciples who practices Tai Chi. Zhang Wei asked Shi Wu where he learned about Tai Chi and how he uses it. Meng Shu smiled, because if everything went well, he might be able to use Chinese Guanxi culture. Meng Shu told Zhang Wei that it was a secret technique passed down in his family from generation to generation. Zhang Wei was surprised to hear this and asked if that meant Tai Chi was a family secret. Shi replied that it was. Immediately after that, Zhang Wei asked if this meant that he was claiming to be a military descendant of the ancestor Meng. Meng Shu said that this was correct and that the Tai Chi they were talking about. Meng Shu turned to Zhang Wei and asked if he knew that Tai Chi originated from their family. Han Mina still couldn't understand what Shu was talking about. The way he was talking about the Chinese sect was almost like declaring war on them. Han Mina awkwardly turned to Mr. Zhang Wei and said that it seemed there had been a misunderstanding. Suddenly, he jumped up from the table and shouted, "What did he just say? Is he trying to insult our sect?" Meng Shu understood that he was studying under Zhang Sanfeng himself. This meant that, in a way, he was the source. Meng Shu calmly asked how much he knew about Tai Chi. Zhang Wei asked if he really wanted to challenge him to a duel. Shi Wu replied that not exactly. He wanted to show him what he knew about Tai Chi. Zhang Wei said that he had to see everything for himself. Underground Training Hall, SH Hunters Guild. Zhang Wei told Shi Wu that Tai Chi was a unique martial art of Wudang since the true man, Zhang Sanfeng, founded it. His legacy is inherited like an ancient and unchanging force. However, Shi Wu did not care about this at all because he had learned Tai Chi directly from Zhang Sanfeng himself. It didn't matter to Zhang Wei whether Shi Wu was the successor to Elder Meng, but even if he was, the lineage of Confucian martial arts had been broken here a long time ago. In other words, this man had stolen and studied the power of Tai Chi. As the current head of the sect, he had no right to turn a blind eye to this. Zhang Wei stood in a fighting stance, exuding the aura of Tai Chi. Han Mina had no idea how things had turned out this way. In any case, when it was all over, there could be no more talk of a contract. Zhang Wei said that he would give Shi Wu the right to strike first. Shi Wu promised that he would not hold back. And in the next moment, Zhang Wei saw Shi Wu literally disappear from his spot. Immediately after that, he attacked him out of nowhere. At the last moment, Zhang Wei managed to block Shi Wu's blow and saw that this power was indeed Tai Chi. Suddenly, Shi Wu spun in the air and struck. Zhang Wei tried to understand. Was he trying to test his strength in the air? Zhang Wei shouted that this was enough and that he would now show Shi Wu what real Tai Chi was. Suddenly, a sword mark cut through the air and Shi Wu appeared behind Zhang Wei. Immediately after that, Zhang Wei suddenly began coughing up blood profusely. The members of Zhang's sect couldn't believe what was happening, because right before their eyes, their sect leader had suffered internal injuries. At the same time, Zhang Wei was trying to understand what had just happened. How could this have happened? Somehow, his Tai Chi had been absorbed. Moreover, did this mean that this man's Tai Chi was more fundamental? Gritting his teeth, Zhang Wei said that this was impossible. This simply cannot be. Suddenly, Shi Wu sensed a change in Zhang Wei. The cult members said that this was bad and that they had to stop him. Zhang Wei was completely convinced that the source of Tai Chi was within him. A cult member shouted that the leader had fallen into Qi deviation, which made him unstable. The instability in Zhang Wei's Qi was so strong that the cult members couldn't even approach him and shouted for him to stop. Among all the spectators in the room, only Han Cherin felt less pressure than the others. Meng Shu was forced to admit that it was too dangerous and that if things continued like this, the building would soon collapse. With all this raging Qi in the air, he had no choice but to. All things and all phenomena that came before him have no beginning and no end. Tai Chi is the highest harmony in the universe. The divine martial arts of Hercules. Form 2. The sky-shattering super strike. At the last moment, Zhang Wei saw a huge blue tiger in front of him. Zhang Wei heard someone's voice, after which they continued to call him until he finally opened his eyes. A subordinate asked the leader if he was okay. Zhang Wei asked what had just happened. One of the subordinates then explained that the sect leader had fallen into Qi deviation. Zhang Wei was surprised to hear this. He asked why he was unharmed and had not suffered significant damage. The subordinate said that a man named Mong Shu had taken control of his internal energy. Zhang Wei simply could not believe it and asked how he managed to control his internal energy. Turning to the unconscious Shi, he asked again, "This man? His internal energy? More fundamental than him, with a deeper source than him, and is it Tai Chi?" While Han Mina and Han Cherin were trying to revive Shi, Zhang Wei, who had regained consciousness, approached them. Zhang Wei told them that Shi was just unconscious. Hearing Zhang Wei's voice, Han Mina and Cherin blocked Shi and ordered him to stop. Han Mina reminded Zhang Wei that their duel was already over. Suddenly, he shouted, "The leader of the Udan sect, son of Zhang Ilmun, Zhang Wei." He then bowed and greeted Shi as the descendant of the great founder. Sage Group headquarters. Han Cherin assumed that the negotiations between Han Cherin and Mao Tao must have already been completed. Han Zhongjin recalled that Zhang Wei was very impatient, and he had heard that Mina was there too. Han Cherin was surprised to hear about Mina and asked why she would go there. Han Zhongjin replied that it should be obvious. She went because she was worried about their niece. She went even though it was unlikely she could help in any way. Zhang Zhongjin asked how about he tried to make a move on Mina since they were there. Han Cherin was surprised to hear this and asked if that was really what he wanted. Han Xiaojin said he could do it alone. Han Cherin advised his brother to forget about it, because even though Mina was the youngest of them, she was clearly not someone to be trifled with. As a result of his actions, he could even get badly burned. Therefore, he should leave Mina alone. Once they got the shares of Cherin, Mina would cease to have any significance for them. More importantly, Han Cherin asked his older brother how he managed to do it. Han Kuang-guk asked what he was talking about, to which he replied, "About Mao Tao, sir." With a slight smile, Han Kuang-guk asked what he could do. Suddenly, one of the employees burst into the office and shouted to the director that they had urgent news. Han Kuang-guk asked what was going on. The employee explained that the contract between Mao Tao and the SH Hunters Guild had been signed. Han Cherin asked what the hell he was talking about. Han Zhongjin said that it was simply impossible. The subordinate said he didn't know the details, but Mao Tao had stated that as long as the descendant of their great founder was there, they would agree to anything. Han Kuang-guk asked who this great founder was. He demanded an immediate explanation. The subordinate said he wasn't sure, but apparently it was because of some guy named Mong Shu. Hearing this name, Han Kuang-guk gritted his teeth in anger. He had already encountered this guy, and it had ended in an unpleasant meeting. Siraj Hospital. A satisfied Han Mina reported on the phone that the contract with Mao Tao had been successfully signed. Mao Tao, who had been hesitant even with a relative commission of 30%, was offered to completely waive all commissions. Han Mina admitted that she wasn't sure what the problem was, but it seemed to be related to their Guanxi culture. At that moment, Shi finally came to his senses. Han Mina said that according to Mao Tao, they couldn't charge the descendant of the great founder. Meng Shu sat up and looked around, surprised to find himself in a different hospital room. Hearing Shiwu, Han Mina asked the person on the other end of the phone to wait and promised to call back in a while. Hanging up the phone, Han Mina asked Shiwu, "Are you finally awake? How is your body and are you feeling well?" Feeling a little awkward about so many questions, Shiwu replied that he was fine. Then he looked around and asked, "Where's Cherin?" Han Mina found it amusing that the first thing Shiwu did after waking up was look for Cherin. She then told him that Cherin was currently finalizing a contract with Zhang Wei. Meng Shu asked about the contract, which was on the verge of falling through, and Han Mina said that the SH Hunters Guild and Mao Tao had decided to sign the contract after all. Moreover, it is a rather innovative project. Turning around, Han Mina smiled and said that it was all thanks to Shiwu's help. Surprised by what he heard, Shiwu asked how he was doing and what he had managed to accomplish. Heading for the exit, Han Mina promised to explain everything in more detail when they arrived at headquarters. But now she had an unfinished work call to make. Han Mina told Shiwu to get ready and leave the ward, as the doctor said he could be discharged as soon as he woke up. Mong Shu simply agreed with her. He had just woken up and didn't yet understand what was going on. The Tai Chi he used at the end, Shiwu wondered. Did he lose consciousness because of the super shockwave that destroyed the sky? Suddenly, Shiwu heard his smartphone ring. Lord Hercules was requesting a video call. Meng Shu wondered why this guy was suddenly calling him. Was it because of the special training? In any case, he picked up the phone. As soon as Shiwu answered the call, Hercules immediately said that he had put together a special training program. Then he was surprised to see where Shiwu was and asked him not to tell him that he was back in the hospital. What if he used his superpowers in divine martial arts? At the very least, Shiwu shouldn't be getting hit. Shiwu said that no one had hit him and that it happened because he couldn't control his strength. Hercules was surprised to hear this and asked how he couldn't control his strength. Shiwu explained that it happened when he added Tai Chi to his sky-shattering super punch. Hercules was even more puzzled because Shiwu had just admitted that he had added the Tai Chi master Zhang Sanfeng's technique to his punch. Hercules asked how this was even possible. Meng Shu reminded him that according to Hercules, his divine martial arts contained the essence of Tai Chi. After that, Shiwu asked if, when he created the divine martial arts, hadn't he said that he did so by referring to the essence of Tai Chi? Hercules explained that he was talking about it as a reference, not as a combination. Individuality is the same as the uniqueness of existence. Uniqueness cannot be denied or rewritten. This means that only Master Zhang Sanfeng himself can use Tai Chi. Furthermore, only he can use his divine martial arts. But at the same time, by referring to and interpreting other characteristics, and based on what Shiwu learned, he is able to create his own Tai Chi based on the real thing. But at the same time, he is without traits. Meng Shu was amazed after listening to Heracles' words. Hercules said that Shiwu could directly use unique traits. But in that battle, he didn't just absorb them. He combined two unique traits together. Usually this would lead to a clash of traits because initially, combining Tai Chi and a super strike that destroys the sky should be impossible. Hercules asked Shiwu if he had done the impossible, and after that, wasn't he a monster? Pointing to himself, Meng Shu asked, "Was it really me?" Hercules said that apparently he would have to reread Shiwu's special training program. After that, he asked what traits Shiwu was currently training. Meng Shu asked Hercules for a moment and went to his smartphone to check his traits. But after looking at the entire list, Shiwu noticed that his traits had indeed improved slightly. Looking at the list, Hercules admitted that he didn't see anything that could be merged together, and that it would be good if Meng Shu subscribed to the new GodTube channel. Meng Shu reminded him that he needed money for that. Hercules said that for starters, he would redo Shiwu's special training program, but first, video content for GodTube. Could Shiwu share some ideas with him? After that, Hercules, embarrassed, said that for the sake of the special training program, he was even ready to go to the gods himself. He would do everything in his power to train Shiwu. Seeing how hard Hercules was trying, Shiwu naturally agreed. Meng Shu promised to share some good content with him. With a sparkle in his eyes, Hercules asked what kind of content it was. Meng Shu thought about the idea for a moment and asked Hercules to listen carefully. Group headquarters. Han Cherin greeted Shiwu, while Zhang Wei greeted him as the descendant of the great founder. Meng Shu chuckled awkwardly and agreed with Zhang Wei. Han Cherin told Shiwu that their SH Hunters Guild planned to give him a retail commission, which immediately caught Shiwu's attention. Cherin then handed Shiwu some papers and told him that he could check the details in the contract. Mong Shu was pleased with how Han Cherin spoke directly, without any unnecessary words. Han Cherin said that as part of this project, their SH Hunters Guild would allocate 30% of the profits to him directly. 30% directly to him, Mr. Shiwu. Seeing the figure of 30%, Meng Shiwu gasped involuntarily. Then he suddenly froze, doing some calculations in his head. Finally realizing what it meant, Meng Shiwu opened his mouth in shock, wondering if it was true. He was stunned by such a sum, and Shiwu asked why as much as 30%. To which Cherin replied that it was because this contract was created only thanks to him. In addition, Hunter Jiangwei also stated that since the descendant of the great founder was in the SH Hunters Guild, they could not take any payments. That is why they agreed to give 30% to Shiwu. Han Cherin said that Meng Shiwu would be allocated about 540 billion won annually. Upon hearing this, Meng Shiwu gasped again, then repeated after Cherin, 540 billion won. Meng Shiwu froze again. This was no longer 30%. And after a few seconds, he cried out, "How can it be 540 billion won?" Trembling with fear, Meng Shiwu decided to ask if it was a joke. Cherin replied that it was not, and that it was all described in the contract. This was what the SH Guild was giving him. Turning to the box on the table, Cherin said that Mao Tao had also said that they had prepared something else for him. Jiangwei removed the lid, and to his surprise, Meng Shiwu saw 2 pieces of Oricalum inside. Jiangwei bowed and said that it belonged to his master, and that he had brought them to entrust them to Master Aurelian here in Korea. But since he had met the descendant of the great founder, who had even saved his life, perhaps it might seem modest, but he would be grateful if Shiwu would accept it. Meng Shiwu smiled. 540 billion won annually, plus the Oricalum on top of that. With all that, he could do anything. After accepting the call, Hercules immediately bowed to his master and said that he, Hercules, was renewing his vow of determination today. Hercules stood up and said with sparkling eyes that he was a loyal servant and slave to his master. Meng Shiwu awkwardly accepted his words. After that, a satisfied Hercules said that the content for GodTube that his master had shown him, the scandal of the 2 goddesses or the love triangle of the gods. 2 goddesses are fighting for Adonis. Hercules said that he had managed to cause a scandal between Aphrodite and Persephone. Immediately after that, his views and subscriptions literally exploded. His channel already had over 10,000 subscribers. It was a really serious blow, and thanks to him, their husbands finally found out about their wives' antics. Meng Shiwu simply agreed with Hercules. He understood that there was no content more sensational than romances and love triangles. Hercules said that for this reason, Hephaestus and Hades had prepared a small gift. The mention of a gift intrigued Shiwu, and he wondered if it could be subscriptions, as it had been with the Sphinx. Hercules said that was the case, but there was both good news and bad news. Still standing with the frying pan in his hand, Shiwu asked about the news. A short time later, after Shiwu had prepared something to eat, he told Hercules that he wanted to hear the bad news first. The bad news was that Lord Hades had given him a cornucopia, but he couldn't bring it to where the master was now. The problem was that he couldn't go there. Meng Shiwu asked, "What do you mean the cornucopia?" He mentally asked Hercules not to tell him that. Is this the legendary cornucopia? A thing that produces food, wealth, and anything else? Remembering this, Meng Shu shouted, "The cornucopia!" Hercules was startled by such a sharp cry and said that it was indeed him. Lifting the cornucopia, Hercules said that with it, he didn't even need to cook the fried rice he was eating. He just needed to take it out. Looking at the cornucopia in Hercules' hands, Shiwu realized that with this thing, 1 billion or even 10 billion. With the cornucopia, he would be able to extract endless riches. Giving into greed, Shiwu ordered Hercules to give him the cornucopia immediately. Hercules reminded him that he could not go where the master was now. Meng Shiwu asked why. Why couldn't he just come here? Other gods had no particular problems with this. Take, for example, the blonde man he met for the first time. Shiwu asked who he was. Besides Midnight, who now lives in his house. Hercules said that apparently there was a way, but he didn't know how to use it. But he was trying to figure it out somehow. Clenching his fist, Shiwu asked what the good news was. Hercules said that Hephaestus had promised to share the secret method of creating a cornucopia. Meng Shu was surprised by this and reminded him that he was already studying Hephaestus' divine metallurgy. A bug that duplicates money? No, he couldn't make anything like a cornucopia. Hercules explained that it was Hephaestus's technique, not the secret itself. Shu asked what he meant. Hercules flexed his muscles and said that, to put it simply, he was teaching Shi Wu the SS rank superpower. He was also directly teaching Shi Wu the SS rank divine martial art. Meng Shu said that now he understood that it was the secret of direct teaching. Hercules replied that it was exactly that. Shu admitted that it sounded great and suggested doing it right away. Hercules said that in that case, he would go and tell Hephaestus about it right away. A hotel located somewhere on the outskirts of Seoul. Tapping his fingers on the table, Oh Ju-won reflected on what had happened to Pandemonium in the Gyeonggi region. All of their groups had been completely destroyed. And this Mong Shu, it was all because of that bastard. Oh Ju-won asked his secretary for news about Baek Seonjae. The secretary replied that they had not yet detected his movements. Oh Ju-won found it a little suspicious that he was still in the same place. The cult leader they had been dealing with. After the death of Joe Buchchan, and of course the lifting of restrictions for reasons unknown to them. Pak Song-jae knows all this, and judging by everything, he is busy making the necessary preparations. This means that they have little time left, so they must act immediately. Oh Ju-won asked if he was sure there was a connection between Jiang Wei and Shu. The secretary replied that he was sure. Oh Ju-won banged on the table and complained that Meng Shu continues to stand in their way. They cannot leave him in that position. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Oh Ju-won asked who it was. The subordinate replied that he had urgent news to report. The secretary said he would go out and check. But he suddenly burst into the office and addressed the branch manager, after which he said that he was Director Han Kwang-guk from SH Group. He wanted to talk to him. Oh Ju-won was happy to hear this, as it came at just the right moment. Meanwhile, Meng Shu left the house. Before Hercules contacted him, he had to be ready for the seminar at So's Forge. Suddenly, Meng Shu heard the phone ring. They had called him too quickly. To his surprise, it was Adonis. But why did he suddenly? He wanted to understand what was going on, and was it really because of that video? Meng Shu answered the call, and immediately Dionysus asked him if he was Mr. Shu. Meng Shu couldn't believe what he was seeing. Why did Dionysus look like that? Dionysus agreed that Shu was indeed a human being, but they could communicate. Meng Shu was amazed at how beautiful Dionysus was. He slapped himself in the face to pull himself together. But in the face of transcendent beauty, the boundaries between same-sex and opposite sex lose all meaning. Meng Shu kept repeating to himself that he was a man. Adonis was a man. After a short meditation, the system notified Shu that he was resisting the influence of transcendent beauty and that his thoughts were beginning to return to normal. Shi Wu's gentleman's heart increased by 110.6%, reaching 38.31%. However, as soon as he looked at that face, it happened again. Now Meng Shu began to understand why the gods fought so hard for him. Meng Shu asked what Dionysus wanted with him, since he had decided to contact him. Dionysus replied that in fact, first Dionysus bowed and thanked Meng Shu. Then he said that he had heard everything from Lord Hercules. Dionysus was grateful to Shu for saving him from Lady Persephone and Lady Aphrodite. Shu had literally saved him. Meng Shu explained that he had just stood by and said a few words, and that Heracles had done everything. Passers-by nearby noticed Shu talking to the air and assumed he was some kind of lunatic. Dionysus said he knew the truth. He wanted to run away, but he couldn't. And if he did, those two goddesses might take revenge on him. Remembering this, tears welled up in Dionysus's eyes. Seeing this, Meng Shu admitted aloud that it was simply unbelievable. Dionysus admitted that, in fact, he didn't even know how to thank Shu, so he decided to ask how he could repay his debt. After all, he had no idea how to do it. A boy passing by told his mother that this man had a strange face. His mother asked him not to talk about it so loudly. Dionysus said that he couldn't do anything, and that he had nothing that could be useful to Shu. Meng Shu asked what he meant. After all, he had his looks. And if Dionysus created a GodTube channel, it would instantly go viral. Dionysus asked what he meant by a GodTube channel. Dionysus admitted that he really didn't know how to do anything. Shu asked what he thought about beauty-related content. Even if it wasn't beauty-related content, acting skills would also work. Dionysus's extraordinary beauty was already his greatest talent. Dionysus said that he wasn't very good at acting. Shu suggested that he learn it right now. Dionysus asked if he really thought he could do it. Shiwu replied to Lord Adonis that he was more than capable. After that, Shiwu asked out of curiosity if he knew how to cross over into his dimension. Dionysus replied that he did not know and had never even heard of it. As it turned out, this god did not know about it either. Meng Shu said to himself that there must be some way. After a moment's thought, Dionysus placed his hand on his chest and said that if this path truly existed, he would find it. Dionysus promised to find a way to get to Mr. Shuriwu's dimension. Looking at the sincere Dionysus, Meng Shu felt as if Cupid had shot his heart. Meng Shu put his phone away and shouted to Dionysus that he was too beautiful. Everyone on the bus realized at the same time that a madman had boarded. At that moment, Shiwu remembered that he was the only one here who could see GodTube. Listening to the passengers whispering, Meng Shiwu realized that he was doomed. Meng Shiwu couldn't get over what had just happened because it was too embarrassing. Since he was the only one who could see GodTube, he just shouted, "You're too beautiful," in the middle of the bus. It was a legendary cringe moment. But if Dionysus, with his good looks, enters GodTube, countless goddesses will gather around him. And from the gossip they share, unexpected information can always emerge. Cleopatra clearly knew something, and perhaps that was the reason. Will Adonis be able to find it? Suddenly, Meng Shu's phone rang again. This time, it was Lord Hephaestus, who had been called by Hercules. Shu had not yet arrived at the So family's smithy, and if he answered the call in the middle of the road, he would once again look like some kind of weirdo. Meng Shu decided to take a short break at a nearby cafe. Meng Shu greeted Lord Hephaestus, while Hephaestus saw Shiwu, whom Hercules had mentioned for the first time. Hephaestus told Shiwu that Hercules couldn't stop talking about a certain person. Shiwu confirmed that it was indeed him. Looking at Hephaestus' face, Shiwu wondered if he was ugly or if his sense of beauty had changed after talking to Dionysus. Picking up on Hercules' words, Hephaestus said that he had heard everything from Hercules, and thanks to Shiwu, he had learned about his wife's affairs. Hephaestus said he was truly grateful. Meng Shu remembered that these two were the sons of Zeus, and looking at them, Shiwu could tell that they were very close. Heracles said that thanks to this, his wife would no longer be able to deceive him, and then laughed loudly. As a token of his gratitude, he gave Shiwu his secret technique. Hephaestus asked if it was true that Shiwu had learned his craft. Shiwu replied that in a sense it was true. Hephaestus admitted that it was hard to believe and asked if he could show him the equipment he had created. Shiwu replied that of course he would and reached for a small bag. To everyone's surprise, it was not just a bag, but a subspace bag from which Shiwu took out a pair of gloves. Hephaestus asked, "What the hell? Does subspace equipment really exist?" But that should be simply impossible. Meng Shu was even a little surprised at how amazed Hephaestus was by this thing. Hephaestus said that such a thing must exceed the limits of SS-rank divine metallurgy. Then he looked at the gauntlets in Shiwu's hands and asked what they meant. After all, they were Oricalum gauntlets. Meng Shu was surprised at how Hephaestus understood this with just a glance. Hephaestus couldn't believe that a human had actually made equipment out of Oricalum. But what struck him even more was that these gloves were ego equipment. Hercules asked how Shiwu had done it and what his secret was. He asked Shiwu to teach him how to do it. Meng Shu explained to Lord Hephaestus that he had not only used his metallurgy to create it, he had also used the power of Lady Isis. So it was the power of Isis. Hephaestus asked if Shiwu really believed that this could further advance his craftsmanship. Power added to power creates even greater power, equipment that surpasses anything he had created before. Hephaestus said firmly that he had to see it with his own eyes. He then flew up to Shiwu's ear and promised to pass on everything he had. Transcendent metallurgy. Surprised by what he heard, Shiwu asked what this transcendental metallurgy was. Hephaestus replied that it was a secret technique of his metallurgy. It was not just the production of equipment. Technology and magic, the fusion of two in one. This can be called something like magic engineering. That's why it may seem like magic, but in reality it's not. After all, the most advanced science is almost indistinguishable from magic. The core of its secret technique distorts and exploits the very laws of the world, and all for the sake of achieving transcendental metallurgy different from his divine metallurgy. Shiwu must have the knowledge to manipulate the laws of the world, but he has already gone beyond simply obeying the laws of the world. Meng Shu can change that. Pointing to himself, Shiwu asked, "Is it him?" Hephaestus reminded him of Isis' manipulation of reality. That is why he now needs only one thing: And that is muscles. Having said this, Hercules flexed his muscles. But at that moment, the call was interrupted. Mong Shu hurried to end the call as quickly as possible. Group headquarters. Hanmina praised Han Cherin for her work. Cherin said there was no need to thank her, as she hadn't actually done anything. Hanmina said that as the director of SH, not as a hunter, it was the first time Cherin had worked on a contract. She then asked if it was strange to say she hadn't done anything after they managed to sign such a huge contract with Mao Tao. Han Cherin reminded her that without Mr. Shuwu's help, the contract would not have been possible. Since they were on the subject, Hanmina decided to ask her a question. What did Cherin think of Meng Shuwu? Han Cherin suddenly felt hot after her aunt's question. Han Cherin replied that Shuwu was a good person. Hanmina wondered if he was just a good person. Then she asked Cherin, was that all? Han Cherin asked what thoughts she was referring to. Hanmina said that Cherin could think about Shuwu all day long. Her heart flutters when she sees him. Maybe she misses him when he's not around. And even when they're together, she wants to be even closer to him. Han Cherin admitted that she really did think about Mr. Shuwu all day long. Hanmina asked, really? Cherin replied that it was true, and that by thinking about their training, she competes with Mr. Shuwu every day. Hanmina wondered what kind of nonsense that was. Hanmina suggested that Han Cherin doesn't understand this because she's never been in a relationship before. Hanmina told her niece that half the world is probably made up of men, and that good men are not that common among them. And if Cherin wants to make him hers forever, her aunt will tell her how to do it. Cherin asked how. Hanmina immediately replied that Cherin should make him take responsibility. Cherin asked, responsibility? Hanmina replied that it was exactly that. She must make him take responsibility. Han Cherin repeated after her aunt, make him take responsibility. Suddenly, Cherin's phone beeped with a message. Wondering who it was, Cherin took out her phone and saw that it was Shuwu. Mong Shu asked if they could meet at the So blacksmith shop. Han Cherin jumped up and told her aunt that it was time for her to go. As she left, Cherin said they would see each other again. Hanmina asked if it was because of Shuwu. But if it was him, Cherin should remember her words. She should make him take responsibility. The So family smithy. Upon entering the forge, Han Cherin apologized for the intrusion. Shuwu said she was just in time. Seeing Shuwu's condition, Cherin asked if he was feeling unwell. Shuwu replied that it wasn't that, and that he was just sitting in front of a pile of equipment. Shuwu said that he felt a little exhausted. Meng Shuwu apologized for asking her to come so suddenly when she might have been busy. Han Cherin smiled and said that it was fine, and that she had just finished some contract-related work, so she was free. But why had he called her? A little nervous, Meng Shu said that the thing was that the commission from Mao Tao's contract. Shu asked if it was possible for him to receive an advance payment. Han Cherin was surprised to hear about the advance payment. Shu said that it was about him and that he was not asking for the entire amount, but only a portion of it. Han Cherin asked how much exactly he needed. Shu awkwardly asked, how about 120 billion won? Han Cherin was shocked to hear such a large amount and said that it wasn't that she couldn't, but why? After all, there is a monthly tuition fee of 20 billion won, and there was also the income from creating equipment. Han Cherin said that he already lives a luxurious life that many would envy. Avoiding the question, Shuwu said that the thing was. Cherin turned to Shuwu again and asked, why is he trying so hard to become even stronger? Meng Shuwu admitted that this was a very difficult question. He just couldn't say that it was for GodTube subscriptions. Meng Shuwu said he didn't know how to explain it to her. Shuwu thought he needed to buy some time. Then he suggested that Han Cherin take a walk with him. Sometime later, at Shuwu's house, Meng Shuwu invited Cherin to come in. Upon returning home, Shuwu told Soa that he was home, and Cherin apologized for the intrusion. Soa was happy to see her brother, and her sister Cherin was there too. Meng Shuwu said that he needed to discuss something with Cherin, which was why they had gathered together. Shuwu asked Cherin not to stand at the entrance and to come inside. Meng Shu asked Soa if she had eaten dinner. Soa replied that she hadn't and asked if he had brought anything with him. Meng Shu reached for the bag and took out some sundae. Looking at the sundubu with a sparkle in her eyes, Soa asked him not to tell her that it was sundubu from the restaurant that Ayun's mother had opened. But Shiwu said that it was indeed from there. Midnight barked nearby, and Shiwu said he hadn't forgotten about him. Then he filled the demon wolf's bowl with a generous amount. Soa asked her brother to try it too. Looking at this, Cherin thought about how harmonious everything looked. A harmonious family scene. Just like back then, when her father always came home late before dawn. On those rare days when he came home early, he would return with armfuls of dumplings. Her father would look at her and often say, "Cherin, would you like to eat your favorite dumplings?" Much more than a trillion-won business, it is these 20,000-won dumplings that make him smile more often. At the time, she didn't understand her father's words. But why do all these memories come to mind for some reason? He came home at dawn and woke up again at dawn. Always with sunken eyes, her father left every day. So why did these memories start to come back? Smiling over something as simple as Sunda, being happy about little things? To protect such a modest, everyday life, was that what he wanted? Does that mean taking responsibility for the family? Han Cherin suddenly turned to Mr. Shiwu. Then she said she would give him an advance. Shiwu asked, "Really?" Cherin said she had one condition. Placing her hand on her chest, Cherin asked him to take responsibility for her as well. After this statement, everyone, including Polonok, was stunned, and only Cherin did not fully understand what was going on. Mong Shu asked why she was suddenly talking about this. Soa covered her face and asked Appa not to tell her about him and his sister Cherin. Shu said he didn't know what they were thinking, but absolutely nothing to their questions. Sage Group headquarters. And again, in the headlines, he saw the contract signed thanks to Mong Shu. The secretary reported that he had arrived. Han Kwang-guk asked to let the guest in. After entering the office, Zhang Wei asked why he had been invited. Han Kwang-guk assumed that Zhang Wei was tired from such a long journey and offered him a seat. Kwang-guk then said that he had already heard that Mao Tao had signed a contract with the SH Hunters Guild. Han Kwang-guk asked what about the promise he had made to him. Zhang Wei said he regretted it, but he couldn't burden the descendant of the great founder. Moreover, it was simply wrong. Han Kwang-guk asked, "So what?" Zhang Wei had given him his word. Zhang Wei said that as an apology, Mao Tao's company had suffered losses on this contract. As a result, it only benefited SH Group. Han Kwang-guk slammed the newspaper and suggested that he should remember well that he was not talking about SH Group's profits. Han Kwang-guk asked Zhang Wei to terminate the contract immediately. Zhang Wei asked if he should terminate the contract at this point. No matter what, it was simply impossible. Han Kwang-guk said that nothing is impossible in Korea, and reaching for the evidence, said that there was evidence that Mao Tao's major business contracts had been concluded through lobbying and corruption. Kwang-guk then threw photos on the table and said that Zhang Wei had used his personal connections to facilitate the deal. As a result, the fairness of the contract was highly questionable. Therefore, the project itself was in danger of being cut. Han Kwang-guk promised that it would be on the front pages of the newspapers tomorrow morning. However, Zhang Wei was not ready to betray Shiwu because he was the one who saved him when he fell into Shi deviation. After that, Zhang Wei asked Han Kwang-guk if he knew the difference between him and Shiwu. Kwang-guk turns others into his enemies, while Shiwu makes them his allies. Zhang Wei turned to Han Kwang-guk and said that right now, he had made him his enemy. Due to Zhang Wei's released energy, many objects in the room were overturned, and Han Kwang-guk instinctively covered himself with his hands. Zhang Wei promised that the next time they met, their encounter would not be as easy as it was now. Immediately after that, he left the office and slammed the door behind him. After Zhang Wei left, Han Kwang-guk exhaled and said that things were bad. Immediately, the secretary rushed into the office and asked the director if he was okay. He had just heard a deafening noise coming from here. Without showing any emotion, Han Kwang-guk said that it was nothing. More importantly, what was the situation with Pandemonium? The secretary replied that they had not yet received a response. Kwang-guk ordered him to contact Pandemonium again. Han Kwang-guk was furious. These were no longer simple conversations because they wanted them to be in the same boat. Meng Shiwu couldn't imagine that Cherin had heard such things from her aunt. That was the reason for her words about taking responsibility. Meng Shiwu couldn't get Cherin's words out of his head. They had literally struck him. Shu heard the message and opened his phone to see 120 billion. But why so fast? He thought it would take at least a week. Meng Shiwu asked how rich they were. Lord Hercules dispelled Shiwu's thoughts by suddenly calling him. As soon as he appeared, Hercules immediately announced that the special training program had been completed. Shiwu asked if he had gathered everything. Hercules winked and replied that of course he had done so. First, he researched new channels to subscribe to and brought everything back. Money comes and goes immediately, and lately everything has been the same. Meng Shiwu asked Hercules who they were. Hercules said that in the end, there were two channels that Shiwu should subscribe to. The first channel he should subscribe to is Thor's channel. Meng Shu decided to clarify. Was it really Thor from Norse mythology? Hercules said that with his help, Shiwu would be able to combine his powers with lightning. Upon hearing this, Shiwu immediately became interested and asked, "What powers?" Hercules replied that he would be able to combine the super speed of Hermes and the lightning of Thor. Thanks to this, he would be able to reach the speed of lightning. Meng Shu asked if this was even possible. Hercules replied that it was probably possible. Shu asked who the second god would be in that case. Hercules said that the second would be the Azure Dragon Channel, because he believes that his powers would be ideal for the descending dragon strike. Meng Shu admitted that this was simply madness. Meng Shu asked if he could just subscribe to them. Hercules said that if he could, he should do it right now. First, Shu subscribed to Thor's channel for 16 billion won per month. Thanks to this, he received the SS Plus rank Thunder Sphere trait. Then he subscribed to the Azure Dragon channel for 32 billion won per month. Thanks to this, he received the SS rank Demon Dragon Soul trait. As a result, 480 billion won disappeared in just 2 seconds. SH Group headquarters. Director Han Kwang-guk was heading to his office, but when he opened the door, he noticed a figure sitting on his desk. The stranger asked if he was correct in assuming that he was Han Kwang-guk, the eldest son of SH Group. Han Kwang-guk asked who he was. The stranger replied that he had heard that Kwang-guk wanted to be in the same boat as them. He just wanted to know the reason why. Han Kwang-guk replied that the reason was Shiwu. Upon hearing this, the stranger suggested discussing the business in more detail.